Battle Through the Heavens, Rebirth of Emperor Yin Chapter 60 to Chapter 118. Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He frowned a little in surprise. He glanced at the third hall master in the distance and asked Guyu in his heart, "Old Gu, I can understand why you say that I have a man-class Do technique. You have said in the Serene Bone Palace that the strength of the Angry Buddha reincarnation has already reached the level of a man-class Do technique. However, does this have anything to do with you being afraid of the third hall master? Or do you want me to rely on a man-class Do technique to fight with a 7-star ban emperor?" Guyu choked when this question appeared in Xiaoyan's heart. He coughed a couple of times before slowly coming to a stop. Xiaoyan seemed to have realized that he had misunderstood, but he did not continue to ask. This was because he knew that Guyu would tell him the answer. As expected, Guyu finally opened his mouth a moment later. "You. If it weren't for the fact that this old man is here to hear you say these words, I'm afraid that even a random person would be angered to the point of smoke coming out of their 7 orifices after hearing you say such unbearable words." Xiaoyan blinked his eyes. It seemed that he had sensed that this man-class Do technique was not ordinary. However, he continued to look at the third hall master with a calm expression. Xiaoyan relaxed when he saw that the third hall master was looking at him with a doubtful expression. Ugh. Although a man-class Do technique is the lowest class among the Tian-class Do techniques, the development of a man-class Do technique is the most immeasurable among the Tian-class Do techniques. As for the Tian-class Do techniques, this was only a general term. A man-class 4 Spirit Saint was called a Tian-class Do technique. The Tian-class 4 Spirit Saint was called a Tian-class Do technique. The Tian-class 4 Spirit Saint was called a D-class Do technique. This was also a classification of the Do techniques mastered by each individual. It was very ordinary. As for the development of a man-class Do technique, it was because a man-class Do technique was the easiest to practice and also the easiest to comprehend among the Tian-class Do techniques. When a man-class Do technique was practiced to a high level, there would be an illusionary image of the person who created it. This would allow the practitioner to control it more easily. It was also because of this illusory figure that a practitioner was able to have the opportunity to comprehend the profoundness within it and raise the foundation of the Do technique. There was even the opportunity to create a Ling-class Do technique. The strength of a man-class Do technique is naturally incomparably powerful. Let's use you as an example. If you were to use a man-class Do technique to deal with this third hall master, you would be able to seriously injure him in one move. You should also understand that the man-class Do technique is not so simple. Moreover, that man-class Do technique of yours is something that you created yourself. From this point of view, its strength should be a little stronger. So, you can be at ease and go. The words were extremely long. However, from the point of view of Xiaoyan and the third hall chief, only a couple of breaths had passed. When Xiaoyan heard this, his heart was greatly stirred. He took a deep breath and was about to step forward and fight a few more rounds with the third hall master. However, his expression changed in the next instant. He held his chest with his hand and violently coughed a couple of times. Xiaoyan spat out a mouthful of blood that remained in his mouth. He sensed the faint scent of blood that was transmitted from his nose. His heart involuntarily felt somewhat bitter. The speed of this third hall master was clearly above his. The first condition for Xiaoyan to use the Angry Buddha reincarnation was that he needed sufficient time. However, in the current situation, it could be said that Xiaoyan did not have sufficient time to use the Angry Buddha reincarnation. Although Xiaoyan had the help of the Sky Extinction Step, he had yet to master the Sky Extinction Step. Even if he used all his strength, his speed would at the very most be on par with the third hall master. In this way, in addition to the old flame demon ghost and the others watching from the side, it was likely that he would not have the opportunity to use the Angry Buddha reincarnation. When Xiaoyan thought of this in his heart, his brows were tightly knit together. Both of his eyes swept all around him, searching for a way to escape. After pondering for a moment, Xiaoyan made up his mind. Since there was no other way to survive, he could only force his way out. Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly turned cold. The third hall master raised his brows slightly and let out a cold laugh. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Xiaoyan with eyes filled with disdain. Xiaoyan's body moved. A whirlwind was formed under his feet as he silently disappeared into the void. The third hall master let out a cold laugh. Both of his fists were tightly clenched. His body moved and appeared at a certain spot in the void. He waved his huge fist, which carried the power of a burning wind, and violently struck the space in front of him. Bang! A muffled sound was emitted. The third hall master frowned slightly under his mask. Immediately, it turned into a cold snort. His body moved and once again rushed out in a flash. At this moment, Xianxia's expression was incomparably solemn. He was fully focused on using the sky extinction step to dodge in all directions. He did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Every time the third hall master flashed, a muffled sound would be emitted in the air. Sometimes, it would also be accompanied by a muffled snort. However, there was no trace of that person. This also caused the people in the city below to click their tongues in amazement. A moment later, in the sky, a tattered figure with blood at the corner of his mouth and bruises on his body finally came to a stop. Xiaoyan's mouth was panting heavily. The skin at the corner of his eyes was trembling. Xiaoyan glanced at his tattered clothes before parting his mouth to look at the third hall chief. A cold laugh was emitted from his mouth. In the short exchange just now, the third hall master had thrown out a total of nearly 100 punches. However, there were only a dozen bruises on Xiaoyan's body. Although his clothes were a little tattered, the injuries on Xiaoyan's body were much fewer. On the other hand, Xiaoyan also realized that under such a close pursuit, his control of the sky extinction step was getting better and better. This was indeed good news for Xiaoyan. When the third hall master saw Xiaoyan's mocking smile just now, the anger in his heart soared. His fists were once again tightly clenched as his mouth let out an explosive roar. Roar! The few of you, attack together. Today, I will definitely cripple you. When the 7 people heard this, with the flame demon old ghost in the lead, their bodies moved. As the seals in their hands changed, a loud explosive roar was emitted from their mouths as they violently attacked Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan frowned. However, he did not panic. His footwork changed as he twisted at a strange angle. His body suddenly moved and once again disappeared in the sky. At this moment, the attacks of the 7 people had already arrived in front of him. Unfortunately, Xiaoyan's body had already disappeared without a trace. Boom! After throwing out a punch, the third hall master's body appeared 1,000 feet away from the 7 people. However, what welcomed him was a thick and heavy black ruler. At this moment, this huge ruler had already been forcefully blasted into a 3-inch deep groove by the third hall master's wild and violent punch. Around the groove, there were also some densely packed cracks. Seeing this, the third palace master's expression suddenly changed. Only then did he realize that Xiaoyan was playing with him again. Anger rose in his heart. He struck out with his palm and sent the huge black ruler flying. Immediately after, he turned his head to look behind him. Without any hesitation, his body shook violently as he flew backward. Boom! The huge black ruler was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away by the third palace master's palm. In the end, it violently smashed into the ground. The force that it carried also created a pit that was thousands of feet wide on the ground. A gray fog rose and covered everything. At the bottom of the pit, beside the black ruler, the space wiggled and a white-clothed man's figure appeared. It was Xiaoyan, whom the third palace master had turned around to chase after. Xiaoyan extended his hand and pulled out the heavy Xian ruler from the ground. Seeing the 3-inch deep fist print on the ruler's body, Xiaoyan could not help but frown tightly. Some anger rose in his heart. This heavy Xian ruler was given to him by Yao Lao. It contained many of the feelings that Xiaoyan had for Yao Lao. Now that he saw the heavy Xian ruler in this state, Xiaoyan could not suppress the anger in his heart. Fortunately, Xiaoyan did not let this anger get to his head. Now, the heavy Xian ruler was almost scrapped. Although there was anger in his heart, the most important thing was that in the face of a great disaster, how to solve the current problem was what Xiaoyan should be most concerned about. The matter of the heavy Xian ruler could be solved sooner or later. However, if he did not leave now, there would be no more chance. When Xiaoyan thought of this in his heart, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Immediately, he kept the heavy Xian ruler into his storage ring. His body flashed and disappeared once again. After a few breaths, a sharp sound of rushing wind sounded. Immediately, the third palace master's figure appeared at the bottom of the pit. Looking at the mark left behind by the huge ruler after it was pulled out, the third palace master's face under the mask trembled in anger. He let out an explosive roar and surrounded Xiaoyan again. Behind him, the 7 figures also helplessly chased after him. Everyone in the city was shocked when they saw the 9 figures that disappeared and reappeared in an instant. Usually, they wouldn't even dare to think about such peerless experts. But today, 9 of them had appeared in front of them. How could they not be shocked? After the 9 people completely disappeared from the sight of the people in the city, everyone began to discuss. The city that was incomparably quiet a moment ago became noisy once again. Roar. Xiaoyan. You actually dared to play tricks on this hall master time and time again. This hall master will definitely take you down today, and then let you have a taste of a fate worse than death. At this moment, Xiaoyan was using the sky extinction steps with all his might to fly in the direction of the ancient savage city. 10,000 feet behind Xiaoyan, there was a cluster of black fog in a human shape that was giving close chase. Behind it, 7 figures with the same color were also chasing after them at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, the distance between the 2 of them was also shrinking at an extremely fast speed. It wouldn't be long before Xiaoyan was intercepted by the third palace master. Seeing this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel anxious. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only try his best to fly forward. Seeing Xiaoyan increase his speed again, the third palace master let out a cold snort. However, he immediately let out another explosive roar. His body shook and his speed suddenly increased to another level. He shook off the 7 people chasing behind him and intercepted Xiaoyan in front of him. Xiaoyan also frowned tightly at this moment. He felt anxious in his heart. If this continued, he was afraid that he would really be in trouble today. Just as he was thinking in his heart, a black figure suddenly appeared 1,000 feet in front of Xiaoyan. This person was the third palace master. The third palace master paused. His eyes were filled with an endless murderous intent as he looked at Xiaoyan. He let out an explosive roar from his mouth. Xiaoyan. Where do you think you are running to? Today, you have toyed with me time and time again. Today, you must return with me. Once your matter is settled, I will definitely torture you to death. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's charging figure slowly stopped in the air. His eyes were extremely solemn as he looked at the third palace master. After a few breaths, the other 7 people also caught up. They surrounded Xiaoyan one after another, leaving Xiaoyan with no way to escape. Humph. The 7 of you, give it to me. Use your most vicious Do skills to viciously beat Xiaoyan. I want to exhaust his Do Qi and take good care of him. The third palace master looked at Xiaoyan as he repeatedly gave orders from his mouth. When he said the word take good care, his tone was especially heavy. From this, one could tell just how great of a humiliation Xiaoyan's actions today were to him. Although each of the 7 people had different thoughts in their hearts when they heard this, they still raised their hands. Numerous complicated seals were formed by the few of them. Among them, the seals in the hands of the old flame demon ghost were especially different. Once the seals were formed in the hands of the old flame demon ghost, the space around him began to fluctuate. Waves of water-like ripples spread out, appearing incomparably powerful. Xiaoyan's heart was also incomparably solemn when he saw this. The eyes of the third palace master hardened when he saw this. He looked at the old flame demon ghost with some surprise, but he did not say anything. At this moment, the old flame demon ghost had suddenly become the focus of everyone's attention. The Do skill that his hands were forming was the man-class Do skill that he had used back then, the mysterious underworld soul-devouring palm. Although Xiaoyan was unable to see the expression of the old flame demon ghost due to the cover of the mask when this skill was used, there was no need to think too much. Xiaoyan was incomparably clear in his heart. Given the strength of the old flame demon ghost, it would definitely be extremely difficult for him to use this man-class Do skill. If someone were to disturb him, it was likely that he would be seriously injured at the very least. Xiaoyan acted as soon as he thought of this. His body moved and rushed toward the old flame demon ghost. The third palace master emitted a cold snort when he saw this. He flew forward and blocked Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan panicked in his heart. He spread his right hand and threw a palm toward the third palace master. At the same time, he cried out explosively from his mouth. Yellow spring palm. At the same time, the seals in Xiaoyan's left hand changed. Before his palm collided with the third palace master, Xiaoyan once again opened his mouth. Yellow spring divine anger. Mao. 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 Bang. The third palace master's spirit shook when the yellow spring divine anger was used. Immediately, he became absent-minded for a moment. Although it was only for an instant, it was already sufficient for Xiaoyan. After sending the third palace master flying with a palm, Xiaoyan once again threw a palm at the old flame demon ghost. Yellow spring divine anger. Yellow spring palm. Yellow spring finger. After a set of Do skills, Xiaoyan finally appeared in front of the old flame demon ghost. At this moment, the Do skills in the hands of the old flame demon ghost had finally reached the end. Xiaoyan threw a palm forward. Just as the old flame demon ghost's scarlet eyes were about to attack Xiaoyan, a palm struck the old flame demon ghost's palm. Bang! A black-colored energy storm swept apart. The third palace master and the others were sent flying tens of thousands of feet by this energy storm. Finally, they violently smashed into the ground, forming a deep pit that was 1,000 feet wide. Even the old flame demon ghost himself was unable to escape. However, the strange thing was that Xiaoyan's figure was not among the people who were sent flying by the storm. The black energy storm swept across the land and covered half of the sky, causing the entire sky to suddenly darken. 8 black human figures were blown away by this energy storm. All of them were seriously injured. The third hall master climbed up from the ruins. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His face twitched under the mask. He took a deep breath of the air that was filled with the smell of blood. His body moved again and he appeared in the sky. The third hall master scanned his surroundings. All he could see was a cloud of dust. The third hall master forcefully endured the waves of pain that were emitted from his chest. He waved his tattered sleeves violently and a cloud of dust was blown away. When the cloud of dust dispersed, 8 huge pits were revealed. A black human figure could be vaguely seen in 7 of the huge pits. The third hall master ignored it. Instead, he scanned his surroundings again. His eyebrows under the mask were tightly knitted together. How can this be? Where is Xiaoyan? He was the closest to the flame demon back then. Even the flame demon was seriously injured. How can he be fine? Don't tell me that Xiaoyan was directly killed by that attack? Doubt suddenly appeared in the third hall master's heart. However, he was also somewhat helpless. He could not find Xiaoyan's body, nor could he detect Xiaoyan's aura. As such, the third hall master did not know whether Xiaoyan was dead or alive. Moreover, he actually began to worry in his heart. Xiaoyan was dead, but his body was nowhere to be found. This made it difficult for the third hall master to report to the third hall master. It was likely that he would suffer when he returned. Xiaoyan was not dead. However, the third hall master was unable to sense even the slightest aura of Xiaoyan. As such, Xiaoyan was nowhere to be found, and his corpse was nowhere to be found. This caused the third hall master's heart to become even more worried. Humph. It's all the flame demon's fault. If I can't find Xiaoyan, I will definitely kill you. The third hall master was furious and began to blame the flame demon old ghost. However, just as his voice sounded, the expression under the mask suddenly changed. He turned around and looked behind him. At this moment, a white-cloaked human figure slowly appeared 10,000 feet behind the third hall master. It was Xiaoyan. At this moment, Xiaoyan's clothes were a little tattered. His face was a little pale and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. However, if one were to look at it from an overall perspective, Xiaoyan's condition was much better when compared to the third hall chief and the others. The third hall chief's expression once again changed when he saw that Xiaoyan was fine. He frowned in a somewhat grave manner. Xiaoyan parted his mouth and smiled when he saw the miserable manner of the third hall chief. However, he did not show the slightest worry. He just stood in the air with the corners of his mouth curled up. The anger in the third hall master's heart continued to burn. The third hall master's face twitched violently under the mask. If not for the mask covering his face, it was likely that anyone who saw him would think that he was sick. Under Xiaoyan's teasing, the third hall master was really angry. His body moved and a fist smashed toward Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan did not move at all when he saw this. This caused the anger in the third hall master's heart to burn even more. The strength of his fist also became even more ruthless. Boom! The huge fist carried a strong wind that tore through the air as it violently landed on Xiaoyan's body. However, before the third hall master could rejoice, the expression on his face became interesting again in the next moment. Through the mask, one could see that the third hall master's eyes were filled with disbelief. The expression on his face under the mask was also replaced by astonishment. The third hall master was stunned for a moment in the air. Only then did he react. His voice was solemn as he said, "An afterimage. How is this possible? With Xiaoyan's strength, how can he be faster than me?" In the next instant, the third hall master's gaze turned to another direction. There, accompanied by the whistling of a wind, Xiaoyan's figure appeared once again. When Xiaoyan's figure appeared, the third hall master finally reacted. He involuntarily said, "No wonder. No wonder you were able to dodge my attack so easily. So that's how it is. You have obtained the sky extinction step. No wonder you can easily surpass me in terms of speed with such strength." When Xiaoyan heard this, the smile that was supposed to appear on his face did not appear. Instead, he frowned. The gaze that he used to look at the third hall master was replaced by a murderous intent. Xiaoyan was already very clear about the matter of the sky extinction step. The Lu clan had also repeatedly warned Xiaoyan not to let others know about the sky extinction step. However, he had just successfully mastered the first major stage of the sky extinction step, the initial stage of the wind-shaking realm. He did not expect that the third hall master would recognize him in such a manner. Just based on this point alone, Xiaoyan could not allow the third hall master to live. That's right. Xiaoyan's wind-shaking realm of the sky extinction step had stepped into the initial stage when the wild and violent storm swept over. Although the mysterious underworld soul-devouring palm of the old flame demon ghost was once again blocked by Xiaoyan, the energy that erupted from it was enough to seriously injure Xiaoyan and cause him to be on the brink of death. However, this opportunity came at such a coincidental time. Just a moment ago, Xiaoyan had actually broken through the wind-shaking realm of the sky extinction step under such a dangerous situation and reached the initial stage. Xiaoyan had also used this great opportunity to dodge this fatal blow. Although he did not manage to completely dodge due to the sudden breakthrough, Xiaoyan was much better off compared to the serious injuries of the old flame demon ghost and the others. Xiaoyan looked at the third hall master as a murderous intent rose in his heart. The third hall master also seemed to have sensed the impending danger. The originally grave expression on his face under the mask became even deeper. The doqi in his body circulated to every part of his body, preparing to face Xiaoyan's attack at any moment. Xiaoyan ignored the third hall master's actions. Instead, he calmed his heart and deeply inhaled a breath of cool air. The air carried a trace of bloody taste in his mouth as it passed through his throat, leaving behind bits and pieces of bloody sweetness. The doqi in his body slowly circulated. Waves of energy gathered around Xiaoyan and formed a huge energy whirlpool around him. The third hall master frowned. What was this fellow planning to do? He actually dared to train at such a time. Was he not afraid of death? Under normal circumstances, this kind of time was naturally the best time to attack. However, the third hall master was currently facing Xiaoyan. How could he dare to be careless in his heart? Hence, although the third hall master saw that Xiaoyan was training, he did not dare to act recklessly. As expected, the qi method in Xiaoyan's body circulated for only a few breaths' time before it came to a stop. Sensing the mottled natural energy around him, Xiaoyan lifted both of his hands. His eyes looked straight ahead as his hands began to change. One seal after another was formed by Xiaoyan's hands as Xiaoyan threw them out one by one. Following the formation of the seal in Xiaoyan's hand, circular ripples of water like energy ripples began to spread around Xiaoyan's hands. It was a beautiful sight. However, the eyes of the third hall master suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle when these circular dark flower-like beautiful ripples spread out. The expression under the mask once again changed abruptly. His entire person instantly became frightened. Xiaoyan's expression was slightly pale at this moment. However, the movements of his hands did not pause at all. Instead, they were becoming increasingly faster. Xiaoyan formed the seal in his hands as he opened his mouth and coldly laughed at the third hall master. Since you are so familiar with my abilities, I think that you should also be extremely clear about this move that I am using right now. The third hall master swallowed the saliva that was stuck in his throat with great difficulty when he heard this. It was unknown whether it was because he was afraid or because of some other reason, but the third hall master paused for a long while before speaking in a trembling and dry voice. This is your second famous ultimate skill, Buddha. Angry Buddha reincarnation. Xiaoyan knew that he had already achieved his goal when he heard this. He lifted the corner of his mouth. His originally pale face appeared as white as paper under this mocking. He parted his mouth and laughed coldly. After which, he once again turned his attention to the Do skill in his hands. The third hall master was stunned by these words of Xiaoyan. His eyes were lifeless as he looked at the seal in Xiaoyan's hands. His mouth repeatedly muttered softly, "How is this possible? How is this possible? Didn't the news say that Xiaoyan has only mastered a Tian class Do skill? How is this possible? How is this possible?" It was no wonder that the third hall master would be so afraid. A Tian class Do skill was originally an extraordinary skill on the continent. Its strength was so great that it could break mountains and rivers. Although he was a 7-star half-emperor, he was unable to withstand the attack of a Tian class Do skill. Just by looking at the old flame demon ghost's failed Tian class Do skill, its strength was enough to cause a person of the third hall master's strength to spit out a mouthful of blood. From this, one could see just how powerful a Tian class Do skill was. As Xiaoyan's hand seals became faster and faster, a layer of gorgeous flames gushed out from the surface of Xiaoyan's body, wrapping Xiaoyan in flames. The heavenly flame was accompanied by energy ripples as it spread out in circles, completely enveloping the area within 1,000 feet of Xiaoyan. The heavenly flame spread out and bombarded the third hall master's body. The sudden high temperature caused the originally dull expression under the mask of the third hall master to instantly recover its clarity. His body, which was originally trembling, suddenly trembled. His eyes were filled with shock, and the expression on his face under the mask instantly tensed up. After taking a few steps back in the air, the third palace master finally reacted while panting. He looked at Xiaoyan, who was still changing the seals in his hands while his body was surrounded by flames. When the third palace master saw that the energy fluctuation around Xiaoyan's body was becoming more and more intense, he was suddenly startled. Only then did he completely wake up. The words that Xiaoyan had said earlier were just to distract the third palace master so that he could take the opportunity to use the angry Buddha cycle to kill him. At this moment, the third hall master had already understood in his heart. Xiaoyan clearly understood that although the angry Buddha cycle was currently a Tian class Do skill, his own strength was limited. It was impossible for him to directly kill the third hall master. Hence, he had used this move in order to distract the third hall master and take advantage of the latter's unpreparedness to forcefully kill him. Even though he would be seriously injured at that time, he would be able to keep his secret. When the third hall master thought of this in his heart, both of his eyes were instantly filled with a raging fury. However, within that fury, there was also an endless amount of fear. Xiaoyan's strength had exceeded their understanding of him. In this way, the mission this time around was much more difficult than before. It was likely that there was only a fine line between life and death. The third hall master looked at the wave after wave of beautiful fire waves around Xiaoyan's body. After which, he recalled how Xiaoyan had toyed with him earlier. The fury in his heart once again rose. The third hall master swept his gaze over the 7 black spots in the enormous pit below. His nose emitted a cold snort as his eyes suddenly became stern. He raised both of his hands and swiftly formed numerous strange seals on his fingertips. As the seals changed, circular dark black ink-like energy ripples spread out from the third hall master's fingertips. The black fog around the third hall master stirred and separated into 6 clusters. They covered the 6 black figures below. However, the old flame demon ghost was not among them. The 6 clusters of black fog carried long tails as they swiftly descended like meteorites. After which, they wrapped around the 6 seriously injured bodies. At the same time, the third hall master also emitted an explosive cry from his mouth. 10,000 ghosts devouring souls. Devour. Following this explosive cry of the third hall master, the 6 clusters of black fog below immediately emitted a gurgling chewing sound. It sounded incomparably horrifying. There were also waves of hoarse miserable cries within it, causing one to feel that it was incomparably bloody and cruel. A long while later, the miserable cries gradually disappeared. Only the crunching sound of bones being chewed remained. It sounded extremely ear-piercing. There was no longer any reaction from the pit below. However, if one turned his head to look at the third hall master, one would discover that the current third hall master had greatly changed compared to before. At this moment, the black fog that lingered around the third hall master's body appeared to be much denser. At a glance, it gave one a feeling of nothingness. The third hall master's aura was also much stronger than before due to the dense black fog all over his body. Not only had the injuries all over his body recovered, but his strength had also greatly increased. A black-colored armor covered his entire body in front of his chest. The appearance of the armor was exactly the same as the magical beast on the mask. Moreover, at this moment, the magical beast on the armor appeared incomparably alive. The magical beast's mouth was wide open. 2 black fangs pointed outwards. There was even some energy light that flowed within its mouth. It looked just like fresh blood. Moreover, this magical beast's eyes were also emitting some light. If one were to take a closer look, it actually seemed as though it possessed a soul. It was even more terrifying. Looking at Xiaoyan again, at this moment, the seals in Xiaoyan's hands were changing faster and faster. It was obvious that Xiaoyan had also sensed the extraordinariness of the third hall master's body. His heart also became a little anxious. After a long time, Xiaoyan finally reached the end. The third hall master had already prepared everything. He looked at Xiaoyan with a grave expression, waiting for Xiaoyan's sure kill attack to arrive. The third hall master naturally knew that he could not dodge it. It was also impossible for him to dodge it. Hence, he might as well directly attack. Finally, Xiaoyan's face was pale. His body was a little unstable as he came to a stop. The movements of his hands also slowly came to a stop. At this moment, there was a beautiful flame halo in the middle of his palm. It was emitting a bright light. In the middle of the halo, there was a thumb-sized dark black light spot that quietly floated. Immediately, Xiaoyan did his best to raise his arm. He faced the third hall master and spat out a sentence with great effort. Human class Do technique, Angry Buddha reincarnation. I know that this kind of chapter is particularly boring and doesn't have any main points. To put it bluntly, it's just water, but I still hope that everyone will like it and persevere for a while. After all, the necessary procedures still have to be followed. Otherwise, it would be meaningless to continue writing later. I hope that everyone can persevere for a while. It's not easy for an editor to write chapters. There are many things to do every day, but recently, even if I work overtime, I can only write 2 chapters. Actually, the reason is that I want everyone to agree and like it. Please recommend me. Xiaoyan's face was pale. His body swayed slightly as he stood in the air. However, he still forced himself to aim the fire ring in his hand at the third hall master. With a thought, he pushed his hand forward with all his might. After the fire ring was aimed at the third hall master, the black light spot in the middle of the fire ring brightened slightly. Immediately, a loud bang sounded. 1,000-foot-thick black light pillar shot toward the third hall master. When the third hall master saw the black light pillar, his expression instantly became grave. He quickly lifted his armored arms and crossed them in front of his body. At the same time, the doqi in his body surged out wildly. It turned into a 1,000-foot-long black energy shield in front of the third hall master. Among them, the defensive power of each energy shield was enough to block an all-out attack from a 3-star half-emperor. However, there were hundreds of such energy shields. From this, it could be seen that the third hall master had exhausted his strongest life-saving trump card in order to block Xiaoyan's attack. Bang! A loud ear-piercing sound spread across the sky, causing the entire sky to emit waves of vibrations. Some cracks also appeared in the space. The wild and ferocious energy storm swept across the sky. The originally incomparably large pit on the ground was once again forcefully torn apart by this powerful and unparalleled energy, forming a 1,000-foot wide deep canyon. In the sky, there were still some clouds remaining. However, they were instantly blown away by this wild and ferocious storm. Only when one reached the distant horizon could one see a circular arc formed by clouds. Just as the pitch-black energy shield was formed, Xiaoyan's angry Buddha's samsara had also arrived. The moment the two collided, the pitch-black energy shield was easily destroyed by Xiaoyan's angry Buddha's samsara. It continued to charge until it was 100 feet away from the third hall master. Only then did it gradually slow down. The pitch-black energy shield emitted waves of pitch-black energy fog, blocking the advance of the black light pillar. Seeing this, Xiaoyan frowned slightly. Immediately, his eyes focused. As a thought passed through his mind, the pitch-black light pillar once again became a little thicker. Xiaoyan raised his left hand and grabbed his right wrist. Immediately, he clenched his teeth. His eyebrows were tightly knit together. He exerted force with both hands and pushed the fire ring forward. Bang! Under Xiaoyan's push with all his strength, the dark black energy light pillar finally broke through a couple of energy shields and charged forward for a distance of a couple of feet. The similarly pitch-black energy shield was absorbed by the pitch-black energy light pillar for some unknown reason after it exploded. It merged with the energy light pillar, causing the energy light pillar to become much more solid and powerful in the dark. The third hall master stepped through empty air and rubbed back 1,000 feet after being pushed by Xiaoyan with all his strength. Only then did he slowly stabilize his body. When the third hall master saw his energy shields explode one by one, his eyes were filled with a solemn expression. Moreover, the third hall master could feel a little disintegration in the black light pillar. At this moment, the third hall master could clearly sense that the energy shields protecting him were being disintegrated by the pitch-black energy light pillar. It was likely that it would not be long before these energy shields, which he had painstakingly formed by swallowing 6 people, would be broken one by Xiaoyan. The third hall master glanced at the energy shields that were still bitterly holding on. He then looked at the black armor on his body. His expression was grave. After a long while, the third hall master seemed to have made a great decision. His eyes suddenly focused, and the seal in his hands changed once again. The energy shields that were bitterly holding on also emitted a bang sound and suddenly shattered. They turned into black light spots that filled the sky and immediately returned to the third hall master's body. Bang! When the black energy returned to his body, the third hall master's aura instantly became tyrannical and powerful. Looking at the pitch-black energy light pillar that was about to hit his body, the third hall master's hand seals changed rapidly. Immediately, the moment the black light pillar was about to hit him, he let out a loud roar. Dark Spirit Palm. The third hall master let out an explosive cry from his mouth. At the same time, his right palm also violently struck out toward the dark black energy light pillar. Silence. A deathly silence. The moment the third hall master's palm came into contact with the black light pillar, the entire world instantly became silent. Xiaoyan and the third hall chief did not find this strange in their hearts. All physical violence originated from silence, and now, between the seemingly silent palm and the black beam of light, a battle of life and death was actually taking place. The content of the battle was the energy supply of both parties. However, Xiaoyan naturally did not need to worry about this. He had already used the Angry Buddha reincarnation and the energy within it was definitely sufficient. The only thing that was competing was the endurance of Xiaoyan and the third hall master. This situation did not last for long and would not last for long. In terms of the might of a Do skill, the victor of this silent battle would only be Xiaoyan. Bang! An earth-shaking loud sound erupted. Wild and violent energy ripples also swept across the entire place. Xiaoyan and the third hall master were also sent flying by this frightening energy storm. Bang! Another loud sound appeared. Xiaoyan's body was violently smashed into the ground. When he landed, the force that it carried also flattened everything within 1,000 feet radius. Grug! Xiaoyan spat out a mouthful of blood. His originally pale face had become much redder. However, Xiaoyan's current condition could not be any worse. Several of the bones in his body had been broken. His body had also been seriously injured because of the energy storm. The current Xiaoyan could be said to be extremely weak. Looking at the third hall master again, the clothes of the current third hall master were completely torn. There was also a large pool of blood on his chest. However, his condition was clearly better than Xiaoyan's. Even until now, a portion of the third hall master's black armor was still intact. From this, one could tell just how shocking the defensive strength of this armor was. The third hall master stood up with great difficulty. He opened his palm and a jade bottle appeared in his palm. After consuming the medicinal pill, the third hall master ignored the injuries on his body and walked toward Xiaoyan with great difficulty. When the third hall master walked to 100 feet in front of Xiaoyan, the third hall master's body suddenly became soft. He sat down on the ground and no longer bothered about Xiaoyan. The third hall master panted heavily and withdrew his legs with great effort. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to refine the medicinal strength of the medicinal pill within his body. Xiaoyan lay in the ruins and lifted his head with great difficulty. He clenched his teeth and glanced at the third hall master, who was only 100 feet away from him. Immediately, he closed his eyes and his body softened as he lay down. He panted heavily, trying his best to make his body feel more comfortable. Xiaoyan's mind inspected his body and could not help but knit his eyebrows tightly together. At this moment, the qi paths in Xiaoyan's body were seriously damaged. They were basically broken inch by inch. The doqi in his body had also completely disappeared. The enormous space in the middle of the vortex appeared incomparably empty at this moment. Xiaoyan forcefully endured the waves of intense pain that were emitted from his body. With a thought, a Longan-sized medicinal pill appeared in his blood-stained palm. A Tier 9 recovery pill. It had an extremely good effect on internal injuries. Its medicinal properties were also extremely gentle. It was an excellent medicinal pill for treating internal injuries. Xiaoyan forcefully turned his body around and swallowed the medicinal pill along with the fresh blood that surged out of his mouth. He panted a few times and narrowed his eyes as he began to refine the pill. A few hours later, the third hall master's body slowly stood up from the ground. His eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at Xiaoyan, who was still lying in the ruins with his eyes closed. The third hall master walked in front of Xiaoyan and once again violently panted a few times. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Immediately, he slowly lifted his right hand. In his seriously injured state, this action was extremely strenuous for the third hall master. However, he still forcefully bent his right hand into a claw and aimed it at Xiaoyan's chest before piercing it downward. Xiaoyan's shut eyes were suddenly opened as he sensed the dangerous aura that he was getting increasingly close to. Immediately, the muscles in his entire body suddenly tightened. His leg violently kicked the third hall master's chest. Grug, the third hall master was kicked to the ground by Xiaoyan's kick. He spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. Immediately, he fell to the ground and panted violently, unable to move. On the other hand, Xiaoyan's chest seemed to be filled with strength. His body suddenly straightened, and he flipped over from the ground. However, from Xiaoyan's gloomy eyes, it could be seen that the current Xiaoyan was not as fierce as he looked on the surface. Xiaoyan clenched his fists tightly, and all the muscles in his body tensed up. His throat rolled, and he swallowed a mouthful of blood. He then fiercely bit the tip of his tongue, and bit it until it was broken. The wound on the tip of his tongue triggered the nerves in his entire body. Xiaoyan's eyes glowed faintly. Ignoring the third hall master who was lying on the ground, Xiaoyan moved his body and rushed out of the huge ruins in a somewhat sorry state. Immediately after, he fiercely stomped on the void. His body trembled as he rushed into the distance, leaving behind drops of bright red blood wherever he passed. Boom! In a mountain forest, a bloody figure with tattered clothes fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. After rolling a few times, he stopped moving. If it was not for the breath from his nose, anyone who saw him would have thought that he was a dead person. After a long while, Xiaoyan slowly woke up amidst a coughing sound. His eyes swept around, checking everything in his surroundings. Haha, kid, not bad. Although you are seriously injured, you can barely be considered to have profited from beating that damn thing to such a state. Suddenly, an old voice sounded from the bottom of Xiaoyan's heart, causing Xiaoyan to be shocked. The loose muscles in his body once again tensed up. After hearing who it was, Xiaoyan finally relaxed. His tense body relaxed, and Xiaoyan instantly felt that all the muscles in his body were extremely sore. Waves of heart-wrenching pain were emitted from within his body. Xiaoyan's face became distorted, causing his already bloody face to appear even more frightening. Xiaoyan violently panted a couple of times. He slowly suppressed the heart-wrenching pain that was emitted from within his body. His heart roared at Guyu. "Old man, can you speak first the next time you speak? You will end up killing me." Guyu smiled awkwardly upon hearing this, but he did not say anything else. Xiaoyan quietly cursed a couple of times in his heart before ignoring him. Both of his eyes were shut as he focused on refining the medicinal pill within his body. Although Xiaoyan had refined the medicinal pill within his body to treat his injuries during the time he had spent with the third hall master, there was still too little time. Hence, Xiaoyan did not completely refine the medicinal strength. Adding this to the fact that he had forcefully endured the kick from the third hall master earlier and had flown so far, the injuries within Xiaoyan's body, which had yet to recover, had become even more serious. If Xiaoyan did not take advantage of this moment to quickly heal his injuries, it was likely that he would really end up with some sequelae. A couple of hours later, Xiaoyan slowly opened his shut eyes. He moved his body slightly, but he still felt the same incomparable pain. Xiaoyan quietly sighed in his heart. A thought passed through his mind, and another Tier 9 recovery pill appeared in his palm. Xiaoyan forcefully swallowed the medicinal pill. He once again shut his eyes and calmly began to refine it. At the same time, at the place where Xiaoyan had fought with the third hall master and the others, a green-clothed old man was slowly rushing over from the distant horizon. At this moment, the mountain forest had already turned into ruins. Looking from above, one could only see a huge crater, as if it had been created by an asteroid. The third hall master and the flame demon old ghost had already disappeared. At this moment, a green-clothed old man was looking at everything with a gloomy face. After a long time, the old man sighed deeply and said to the sky, "Fellow Xiaoyan, the old me is Yuanqing. I have come late. If your spirit is in heaven, please believe the old me. The old me, Yuanqing, will use the remaining strength of my life to avenge you until my death. I will also give an explanation to the clan behind you." The moment these words were spoken, Xiaoyan, who was in the middle of refining the medicinal pill in the forest, suddenly sneezed for some unknown reason. It shook him until his entire body was incomparably sore. After pausing for a moment, Xiaoyan grimaced and opened his mouth to speak. "Which damn thing is cursing me to die now? When I recover from my injuries, I will definitely come and visit you." Humph. Oh. At the same time, thunderclouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and the heavenly might surged. Yuanqing raised his head to the sky and ignored it, wholeheartedly waiting for the heavenly thunder's oath. However, for some unknown reason, the thunderclouds that had just settled down quietly scattered before they could strike. This caused Yuanqing to be completely confused. After blinking a few times, he flew in a certain direction. Swoosh swoosh, dark clouds filled the sky, shrouding the entire world, causing the originally bright day to turn into a dark night. Wild winds surged in the sky above the green forest as a huge whirlwind expanded across the land. Waves of energy continued to emerge from the sky. After which, they were swept into this whirlpool and disappeared in a flash. In the middle of the endless green forest, a young man in white was sitting cross-legged on a piece of green rock with his legs bent. The man's eyes were shut, and his face appeared a little pale. Both of his hands formed a training seal as he absorbed the natural energy for his own training. Waves of mottled natural energy fell from the huge whirlpool above his head. They gathered into a thick energy pillar that surged into the man's body from the Baihui acupoint on his head. After which, it was refined and absorbed by the man. This situation repeated for a couple of hours. Only after the energy whirlpool above the man's head slowly disappeared did the man withdraw from his training state. Xiaoyan slowly opened his eyes. A brilliant light flashed deep within his eyes. Soon after, the air in front of Xiaoyan became distorted. It was accompanied by tiny black lines. A towering ancient tree a couple of dozen feet away from Xiaoyan suddenly emitted a qi sound. Immediately, it turned into tiny powder that scattered down. An unknown cold wind blew past and the powder disappeared. Xiaoyan deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest. Both of his eyes narrowed once again. He lifted his head and gently inhaled the pure air. The corners of Xiaoyan's mouth lifted as he sensed the waves of comfort that were emitted from all over his body. After half a month of recovery, the injuries in my body are more or less healed. Haha, the strength of your physical body has exceeded my expectations. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid that it would take at least a couple of months to recover from such serious injuries. TSK, moreover, the Dragon Phoenix bloodline in your body. TSK, they are all extraordinary things. The corners of Xiaoyan's mouth once again curled into a smile upon hearing this, but he did not reply. After such a long time, Xiaoyan was already used to Guyu's unpredictable appearance. Hence, he was not too surprised. Xiaoyan paused for a moment. The corner of his mouth carried a smile. His eyes suddenly became calm as he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Yes, I didn't expect my injuries to heal so quickly. And this, it's all thanks to that black-cloaked man." At the end of his words, Xiaoyan's originally calm tone suddenly turned cold, causing the temperature around Xiaoyan to abruptly drop. Shaking his head, Xiaoyan tossed these thoughts out of his mind. He straightened his body and twisted left and right. Then, with a violent shake, the blue stone Xiaoyan was sitting on shattered into a pile of dust. On the other hand, Xiaoyan was still sitting cross-legged on the spot, not moving at all. Upon closer inspection, Xiaoyan was actually sitting in the air. There was no need for the bluestone as a cushion. After resting for a moment, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength spread out. A thought passed through his mind and he heard the rustling sound of leaves within the forest. Then, a wild rabbit flew in front of Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan smiled and said indifferently, "Tonight, you can only eat me. I hope that you will have a good reincarnation in your next life." After that, Xiaoyan's spiritual power fluctuated again. Soon after, the fragrance of meat drifted out of the forest. The next day Xiaoyan's eyelids trembled as he slowly opened his eyes. With a flip of his right hand, a pill the size of a longan appeared in Xiaoyan's right palm. Tai Blood Recovery Pill, a Tier 9 golden pill. It was the pill with the fastest recovery rate among the Tier 9 pills. When used when seriously injured, it could speed up the recovery rate of the injury. Usually, it would take a month, but after using the Tai Blood Recovery Pill, half a month was enough. In this way, the efficacy of the Tai Blood Recovery Pill could be seen. But the only flaw was that the Tai Blood Recovery Pill's efficacy was too strong. It couldn't be used when seriously injured, so Xiaoyan didn't care too much about it at first and only refined a few pills. Now that he thought about it, Xiaoyan was quite glad. Although he didn't refine too many, these few pills were enough for his current situation. Otherwise, when the black-cloaked man caught up with him and he was seriously injured, it would be too late for regrets. After taking the pill, Xiaoyan closed his eyes again and calmed his mind to refine it. The pill melted in his mouth and instantly turned into a scorching but not very strong energy flow, rushing into Xiaoyan's body. In Xiaoyan's body, a scarlet energy wave shuttled between his meridians and organs. Everywhere it passed, it was red. In this red, there was a tingling feeling. Coupled with the bursts of scorching heat, it made Xiaoyan feel that everything in his body was a little swollen. In the outside world, Xiaoyan's face was flushed red, the veins on his forehead squirmed, and tiny beads of sweat overflowed from his forehead and slid down his cheeks. Looking at Xiaoyan's body, in the center of the cyclone, there was a scarlet bead, emitting bursts of scorching energy fluctuations. Waves of fiery red air waves swept out from Xiaoyan's body and spread to Xiaoyan's entire body. When the fiery red energy came into contact with Xiaoyan's muscles and organs, it directly immersed into them. At the same time, it also transmitted bursts of swelling pain to Xiaoyan, making Xiaoyan feel very uncomfortable. This repeated state lasted for a full 12 hours, and Xiaoyan was also tortured by the medicinal strength of the pill until he was somewhat numb. The clothes all over Xiaoyan's body were completely soaked in sweat, tightly sticking to his body. Finally, the medicinal strength of the Tai Blood Recovery Pill was completely refined by Xiaoyan, immersing into all the organs and meridians in Xiaoyan's body, unceasingly healing the injuries in Xiaoyan's body for a long time. The instant the medicinal pill was completely refined, Xiaoyan's body became weak and he fell backward. He lay flat on the grass and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Half a month later. Wind howled in the sky. It was clearly the hot sun in the sky, but one could not feel even the slightest bit of warmth. The white-clothed Xiaoyan was seated on an empty ground in the forest. Both of his hands formed a seal and formed a training seal. Threads of natural energy involuntarily gathered toward Xiaoyan. After which, they were refined and absorbed by Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan withdrew from his training state 2 hours later. He sensed the abundant doqi in his body and smiled faintly. Until today, the injuries that Xiaoyan had suffered in the fight with the Third Hall Masters group could be considered to have completely healed. The injuries on his body had healed, but the pain in Xiaoyan's heart had not lessened. His injuries had healed, but the injuries that the heavy Xian ruler had suffered from blocking the attack for him were still present. Xiaoyan flipped his hand and a huge black ruler appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. It was the heavy Xian ruler. Unfortunately, after the Third Hall Master's punch and palm, the heavy Xian ruler's body had already been replaced by cracks. At a glance, it seemed as though it would instantly fall apart if one were to gently bend it with one's hand. Xiaoyan used one hand to hold the huge ruler from below while his other hand gently rubbed the surface of the huge ruler. Xiaoyan could naturally use his strength to allow the heavy Xian ruler to float in the air. However, the heavy Xian ruler was currently on the verge of collapse. Additionally, Xiaoyan had various feelings for this heavy Xian ruler and Yao Lao. Even if he had the strength, how could he be at ease allowing it to float in the air? Xiaoyan's hand rubbed the tiny cracks on the heavy Xian ruler. His heart missed the days when he had carried the heavy Xian ruler and followed Yao Lao to roam the continent. Xiaoyan's expression was indifferent. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Gu Yu, who was within Xiaoyan's body, quietly nodded when he saw this. This person's character was so calm. He was able to remain so calm even when facing such a great enmity. He was extraordinary, an enemy who showed everything on his face was not scary. What was scary was an enemy who would still smile at you after suffering a loss. Because you often don't know how terrifying the abyss of hell is beneath that smile. After a long while, Xiaoyan's hands paused slightly. With a flash of light in his hand, the dark heavy buster sword was put into the storage ring by Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's figure moved, and in the next moment, a white-robed figure suddenly appeared on a mountain peak a few hundred miles away. Xiaoyan stood on top of the mountain peak with his hands behind his back. His soul power gushed out from Xiaoyan's forehead and spread out in all directions. A moment later, Xiaoyan frowned slightly. His figure flashed again and flew towards the depths of the mountain forest. 15 minutes later, Xiaoyan's advancing body paused slightly. His spiritual strength once again spread out, taking in everything within a radius of a few thousand miles into his eyes. 7 rank 9 magical beasts, 16 rank 8 magical beasts, 49 rank 7 magical beasts, over 100 rank 6 magical beasts, and even more. These magical beasts were suppressed by this powerful aura that had suddenly appeared when Xiaoyan probed. All of them lay on the ground submissively and did not even dare to make a sound. Xiaoyan's expression was indifferent. A cold glint flashed deep within his eyes. Soon after, he lifted his hand. A muffled bang sounded, and a cluster of brilliant flames rose from Xiaoyan's palm. The world suddenly became dry the moment the heavenly flame rose. Even a breath of air would cause one's throat to feel dry and painful. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind, and the heavenly flame in his hand emitted a strange ripple. In the next moment, before those magical beasts could react, they were turned into nothingness, leaving behind traces of pure blood and monster cores of various colors. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind. In the next moment, the sky was instantly replaced by monster cores that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The heavenly flame in Xiaoyan's hand flew out and spread out, enveloping all of the monster cores. Amidst a sizzling sound, the monster cores were refined by the heavenly flame until only droplets of pure energy were left. A moment later, Xiaoyan flipped his palm again, and the heavy Xian ruler appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. In the space in front of Xiaoyan, a huge cluster of brilliant energy droplets was quietly floating. Xiaoyan pushed his palm forward, sending the heavy Xian ruler into the cluster of droplets. Immediately after, the seals in Xiaoyan's hands changed. In the next moment, a huge cluster of heavenly flame appeared in front of Xiaoyan, and wrapped around the droplets. The heavenly flame completely enveloped the liquid droplets. Under the continuous refinement of the heavenly flame, the liquid droplets slowly merged with the heavy Xian ruler and repaired the body of the ruler. Oh? What was that just now? I seem to have heard of it. That is? Oh. The heavy Xian ruler? This is really surprising. The heavy Xian ruler has actually appeared. TSK. While Xiaoyan was repairing the heavy Xian ruler, a young man wearing a green robe was curiously looking at Xiaoyan on a towering ancient tree 1,000 feet away from Xiaoyan. Looks like something has happened to the heavy Xian ruler. Is he trying to borrow the 10,000 beast blood and this pure energy to repair the heavy Xian ruler? Haha, he is indeed too naive. How can the heavy Xian ruler be repaired so easily by you? If that's the case, haha, I will have to rely on you. Haha, the young man looked at Xiaoyan's actions, and softly muttered to himself. After dozens of hours, the huge cluster of energy droplets was finally completely immersed in the heavy Xian ruler. However, Xiaoyan was not happy at all. This was because, originally, he had planned to restore the heavy Xian ruler to its original state, but now, nothing had happened. There was not even the slightest sign of restoration. Xiaoyan frowned and sighed. After a long while, Xiaoyan finally opened his mouth and said, "The friend over there, after watching for so long, shouldn't you come out and meet me?" Within the range of Xiaoyan's aura, Xiaoyan was able to clearly sense a somewhat obscure aura. The owner of this aura caused Xiaoyan's heart to slightly tighten. The reason for that was because this person's strength had actually reached the level of a 4-star half-martial emperor. Furthermore, from Xiaoyan's probing, this person's age did not exceed 35 years old. Such a young half-martial emperor expert was truly the first person that Xiaoyan had seen since he became an emperor. Although this aura had already been detected by Xiaoyan, due to the matter of repairing the heavy profound ruler, Xiaoyan had never mentioned it. Now that the heavy profound ruler's repair had failed, Xiaoyan naturally loathed the person who was spying on him. Although that person possessed some strength, his speed was not to be underestimated either. At the very most, he would be able to use another Buddha's angry samsara. Once Xiaoyan said those words, the azure-robed man 3,000 feet away from Xiaoyan also smiled in understanding. He smiled at Xiaoyan and replied, "Haha, it's quite troublesome to repair the heavy profound ruler." Seeing that this friend was going through such trouble to repair this ruler, I couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Thus, I stopped to take a look. Hearing those words, Xiaoyan frowned slightly. This person's tone was very gentle and did not contain the slightest trace of hostility. However, to Xiaoyan's surprise, this person actually began to talk about the heavy profound ruler. This caused Xiaoyan to feel a bit strange in his heart. After a long while, Xiaoyan probingly replied, "Since this is the case, you've already seen enough. Since that's the case and you've seen enough, shouldn't you leave?" Hearing those words, the man's brows slightly raised. The words to chase him away were truly straightforward. However, the man immediately reacted. With a thought, he softly laughed and said, "Haha, haha. Of course, of course. Since this friend has ordered me to leave, if this one doesn't leave, it would seem somewhat shameless. Haha, this one will leave right away." Before he finished speaking, the man turned around and walked towards the depths of the mountain forest. However, before he left, he slightly tilted his head and glanced at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's eyes flickered when he saw this. He had guessed something in his heart. Thus, when the man disappeared from Xiaoyan's sight, Xiaoyan's figure moved. He flew up from the mountain peak and chased after the man. 15 minutes later, one would be able to sense a faint pressure wherever one's aura reached. At the very least, this pressure was already unparalleled to those dozongs and dozuns. Even an elite doshing would likely have to be extremely cautious when they arrived at this place. At this moment, in the forest, in a slightly remote cave, a huge beast covered with tiger stripes was quietly sleeping. Gusts of wind blew out from its nose as it breathed in and out. From the looks of its aura, this magical beast had already reached the advanced level of a rank 9 magical beast. Its strength was comparable to a human 8-star dosheng. It was the overlord-level expert of this region. All of a sudden, the giant beast's bell-sized eyes abruptly opened. The hairs all over its body stood on end. Its bloodthirsty eyes were currently covered by a terrifying aura. A rank 9 magical beast's intelligence was quite high. Although it did not know why the high-rank magical beasts on this continent did not know how to transform, their intelligence was clearly displayed. Just a moment ago, this king of the forest had sensed an extremely frightening pressure in an instant. Although the owner of the pressure had already withdrawn, the faint remnant might that was revealed still caused it to feel a kind of terror that could destroy both its body and soul. After a couple of breaths, the owner of the aura finally left this place under the probing of this magical beast. However, before it could relax, another aura flashed by in the next instant. This tiger-shaped magical beast once again trembled. Although this aura was a little weaker than the previous one, this magical beast did not dare to act recklessly. A green-robed human figure slowly came to a stop at the edge of the sky in the outside world. Xiaoyan's figure had also caught up 10,000 feet behind him. The man turned around and saw. A surprised expression flashed across his eyes. Xiaoyan's speed had clearly shocked him. TSK, this speed is something that only I can catch up to if I use all my strength. However, he is able to do it so easily. Looks like he does have some tricks up his sleeve. Seeing that Xiaoyan's speed was even faster than his, the man was merely a little surprised. The expression on his face was once again dominated by a smile. However, this is even more to my liking. It is likely that I might really be able to borrow his strength to succeed. The man's mouth softly muttered. Xiaoyan's figure had also arrived in front of him from the distance. The green-robed man smiled as he looked at the calm and composed Xiaoyan in front of him. He opened his mouth and laughed. Hee, friend speed is really beyond my expectation. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Not to mention that the man in front of him spoke in such a calm tone. Xiaoyan's tone was naturally gentle. I just have some tricks up my sleeve. After all, it's impossible to not have any means to escape when you are outside. The man didn't say much after hearing Xiaoyan's casual words. He smiled and said to Xiaoyan again. I think you must have a reason to follow me. The man's words were flat. There was no trace of doubt in his words. Xiaoyan also smiled and said, since you have a way to repair my ruler, I will naturally follow you. Hearing this, the man's smile became even brighter. He nodded and said with a smile, I'd just like to deal with smart people. It is convenient and fast. Since this is the case, let's get to know each other first. The man cupped his hands and said with a smile, I am Luo Jin. Xiaoyan quietly remembered this name in his heart when he heard this. After which, he smiled slightly and returned the courtesy as he opened his mouth and said, I am Yan Xiao. Luo Jin's eyes flashed when he heard this. He smiled at Xiaoyan and cupped his hands together. Brother Yan Xiao, nice to meet you. Xiaoyan also smiled and cupped his hands together. Brother Luo Jin, nice to meet you. Luo Jin nodded his head and did not say any more pleasantries. Instead, he went straight to the point. Brother Yan Xiao, the crack on this huge ruler of yours has already reached deep into its core. If you are careless, it is likely that it will break into two. At that time, it is likely that it will be impossible for you even if you merge all the natural treasures in the world. And your previous act of forcefully fusing will only worsen the damage of this giant ruler. If you do it again, I'm afraid this giant ruler will be destroyed. Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly when he heard this. By saying this, if the heavy Xian ruler were to really break into two, he would instead become the main culprit who had caused all of this. When he thought of this and thought of the importance of the heavy Xian ruler to himself, Xiaoyan instantly felt a sense of guilt deep in his soul. Fortunately, all of this did not happen. Otherwise, it was likely that Xiaoyan would really go berserk and find the third hall chief to kill and take revenge. Xiaoyan's eyes and mouth twitched slightly. His throat rolled and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then, he woke up from Luo Jin's words. After thanking Luo Jin, Xiaoyan immediately opened his mouth to ask Luo Jin in an anxious manner. May I ask Brother Luo, what is the restoration method that you know? This giant ruler is very important to me. I hope Brother Luo can tell me. When Luo Jin heard this, he did not directly answer. Instead, he asked Xiaoyan another question. Luo Jin rubbed his chin with one hand. After his eyes turned a few times, he asked Xiaoyan as if he was guessing. Brother Yan Xiao, if I'm not wrong, the material used to forge your giant ruler should be the rare meteoric flame mysterious iron, right? When Xiaoyan heard this, he raised his eyebrows slightly. He was a little puzzled as to why Luo Jin would ask such a question. However, he still nodded his head in agreement. Luo Jin seemed to have expected Xiaoyan's doubts. Without waiting for Xiaoyan to ask, he continued to speak with a smile. The restoration method that I spoke of is related to this meteorite mysterious iron. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. If that was the case, it was indeed the best way to repair the dark heavy buster sword. The heavy Xian ruler was originally forged from the flaming meteorite mysterious iron. It was naturally extremely easy to repair it with the flaming meteorite mysterious iron. Of course, Xiaoyan had already thought of such a simple method, but how could the meteorite mysterious iron be so easy to find? The meteorite mysterious iron was one of the rare weapon materials on the continent and it was extremely rare. Each time it appeared, it would cause a storm on the continent and cause the continent to tremble. Xiaoyan had thought that the meteorite mysterious iron used to forge his dark heavy buster sword might be the last piece in the world. However, from the looks of it now, this was not the case. When Xiaoyan heard Luo Jin's words, he roughly understood. No wonder Luo Jin wanted to ask him about the materials used to forge the dark heavy buster sword. It seemed that he knew where to find the meteorite mysterious iron. Xiaoyan was relieved and turned his gaze to Luo Jin. Luo Jin did not say anything and smiled at Xiaoyan and nodded his head. When Xiaoyan saw this, he was even more delighted. However, Luo Jin's words immediately caused Xiaoyan's expression to instantly turn grave. After Luo Jin nodded his head at Xiaoyan, he said, I do know where to find the meteorite mysterious iron. I do indeed know where the meteorite mysterious iron is. Furthermore, I know that it is a piece of meteorite mysterious iron that is several tens of feet wide. Merely, there is a person there. His strength is roughly that of an 8-star half-martial emperor. The corners of Xiaoyan's mouth twitched a few times. However, in order to repair the dark heavy buster sword, Xiaoyan endured it. Furthermore, to be precise, he is not a person. Instead, he is a magical beast. A high-rank magical beast that has transformed into a human form. The few words high-rank magical beast were especially emphasized by Luo Jin, causing Xiaoyan's expression to become even more serious. A magical beast that was comparable to an 8-star half-martial emperor was indeed a little too terrifying for Xiaoyan. After a long while, Xiaoyan turned his gaze back to Luo Jin and asked with a frown. Since that is the case, I believe Brother Luo also has something that you want, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to cooperate with me. When Luo Jin heard this, he revealed a slightly embarrassed smile. With a smile, he explained to Xiaoyan, for me, it is very troublesome. For me alone, this is indeed a little troublesome. If I'm not careful, I might lose my life. However, now that there are two of us, the chances of success will naturally be higher. When Xiaoyan heard this, the expression on his face was still somewhat unnatural. However, in order to repair the dark heavy buster sword, Xiaoyan was willing to go all out. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes and asked Luo Jin, Brother Luo, since you know so much about the item in that magical beast's hand and how powerful it is, I believe Brother Luo is already quite familiar with it. In that case, Brother Luo, please explain the origin of this magical beast. When Luo Jin heard this, he knew that Xiaoyan was already on the boat. Therefore, he directly opened his mouth and said, that magical beast is called the cloud-splitting wolf. It is a magical beast in the magical beast world that is known for its tyrannical physical body. The strength of its physical body is enough to tear a 3-star half-martial emperor to pieces. It lives in the deepest part of the Lianyun mountain range, the Green Ridge mountain range. It lives alone and there is not a single magical beast that is somewhat tyrannical within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles. Xiaoyan knit his brows slightly when he heard this. It seemed that the deterrence of this cloud-splitting wolf was quite great. It was able to occupy such a large mountain range just by living alone. He really did not know whether or not no one would be allowed to stay on this continent if his strength was a little stronger. Xiaoyan exclaimed for a while. Then, he could not help but sigh in his heart. It is still good to have strength. No one dares to invade. Ghost Temple Sect, although I do not know why you know so much about me, since you insist on making me attack, then next time, don't blame me. Since this is the case, Brother Luo, when should we leave? Xiaoyan sighed emotionally in his heart before opening his mouth to ask Luo Jin. Although his tone was calm, Luo Jin was able to hear a threat of urgency. Luo Jin smiled as he looked towards the horizon. His eyes were filled with wisdom. In the horizon, a patch of red clouds gathered high up in the sky. The scorching sun that had been burning for an entire day had already sunk into the western mountains. Evening quietly arrived. When Xiaoyan saw this, his eyebrows gently raised. Given his intelligence, he naturally understood a little. Xiaoyan nodded his head. He also looked at the fiery red sunset and said without turning his head. Is it because the sky is turning dark? Luo Jin smiled again and nodded his head. His tone was calm as he said. This cloud-splitting wolf can borrow the power of the moon to strengthen himself during the night. Furthermore, the darkness of the night. And his wolf tribe's innate speed. If we really go and find him, even if you and I use all our strength, we will not be able to last more than 300 rounds against him. When Xiaoyan heard this, he softly sighed. Immediately, he sat down and closed his eyes to focus on his cultivation. Luo Jin's eyebrows slightly raised and he smiled. This was truly a cultivation maniac. Even at such a time, he was still going all out to cultivate. Luo Jin gently shook his head and closed his eyes. Spiritual energy spread out from his body and in a few breaths' time, he brought the 2 wild rabbits back. Deep in the night, in the forest, a bonfire was emitting flames. When it shone on the surrounding grass and ancient trees, it was as if a thin layer of golden paint had been applied to them. Xiaoyan and Luo Jin sat cross-legged on the ground. Some light was reflected on their faces. Their dark black hair had also turned golden yellow. Luo Jin tore off a piece of meat that was dripping oil from the bonfire and handed it to Xiaoyan. Haha, perhaps it was not roasted well. I hope Brother Yan Xiao will forgive me. Xiaoyan smiled and nodded his head. He took the piece of meat from Luo Jin's hand and took a bite. However, in the next instant, Xiaoyan's action of swallowing his food suddenly paused. His entire face immediately turned green. The corners of Xiaoyan's mouth twitched slightly. He stared at Luo Jin with an ugly expression and did not say a word. When Luo Jin saw this, he thought that Xiaoyan was suspecting him. He hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Brother Yan Xiao, I did not put poison in it. This is the first time we met, how could I have the intention to harm you? Xiaoyan's face remained green when he heard this. His expression appeared to be somewhat speechless toward this Luo Jin. A long while later, Xiaoyan finally stuck out his tongue. His face twitched slightly and his words were unclear as he opened his mouth to speak with a messy tone. You have never cooked. When these words came out, Luo Jin's expression suddenly froze. He smiled awkwardly and lowered his head without saying a word. Xiaoyan also smiled. He did not expect that Luo Jin did not even know how to cook. He really did not know how he survived in the wilderness. Luo Jin appeared to know what Xiaoyan was thinking in his heart. He once again smiled awkwardly before speaking in an embarrassed manner. In the past, I would only come out after I had bought enough dry rations. Therefore, I have never cooked for myself. Xiaoyan was helpless. This method was really strange. Xiaoyan did not know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. With a thought, spiritual energy quickly spread out from between his eyebrows and spread in all directions. In a few breaths, 2 fat wild rabbits flew in front of Xiaoyan. With a thought, Xiaoyan had already packed up the rabbits under Luo Jin's envious gaze. Very quickly, the 2 rabbits were sprinkled with seasoning. Just one look at them would make one's appetite soar and they appeared in front of Luo Jin's eyes. Without any hesitation, Luo Jin stretched out his hands and hugged one of the rabbits. His mouth began to eat in big bites. Xiaoyan smiled and also tore off a rabbit leg from the roasted meat and ate in big bites. The night passed just like that. The next day a ray of sunlight passed through the layers of trees and shone on the ground in front of the 2. The moment the sunlight shone in, the 2 who were originally sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed suddenly opened their eyes. The 2 of them looked at each other and nodded. They stood up together and flew into the depths of the forest. At this moment, the two of them were moving in unison. Although they each had their own strengths, Xiaoyan's methods perfectly made up for everything. The two of them were like good friends who had known each other for many years. They were extremely close. As the two of them flew, Xiaoyan turned his head and asked Luo Jin, "Brother Luo, have you thought of a plan? Otherwise, when the two of us fight against the cloud-splitting wolf together, I'm afraid it will be a little dangerous." Hearing this, the corners of Luo Jin's mouth curled into a confident arc. He turned his head and smiled at Xiaoyan as he replied, "Of course. Otherwise, with the strength of the two of us, it will really be difficult to deal with him." "Oh, haha. Then, what is Brother Luo's plan? Let me hear it. It will be easier for us to act when the time comes." Hearing this, Luo Jin nodded his head and continued to speak to Xiaoyan. "Although the cloud-splitting wolf's strength is terrifying, it is extremely afraid of sunlight. When the time comes, the two of us will work together to lure it out of his cave. You will block his cave and I will use one of my Do techniques to injure it the moment it is suppressed by the sunlight. I will use this to delay it. As for you, you only need to go to his cave and obtain the things that both of us need." Xiaoyan nodded his head in agreement. However, he immediately frowned and opened his mouth to ask, "May I know what Brother Luo wants? At that time, it will be easier for me to obtain it." Heaven Imperial Jade Essence. A green-blue spirit stone. At its location, there should be many Heaven Imperial flowers growing. This can be refined into a high-tier medicinal pill and is beneficial to your cultivation. You can take it. However, I hope that you can help me obtain the Heaven Imperial Jade Essence. If I obtain it, I will owe Brother Yan Xiao a huge favor. I, Luo Jin, will first thank you." Saying this, Luo Jin stopped in the air and cupped his hands heavily at Xiaoyan. He bowed slightly and expressed his gratitude to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan quietly nodded in his heart when he saw how sincere Luo Jin's attitude was. Not only was Luo Jin meticulous, but he was also very magnanimous. Xiaoyan felt reassured to work with him. Moreover, after interacting with him for such a short period of time, Xiaoyan could tell that Luo Jin was likely an outstanding disciple from some faction. Additionally, Luo Jin was an easygoing person. Hence, Xiaoyan had a good impression of Luo Jin. He extended his hand and courteously thanked Luo Jin. After which, the two of them once again flew towards the Lianyun mountain range. TSK, this little fellow is not simple. Xiaoyan's eyes flashed as he flew. He asked Guyu in his heart, "Elder Gu, what is this?" "Elder Gu, what do you mean by that? Could it be that I was deceived by him?" The person who had spoken was naturally Guyu. Xiaoyan's heart was slightly shaken after hearing Guyu's words. Hence, he asked Guyu with some lingering fear. Guyu softly chuckled upon hearing this. He said, "Don't worry. I do not know if there is a problem with this little fellow, but the thing he wants is not ordinary." Xiaoyan lifted his eyebrows slightly. He asked Guyu in his heart again. "Elder Gu, are you talking about the Heavenly Imperial Jade Essence that he wants?" "Yes." Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned. He was just about to ask when Guyu quickly spoke. The Heavenly Imperial Jade Essence is a natural treasure. It contains extremely pure natural energy. If it is refined and absorbed by someone, that person's strength will definitely soar. This is especially true for a little fellow at the half-emperor level like you. If you use the Heavenly Imperial Jade Essence, your strength will definitely soar. Xiaoyan was slightly startled when he heard this. He originally thought that it was already very good that Luo Jin had told him about the Heavenly Imperial Flower. He did not expect that Luo Jin had hidden such a great treasure. However, the effectiveness of the Heavenly Imperial Jade Essence depends on how much natural energy it absorbs. Normally, if it's a piece of Heavenly Jade Essence that's more than 1,000 years old, the energy it contains is enough to raise your cultivation level by 2 levels. Therefore, I believe that you already have an answer in your heart. Xiaoyan nodded slightly. Since that is the case, I will do my best to help him obtain the Heavenly Imperial Court Jade Essence. This way, it can be considered as me repaying him for helping me find the meteorite mysterious iron. Guyu was speechless when he heard this. There were clearly a few big items waiting for him, yet he wanted to give them to others after obtaining them. This was really too much. However, Guyu thought about it and nodded. He was full of praise for Xiaoyan in his heart. He had a steady temperament, knew how to be grateful, and would not be swayed by petty benefits. He could indeed be considered a moldable talent. Time passed, and the two of them had already entered the Lianyun mountain range. They continued walking towards the depths of the mountain range. The moment the two of them entered the Lianyun mountain range, there was a huge cave in the depths of the Lianyun mountain range. A tall and straight man with a head full of silver hair was seated on the ground. His originally narrowed eyes suddenly opened at this moment as he looked towards Xiaoyan and Luo Jin's direction. The man frowned slightly, snorted softly, and muttered to himself, "That's right." He muttered to himself, "A 2-star half-emperor and a 4-star half-emperor. With such strength, they actually dare to enter my territory. They must be tired of living." After his voice sounded, the man once again narrowed his eyes and continued to sit on the ground. He quietly waited for Xiaoyan and Luo Jin's arrival. A moment later, Xiaoyan and Luo Jin's figures finally appeared in the depths of the Lianyun mountain range. Xiaoyan and Luo Jin's figures stood side by side in front of the huge cave entrance. They both looked at the huge cave entrance in front of them. This cave also matched the character of the cloud-splitting wolf. Within 100 feet of the cave, it had already turned into a pitch-black world. Obviously, this was the work of the cloud-splitting wolf. Moreover, Xiaoyan and Luo Jin could clearly feel that there was a restriction within the cave that could avoid all probing. Hence, unless they personally entered the cave, they would not be able to know what was going on in the cave. Without much hesitation, the two of them moved and entered the pitch-black mountain cave. At the same time, in the depths of the cave, the cyan-cloaked man's eyes suddenly opened. The hand seals in his hands changed. Roar! 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 A violent roar that shook the mountain was emitted from the man's mouth. The violent roar reverberated in the cave and traveled into Xiaoyan and Luo Jin's ears. Hearing this terrifying roar, Xiaoyan and Luo Jin's expressions changed simultaneously. However, the two of them were not ordinary people. After being shocked for a moment, Xiaoyan resisted the dizziness in his head and changed the hand seals in his hands. Then, Yellow Spring Divine Fury. Moo! 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 Another roar resounded within the cave, completely suppressing the sudden roar that came out of nowhere. In the depths of the cave, when the cyan-clothed man heard Xiaoyan's violent roar, he frowned slightly and a trace of anger appeared on his face. He was a magical beast and a wolf-type magical beast that was most sensitive to roars. Xiaoyan's violent roar naturally infuriated him. The cyan-cloaked man's body shook and he stood up from the ground. His eyes were immediately enveloped by a bloodthirsty killing intent. Xiaoyan's roar made him feel a sense of provocation. Hence, after standing up, his body shook again and he disappeared from the spot. If it were not for the pair of inch-deep footprints on the ground, anyone would have thought that the figure just now was just an illusion. The echoes in the cave gradually dissipated and Xiaoyan also stopped. Luo Jin was still a little dizzy, but his body shook and he regained his consciousness. Luo Jin first let out a long breath. After which, he said to Xiaoyan, "Brother Yan Dong is really strong. The Dong Mountain roar of the cloud-splitting wolf is extremely powerful. Even an expert of the same level would have to be careful when dealing with it. If it was used at a close distance, using the echoes in the cave to cause the opponent to lose focus for a short period of time, there is a possibility that the cloud-splitting wolf would directly kill the opponent. However, it is unexpected that the Dong Mountain roar of the cloud-splitting wolf would be resolved by Brother Yan Xiao. You are really powerful." The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth twitched when he heard this. This was originally a very simple matter. If an expert of the same level had to be careful, then he could only blame himself for not having a sonic dough technique. Roar! Which rascal dares to come to Qinggang Mountain and provoke me, Yun Lang? I have not written it for a couple of months. I don't know if I will be able to perfectly connect with the previous plots. This chapter might be a little better than the previous chapters, but I still hope that everyone can give me some opinions. It would be even better if there were a few recommendation votes. Hehe. Chapter 72, Fighting Yin Lang. A furious roar was emitted from deep within the cave. The rumbling sound caused Xiaoyan and Luo Jin to feel a piercing pain in their eardrums. The muscles on their faces twitched involuntarily. Their expressions changed slightly. Xiaoyan and Luo Jin exchanged glances before their bodies quickly pulled back and retreated out of the cave. Huh. Since you have come, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Stay behind. Xiaoyan and Luo Jin had just retreated. They had yet to completely exit the cloud-splitting wolf's cave when Yunlang's ear-piercing roar was once again emitted. Yunlang's body suddenly shook from deep within the cave. The wild and violent dou-qi within his body spread in all directions, causing the entire mountain to involuntarily shake. Yunlang's body suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the bodies of Xiaoyan and Luo Jin, who were retreating out of the cave, stilled. Xiaoyan's expression changed drastically. The dou-qi within his body instantly surged to the surface of his body. The heavenly flame spat out and swiftly agglomerated into a heavenly flame armor on the surface of his body, protecting him within it. The footwork of Yunlang's feet changed as he unleashed the sky extinction step. His body flashed and a fist violently smashed toward Xiaoyan's back. Bang! An instant later, Xiaoyan's body flashed and appeared from a corner of the cave. His body involuntarily collided with the cave wall. With a bang, nearly 1/3 of the surface area of the enormous Qingang mountain was destroyed. The outside world of the other mountains also had a dou-qi barrier vaguely flickering, protecting the entire mountain within it. However, from the looks of it now, it was likely that even this tough dou-qi barrier would not be able to endure for long. The power of this punch was actually so terrifying. Just the power of this punch was enough to blast apart a mountain, and this was only the result of Xiaoyan being sent flying. If this punch were to land solidly on this mountain, it was likely that in an instant, this 1,000 feet tall Qingang mountain would instantly turn into a pile of dust. Luo Jin's heart was involuntarily startled when he saw Xiaoyan being sent flying. The expression on his face instantly became solemn. The true strength of this cloud-splitting wolf was actually this frightening. It had already exceeded his expectations. Luo Jin's face was filled with shock when he saw Xiaoyan being sent flying. Although he had not interacted with Xiaoyan for a long time, Luo Jin had a very good impression of Xiaoyan. Living outside, Luo Jin would naturally not give up on having another friend. Luo Jin's body moved and appeared in front of Xiaoyan in a flash. He helped Xiaoyan up and his spiritual strength followed Xiaoyan's palm and entered Xiaoyan's body to check on Xiaoyan's injuries. Who dares to spy on my primordial spirit? The spiritual strength had just entered Xiaoyan's body when a furious cry that contained a ruthless killing intent was emitted from Xiaoyan's body. Luo Jin's expression also suddenly became surprised. The instant the spiritual strength entered Xiaoyan's body, a wave of extremely hot flame energy suddenly charged toward Luo Jin's spirit. Luo Jin's expression was startled. However, he also knew that this fellow should be related to Xiaoyan. Hence, he did not recklessly charge in. Instead, he chose to withdraw decisively. Yes. Luo Jin controlled his spiritual strength and quickly withdrew. However, even so, Luo Jin's spirit was still eroded by the wild and ferocious flame energy. His entire body involuntarily trembled. His teeth were tightly clenched and the veins on his forehead were about to burst. Beads of sweat flowed out from the pores on his back, drenching a large portion of his clothes. Luo Jin's spiritual strength suddenly trembled. Only then did he regain his senses. His eyes still revealed an astonished expression as he looked at Xiaoyan. The flame energy was not very strong. This was why Luo Jin was not worried even though he was astonished when the flame attacked him. It was also because of this that when the flame attacked Luo Jin's spirit, it caused Luo Jin to instantly sober up. That flame actually possessed an extraordinary amount of damage to the spirit. While he was still staring at Xiaoyan in shock, Xiaoyan pushed him aside. A fist passed through Luo Jin's chest and bombarded Luo Jin's back. Bang! With an explosion, Xiaoyan's body flew backwards. Before he could stop, a figure appeared. Behind Xiaoyan. A fist was violently thrown toward Xiaoyan's back. Xiaoyan's body forcefully flashed and returned to Yunlang's side. The dou-qi in his body surged out like floodwaters. With a thought, Xiaoyan's body suddenly transformed into a 99-foot-tall golden giant. The giant's entire body was covered with flickering purple-gold dragon scales. A pair of large fists had also transformed into dragon claws. A glint flashed in his bright golden glass-like eyes as a fist was suddenly thrown toward Yunlang. A wild and ferocious wind was accompanied by an overbearing fist that tore through space as it violently smashed toward Yunlang. The space became distorted wherever it passed and the land shook. An ear-piercing sonic boom caused the eardrums of all the magical beasts within a 1,000-mile radius to burst and fresh blood flowed. In an instant, the entire Lianyun mountain range had turned into a sea of blood. Yunlang did not feel much surprise in his heart at this powerful attack from Xiaoyan. His body explosively withdrew by 1,000 feet as he let out a furious roar at the sky. The tiny human body from a moment ago had transformed into a 1,000-foot-tall enormous beast in an instant. The cloud-splitting wolf was indeed worthy of being an 8-star half-martial emperor. With merely a glance, its enormous body had already covered over half of the sky. In an instant, the area within a circumference of 100 feet had turned dusky. At this moment, even Xiaoyan with his King Kong glass body was like an adult in front of a newborn baby in front of the cloud-splitting wolf. The cloud-splitting wolf let out a long roar as its body stood up like a human. Standing in the air, its large and sharp wolf claws ruthlessly swatted toward Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's heart did not dare to slight this claw even a little. His body suddenly shook and a monstrous aura suddenly erupted from within his body. A thought passed through his mind and the large golden mouth suddenly widened. Yellow Spring Divine Wrath. Moo. 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 The might of the Yellow Spring Divine Wrath shook the heavens. However, the cloud-splitting wolf did not show any signs of weakness as it opened its mouth and let out a heaven-piercing roar. Dong Mountain Roar. 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 The two attacks collided and the space suddenly shook violently. The space at the center was violently distorted for a while before it suddenly shattered and turned into a pitch-black void. As the space shattered, Xiaoyan's Yellow Spring Divine Wrath was the first to be destroyed by the Dong Mountain Roar and bombarded toward Xiaoyan. This was something that Xiaoyan had already expected. After all, this Yunlang was a genuine 8-star half-martial emperor. It would be difficult for him, a 2-star half-martial emperor, to engage in an all-out fight with him. The heavenly fire in his body suddenly gushed out and covered the entire giant golden fist. The intense heat caused the entire world to dry up in an instant. The forest below instantly turned into an endless sea of fire that spread in all directions. The ground also turned into cracked yellow soil and the hard rocks gradually melted into blazing hot magma. Ha! Earth Astral Flame, explode! Once again, Yunlang let out an explosive roar in his heart. A magma fire pillar surging with tyrannical and fierce flame energy suddenly gushed out from the earth vein. With a tyrannical aura that could tear apart space, it pierced a hole through the Dong Mountain Roar. When the fire pillar dissipated, the cloud-splitting wolf Yunlang was startled. After the fire pillar, Xiaoyan's enormous figure had already disappeared. There was only a gradually dissipating golden light where he stood. Octane Blast. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's explosive roar sounded from behind Yunlang. At this moment, Xiaoyan's entire body danced as he charged toward Yunlang. At this moment, every joint in Xiaoyan's body had turned into the most powerful weapon. His moves were grand and fierce. His tyrannical power was strong enough to flatten the Qinggang mountain with a casual strike. At this very moment, even Yunlang, who was standing in front of Xiaoyan, couldn't help but feel shocked by the strength of Xiaoyan's physical body. However, the cloud-splitting wolf was, after all, a magical beast. Magical beasts were naturally proud of their physical bodies. Now that it saw that a human's physical body was so tyrannical, how could the cloud-splitting wolf be willing to accept this? Not daring to underestimate him, the cloud-splitting wolf's body suddenly turned and evenly distributed all the strength in its body to every part of its body. The muscles all over its body tightened like steel, and its upright body instantly charged forward, fiercely colliding with Xiaoyan. How could the strength that was raised in an instant be able to forcefully push back Xiaoyan? The fierce collision caused the space between the man and beast to explode with a loud bang. The strength between the two was completely unleashed at this moment, causing the entire world to tremble in fear. Violent waves of air swept out, and in an instant, there were no clouds in the surrounding 1,000 miles. Although there was sunlight shining down, this world was still wrapped in a layer of ice aura that was like an ice house, causing people to unconsciously feel fear in their hearts. The cloud-splitting wolf was, after all, an 8-star half-martial emperor. Its tyrannical strength allowed it to firmly stand in an undefeatable position. In merely a short moment, Xiaoyan was already somewhat strenuous. Looking back at the cloud-splitting wolf, although its aura was also somewhat unstable, it was much better than Xiaoyan. Seeing this, the cloud-splitting wolf couldn't help but coldly snort in its heart. The doqi within its body gathered on its sharp claws, and the strength of its claws abruptly increased. The fierce doqi exploded at the point of contact with Xiaoyan, and with a single claw, it sent Xiaoyan flying. However, at the instant when Xiaoyan was sent flying, the cloud-splitting wolf frowned in its heart. It felt that something wasn't quite right, but it was unable to pinpoint what it was. In the blink of an eye, it saw that Xiaoyan had been sent flying. Wasn't this a great opportunity? Just as it was about to step forward and give Xiaoyan a quick death, an intense feeling of danger suddenly rose in its heart. The doqi within its body swiftly circulated throughout its entire body. Following which, its body suddenly shook, and a fierce and overbearing force suddenly shot out from the cloud-splitting wolf's claw. It exploded in the air, causing numerous black lines to appear in the surrounding space. Seeing this, the cloud-splitting wolf was instantly enraged. The force that it had forced out from its body earlier was actually a hidden force. Moreover, from the explosive nature of this force, if it were to really explode in its body, even if it wasn't seriously injured, it would at least leave behind a layer of skin. With a flash, Xiaoyan, who had yet to stop his body, was just about to make a move when a fierce fist wind shot over from the side. This cloud-splitting wolf had actually transformed back into its human form. However, the force of this fist was even stronger. Moreover, its speed was so fast that it was impossible to dodge. All he could do was forcefully receive it. In an instant, Xiaoyan gathered all the doqi in his body on the surface of his body. The Dragon Phoenix Ancient Armor and the King Kong Glass Body were both activated to the maximum as he waited for the next attack. An ant's body actually wants to shake the heavens. You are really seeking death. Hand over your life. When the cloud-splitting wolf arrived in front of Xiaoyan, it involuntarily let out a cold laugh in its heart when it saw that Xiaoyan still wanted to make a final gamble. Following which, a fist violently smashed into Xiaoyan's chest. Crack with a crisp sound, the King Kong Glass Body suddenly burst apart. Xiaoyan also returned to his original size. However, the fist wind did not diminish in the slightest as it continued to violently smash into the Dragon Phoenix Ancient Armor on the surface of Xiaoyan's body. Bang! A muffled sound of flesh colliding rang out. Xiaoyan's body was like a cannonball as it flew back into the sky. However, Yunlang's body had already appeared above Xiaoyan, waiting for the final blow. At the critical moment, Xiaoyan's footwork changed once again. His body that was flying back suddenly disappeared, causing the ruthless fist behind him to miss its target. Huh? Yunlang frowned. He was also surprised that Xiaoyan had disappeared in an instant. Yunlang narrowed his eyes. An icy light flashed across his eyes. With his body to the side, Yunlang's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. At the same time, Luo Jin had already recovered. However, he could not intervene in the battle between the two of them. Hence, he could only quietly wait by the side for an opportunity. In his heart, his opinion of Xiaoyan had also changed again and again in this short period of time. Xiaoyan looked ordinary, but his overall strength was far superior. Xiaoyan had many tricks up his sleeves. Just the sound wave do technique alone was enough to make Luo Jin somewhat fearful. The profoundness of the do technique was probably close to a human rank do technique. Although his family also had a sound wave do technique, he really did not have one that could suppress one's soul and destroy one's body like Xiaoyan's sound wave do technique. Seeing Xiaoyan's figure suddenly disappear from the sky, Luo Jin's expression changed once again. What kind of movement skill was this? It actually made Xiaoyan directly disappear from this world. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's clear voice leisurely entered Luo Jin's heart. Brother Luo Jin, you delay Yunlang here first. I will take the opportunity to sneak into his cave and find the heavenly jade essence before coming out to fight with you. Luo Jin's eyebrows twitched. Xiaoyan had actually already entered the cloud-splitting wolf's cave, however, now was not the time for him to think too much. The reason why Xiaoyan had fought with Yunlang from the beginning was probably to save some strength for himself later on. With this thought in mind, Luo Jin's impression of Xiaoyan in his heart once again increased. They had only met for 2 days and Xiaoyan was already able to do so much for him. If he did not befriend such a brother, it was likely that he would regret it for the rest of his life. Nodding heavily in his heart, Luo Jin's gaze suddenly became determined. He was an intelligent person and an emotional person. He would only repay Xiaoyan more for his efforts. When Xiaoyan's voice gradually disappeared from Luo Jin's heart, Luo Jin had already moved and charged towards Yunlang. Today, even if Xiaoyan was unable to find the heavenly jade essence, he would definitely endure until Xiaoyan came out. Whether it's good or not, the reviews are the best. How do you feel after reading it? Please leave a review or something. If there are any inadequacies, time will correct them. At the same time, I hope that everyone can give me a recommendation ticket. Within the pitch-black cave, due to the cloud-splitting wolf special restriction, it was as dark as ink, making it difficult to discern the direction. Even with Xiaoyan's eyesight, he felt as though there was no light in this place. With a thought, the heavenly flame in his body instantly gushed out from the surface of his body. The towering flame illuminated the area within 100 feet of the cloud-splitting wolf's cave as though it was daytime. Within the cave, there were countless tunnels that extended in all directions. Due to the lack of sunlight for a long time, the interior of the cave was somewhat damp. Droplets of water dripped down from the ceiling of the cave. The dense space caused the movement of the water droplets to be somewhat sluggish. Xiaoyan's brows slightly furrowed. He was somewhat surprised by the strength of the restriction. The cloud-splitting wolf was truly extraordinary. If he were to fight with it in the cave, he would probably be defeated in less than 100 moves. There was no time to think too much. Once he entered this place, the time given to Xiaoyan would officially start counting down. Outside, Luo Jin would definitely not be able to hold on for long. Even if he had extraordinary methods, it would be useless under the absolute strength of the cloud-splitting wolf. With a flick of his finger, dozens of thumb-sized fireballs instantly shot out. Although the fireballs were small, the strength of the heavenly flame was not to be underestimated. In an instant, the clear water beside Xiaoyan turned into shattered rocks. That cluster of fire carried a wisp of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength as it flew into the interior of the mansion. Wherever it passed, the hard rock ground would be burned until it was completely red and cracked. Its aura was frightening. After the fireballs flew out, Xiaoyan did not relax. With a move of his body, he flew towards a tunnel without any fireballs. During the flight, Xiaoyan used his spiritual strength to investigate the surrounding environment. At the same time, he smiled and said in his heart, "What's wrong? You've finally woken up after sleeping for so long." Xiaoyan's words were naturally directed at Hui Yi. After a few months, Hui Yi's injuries had finally completely recovered. Luo Jin's actions had also completely awakened him from his slumber. Xiaoyan also told Hui Yi about Luo Jin's matter while the two of them chatted. Hui Yi's heart felt a little more grateful for Luo Jin's earlier actions when he heard Xiaoyan's words. To Hui Yi, Xiaoyan was the person closest to him. It was Xiaoyan who had created him. Since Xiaoyan had a good impression of Luo Jin, he would naturally follow Xiaoyan's opinion. Xiaoyan ventured deeper into the cloud-splitting wolf's mansion while they chatted. The deeper Xiaoyan went, the more a chill rose within his heart. In merely a moment, only 2 of the dozens of fire clusters that had Xiaoyan's spiritual strength attached to them remained. The rest had long since disappeared from this mansion. In the outside world, the battle between Luo Jin and Yunlang was like a raging fire. Of course, even though this was the case, Luo Jin was clearly at a disadvantage. Even with his strength of a 4-star bandit, he was only able to last for 4 hours when fighting with Yunlang. However, Xiaoyan was still shuttling through Yunlang's mansion to search. It was likely that he would need quite a lot of time. This caused Luo Jin to involuntarily feel a little worried. If this continued, he would have already died before Xiaoyan could come out. At that time, it was likely that Xiaoyan would have difficulty escaping this calamity. Luo Jin's mind was spinning rapidly. However, there was nothing he could do. Yunlang's strength was truly not something they could contend against. "Hey! What's wrong? You can't hold on anymore? Where's your companion?" Tell him to come out. If the two of you work together, you might be able to hold on for a while longer. If it's only you, I'm afraid this is the only way. Luo Jin's aura had yet to stabilize when Yun Lang, who was 1,000 feet away, emitted a mocking smile from the corner of his mouth. His tone was icy cold as he mocked. Luo Jin's somewhat pale face suddenly became cold when he heard this. He let out a heavy cold snort. He flipped his hand and a strange palm-sized astrolabe appeared in his hand. The astrolabe looked ordinary, but it was engraved with mysterious patterns. In the middle of the astrolabe, there was a pattern that looked like the Big Dipper. A faint fluorescent light flickered, making the astrolabe even more mysterious. The doqi in his body suddenly moved. Luo Jin's body flashed and he appeared beside Yun Lang. The doqi in his body gathered on his palm. He let out a furious cry in his heart and threw the astrolabe in his hand violently toward Yun Lang. Yun Lang's expression involuntarily changed when he saw this scene. It was unexpected that Luo Jin was actually able to unleash such a quick speed under such circumstances. The two people who had come this time around possessed extraordinary skills. If he did not treat them well, it was likely that he would fail miserably at such an easy task. Yun Lang thought in this manner in his heart. He ignored the astrolabe in Luo Jin's hand. By the time he reacted, Luo Jin had already appeared by his side. A strong and overbearing doqi carried the astrolabe and violently smashed over. Although Yun Lang wanted to dodge, Luo Jin's attack had already arrived in front of him. He did not allow Yun Lang to do anything. His palm reflexively smashed toward the astrolabe in Luo Jin's hand. Although it was just a random attack, how could Yun Lang's strength be compared with Luo Jin's? When his palm was thrown out, the sky shook and the empty space shattered. The space where it passed turned into a vacuum. The sharp wind blew until the clothes on Luo Jin's body were tightly stuck to the surface of his body. The powerful strength caused his skin to feel a piercing pain. Luo Jin did not dare to be careless in his heart when he saw this attack. The doqi in his body completely poured out. The might of the doqi in his palm was extremely mighty and boundless. Bang! Suddenly, the area where the two of them stood turned into an endless empty space. The cold sunlight instantly disappeared and only an endless darkness remained in this area. The big battle between the two of them had already entered the empty space. This vast area was already unable to endure their wild and violent collision. The true collision had only just begun. Suddenly, an extremely domineering wave of doqi swept out from the endless void. Luo Jin's thin body was sent flying by this wave of doqi. Fresh blood was spat out of his mouth as though it was free of charge. A couple of the ribs in front of his chest were also broken by this wave of doqi. The clothes on his body were completely torn and the aura of his entire body had also become extremely weak. The full-strength explosion of an 8-star ban emperor was indeed not something that he could forcefully receive. Roar! A miserable wolf howl that resounded over the sky suddenly spread from the middle of the airwave. Luo Jin, whose aura was weak, was shaken by this sound until he instantly recovered. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched. The serious injuries within his body caused him to feel unbearable pain. However, after forcefully suppressing the waves of intense pain that were emitted from his body, a relaxed smile was lifted on Luo Jin's paper-like face. The wolf howl that reached the sky was accompanied by a monstrous fury as it reverberated over the sky. Even the solid ground shook because of this sound. Xiaoyan stopped moving within the cloud-splitting wolf's cave. He frowned as he looked at the ceiling. The cloud-splitting wolf's cave had actually swayed a little earlier. This caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily worry about Luo Jin's current situation. Old Gu, can you please take a look at Luo Jin's current situation? After all, his strength was limited. He could only ask Guyu for help in investigating. Guyu smiled upon hearing this. His tone carried an unknown meaning as he teased Xiaoyan. Little fellow Xiaoyan, do you really wish for me to help you investigate the situation of that little fellow outside? Huh? Xiaoyan lifted his eyebrows. His eyes continued to rotate. He felt a little uncertain about the meaning behind Guyu's words. Xiaoyan could only resolve the problem at hand after a long while of fruitless effort. A thought passed through his mind, and Guyu obtained Xiaoyan's answer. Haha, not bad. That little fellow's things are not bad. Although it is a little unrealistic for him to shake this cloud-splitting wolf, this is sufficient. Xiaoyan was about to continue asking after hearing this when Guyu changed the topic. He spoke to Xiaoyan. I advise you to hurry up. That little fellow's situation is still alright. However, if you continue to delay like this, the outcome may not be certain. Xiaoyan's expression changed, but he did not continue asking. His body moved, and he instantly disappeared from the spot. He swiftly headed into the cave. Luo Jin glanced at the cloud-splitting wolf's cave. He frowned slightly. It seemed that those two things were not easy to find. Roar. You little rascals are too bold. Don't think that you can suppress me here with this great star plate. Once I break this great star plate formation, the first person I will kill will be you. Suddenly, Yun Lang's hoarse roar, which was filled with an endless brutal murderous intent, was transmitted into Luo Jin's ears. This caused the expression of Luo Jin, who had just calmed down, to change once again. The Great Star Plate contained the Great Star 7-star formation. It was specially used to suppress the strength of one's opponent. Its strength could not be underestimated. However, the one in Luo Jin's hand was only a replica that could be used on the continent. It was clearly impossible for it to completely suppress the cloud-splitting wolf. Luo Jin exhaled a long breath of turbid air. He stood up from the ground. His body flashed and appeared outside of the Great Star Plate formation. His face revealed a determined expression. Within the Great Formation, Yun Lang involuntarily let out a cold snort when he saw Luo Jin's unfathomable appearance. He did not believe that Luo Jin, who was on the verge of serious injuries, would have any means to deal with him. However, in the next moment, Luo Jin slammed his palm on his chest. He opened his mouth and a blood arrow shot out. Luo Jin caught it with his palm. He pointed his finger and the blood in his palm slid down from his fingertip. After a few movements, a palm-sized blood seal appeared in the space in front of Luo Jin. After doing this, Luo Jin placed his palms together. His fingers continuously moved. One after another, mysterious seals were formed and merged with the blood seal. After thinking through 300 seals, Luo Jin had already formed over 300 seals. When the last seal was formed, Luo Jin flipped his palm and his palm merged with the seal. Suddenly, the world shook. Dark clouds appeared in the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Within a radius of 100 feet, wild winds rose and the birds and beasts scattered. Luo Jin's tattered robes fluttered without wind. His aura was as strong as before. It was even stronger than when he was at his peak. At this moment, Luo Jin's strength was equivalent to a 5-star half-emperor. However, this was not the end. Standing in front of the cloud wave, the seals in Luo Jin's hands changed once again. This time around, the seals were extremely powerful. Every time he formed a seal, it caused circular ripples to spread out in the air. One look and one could tell that Luo Jin's next move would be extraordinary. I hope that you can forgive me for being a little slow in writing. Additionally, I would like to ask for your comments. Please vote. Time does not ask for anything other than a vote. Thank you very much. Xiaoyan's body stood at the end of the cave within the cloud-splitting wolf's cave. The solid rock wall in front of him caused Xiaoyan to feel extremely doubtful. There was no other path to take after reaching this place. The two clusters of flames were still moving deeper into the cave. Could it be that this was a dead end? Xiaoyan sensed the movement of the two clusters of heavenly flames. After which, he looked at his current situation and felt a little depressed in his heart. Xiaoyan's eyes viciously stared at the rock wall in front of him. The expression in his eyes changed slightly as he asked Guyu in his heart. Old Gu, can you investigate what is behind this rock wall? Guyu let out an evil laugh, but he did not speak. Xiaoyan lifted his brows. He did not understand this reaction. However, Xiaoyan was an extremely intelligent person. He reacted an instant later. The corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. He was a little speechless at Guyu's words. Guyu laughed in response. He randomly teased a little before returning to silence. This caused Xiaoyan to feel helpless. Xiaoyan bent his legs and sat on the ground. The surging spiritual strength in his mind swiftly spread and covered the entire Qinggang mountain. Xiaoyan's spiritual strength might be powerful, but Xiaoyan was unable to detect any traces of the meteoric flame mysterious iron despite being covered in such a comprehensive manner. This was contrary to Xiaoyan's wishes. Helpless, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength swiftly locked onto the two clusters of flames that were still moving. Xiaoyan quickly absorbed them into his eyes. His powerful spiritual strength was split into two. The surroundings of the two clusters of flames were reflected in Xiaoyan's eyes. Everything was the same. He could not see the end of the dark black and endless cave. He could only continue forward in order to investigate. At the same time, in the outside world, the originally abundant doqi in his body swiftly withdrew like floodwater following the rapid change of the seals in Luo Jin's hands. His aura, which had just stabilized, gradually weakened at this moment. Threads of natural energy that were visible to the naked eye swiftly approached Luo Jin. When they were within an inch of Luo Jin's palm, they disappeared in a flash and turned into nourishment for the Do skill in his hand. Luo Jin's Do skill was clearly not ordinary. Even with his current strength that was comparable to a 5-star half-martial emperor, the supply of doqi within his body was actually somewhat weak. At this moment, Luo Jin's teeth were tightly clenched. The veins on his forehead were bulging and his face was flushed red. His body was trying its best to squeeze out the little hidden doqi in each of his cells. Following the continuous squeezing of the doqi in his body, Luo Jin could clearly feel that the muscles all over his body were emitting a kind of soreness that was difficult to endure at this moment. Waves of exhaustion and powerlessness also involuntarily rose from the bottom of his heart. Even though this was the case, Luo Jin still forcefully endured the soreness in his body. He forcefully controlled his fingers, which were already not very nimble, and carried out the final finishing step. At this moment, Luo Jin could be said to have really reached the point where he was like a lamp that had run out of oil and was at the end of his rope. However, for the sake of Xiaoyan, the thread of obsession in Luo Jin's heart allowed him to persevere in such a manner. He continued to break through his limits and reach a level that he had never reached before. To be able to allow himself to enter a truly weak state, squeeze out all the functions of his body and break through his limits at the same time, such a person could be called an ambitious and ruthless person. If Luo Jin and Xiaoyan were able to leave this place alive after this battle, Luo Jin's future achievements would definitely not be bad. To be able to break through his limits and endure the difficulties of life and death, how could such a person be mediocre? Roar. Within the large formation, the expression on Yun Lang's face immediately became intense the moment he saw the seal in Luo Jin's hand. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that the Do technique that Luo Jin was about to use at this moment was definitely a man-class Do technique. Moreover, seeing Luo Jin's strenuous manner, it was likely that this Do technique was not weak even when placed among the man-class Do techniques. Yun Lang, who had transformed into a human, once again returned to his original form. The restrained doqi within his body suddenly erupted and collided with the restriction within his body in an attempt to break out of the formation. However, how could this Tai 17-star formation be so easy to break? Although it was not the real thing, it was likely that even with Yun Lang's strength, he would have difficulty breaking it if he did not exhaust 30 to 40% of his strength. When the doqi within Yun Lang's body surged and erupted, a wave of bright light suddenly erupted from the star plate that was suspended in midair. Numerous celestial thread-like cream-white energy lines shot out from the middle of the star plate and wrapped around Yun Lang within them. The celestial threads directly passed through Yun Lang's body and passed through his qi paths. Wherever they passed, the doqi within his body would be absorbed by the celestial threads and turned into a part of his strength. The celestial threads broke through all difficulties and reached Yun Lang's vortex. Within a couple of breaths, Yun Lang's doqi was completely sealed. However, Yun Lang's strength was not weak. Even with the star plate suppressing him with all its might, he was still unwilling to give up. Without his doqi, his strong body was still his strongest weapon. Bang! Yun Lang's sharp claws continuously slashed at the immortal threads. The threads, which were as thin as hair, were all reduced to shreds by Yun Lang's claws. However, just as hope rose in Yun Lang's heart, they rapidly recovered. Yun Lang's bombardment was like a huge fist striking cotton, and there was no return. At this moment, the seal in Luo Jin's hand finally came to a perfect end. His pale face did not have the slightest trace of blood. There was a layer of crystallized doqi covering his entire hand. The crystal hand contained 7 colors and looked extremely beautiful. Its crystal-clear bright luster was naturally the favorite of a girl. However, under this crystal-clear luster, spatial cracks that were visible to the naked eye began to appear around the crystal palm. Even the space dozens of feet around Luo Jin's body could be clearly seen, ripples appearing like water ripples. Luo Jin's right palm was aimed at Yunlang from a distance. The powerful strength caused the already shaky space around his palm to instantly collapse. The powerful aura shot toward the sky. Luo Jin's dim eyes stared at Yunlang with great difficulty. His right palm was slowly pushed forward as a sentence was spat out from between his colorless lips and teeth. Silent destruction palm. Luo Jin spat out these 3 words in a soft manner. Suddenly, the sky shook and the wind rose. The crystal hand that was as beautiful as a work of art fell from Luo Jin's palm and flew toward Yunlang. When this palm flew out from Luo Jin's palm, all the medium between the sky and the earth seemed to have been instantly absorbed by it. Although the wind and clouds swept over the sky, not the slightest sound of wind or thunder could be heard. Even Luo Jin's weak breathing felt as though it had disappeared. The sparkling and translucent crystal palm slowly streaked across the void, leaving behind a long rainbow trail. This scene was rather gorgeous in the sky. However, under this gorgeous appearance, who would dare to belittle the sparkling and translucent jade palm? Silence. A silence that was filled with death. Everything was instantly solidified. Even the sky, which looked down on all living things, had finally withdrawn its high and mighty attitude in front of this crystal-clear hand. All that remained was respect. What was called shaking the sky and the earth? What was called exterminating all living things? The scene in front of them could be interpreted by these 2 principles. At this moment, Yunlang, who was within the large formation, had finally calmed down. It was not that he was intimidated by the might of this silent destruction palm. However, what stood in front of him was after all a true man-class Do technique. Even with his strength, he could not be the slightest bit careless when dealing with it. He tried his best to turn his body to one side. Without any Do Chi, his cloud-splitting wolf's frightening physical body was still able to block this frightening attack. Bang! A roar that shook the sky was once again emitted from the endless empty space. Mixed within it was the miserable howl of the cloud-splitting wolf, which sounded extremely sharp. Large amounts of fresh blood came from between the countless number of immortal threads. Wave after wave of incomparably powerful air waves swept out from the center of the explosion. Luo Jin's originally shaky body was sent flying by this attack. He was like a kite with a broken string as he fell to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The painful howl of the cloud-splitting wolf that resounded throughout the sky finally gradually disappeared. It was trapped in the same spot as it slowly recovered. A cluster of palm-sized human-shaped flame was swiftly shuttling through the spacious cave within the cloud-splitting wolf's cave. The dark cave seemed to have no end. Even with Xiaoyan's speed, he still did not gain anything after shuttling for nearly 2 hours. While Xiaoyan was feeling impatient in his heart, a dark black stone wall once again appeared at the edge of his sight. Xiaoyan's frown, which had yet to relax, immediately deepened when he saw this. An impatient expression flashed across his eyes. His heart was about to step back and investigate the other cluster of heavenly flames. What is it? Without the old me leading the way, do you not even believe in your own eyesight? Suddenly, Guyu's mocking voice once again rose within Xiaoyan's heart. This caused Xiaoyan to pause as he was about to withdraw his spiritual strength. A glint flashed across Lin Dong's eyes. The expression in his eyes changed as he looked at the deepest part of the cave. The body formed by the heavenly flame gradually approached the deepest part of the cave. In a short moment, it had arrived in front of the cave. The stone wall was completely made of mountain rocks. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed to be one with the mountain. How could it hide anything else? Xiaoyan frowned slightly. However, he did not doubt Guyu's words. Since the latter dared to say such a thing, there was definitely a reason behind it. Lin Dong did not hesitate. Luo Jin in the outside world was already at his limit. He could not hesitate any longer. Regardless of the result, he needed to see what was behind the stone wall. The strength of a heavenly flame was naturally unparalleled. Regardless of how hard the stone wall was, it would instantly melt like ice meeting fire in front of the heavenly flame. Xiaoyan, who was formed from a heavenly flame, wildly threw a pair of large fire fists forward. Although it was not his actual body, a heavenly flame was still a heavenly flame. The natural strength could not shake it. This seemingly ordinary punch caused the entire Qinggang mountain to tremble. The mountain, which had been blasted by Yunlang and Luo Jin one after another, was bombarded by Xiaoyan's punches one after another. The mountain rocks, which were already filled with countless number of cracks, instantly crumbled like ripe wild fruits on a tree. They followed the mountain and rolled to the ground. Following Xiaoyan's swift attacks, the thick rock wall was forcefully broken open by Xiaoyan. However, there was a solid light curtain at the end of the rock wall that blocked Xiaoyan's path. There was no need to think too much about it. Xiaoyan was able to understand the reason behind this. No wonder he was unable to find it no matter how hard he tried. Yunlang's technique was indeed the technique that Xiaoyan had seen the most in his life. Given Xiaoyan's current strength, it was likely that he would have to put in a lot of effort in order to completely break this thin light curtain. However, the current situation did not allow Xiaoyan to make any more preparations. He needed to go all out if he wanted to leave this place alive. Both of Xiaoyan's golden bright flame eyes suddenly brightened. Both of his fists were tightly clenched. The strength of the heavenly flame all over his body gathered on his right fist. A powerful and overbearing heavenly flame aura swiftly spread. Everything in the surroundings instantly became scalding hot. After the dark rock wall emitted a crisp sound, it shattered into pieces and shot out. The atmosphere in the entire cave suddenly rose to the peak in an instant. Octane blast, explode. Bang! Following the explosive cry in Xiaoyan's heart, the large flame fist suddenly collided with the light curtain in front of him. Circular ripples swiftly spread out like water waves. The powerful force caused the entire Qinggang mountain to shake 3 times. Crack! A clear sound appeared. Xiaoyan's large flame fist was in a stalemate with the light curtain for a long time before the light curtain was finally shattered by Xiaoyan's attack. The item within was exposed to the air. Xiaoyan suddenly looked over. What entered his eyes was a piece of black mysterious metal that was at least 30 feet long. This mysterious metal was undoubtedly the flaming meteorite mysterious metal, the cloud-splitting wolf, who was resting with its eyes shut in the endless empty space in the outside world, suddenly opened them when the light curtain that was protecting this place shattered. A fury that wanted to kill the heavens shot out from deep within its eyes, causing the space in front of it to become distorted. Something happened yesterday, so I was unable to update. I will make it up today. I hope that I will be able to gain everyone's favor. Perhaps some of you are wondering why there is no Xiaoyan's posturing convention. Previously, I did not know how to write because I did not have enough ability. If I have time in the future, I will rewrite the previous chapters. Of course, the content will not change, but the plot will be better. I hope that it will satisfy everyone's eyes. Finally, I will naturally ask for your recommendation votes. Give me some comments or something. This is my greatest wish. Perhaps no one will read these words, but this is really my only wish. Please, everyone. Flaming meteorite mysterious metal. Xiaoyan immediately felt an excitement in his heart when he saw the thick, dark black mysterious metal in front of him. At this moment, the huge rock that had been hanging high in Xiaoyan's heart finally fell. Once he found the flaming meteorite mysterious metal, the heavy Xian ruler would be able to be repaired. Moreover, the only thing he missed in the other world would also be preserved. How could this not cause Xiaoyan to be excited? The heavy Xian ruler carried too many beautiful memories of Xiaoyan. This was something that Xiaoyan would never forget in his life. During the days when he carried the heavy Xian ruler and trained in the Jiama Empire, he and Yao Lao had charged into the empire's borders alone. They had passed through the magical Beast Mountain range, trained in the Tager Desert, and fought in the misty Cloud Mountain. Pan's gate of the Jianan Academy rose. One ruler broke through 10,000 kilometers. Flame swallowed the world. A mysterious tablet was erected in front of the blazing sky tower, one ruler and one person, charging into the central plains alone. The Wind Lightning Pavilion and the Hall of Souls. These were the days that Xiaoyan had spent with the heavy Xian ruler when he was growing up. How could he forget them? Among them, the badge that Sun Er had drawn for Pan's gate. The huge ruler and green lotus on it appeared to be a scene from yesterday in Xiaoyan's eyes even until now. Forget? How could Xiaoyan forget? On what basis should he forget? The heavy Xian ruler was personally given to him by Yao Lao. The ruler technique was also personally taught by Yao Lao. As for the D-class Do technique, 6-joint body flowing ruler, it was second brother Shaoli who took the risk of offending a tier 6 alchemist to forcefully buy it for him. Although the ending was acceptable, how could the deep brotherly affection within it be so easily forgotten? In Xiaoyan's heart, the dark heavy buster sword was no longer a weapon. It was his spiritual sustenance. If there was a chance in the future, Xiaoyan would definitely let everyone in the Yuanwu continent witness the glory of the dark heavy buster sword. These words were not a joke. Xiaoyan swore in the name of the Flame Emperor that he would never regret it. Xiaoyan was startled as he stared at the flaming meteorite mysterious metal in front of him. The body that was agglomerated from the heavenly flame suddenly exploded. The powerful heavenly flame, in addition to Xiaoyan's frightening D-state soul, caused this space to endure for a couple of breaths before it finally shattered and revealed a mysterious space. A powerful soul power condensed into a huge palm in the air and threw the meteorite mysterious iron into it. The thing that surprised Xiaoyan was that even with his frightening strength, he still felt a sense of heaviness when he used his spiritual strength to lift the meteorite mysterious iron. Xiaoyan did not have much time to bother about it. His spiritual strength swiftly returned to his body. His body flashed and he was already standing in front of the rock wall. His right fist was tightly clenched and the do-chi within his body swiftly agglomerated. A glint flashed across Xiaoyan's eyes as a punch was thrown forward. Octane blast. Break it. A stern cry sounded and a frightening wind forcefully tore through space. The rock wall dozens of feet around him instantly collapsed. An enormous rock fell from above Xiaoyan's head. It had yet to reach within 10 feet of Xiaoyan when it suddenly exploded and turned into dust that scattered in all directions. Bang! If nothing unexpected happened, the rock wall in front of Xiaoyan was instantly shattered into a pile of dust. When it collided with the do-chi light curtain, circular water-like ripples spread apart. However, it was not affected in the slightest. Xiaoyan emitted a cold snort in his heart. His body moved and a punch was quickly thrown out before the ripples disappeared. It violently smashed into the do-chi light curtain. Bang! That do-chi light curtain was extremely firm when the attack was thrown out. Circular ripples continued to spread from the point where Xiaoyan's fist and the light curtain made contact. However, nothing happened. The endurance of this light curtain caused Xiaoyan to feel surprised. However, the more this was the case, the more certain Xiaoyan was that the heavenly imperial jade essence was behind this light curtain. After all, the heavenly imperial jade essence was much more attractive to the cloud-splitting wolf compared to the flaming meteorite mysterious iron. Strength was the true Tao master of this world. Xiaoyan's actions became even sharper as he gained confidence in his heart. Fist met fist and a series of do skills were swiftly thrown out. The ripples on the light curtain did not cease. Under Xiaoyan's all-out attack, before one wave of energy ripples could scatter, another wave had already overlapped. Under the layers of suppression, the light curtain under Xiaoyan's fist finally became increasingly transparent. The things within it were also vaguely reflected in Xiaoyan's eyes. While Xiaoyan was using all his strength to attack the do-chi light curtain, the battle situation in the outside world, which had just stabilized, finally underwent a change once again. Roar! Little rascal, you actually dare to attempt to snatch the treasure of my cave. You are really seeking death. Suddenly, a shocking thunderous explosion spread in all directions within the endless empty space. It shook the entire Lianyun mountain range until it trembled. The countless number of magical beasts that had already died exploded under this thunderous roar at this moment. They turned into a bloody fog that scattered in all directions, causing the entire Lianyun mountain range to appear like an azure purgatory that was incomparably bloody. The star plate above the cloud-splitting wolf's head also exploded with a bang under this attack. The celestial silk that restrained the cloud-splitting wolf also instantly turned into specks of starlight that scattered between the sky and the earth. Luo Jin, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground and recovering, suddenly opened his eyes. His heart involuntarily tightened when he saw the cloud-splitting wolf escape from the restraints of the star plate. Had Xiaoyan's location been exposed in the end, however, Luo Jin did not think much of it. After all, Xiaoyan had already entered the cave for such a long time. If the cloud-splitting wolf had not discovered him, it could only mean that the cloud-splitting wolf was too stupid. Standing up, Luo Jin flipped his palm and a pill the size of a longan appeared in his hand. His heart ached as he glanced at the pill in his hand. The corners of Luo Jin's mouth involuntarily twitched. Evidently, this pill was not ordinary. Otherwise, Luo Jin would not have felt such heartache. Heartache was one thing, but in the current situation, he had to survive. If he died, what was the use of this pill? Luo Jin placed the pill into his mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth, turning into an extremely gentle energy that instantly spread throughout his entire body. The few broken ribs in his chest rapidly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The injuries in his body also gradually recovered under the medicinal effects of the pill. Although the effect of the pill was very fast, Luo Jin did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort during this process. This pill was indeed extraordinary. Roar. The cloud-splitting wolf's mouth suddenly emitted a fierce roar as he sensed the repeatedly recovering aura within Luo Jin's body. His body moved and charged toward Luo Jin. He also knew that if he was unable to finish off Luo Jin, it was likely that he would be unable to stop Xiaoyan's intentions. Huh. Octane blast. Break for me. Within the cloud-splitting wolf's cave, in front of the dim Douqi light screen, a wild roar suddenly erupted from Xiaoyan's mouth. The Douqi within his body crazily surged into his fist. With an explosion, the solid light screen was finally forcefully shattered by Xiaoyan. Behind the light screen was another spacious cave. However, the difference between this cave and the previous one was that there was a thick and solid demonic flower standing in the middle of the cave. The demonic flower was sparkling and translucent, emerald green like jade. An enormous flower emitting a rich fragrance stood at the top. Its thick and solid roots were deeply embedded into the ground. Waves of pure natural energy slowly flowed up from its roots and disappeared into the demonic flower in a flash. Haha, good brat. Looks like your luck is quite good. With this thing, it is likely that you will definitely break through to a 3-star ban emperor. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, you will be able to stabilize your cultivation at the intermediate 3-star ban emperor level after absorbing its strength. How about it? This temptation should be sufficient for you, right? Suddenly, Guyu's unpredictable teasing words were once again emitted from Xiaoyan's heart. This caused the latter's expression to involuntarily change. 3-star ban emperor. This temptation could not be described as small. It should be known that once one's strength reached the ban emperor level, it would be extremely difficult to break through. Given Xiaoyan's current situation, it was likely that he would need at least 1 or 2 years to break through to a 3-star ban emperor without the help of an external object. At this moment, a demonic flower had solved 1 or 2 years of training for Xiaoyan. How could this not cause him to feel excited in his heart? Xiaoyan's body moved and stepped forward. A fire light flashed in his hand and a dagger formed from a heavenly flame appeared. Xiaoyan waved his hand and slashed with the dagger. Go ahead, go ahead. The old me wants to see just how you will destroy this heavenly imperial demonic flower. Before the dagger could land, Guyu's voice, which was filled with an inexplicable meaning, was once again transmitted. This caused Xiaoyan's hand to pause. Guyu's tone changed upon seeing this. He had an unfathomable appearance as he slowly opened his mouth and said, "The heavenly imperial demonic flower was originally a type of heavenly imperial flower. However, due to it growing on the heavenly imperial jade essence, it took root in the heavenly imperial jade essence and devoured the natural spiritual energy within the heavenly imperial jade essence for a long period of time. This resulted in it mutating into this form. If one wished to pluck it, one would need to use brute force to forcefully pull out the heavenly imperial demonic flower and the heavenly imperial jade essence from the soil. After which, one would need to cut off its roots. Only by doing so would one be able to perfectly refine it." Xiaoyan did not dare to slight this matter upon hearing this. His body flashed and arrived in front of the demonic flower. An explosive cry was suddenly emitted in his heart. His body immediately changed and the King Kong glass body was once again unleashed. The originally thick demonic flower appeared just like a small tree in front of this strong body. It could be shaken with just a little force. Both of Lin Dong's hands firmly grabbed the demonic flower. A huge force suddenly spread through every inch of the cave. Huh. A loud rumbling sound reverberated within the cave. The invisible wild and violent force caused the walls of the cave to crack apart. Many large spiderweb-like cracks formed on the ground around the demonic flower due to Xiaoyan's huge force. The roots of the demonic flower that were buried deep underground were vaguely visible. Bang! With a bang, Luo Jin's body flew out uncontrollably. Soon after, he viciously smashed into a towering mountain. This towering mountain also exploded with a loud bang from Luo Jin's collision. Huge rocks shot towards the horizon, before disappearing without a trace. One could imagine just how powerful the attack that Luo Jin had received was. Cough cough. Luo Jin violently coughed for a while as he climbed up from the ruins with great difficulty. Large mouthfuls of blood were spat out as if they were free. Faintly, one could see some blood-stained dregs. Clearly, those were Luo Jin's shattered internal organs. Luo Jin strenuously raised his eyes to look at Yunlang in the sky. A sense of powerlessness rose within his heart. An 8-star half-emperor was indeed worthy of his reputation. With his strength of a 4-star half-emperor, the gap was still too great, although he felt helpless in his heart. When Luo Jin thought of Xiaoyan still in Yunlang's cave, a heroic feeling involuntarily rose within his body. Clenching his fists tightly, Luo Jin's body trembled slightly as he stood up. Unknowingly, Luo Jin had once again broken through his limits. Willpower was indeed something even more frightening than strength. At this moment, Luo Jin's body seemed to be filled with strength. His palms were placed together and the doqi that had been drained from his body was completely released. Rays of dim light shot out from his palms and a surging will swiftly spread. When one looked at Xiaoyan again, the heavenly imperial demonic flower was pulled out as expected under his frightening strength. There was indeed a palm-sized emerald green rock at its roots. It was being entangled by a countless number of roots. Wave after wave of extremely pure natural energy was sent into the demonic flower's trunk through the roots. Casually picking the heavenly imperial jade essence, Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily surged. However, it was immediately forcefully suppressed by Xiaoyan. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted by such a treasure. However, Xiaoyan was after all the Flame Emperor. At the very least, he still possessed this little bit of self-control. Xiaoyan would naturally not interfere with something that he had promised others. This was perhaps the reason why Xiaoyan was able to prepare helpers. Haha, not bad, not bad. Looking at the quality of this heavenly imperial jade essence, it seems that it has existed for quite a long time. It might not be 3,000 years old, but it should be around 2,700 years old. Xiaoyan's expression involuntarily changed upon hearing this. As long as Luo Jin could find an opportunity to refine this heavenly imperial jade essence, it would mean that he would be able to raise his strength by 5 stars. With such a treasure, it was no wonder that the external defenses were so strong. You should not think so. Much. 5-star strength, humph, is it possible? Yu continued before Xiaoyan's expression could change. The reason this heavenly imperial demonic flower has been able to grow until now is all because of this heavenly imperial jade essence. Over half of the natural strength within it has already dissipated. Even if that brat refines it, his strength will at the very most reach the quasi 8-star Ban Emperor level. It will likely be difficult for him to advance even an inch further. Unless... Yu did not say anything else after speaking until this point. He randomly dismissed Xiaoyan with a couple of sentences and ceased speaking. Xiaoyan's eyes landed on the heavenly imperial demonic flower. Pei. Luo Jin and Yunlang stood in the air. Luo Jin violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He used his torn sleeve to wipe his mouth, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Luo Jin's eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Yunlang opposite him. He panted heavily as he raised his right hand towards Yunlang and made a disdainful gesture. This disdainful gesture naturally angered Yunlang. Ever since he had become an emperor, no one in the Lianyan mountain range dared to use such an attitude towards him. Today, Xiaoyan and Luo Jin could be said to have been repeatedly slapped in the face. How could he not be angry? Yunlang let out a long roar towards the sky. His body suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Luo Jin. His right fist was tightly clenched as he threw a punch towards Luo Jin's face. Luo Jin's expression involuntarily changed in the face of this sudden attack. His heart instantly tightened and even his heart stopped for an instant. However, Luo Jin was not an ordinary cultivator. Although he could not defeat Yun Lang, he still had time to put up some defenses. The little Doqi in his body surged out and swiftly agglomerated into a thick circular shield in front of him, blocking Yun Lang's attack. However, it was clear that Luo Jin had still underestimated Yun Lang's strength. Although Yun Lang's strength had decreased by 50% after several intense battles, how could an 8-star half-martial emperor be so easy to deal with? Even though Yun Lang only possessed 50% of his strength, it was still not something that Luo Jin could withstand. The corner of Yun Lang's mouth involuntarily revealed a mocking smile when he saw the thin Doqi that surged out of Luo Jin's body. His body shook and the Doqi under his fist swiftly agglomerated into a substance, wrapping around his entire fist. Its might could be said to be world-shocking. It tore through the air in an instant. The powerful wind caused the air to emit waves of ear-piercing sonic booms. Wherever the wind from the fist passed, the air would tremble and the air would shatter. The entire world trembled because of this punch. Bang! There was no powerful Do technique. There was only a simple punch. However, when it came into contact with the Doqi shield, the nearly substance-like Doqi shield was blasted apart in a destructive manner. Luo Jin's final defense was ultimately of no use. After his defense was broken, Yun Lang's mighty punch did not slow down in the slightest as it charged towards Luo Jin's face. If this punch landed, Luo Jin would undoubtedly die. At this moment, Luo Jin's heart had calmed down. Although he had only been in contact with Xiaoyan for a short period of time, he could tell that there were many reasons behind Xiaoyan's desire to repair the heavy Xian ruler. It was also because of this that he had bitterly endured until now for Xiaoyan. He valued friendship, had extraordinary talent, and was possessed by the divine fire. Such a person would have a place in the Yuanwu continent sooner or later. Ah, brother Yan Xiao, goodbye. With a miserable smile, Luo Jin closed his eyes and waited for Yun Lang's punch to arrive. Swoosh, a thunder-like sonic boom suddenly sounded in the sky. Immediately, the dark clouds changed color and thunder clouds rolled. A wild and violent storm instantly engulfed the area. Yun Lang's punch, which was originally just inches away from Luo Jin's face, missed due to this thunder-like sound, causing the space in front of him to shatter with a bang. Ah! This aura belongs to that human from earlier. Yun Lang involuntarily frowned when his punch missed. Under the investigation of his powerful spiritual strength, the person who had arrived was Xiaoyan, who had sneaked into his cave. Xiaoyan supported Luo Jin with one hand and conveniently placed a medicinal pill into his mouth. After which, he found a green rock and allowed Luo Jin to lean against it. Under the swift recovery of the medicinal strength of the medicinal pill, Luo Jin slowly woke up. He glanced at Xiaoyan and the expression on his face suddenly turned to joy. Although he was still very weak, he knew that the current situation was urgent and did not have the time to say anything. All he could do was use a somewhat hoarse voice to softly say, "Brother Yan Xiao, it's not good to stay here for long. You should leave quickly. You won't be able to defeat that cloud-splitting wolf alone." Xiaoyan could not help but be startled when he heard this. It turned out that this fellow thought that he had come out to save him before he found the item. However, even though he thought this way, his heart was more moved by Luo Jin's words. Xiaoyan smiled slightly and told Luo Jin to relax and wait for him at his original spot. With a flash, Xiaoyan had already arrived 1,000 feet in front of Yun Lang. Humph! You human, are really courting death. You actually dared to steal my treasure. See if I don't tear you to pieces today. Die for me. Xiaoyan laughed when he heard this. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and sneered with a mocking expression. Your item, heh? It was born from the heavens and the earth. How did it become your item? Moreover, natural treasures belong to the capable. Since you don't use it, don't blame me. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, the anger in Yun Lang's heart grew. He could not help but laugh out of extreme anger. Good. Good. What a good belonged to the capable. What a sharp-tongued human. In that case, I want to see just how great your ability is that you are worthy of this heavenly demonic flower. Yun Lang's hand rotated before his voice sounded. The Doqi in his body instantly surged out of his body and gathered in his palm. It was repeatedly compressed. The turbulent doqi around Yunlang's body was like a wave that swept apart with Yunlang in the middle. This part of the world was also covered by this wave. Yunlang raised his right hand. Pure doqi swiftly agglomerated in his palm. In merely a moment, a green jade-colored bead that was agglomerated from doqi appeared in Yunlang's palm. Soon after, Yunlang's palm violently slammed downwards. Foresees wave. The spreading doqi wave suddenly stilled as the palm struck down. It was as though time had forcefully stopped it. Soon after, however, a bright glow spread out from Yunlang's palm in a lightning-like manner. Bang! The world was annihilated wherever the light passed. The hot sun did not have any light and the empty space instantly collapsed. Even though this was the case, it was merely the remnant force of this Do skill erupting. Surprise involuntarily flashed across Xiaoyan's eyes when he saw this. The strength of this Do skill was actually this strong. Not daring to underestimate it, Xiaoyan swiftly raised the doqi within his body. He suddenly clenched his right hand and all the doqi gathered in his palm. His eyeballs rotated and a glow flashed across the depths of his eyes. The strength of the heavenly flame in his body suddenly erupted. Hui, who was seated cross-legged within Xiaoyan's vortex, suddenly emitted a dazzling glow. Immediately, a bang sounded and it merged with Xiaoyan. Ha! With an explosive cry, Xiaoyan's tightly clenched hand slowly relaxed. A thumb-sized dark black round dot appeared in Xiaoyan's palm. Xiaoyan's body suddenly shook. In an instant, Xiaoyan had already forcefully broken through Yunlang's Do skill and arrived in front of Yunlang. Yunlang merely let out a cold laugh when he saw this. His left hand swiftly formed a seal. Soon after, a wolf howl was emitted from his mouth. It was the Dong Mountain Howl. Roar. The Dong Mountain Howl, which had an extraordinary strength, naturally subdued Xiaoyan with one blow. In his unconscious state, the current Xiaoyan was already equivalent to a fish on a chopping board, allowing Yunlang to kill him as he pleased. Humph! With a sneer, Yunlang's hand had already transformed into a huge wolf claw that violently grabbed toward Xiaoyan's head. With this claw, Xiaoyan would definitely die. Bang! Just as Yunlang's wolf claw was about to strike Xiaoyan's head, Xiaoyan's right palm struck his chest first. Before the palm was completed, Xiaoyan's fist once again violently smashed into the already stunned Yunlang's chest, sending him flying 1,000 miles away. Looking at Xiaoyan again, the current Xiaoyan had a pink demonic lotus deep within his pupils. There was a creamy white flame dancing repeatedly on top of the lotus, appearing extremely mysterious. The lotus disappeared and Xiaoyan's empty expression once again recovered its clarity. He gently shook his still giddy head and lowered his head to look at the scars left behind by the four seas. Xiaoyan involuntarily shivered. Even if he used the strength of the heavenly flame to defend himself with all his might, he was still unable to block it. Under the Dong Mountain Howl, Xiaoyan was naturally subdued until he lost his consciousness. However, Xiaoyan's loss of consciousness did not mean that Hui was also subdued. With Hui controlling his body, the great heaven creation palm in his palm naturally struck Yunlang's body. Roar! Rascal, you actually broke through to the 3-star half-martial emperor realm with the help of the heavenly imperial demonic flower. However, even so, you won't be able to escape death today. Also, that guy in your body, come out. Without giving Xiaoyan the slightest chance to react, Yunlang suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyan from the horizon. His figure shook and transformed into his original form. His huge wolf claws viciously clawed at Xiaoyan's head. Xiaoyan's complexion suddenly changed. His figure dodged the attack. Before Xiaoyan could react, the cloud-splitting wolf's attack came again. Xiaoyan's footsteps constantly changed as he repeatedly used the sky extinction steps. In the distant horizon, a huge demonic beast could be seen pouncing everywhere. Waves of sonic booms reverberated between the heavens and the earth. Occasionally, a ferocious power would explode a mountain. This repeated again and again. The two of them had fought for over 700 exchanges. Xiaoyan's lightning-like frightening speed after his breakthrough caused Yunlang, an 8-star bandit, to feel an extreme headache. The two of them exchanged blows and were actually unable to determine a victor. Vaguely, there seemed to be something brewing within Xiaoyan's sleeves. It was only waiting for Xiaoyan to completely unleash it with a single thought. The heavenly flame within his body separated and transformed in his palm. Finally, it transformed into the appearance of the heavy Xian ruler. As the huge fire ruler was swung, it carried a fiery aura that scorched the horizon. When the cloud-splitting wolf's claw attacked, Xiaoyan also met it with a ruler. The attacks of the two were large and powerful. Although Xiaoyan's strength was inferior to the cloud-splitting wolf, he was still able to forcefully suppress it with the heavenly flame. Hence, it was difficult to tell who would emerge victorious. This was a battle of attrition where doqi was used. Endurance would be the main factor in the battle until the end. Xiaoyan's body suddenly flashed in the midst of the battle. The stable battle situation was suddenly broken by this action of Xiaoyan's. Flaming devouring tsunami. An explosive cry sounded as the huge fire ruler in his hand slashed horizontally in front of him. A beautiful flame wave suddenly shot out from the end of the ruler and smashed toward the cloud-splitting wolf. The cloud-splitting wolf's expression did not change when it saw this. Its pair of extremely sharp wolf claws slashed through the air. A forked doqi swiftly shot out and collided with the flaming devouring tsunami, resisting it equally. Bang! An explosion sounded. A wild and ferocious hot flame wave suddenly spread apart, engulfing both Xiaoyan and the cloud-splitting wolf. From this, one could imagine just how great the strength of this explosion was. Just as the flame wave swept across the sky, the air wave in front of Xiaoyan instantly split into two at the spot where he stood. A dark black mysterious light pillar suddenly shot out and smashed toward the enormous body of the cloud-splitting wolf. The dark black light pillar appeared ordinary. However, the space quietly collapsed wherever it passed. Even the endless empty space was swallowed by it. This seemingly random attack would instantly overturn the entire battle situation. This scene caused even Luo Jin, who was resting on the green rock, to involuntarily shift his gaze over. Immediately, the pale expression on his face instantly turned into surprise. The cloud-splitting wolf, who was standing in front of Xiaoyan, was naturally the same. Luo Jin rolled his throat with great difficulty. His dry lips curled slightly as he cried out in surprise in his heart. Just what kind of Do technique is this? It can actually swallow empty space. The dark black energy pillar randomly pierced through the empty space. In merely an instant, it had already arrived in front of Yunlang's enormous body. Yunlang naturally did not dare to underestimate this attack. A man-class Do technique was no joke. Even with his strength of an 8-star bandit, he had no choice but to use all his strength to face a man-class Do technique. Yunlang's enormous body turned and once again turned into his human form. Only in this state would he be able to make the quickest response. Yunlang knew that he could not dodge this attack and could only accept it. Yunlang's eyelids involuntarily twitched as he looked at the black light pillar that was getting closer and closer, revealing the restlessness in his heart. Under the black light pillar, he could feel an extremely dense destructive force. This force was so strong that even the world would find it difficult to restrain it. Is it another man-class Do technique? Humph. I can see that the doqi in your body is already insufficient. You actually want to use a man-class Do technique to kill me. You are really dreaming. Yunlang raised both of his hands before his voice sounded. The seals between his fingers changed rapidly. Numerous mysterious seals were thrown out one after another. The space in front of him also became distorted. The seemingly invisible space had become the most frightening defense at this moment. All the remaining doqi in Yunlang's body poured out and gathered in his palm. His body also instantly became empty. A feeling of exhaustion and powerlessness rose in his heart. Yunlang completely ignored this. He threw a palm forward and struck the space in front of him. The doqi in his palm seemed to have found a point to pour out and instantly filled the entire empty space. In an instant, a spherical doqi shield appeared around Yunlang's body and covered him within it. However, this was not the end. This shield was actually absorbing the natural energy of this place and turning it into its own use. Big Dipper Guard. Xiaoyan's somewhat pale face immediately revealed a surprise when he saw this. He also had a new view of Yunlang's strength. At this moment, Yunlang had truly revealed all of his strength. It was not surprising for a bandit to control the world as his own. However, this place was ultimately the Yuanwu continent. The rule strength was different from the Doqi continent. One still needed the strength of the Do D class in order to freely control the world. Currently, this Xianlang was actually able to control a part of the world as his own aid. This kind of ability was really rare. It was likely impossible to control a part of the world at the Band D class if one did not possess sufficient talent. The true strength of this cloud-splitting wolf could be seen. The shield in front of Xianlang had just quietly formed when the 10 feet wide dark black energy pillar collided with it. Silence. Even the rustling sound of leaves being blown by the wind had disappeared. The entire world had returned to silence, just like the beginning of the primal chaos. No aura of life could be sensed, nor were there any traces of death. There was only an empty silence. The world was shocked when the two came into contact. The strength of this force was so great that even the world did not dare to create the slightest disturbance. The doqi within Xiaoyan's body was poured into his palm. A light flashed in his palm and the brilliant fire plate once again expanded. The dark black energy pillar also soared. A powerful and frightening strength suddenly erupted and eroded the shield. At the point where the Buddha's Fury Samsara collided with the shield, a terrifying tearing force was competing with each other. The black beam of light was constantly breaking down the world's energy above the shield, which was then devoured by the beam of light and turned into nourishment. The shield was also doing its best to swallow the natural energy in this place. The powerful tearing force turned all the natural energy within a 10,000 feet radius into a cluster of pure energy liquid that was suspended in the air above the shield. It was used to replenish the shield and resist the angry Buddha reincarnation. With the help of the natural energy, Xianlang was naturally incomparably relaxed. Although he appeared to be in a passive position, he was smiling as he looked at Xiaoyan as though he was watching a show. It was as though he could already see victory waving at him. In this way, Xiaoyan's aura finally became increasingly weak. The feeling of weakness in his body caused him to feel dizzy. However, his powerful spiritual strength continued to support him. Xiaoyan flipped his left hand, which had been idle all this while. A jade bottle appeared in Xiaoyan's palm. He crushed the jade bottle and over 10 Tier 9 energy recovery pills appeared in Xiaoyan's palm. Without any hesitation, Xiaoyan stuffed all of them into his mouth. In an instant, turbulent pure doqi surged into the vortex in Xiaoyan's body like a tidal wave. His exhausted doqi was finally recovered. On the opposite side, Xianlang's eyebrows twitched slightly when he saw this scene. Immediately, his expression turned ruthless. The doqi in his body poured out and he focused all of his attention on controlling the shield in front of him. He was incomparably clear in his heart that as long as he could block this attack from Xiaoyan, he would definitely be the final victor. Looking at Xiaoyan again, although he had the replenishment of the medicinal pills, they were after all only Tier 9 energy recovery pills. Regardless of how many there were, it was still a drop in the bucket for the current Xiaoyan. In an instant, the little doqi that he had just recovered once again disappeared. This caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily feel a little emotional. I'm afraid that I will need to find some D-tier medicinal pill formulas to use. With my current strength, just relying on Tier 9 medicinal pills is far from enough. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes and stared at Xianlang, who was within the shield. The two of them looked at each other and the space suddenly became distorted. Even if a Band D expert did not use doqi, just a gaze was able to cause the space to change. A Band D expert was indeed extraordinary. They were actually this strong, Xianlang laughed mockingly. His aura suddenly soared and his powerful spiritual strength moved with a bang. His spiritual strength possessed the strength of an 8-star Band D. Just a mere pressure was enough to destroy all of Xiaoyan's aura. Such strength was indeed worthy of being an 8-star Band D expert. Xiaoyan's originally solemn expression instantly became much warmer when he saw this. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a mocking smile. If it was a battle of doqi with Xiaoyan, this point might make him extremely solemn. However, if it was a battle of spiritual strength, Xiaoyan could only laugh it off. Competing with an alchemist in terms of spiritual strength was like a skinny man wrestling with a giant. The outcome of the battle was naturally self-evident. When Xianlang's spiritual strength pressed down on Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan was not the slightest bit afraid. The spiritual strength in his body surged like the water of the Yellow River. In an instant, it condensed into a giant hand above Xiaoyan's head. With a thought from Xiaoyan, the giant hand that blotted out the sun instantly attacked and clashed head-on with Xianlang's spiritual strength. How terrifying was an alchemist's spiritual strength? Although Yun Lang was an 8-star bandit, his spiritual strength had only just advanced to the Emperor realm. On the other hand, Xiaoyan had already advanced to the Emperor realm 10 years ago. The gap between them could be imagined. Not good. This human spiritual strength has already stepped into the Emperor realm for many years. It is not something that I can contend with. Yun Lang's heart was suddenly startled when he saw Ling Tian's giant hand. The expression on his face suddenly changed. A frightened glint flowed deep within his eyes. A thought passed through his mind and he wanted to swiftly withdraw his spiritual strength. The change in expression on Yun Lang's face was also captured by Xiaoyan. A cold smile was lifted from the corner of his mouth. The expression in his eyes suddenly became ruthless. Humph, do you think that it is still possible to retreat now? Emperor Realm Soul Skill, Towering Hand. Towering Hand. This was a soul skill that Xiaoyan had found from the countless scrolls left behind by the Tushi ancient god. It was the top soul skill in the entire Dochi continent. Xiaoyan had also mastered it. This towering hand was also quite useful to Xiaoyan. Now that it was used, its strength was also quite shocking. With a cold laugh, the seals in Xiaoyan's left hand swiftly changed. An instant later, that Ling Tian's giant hand moved according to Xiaoyan's thoughts. It grabbed Yun Lang's vast and mighty wave-like spiritual strength in his hand. Yun Lang also appeared to have suffered a heavy blow. His white skinny face instantly became distorted, appearing extremely terrifying. Yun Lang's hand suddenly clenched tightly. He resisted the heart-piercing pain that originated from his soul. At the same time, he did not forget to control the shield in front of him to prevent Xiaoyan from taking advantage of the situation. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth curled. This Yun Lang was not stupid. He was even more clear-headed in the face of death. No wonder he was able to become the overlord of this Lianyun mountain range. With Yun Lang's spiritual strength restrained, Xiaoyan naturally felt a little more relaxed. Coupled with his mountain of energy recovery pills, the situation became a little more stable for a short period of time. In any case, Yun Lang was also the overlord of this area. His heart was filled with pride. How could he be willing to be controlled by Xiaoyan? Hardening his heart, all the muscles in his body tensed up like steel. He clenched his teeth and his eyes instantly turned abnormally scarlet. With a thought in his mind, a heaven-piercing roar sounded. The connection between Yun Lang and that portion of spiritual strength was finally forcefully severed. Roar. Damned human, die. Heavenly wolf howls at the moon, roar. With an earth-shaking furious roar, Yun Lang instantly transformed into his original form. He faced the sky and let out a long roar. Suddenly, the color of the sky changed. The bright day instantly turned into a dusky darkness. A bright moon stood in the clouds, emitting threads of cold light. In the darkness, there was an enormous silver-white wolf standing behind the cloud-splitting wolf. Waves of frightening aura spread from the cloud-splitting wolf's body, causing Xiaoyan's expression to instantly change. Even Luo Jin, who was on the ground, had a grave expression at this moment. This cloud-splitting wolf actually possesses the heavenly ability of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe, Sky Wolf Howling Moon. This is going to be troublesome. The Dochi in Brother Yan's body is currently weak. It will be incomparably difficult for him to defeat the cloud-splitting wolf. This cloud-splitting wolf also has the help of this bright moon. The speed at which it recovers its Dochi is definitely not something that Brother Yan can compare with. I'm afraid that this battle is going to be dangerous. Luo Jin clearly had a better understanding of this move of the cloud-splitting wolf. Even so, there was nothing he could do about it. Although Luo Jin had some understanding of the Sky Wolf Howling Moon, it was only a superficial understanding. There was nothing he could do. Moreover, he was currently seriously injured and was unable to help Xiaoyan. If he were to forcefully charge forward, it was likely that not only would he not be able to help Xiaoyan, but he would instead become a burden to Xiaoyan. Although he felt helpless in his heart, Luo Jin still transmitted what he knew to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan was naturally grateful for this. Although he did not know how to deal with the cloud-splitting wolf, his heart was at least somewhat confident. Hence, he was able to go all out when fighting. Xiaoyan sensed the gradually recovering aura on the cloud-splitting wolf's body. His heart involuntarily tightened. If this continued, it was likely that the cloud-splitting wolf would really be able to endure until the end. However, the medicinal pill replenishment was ultimately too little. No matter how one put it, the body of a bandit was not something that a Tier 9 medicinal pill could provide. His eyes flickered slightly. Although he felt a little reluctant in his heart, the situation dictated that if he did not use it, it was likely that he, Xiaoyan, would die here today. The tug-of-war between the angry Buddha reincarnation and the Big Dipper guardian continued. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind and the fire seal between his brows flickered. Soon after, a cluster of dark black flames flew out from between Xiaoyan's brows and landed in Xiaoyan's palm. A frightening suction force spread from around the dark black flame the moment it appeared. All the medium in the sky moved with it and was forcefully sucked over. After which, it disappeared with a flash on the surface of the flame. Luo Jin's anxious and grave expression changed instantly when he saw this flame. His expression turned into a rich shock when he looked at the flame in Xiaoyan's hand. This is a heavenly flame. This is the second on the heavenly flame ranking, the Nihility Devouring Flame. The Nihility Devouring Flame was a heaven-defying existence ranked second on the heavenly flame ranking. However, he had never expected that such a powerful independent existence would actually be within Xiaoyan's body. If news of this were to spread, it was likely that the entire continent would be in an uproar. Huh? That's not right. Although this heavenly flame possesses the aura of the Nihility Devouring Flame, the might of this flame and its devouring strength is far from being able to devour the world. A trace of doubt rose within Luo Jin's heart as he looked at the Nihility Devouring Flame in Xiaoyan's hand in the sky. This cluster of Nihility Devouring Flame was definitely not the essence of a heavenly flame. The expression in Luo Jin's eyes, which were looking at Xiaoyan, once again changed wildly when he thought of this. His eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. His expression was filled with endless surprise. This flame, this flame is actually a wisp of the essence flame of the Nihility Devouring Flame. It should be known that if Xiaoyan was able to completely devour and subdue the Nihility Devouring Flame, it would only mean that Xiaoyan possessed extraordinary talent. In fact, such a heaven-defying thing was willing to follow him. However, this heavenly flame was merely a wisp of the essence flame of the Nihility Devouring Flame. Although its strength was much weaker than the actual body, if Xiaoyan had relied on his own strength to obtain it from the actual body, it would really be enough to shock one's soul. Being ranked second on the heavenly flame ranking, how could the Nihility Devouring Flame allow its essence flame to be taken by another? However, Xiaoyan was actually able to obtain a wisp of it. How could this not cause one to feel shocked? The strength of the Nihility Devouring Flame was something that the entire continent was clearly aware of. Xiaoyan's attempt to forcefully obtain it was simply wishful thinking. Yet, Xiaoyan had actually taken out a wisp of the essence flame of the Nihility Devouring Flame. This meant that Xiaoyan possessed a frightening talent that could cause the Nihility Devouring Flame to be willing to give in to him. The cloud-splitting wolf, who was standing in front of Xiaoyan, was also surprised and uncertain. Its pair of bell-sized blood-colored eyes had been staring intently at the dark black flame ever since Xiaoyan had taken it out. It could sense an extremely frightening strength within the seemingly insignificant flame. That strength was sufficient to destroy this world in one strike. Xiaoyan held the Nihility Devouring Flame in his hand and stood in the empty space in front of him. His heart suddenly recalled the black flame that had disappeared into the sky. That fellow. Old Bone said that he would obtain a good fortune. I wonder how he is doing now. However, I think that he should be doing better than me. Hee hee. Haha. Xiaoyan sighed in his heart. After which, he focused his attention on the Nihility Devouring Flame in front of him. Although his heart was unwilling, he had no other choice given the current situation. An incomparably powerful spiritual strength entered the essence of the heavenly flame like a celestial thread. The frightening temperature, which could incinerate everything in the outside world, appeared to be nothing in front of Xiaoyan at this moment. His spiritual strength poured into the heavenly flame and swiftly found the spiritual imprint that he had left behind in the past. After hesitating for a moment, a thought passed through his mind. That spiritual imprint slowly disappeared in front of Xiaoyan's eyes. Although this scene was not seen by the cloud-splitting wolf and Luo Jin, they were able to roughly guess what had happened from the change in the aura of the heavenly flame. Xiaoyan had actually cut off the thread of connection with the nihility-devouring flame in his hand. Damn it. Is this fellow crazy? That is the nihility-devouring flame. How can he bear to just let it go? At this moment, even Luo Jin involuntarily spouted vulgar words in his heart. Xiaoyan's actions were really a great blow. Bang. A muffled sound appeared. Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was naturally withdrawn. The aura of the nihility-devouring flame in his hand suddenly erupted. A burning will instantly filled the entire sky. The endless empty space suddenly became distorted. Luo Jin also instantly felt as though he had been thrown into a furnace at this moment. The skin on the surface of his body swiftly turned bright red, causing him to have no choice but to maneuver the little do qi within his body to do his best to resist. The strength of the heavenly flame was actually this powerful. It was merely a 10 millionth of its actual body, yet it was actually able to stir an unusual phenomenon in the sky. This strength could be said to be terrifying. The moment Xiaoyan cut off his connection with the heavenly flame in his hand, in a dark and mysterious space tens of thousands of kilometers away. A black human figure, whose entire body was burning with a dark black flame and whose body was covered with mysterious symbols, suddenly opened his gently shut eyes. He looked in the direction where Xiaoyan was located. Has he cut off his connection with me? In this way, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. However, this is just as well. Allow me to see if you, Flame Emperor, have the strength to force me to lower my head. From his words, this person was He Yan, who had disappeared into the sky after becoming an emperor back then. The strength of the heavenly flame completely erupted after the connection with the nihility-devouring flame was severed. The endless devouring strength even devoured the empty space, turning it into a dark black void. Xiaoyan had controlled this wisp of heavenly flame essence for many years. Even though he had cut off his connection with it, it still danced gently in Xiaoyan's hand. Doqi suddenly surged from Xiaoyan's hand. Half of the little doqi within his body was poured into the heavenly flame by Xiaoyan. With the support of Xiaoyan's doqi, the nihility-devouring flame burned even more intensely. The entire place instantly became dry and hot. The originally tender green grass and trees on the ground were instantly turned into a pile of dust. Threads of natural energy visible to the naked eye appeared to have been guided by something. They wildly gathered toward the nihility-devouring flame in Xiaoyan's hand. Hui, I will leave the refinement to you. Xiaoyan spoke to Hui in his heart. After which, he placed his attention on the angry Buddha reincarnation in his hand. The cloud-splitting wolf's heart involuntarily tightened when he saw the surging natural energy around Xiaoyan's body. It was unexpected that Xiaoyan actually possessed such a technique. If Xiaoyan really succeeded, it was likely that this big battle would be really dangerous. Bright moon attracting star. A long roar was emitted towards the sky. The bright moon in the sky suddenly emitted a bright light. Soon after, a moonlight strength descended from the sky like a bright meteor and landed on the surface of the cloud-splitting wolf's body. The aura of the cloud-splitting wolf suddenly soared. The exhausted doqi within its body also began to swiftly recover. One could see the cloud-splitting wolf once again emitting a howl towards the sky. That endless moonlight strength was like a waterfall of stars that was completely swallowed into its mouth. Soon after, a frightening aura of destruction was emitted from its mouth. Wolf howl 9 heavens, 8 wastelands destruction. Die. Xiaoyan saw a bright white light cluster the size of a planet from the cloud-splitting wolf's mouth the moment it lowered its head. The bright light cluster suddenly erupted when it was aimed at Xiaoyan's angry Buddha reincarnation. A glaring light pillar suddenly shot out from its mouth. It instantly shattered the celestial barrier and violently collided with Xiaoyan's angry Buddha reincarnation. In an instant, Xiaoyan's angry Buddha reincarnation was easily shattered by that light pillar. Xiaoyan's body, which was standing in the air, was involuntarily pushed back by 1,000 feet by this powerful force. That bright white light pillar also charged forward with an unstoppable force until it was 100 feet in front of Xiaoyan. Only then did it slowly come to a stop. Even so, Xiaoyan was already completely exhausted. The devouring and refining of Hui behind him was indeed not enough. His strength was not at the level of a Ban Emperor. All the devouring and replenishing was useless to Xiaoyan. Ha 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 ha. Human. This is the result of provoking me, Yun Lang. You are just like an ant when fighting with me. Unfortunately, you are too arrogant. Don't think that you can fight with an expert who far surpasses you just because you have some strength and tactics. You must remember this point well. Remember not to provoke me, Yun Lang, in your next life. Ha 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 ha. Human, die. The cloud-splitting wolf looked at Xiaoyan, who was already at the end of his rope, and could not help but feel refreshed in his heart. Today, he would definitely use the blood of Xiaoyan and Luo Jing to wash away his anger. The cloud-splitting wolf once again let out an earth-shaking howl. The bright white light pillar in his mouth suddenly shook. The strength within it became even more terrifying. The light pillar, which had just stopped, once again charged forward. The angry Buddha reincarnation would definitely be broken. Xiaoyan exhaled a long breath of turbid air in this moment of desperation. He looked at the approaching bright white light pillar and used a pleading tone to speak to Guyu in his heart. Elder Guyu, this junior knows that you will uphold your duty and will definitely not help this junior deal with the enemy. However, this junior has a request today. I hope that Elder can agree to it. Guyu could not help but feel a little curious when he heard this. As long as it did not violate his duty, it was fine to borrow something. However, the key was that he did not have anything to borrow. Feeling helpless, Guyu involuntarily asked Xiaoyan, "Tell me what you want. What do you want to borrow? If I have it, it is fine even if I lend it to you as long as it does not violate my duty." Xiaoyan's eyes brightened when he heard this. His heart involuntarily sighed in relief. His pale face finally became a little warmer. Elder, this junior wishes to borrow your bone-chilling flame. Guyu's eyes changed slightly as he involuntarily cried out in surprise. However, he quickly laughed. I have nearly forgotten that you still have your strongest Do skill, the angry Buddha lotus flame. Ha, as long as you possess a sufficiently powerful heavenly flame, forget about a man-class Do skill. It is likely that you will not even need to worry about a higher class Do skill. A cluster of dense white flames appeared in front of Xiaoyan before his voice sounded. Xiaoyan thanked Guyu in his heart upon seeing this. After which, he once again focused his eyes on the nihility-devouring flame. Xiaoyan widened his large mouth and a wild and violent suction force was emitted from it. He swallowed the nihility-devouring flame. The flame art chi method within his body was swiftly circulated. Within a couple of breaths, the natural energy around Xiaoyan had been completely swallowed by Xiaoyan. Ha! Angry Buddha reincarnation, explode. Xiaoyan's face gradually recovered its rosiness as he sensed the abundant Do Qi within his body. His right palm suddenly shook and a surging Do Qi suddenly shot out. The dark black light pillar trembled for a moment under the enormous force before it suddenly exploded at the end. The white light pillar was also forcefully shattered into a countless number of pieces by this vast and mighty force. An instant later, a wild and violent heat wave that incinerated the sky suddenly swept over the place. This time around, the cloud-splitting wolf was a lot smarter. Having suffered once, it was only natural that it would not suffer a second time. The large wolf head let out a long howl towards the sky. An endless amount of moonlight scattered down from the bright moon. Immediately, it was swallowed by the cloud-splitting wolf. On the other side, Xiaoyan controlled the bone-chilling flame with one hand and threw the nihility-devouring flame with the other. A thought passed through his mind and the heavenly flames within his body suddenly poured out. 4 clusters of flames appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Bone-chilling flame, nihility-devouring flame, purifying demonic lotus flame. The last cluster of flames, D-flame, the angry Buddha lotus flame this time around would definitely be the most powerful combination Xiaoyan had ever created since he had created the angry Buddha lotus flame. The top 3 heavenly flames on the heavenly flame ranking, Guyu, and the bone-chilling flame, would become Xiaoyan's strongest killing move. Is this really going to work? You've never tried it before. Moreover, given the current condition of your body, can you really do it? Huiyi's voice was suddenly transmitted from the side, causing Xiaoyan's expression to pause. He naturally felt an incomparable pressure when he held such an enormous strength in his hand. The Do Qi that Xiaoyan had refined earlier was not pure enough due to time. Hence, it would be even more difficult for Xiaoyan to merge the heavenly flames. Xiaoyan did not dare to hesitate even a little. Although Huiyi's words were true, the current situation was like this. If Xiaoyan did not go all out, only death would await him. However, Xiaoyan's heart was not limited to this. There were even more mysterious places in the Yuanwu continent that were waiting for him to unearth. How could Xiaoyan be willing to stay in this place, Fu Yu's duty, the black-robed person's pursuit? These were all questions that Xiaoyan had in his heart. Was it fate or a trap for him to become an emperor? Why was the black-robed person so familiar with him? These were all questions that Xiaoyan was most unwilling to accept. Hence, he must continue walking down this path. Sooner or later, he would part the clouds and see the source of everything. Xiaoyan flipped his hands. After which, he violently slapped them together and forcefully merged the nihility-devouring flame and the bone-chilling flame. The collision of the two types of heavenly flames caused the space around Xiaoyan to fluctuate intensely. The powerful strength that erupted from the forceful merger caused the web between Xiaoyan's thumb and index finger to crack a little. Traces of fresh blood had yet to seep out when they were swiftly dried and formed into scabs by the frighteningly high temperature. At this moment, Xiaoyan did not have the mood to bother about this. His frightening spiritual strength poured out as he tried his best to control the heavenly flames in his hand. He tried his best to stabilize them at an equilibrium point. The two types of heavenly flames were finally gradually merged together by Xiaoyan. The strength of the heavenly flames caused Xiaoyan to feel as though this was the first time he was undergoing the merger process. Although he was familiar with it, he was also a little unfamiliar with it. The two types of heavenly flames were completely outside of Xiaoyan's control. If it was not because of Xiaoyan's frightening spiritual strength, it was likely that he would have difficulty succeeding. The difficult first step of the merger process was finally completed. Xiaoyan extended his hand and beckoned. The purifying demonic lotus flame and the god flame were swung over. These two types of heavenly flames were after all heavenly flames that Xiaoyan had already refined. Hence, there was not the slightest difficulty in merging them. Although he was still a little unfamiliar with the control, it would not be difficult for him to use the angry Buddha lotus flame in the future if he succeeded. A moment later, the two clusters of heavenly flames appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Without pausing, Xiaoyan's powerful spiritual strength wrapped around the two clusters of heavenly flames. At this moment, even Xiaoyan had great difficulty controlling these two clusters of heavenly flames. If he was careless, he would end up being turned into ashes. The two clusters of heavenly flames slowly approached each other in Xiaoyan's palm. Their desire to devour each other caused the two clusters of heavenly flames to gradually become more intense even though they were under Xiaoyan's control. Grug. The powerful strength of the heavenly flames caused the blood within Xiaoyan's body to churn. Xiaoyan involuntarily spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Fresh blood had just been spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth when the blazing heavenly flame welcomed it with a bang. The bright red blood instantly turned into nothingness. Damn it. If this continues, the consequences will be unimaginable. Xiaoyan forcefully controlled the heavenly flame in his palm. The veins all over his body bulged as he clenched his teeth. A series of creaking sounds came from between his teeth. His forehead was also dripping with sweat. It could be seen just how much pressure Xiaoyan was under. Huh. Emperor Flame, melt. With an explosive cry in his heart, Xiaoyan's expression suddenly became ruthless. His entire person became crazy. His hands suddenly clapped together and the heavenly flames in his palms collided with each other. The energy that erupted from the collision between the two types of heavenly flames caused Xiaoyan's arms to tremble involuntarily. A wave of numbness instantly assaulted his heart. His entire body shook as he forcefully dispelled the numbness. The strength in his palm soared once again as his spiritual strength completely wrapped around the heavenly flame in his palm. The powerful heavenly flame continuously swept out. The clothes on Xiaoyan's upper body instantly turned into nothingness. The intense temperature caused even Xiaoyan's heart to feel a wave of scorching heat. In an instant, Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly turned crimson red. A few seals were continuously formed in his hands as the heavenly flames in his palms once again violently slammed together. This wild and ferocious heavenly flame finally slowly stabilized as it did its final fusion in Xiaoyan's palm. Roar. Human. Your destiny has come to an end. Today is the day you die. Die. Ha 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 ha. Remember, don't ever meet me in your next life. Otherwise, I will destroy you once again. Heavenly Wolf howls at the moon. Die. Before the angry Buddha lotus flame appeared, another sky wolf moon howl was once again violently smashed toward Xiaoyan. If this attack were to hit, Xiaoyan would definitely die. At this critical moment, Xiaoyan ceased hesitating. Both of his hands abruptly clenched the heavenly flame in his palm. As the flame shot out, the heavenly flame that had just stabilized once again erupted. Seeing this, Xiaoyan violently bit the tip of his tongue with his teeth. A mouthful of essence blood was spat onto the heavenly flame. The seals in his hand swiftly changed as he forcefully stabilized the angry Buddha lotus flame. The brutal aura was violently suppressed within the fire lotus. The fusion of the heavenly flame was finally completed. The abundant doqi within Xiaoyan's body once again became empty. At this moment, the white light pillar, which contained an even more destructive aura than before, finally arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan did his best to focus his attention on the light pillar. The waves of weakness that were emitted from his body caused him to feel a little giddy. His entire body, which was standing high in the sky, was also a little shaky. At this moment, Xiaoyan felt as though his spirit was no longer under his control. His teeth violently bit the tip of his tongue. The intense pain that was transmitted from his nerves caused Xiaoyan to temporarily recover. He used all his strength to control the fire lotus in his palm. The fire lotus was formed. A faint cream-white flame seedling danced and rotated on the lotus leaves. The current angry Buddha lotus flame was already very different on the surface compared to before. From the inside to the outside, the fire lotus was divided into 4 layers. Based on their color, they were cream white, dense white, pink, and black. Looking at it this way, there was not much change compared to before. However, just how strong it was could only be determined in the upcoming battle. In an instant, the white light pillar was already only a couple of feet away from Xiaoyan. At this moment, the vision high in the sky had already been greatly expanded. Luo Jin, who was on the ground, could not help but be greatly alarmed in his heart when he saw this scene. He hurriedly shouted toward Xiaoyan. "Brother Yan Xiao, it's dangerous. Dodge quickly." Xiaoyan turned his head and smiled at Luo Jin when he heard this. Immediately, he turned back and gathered all the strength in his body onto his arms. Xiaoyan's eyes were indifferent as he looked at the white light pillar that was close at hand. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Immediately, both of his hands pushed forward with great force. "Go, angry Buddha lotus flame. Let him witness the strength of the merger of 4 peak heavenly flames. I may not lose this battle." The cloud-splitting wolf let out a cold beast roar when he saw this. It was as though he was expressing the disdain in his heart. It was merely a small fire lotus. To him, it did not even have any meaning to attack. How could it hurt him? It was merely a joke. With regards to this, Xiaoyan chose to ignore it. As for how strong it was, he would naturally find out after a while. Xiaoyan's body suddenly became weak after the fire lotus was pushed forward. He staggered and nearly fell from the sky. This scene caused Luo Jin to be extremely anxious. The drifting fire lotus did not appear to possess any threatening intent. However, from the point that the area where it passed turned into an endless empty space, the interior of this seemingly harmless fire lotus possessed a frightening might that could shake the world. The fire lotus and the white light pillar suddenly collided. The wild and violent explosion that should have occurred did not appear. On the contrary, it was an invisible battle between the two. However, ever since the fire lotus made contact with the light pillar, the heart of the cloud-splitting wolf was replaced by an endless fear. The disdain and cold smile from earlier had completely disappeared at this moment. All that was left was a terrified heart. No. 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 Impossible. The strength of this fire lotus, how is it possible? It has already reached the high level of the man class Do technique. High level man class Do technique. Just the word high level was already sufficient to cause most people to be shocked. What did a high level man class Do technique represent? It was the existence at the peak of the man class Do techniques. A high level man class Do technique could destroy mountains and rivers with one strike, destroy the world with one strike. This was the might of a high level man class Do technique. Normally speaking, any practitioner who possessed a high-level man-class Do technique would have an unwritten rule restricting them. That was that they were not allowed to randomly use a high-level man-class Do technique. If they insisted on using it, they must do so in the endless empty space. Otherwise, they would be forcefully restrained by a strong person and lose their freedom. Even their memories regarding the Do technique would be wiped away. Therefore, there would naturally be no one who was willing to do so. Hence, they would abide by this unwritten rule. From this, one could see just how frightening a high-level man-class Do technique was that even the strong people of the continent would do their best to suppress it. Luo Jin looked at the beautiful fire lotus. His heart was also extremely shaken. Xiaoyan's strength had repeatedly struck his heart, set after set of man-class Do techniques, the protection of the fire spirit, and the favor of the heavenly flame. This kind of status was really enough to deal a blow to others. Who the hell is this guy? Even those 3 clans have never heard of such a strong younger generation member. He is really a monster. Xiaoyan's endless tactics had already caused Luo Jin to be somewhat numb. The corner of his mouth twitched violently a couple of times. His face was stupefied as he looked at Xiaoyan. In his heart, he had already made up his mind. No matter what, he could not use common sense when facing Xiaoyan in the future. Otherwise, he would really be frightened to death. The white light pillar continued to break apart in front of the angry Buddha lotus flame. Immediately, it disappeared into the sky. The fire lotus ignored the existence of the white light pillar and directly penetrated it, drifting toward the enormous body of the cloud-splitting wolf. Roar. No. Human, sir, you can't do this. A high-level man-class Do technique must be used in the air and cannot be used in this world. If you do this, you will be chased to death by the strong people of the continent. If you want to live, you should quickly stop. If this is the case, I am also willing to turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk with you. You can take the Heavenly Imperial Demon Flower, Heavenly Imperial Jade Essence, and Falling Flame Mysterious Iron. I will also allow you and your friend to leave. From now on, we will not know each other and live our own lives. Are you willing? At this moment, the cloud-splitting wolf's heart was finally alarmed. The strength of the angry Buddha lotus flame caused him, an 8-star Ban Emperor, to have no choice but to lower his head to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's body swayed slightly. However, the corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. Forget about the fact that he was currently unable to withdraw the angry Buddha lotus flame. Even if he had the ability, why would he do so? Could it be because of the unwritten rule of the continent? Haha, so it's like this. I am also a little tempted after hearing this. The cloud-splitting wolf's heart involuntarily moved when he heard Xiaoyan's words. A glint flickered in his eyes. As long as Xiaoyan was able to withdraw this fire lotus, the cloud-splitting wolf was confident that he could kill Xiaoyan in an instant. At that time, forget about the Heavenly Imperial Jade Essence, even the things on Xiaoyan's body would belong to him. However, just as this thought flashed across his mind, the cold smile on Xiaoyan's face became increasingly dense. His pale face carried a playful smile as Xiaoyan continued to speak. It's a pity, oh? What's a pity? The cloud-splitting wolf took the opportunity to ask. Xiaoyan continued. Once the angry Buddha lotus flame is unleashed, it cannot be withdrawn. Destroying everything is its final outcome. Therefore, please accept it. Before his voice sounded, the cloud-splitting wolf's expression had already been replaced by endless fury and killing intent. You tricked me. Xiaoyan did not pay any attention to this. With a thought, a sentence drifted out from his mouth. Angry Buddha lotus flame, explode. Time admits that this book is lacking in many areas. The content is not rich enough, and the plot is not perfect. The fighting and dialogue plots, the psychological activities of the characters, the changes in their expressions, and so on. Time can only say, I'm sorry everyone, but on the other hand, Time really wants to present this story to the end, because there are many ideas in it. I hope that the cause of the story can be presented to everyone in this book. Time has already said that many old characters will appear. Ziyan and the little fairy doctor, who are mentioned in the first chapter, are indispensable. Of course, it's up to you whether Kai Lin wants to continue. There are many opportunities to set up characters. You can also recommend characters that you have in mind. Time will work hard to present them to everyone. In the end, I hope that everyone can give up a recommendation ticket in your hands. After all, this book cannot be signed. Time can only work harder with everyone's votes. In addition, Time has one more thing to say. My friend's book is also very good. Battle Through the Firmament, The Legend of the Great Thousand World is also very popular. I hope everyone will like it. Angry Buddha Lotus Flame, Explode. It was a light sentence. There were only a few words, but in an instant, it caused the entire world to rumble and tremble violently. The empty space within a radius of 5,000 kilometers shattered. The mountains and rivers were destroyed. All life was turned into nothingness. The endless mountains and rivers were also shattered like a mirror in an instant. In merely an instant, the entire place disappeared from this space. The unusual natural phenomenon that was created by the sky wolf howling moon also shattered with a loud bang. Everything had turned into the most primitive darkness. Luo Jin, who was standing on the ground, had already flown into the empty space. At this moment, he had clearly used all his strength to unleash his trump card. In merely a couple of breaths' time, he had arrived beside Xiaoyan. Bang! Within the empty space, the outer layer of the washbasin-sized fire lotus, which was a layer of dark black like nothingness, finally appeared to be unable to endure the continuous trembling of the space. It gently fell down and broke off from the entire lotus flower. This scene caused the cloud-splitting wolf, which had originally lost all of its life aura, to instantly regain its senses. Its scarlet eyes, which had dimmed, abruptly shot out a ray of light. Ha 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 ha. I originally thought that this was a frightening high-level Mando technique. It turns out that it is merely a failed product with an empty appearance. Ha 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 ha. You bold human actually dared to deceive me time and time again. See if I don't completely destroy you today and turn you into ashes. I will take revenge for the hatred in my heart. The temperature of the entire space suddenly fell when these sharp and vicious words were emitted. It caused one to feel a chill. It also allowed one to feel the viciousness of this cloud-splitting wolf. The change of the angry Buddha lotus flame also caused Xiaoyan's heart to involuntarily tremble. The angry Buddha lotus flame that he had spent a great deal of effort in order to succeed had really scattered in such a casual manner. However, the next moment, the dark black lotus petals began to revolve around the fire lotus after all of them fell. Its speed became increasingly faster. In merely a couple of breaths, it had already surpassed the speed of sound. Within the space, there were some invisible black light spots that gathered toward the fire lotus. Unknowingly, Xiaoyan also felt a very strange feeling in his heart. A trace of his spiritual strength was being drawn out uncontrollably. Although it was forcefully extracted, Xiaoyan did not feel the slightest bit of pain. It was as if the spiritual strength was released from his body by itself. As Xiaoyan's spiritual strength left his body, endless black light spots gathered at the center of the fire lotus. Mixed within them was a trace of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength. The strange energy continued to change within the fire lotus. This scene caused Xiaoyan and the cloud-splitting wolf to be somewhat entranced. This was the first time they had seen a Do skill not explode after being used. Even so, no one present dared to act rashly. Who knew if this thing would suddenly explode? At that time, no one would be able to escape. Only Luo Jin's still pale face had become somewhat solemn. His eyes would occasionally drift toward Xiaoyan by the side. His heart was filled with shock. This was because the current situation was the time when a Do skill transformed into a spirit and formed the will of its creator's soul. Once this step was completed, this human-class Do skill would be the true pinnacle creation. It was common knowledge that once a human-class Do skill was used, it would agglomerate the spiritual illusionary figure of its creator. On one hand, it would increase the strength of the Do skill. On the other hand, it could be considered a memorial to the predecessors. However, not every human-class Do skill could possess the spiritual illusionary figure. This was because if the creator's ability was insufficient, it would be impossible to agglomerate that illusionary figure. Hence, although there were many human-class Do skills, there were very few true human-class Do skills. How could it be so easy to create a pinnacle Do skill? If one did not have sufficient talent and willpower, it was likely that one would not be able to create a true human class Do skill regardless of how strong one was. This fellow is a little exaggerated. At this moment, even the corner of Luo Jin's mouth twitched involuntarily. The gaze he used to look at Xiaoyan was like he was looking at a monster. A moment later, the black-colored light spot within the fire lotus gradually stabilized. Xiaoyan's and the cloud-splitting wolf's expressions were startled when they looked at it from a distance. The shape that the light spot had stabilized was surprisingly a human-shaped illusory figure. Just as he was about to open his mouth and ask Luo Jin by the side, the expression on Xiaoyan's face changed once again. In an instant, the gaze he used to look at the human-shaped illusionary figure had also changed. In Xiaoyan's eyes, the human-shaped illusionary figure was surprisingly his own appearance. This is... Xiaoyan's expression suddenly changed. The shock in his heart actually caused him to be unable to express his words clearly. Luo Jin by the side helplessly smiled. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He used an envious gaze to look at Xiaoyan. His tone completely revealed his current mood. That's a Do skill spirit transformation. Only now can your Do skill be considered a genuine high human class Do skill. His voice was not loud. However, it caused the expressions of Xiaoyan and the cloud-splitting wolf to instantly change. There was naturally no need to say anything more about Xiaoyan. His face was filled with excitement. The current him could finally be considered a grandmaster. As for the cloud-splitting wolf, the aura that had just recovered was instantly extinguished by Luo Jin's words, like a red-hot piece of iron that was suddenly thrown into ice water. Do skill spirit transformation, no, I can't accept this. It's absolutely impossible. How could a human like you, who has just advanced to a 3-star half-emperor, be able to create a Do skill spirit transformation? Impossible. This must be a lie that you purposely made up because you don't have the confidence to kill me in one strike. It's all in order to deceive me and make me lose confidence. After which, you'll borrow this already failed human class Do skill to kill me in one strike. Am I right? How could your tricks deceive me, a grand 8-star half-emperor? Ha 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 ha. Wanting to kill me is simply wishful thinking. Under the fierce bombardment of the Do skill spirit transformation, the cloud-splitting wolf's heart was actually forcefully suppressed. It gradually became intense and crazy. In its heart, it continued to imagine the glory when it killed Xiaoyan and Luo Jin. However, it did not know that reality was reality. Regardless of how much it did not believe in its heart, the cloud-splitting wolf would not be able to escape death today. Ha 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 ha. What's wrong? You're not confident now that I've guessed correctly? Come. Do skill spirit transformation. Peak of a high human class Do skill. Come and kill me. If it's not enough, I'll just turn into a human again. Ha 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 ha. As it laughed crazily, the cloud-splitting wolf once again turned into a human. Its arms were wide open and its face was filled with an insufferably crazy appearance. It caused people who saw it to involuntarily emit a disdainful sneer. Xiaoyan and Luo Jin also involuntarily shook their heads. With such a mental state, it was likely that even if they really let him off, this would be the end of it in this life. The corner of Luo Jin's mouth twitched slightly. He once again glanced at Xiaoyan by the side. His expression was somewhat unnatural. Immediately, he glanced at Yun Lang, who had already become crazy, and involuntarily sighed in his heart. It is really unexpected that someone has already been frightened to the point of becoming crazy by this fellow after just getting acquainted with him. I really don't know how to interact with him in the future, Xiaoyan coldly smiled. A thought flashed across his heart. The fire lotus that was suspended in the air suddenly hurriedly rushed toward the cloud-splitting wolf. On the other hand, Xiaoyan quietly stood on the spot, watching everything that was about to happen. Bang! A powerful air wave that could destroy the empty space suddenly swept apart. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind and the air wave automatically separated from Luo Jin. However, that frighteningly high temperature still caused Luo Jin's heart to be extremely afraid. Before the first wave of air dissipated, another wave of air swept out in all directions from the center of the explosion. Everywhere it passed, the earth turned into an endless abyss. Beyond the clouds, the scorching sun that hung in the sky was like an old light bulb, dim and lightless. The sunlight that was originally enough to illuminate the entire sky also seemed to have plunged into an endless abyss, and was nowhere to be seen. The pitch-black space looked even more deep and empty. This world had already completely deviated from the Yuanwu continent. Everything belonged to another world. Nothingness, deathly stillness, as if it was chaos. Boom. The hot flame wave suddenly swept past the bodies of Xiaoyan and Luo Jin. This was merely the explosion of the third level. However, at this moment, only Xiaoyan's and Luo Jin's auras remained within a 5,000-kilometer radius. As the raging flame blasted past, a powerful pressure that could shake the heaven and earth suddenly pressed down from this side of the world. Not good. Luo Jin, be careful. Although Xiaoyan was unaffected, Luo Jin was instantly smashed down by the pressure. Even with Xiaoyan's warning, it was of no use. In the face of absolute power, there was no such thing as being careful. Given Luo Jin's heavily injured body, if not for the fact that the ground below had already turned into an abyss, just the pressure alone would have been enough to instantly crush him into nothingness. Xiaoyan naturally wanted to resist this pressure and protect Luo Jin. Unfortunately, the strength of this pressure was no longer something that Xiaoyan could control as he pleased. Even as its owner, it was impossible for him to completely control this angry Buddha lotus flame with his current strength. Being able to prevent himself from being affected was already the best outcome for Xiaoyan after he had gained control of the angry Buddha lotus flame. After a couple of flashes, Xiaoyan had already appeared beside the falling Luo Jin. He used one hand to forcefully pull him up. Only then did Xiaoyan apologize to Luo Jin. "Brother Luo Jin, I have nearly harmed you. It is unexpected that this angry Buddha lotus flame is still so difficult to control even though it already has my spiritual will." Luo Jin smiled with great difficulty. Given his experience, he was naturally aware of just how powerful a high-level Mando technique was. How could it be so easy for Xiaoyan to completely control it? Boom. The two of them had just spoken when the final layer of the lotus core exploded in the empty space hundreds of thousands of feet high. An endless pressure that surpassed the vast and mighty suddenly arrived above the heads of the two of them. This attack would definitely not differentiate between you and me. If they were struck, even Xiaoyan would have difficulty escaping death. Before Xiaoyan could react, the ancient pressure that broke the world had already swept over the spot where the two of them were. The endless abyss had also become even deeper. The ending of this chapter might not be very good. I will pay attention to the changes in the future. I hope that everyone will not take offense. A man wearing a black robe was seated on a green rock in the middle of a lush mountain forest. Threads of pure natural energy continuously flowed into the man's body. A moment later, the man's eyelids trembled slightly. Immediately, he opened his eyes. A beautiful flame light suddenly shot out from deep within his eyes, instantly turning a towering ancient tree a few dozen feet in front of him into a pile of dust. The man's legs shook. His seated body suddenly rose from the ground. He stood up and his eyes turned to look at Luo Jin, who had just exited his cultivation state. These two people were Xiaoyan and Luo Jin, who had narrowly escaped death after the angry Buddha lotus flame had completely erupted that day. After this battle, the relationship between the two of them had become completely familiar. Their relationship was extremely deep and they could be said to be friends who would go through life and death together. Now that their eyes met, they understood each other with a glance. Xiaoyan flipped his hand and an emerald green rock appeared in his palm. The expression in Luo Jin's eyes involuntarily changed when he saw it. His eyes swept towards Xiaoyan, only to see an indifferent expression in Xiaoyan's eyes. Clearly, he did not have any intention of coveting this heavenly imperial jade essence. This also caused Luo Jin to involuntarily feel a little apologetic. Even until now, he was still unable to completely trust Xiaoyan. He was really a little narrow-minded. Xiaoyan was unconcerned about this. After all, there were usually very few people who could remain indifferent in the face of a natural treasure. It was only natural for Luo Jin to have such thoughts in his heart. He was naturally able to understand. Xiaoyan waved his hand across the air and a spatial crack appeared in front of him. He extended his hand into it and once again pulled with great force. A 30 feet long black mysterious metal was pulled out by Xiaoyan across the air and landed on the ground with a loud bang. The meteoric flame mysterious metal was naturally incomparably heavy. The moment it landed, more than half of the entire piece of meteoric flame mysterious metal was forcefully smashed into the ground. The frightening weight of the meteoric flame mysterious metal caused the land within a radius of a couple of miles to suddenly tremble at this instant. The ground around the mysterious metal was also shaken, forming numerous large cracks that resembled spider webs. The cracks were so deep that one could not see the bottom. Surprise flashed across Luo Jin's eyes when he saw this. Although he had heard quite a lot of information about the meteorite mysterious metal, he only understood what it meant to shake the heavens and shake the earth after seeing it today. Just the might of descending into the world was already able to move the ley lines. If one were to add the activation of Do Qi, would one not be able to compete with the heavens? However, when Luo Jin thought about it, he was shocked by Xiaoyan's terrifying strength. He had already experienced the might of this meteoric flame mysterious metal. However, even so, it was still moved by Xiaoyan with a single hand. It must be said that Xiaoyan's strength was truly frightening: battle qi, alchemy, and body refinement. This guy is really a pure monster. If such a person were to become his training goal, it was likely that there would be no need for him to continue training in the future. At this moment, Luo Jin's heart was speechless for quite a while. He sighed emotionally in his heart and ceased thinking about it. After all, if he were to compete with a monster like Xiaoyan, it was likely that he would only extinguish his desire to train. May I know if Brother Luo Jin is proficient in the art of weapon refinement? Suddenly, Xiaoyan's voice was transmitted into Luo Jin's ears. Luo Jin's expression was slightly startled. Only then did Luo Jin react. Repair and smelting were two completely different forging techniques. Even though Xiaoyan had a powerful spiritual strength, he was still helpless in this aspect. Luo Jin smiled awkwardly before opening his mouth to speak. I will not hide it from Brother Yan. Since young, I have devoted all my attention to training. Therefore, I am really unable to learn the art of weapon refinement. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. If this was the case, the restoration of the heavy Xian ruler would likely be far in the future. The art of weapon refinement was different from alchemy. Even though both involved spiritual strength and the heavenly flame, if one were to really differentiate them, the difference was not small. An alchemist merged the energy of heaven and earth into a medicinal pill with the goal of saving people. On the other hand, a weapon refiner refined divine objects into sharp blades with the goal of killing. Therefore, just by looking at the essence of the two, they were already completely opposite. It was not easy to converge. When Luo Jin saw the worried expression on Xiaoyan's face, the corners of his mouth lifted into a comfortable smile as he opened his mouth to speak. Brother Yan Xiao, there is no need to worry. Even though I do not know the art of weapon refinement, it does not mean that others do not. Xiaoyan's eyes instantly brightened as he abruptly lifted his head to stare at Luo Jin. His expression was extremely fervent. That gaze of his could not wait to see through Luo Jin, so that Luo Jin could no longer keep him in suspense. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as his neck involuntarily shrank back. His throat rolled as he emitted a guji sound. His mouth parted into a smile before Luo Jin hurriedly opened his mouth to speak. That person is in the ancient savage city. People call him Old Luo. He should be able to restore this huge ruler of yours. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's emotions finally calmed down. However, deep within his pupils, there was still a fervent glow flickering. The matter of the heavy Xian ruler had temporarily come to an end. Xiaoyan also turned his gaze towards the distant horizon. That was the direction of the ancient savage city. Brother Yan Xiao, are you planning to head to the ancient savage city next? The corners of Xiaoyan's mouth curled into a faint smile. A cold glint flashed across his eyes as he smiled faintly and said, I was originally planning to head to the ancient savage city. Moreover, there is someone waiting for me there, so I can't find another person. Moreover, the heavy Xian ruler still needs to be repaired. This time, I will go to the ancient savage city and settle everything in one go. The expression in his eyes flickered slightly. When Xiaoyan mentioned that there was someone waiting for him, he could naturally hear the cold killing intent hidden within his words. He could not help but feel pity for that person in his heart. Of all people to provoke, he had to provoke this monster beside him. Changing the topic, Luo Jin once again opened his mouth to ask, Brother Yan Xiao, I wonder if you are going this time around to participate in the alchemist grand meeting that is held once every 5 years? If that is the case, then I think that this year's alchemist grand meeting will be quite interesting. Xiaoyan's eyebrows twitched slightly when he heard this. He looked at Luo Jin with some astonishment and asked, alchemist grand meeting? I wonder if an emperor tier pill formula will appear. Luo Jin's expression was slightly startled. Following which, the corner of his mouth twitched. Emperor tier pill formula, do you think this is the middle region? Emperor tier pill formulas are so worthless. Luo Jin glanced at Xiaoyan with a strange expression. He was somewhat speechless in his heart. He curled his lips before opening his mouth and saying, the Emperor tier pill formula, not to mention the southern region border, I'm afraid that even the southern region prefecture city does not have it. Xiaoyan frowned slightly. The expression on his face also changed a little. It was obvious that he was very surprised by Luo Jin's answer. Without waiting for Xiaoyan to ask, Luo Jin continued, in this place, the highest grade pill formula is probably only a tier 3 medicinal pill formula. A tier 3 medicinal pill formula, huh? Looks like even in this place, an emperor tier pill formula is unique in this world. Although there is no emperor tier pill formula, it is said that the winner of this pill gathering will obtain a remnant of a tier 6 medicinal pill formula. Although there is no god tier pill formula, it is said that if someone is able to obtain first place in the alchemy gathering, they will be able to obtain a remnant pill formula for a tier 6 pill. Luo Jin's voice was especially heavy when he spoke of a tier 6 pill. It felt as though he was purposely trying to arouse the interest in Xiaoyan's heart. Oh? A tier 6 pill formula, huh? Although it is a remnant, as long as one makes good use of it, one might be able to comprehend and refine a new type of pill. Xiaoyan was surprised at first. Soon after, he softly chuckled and said with a faint smile. Using a pill formula to comprehend the pill Tao was a method that alchemists often used to grow. Often, this method would allow an alchemist to improve by quite a bit. For most alchemists, this was indeed an extremely good way to grow. Just like the grade 8 alchemist's lifetime comprehension that Xiaoyan had left behind for Lu Xiang before he left the Lu clan. There were many insights on the pill Tao contained within. If Lu Xiang was able to carefully comprehend it, it would bring endless benefits to his pill Tao. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes as flames flickered and danced deep within his pupils. He, Xiaoyan, was definitely going to participate in this alchemist gathering. So it's like this. In that case, let me meet the alchemists of the Yuanwu continent. Ever since Xiaoyan had become an emperor, he had not had the opportunity to find an alchemist of similar strength to compete with him. This made Xiaoyan feel somewhat depressed in his heart. Now that he had such an opportunity, Xiaoyan would naturally not miss it. He let out a long roar towards the sky. The pride in his bones borrowed the momentum to charge into the sky. His aura shot into a long rainbow. That mighty aura pierced through the sky. Haha, looks like Brother Yan Xiao is already determined to participate in this alchemist gathering. Since that is so, I will take my leave first. If there is an opportunity in the future, I, Luo Jin, will definitely cooperate with Brother Yan Xiao. Luo Jin also had confidence in his heart when he saw Xiaoyan's heroic spirit soaring to the 9 heavens. Hence, he did not speak any further and directly opened his mouth to speak. Oh? Brother Luo Jin, are you not going to take a look at the ancient wilderness city? Xiaoyan was also surprised that Luo Jin did not go to the ancient city of savage desolation. Luo Jin smiled faintly and said, I, Luo Jin, will naturally go and watch Brother Yan Xiao participate in the alchemist grand meeting. However, I currently have some trivial matters to attend to. Therefore, I cannot travel together with Brother Yan. However, I can guarantee you that I will definitely observe from the side when you go up on the stage. Xiaoyan laughed heartily when he heard this. He laughed out loud in a heroic manner. Haha, in that case, I will wait for Brother Luo Jin's arrival at the ancient savage city. I also wish Brother Luo Jin a smooth journey and a safe return. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before Xiaoyan cupped his fists towards Luo Jin and said, Brother Luo Jin, we'll meet again. Brother Yan Xiao, we'll meet again. Xiaoyan's body swiftly flew through the clouds. He flew to the nearest city. Old Gu, what do you think the thing that Luo Jin used the other day is called? It can actually forcefully teleport someone tens of thousands of miles away. Could it be a teleportation formation? Guyu laughed out loud upon hearing Xiaoyan's words. Clearly, he had been seriously hurt by Xiaoyan's words. Xiaoyan laughed in a silly manner like a curious child. His face was filled with confusion as he waited for Guyu's reply. It was a long while later before Guyu slowly suppressed the laughter in his heart. He let out a long sigh and laughed. I'm afraid that you are the only ignorant person in the Yuanwu continent. Haha, teleportation formation. Given that brat's background, why would he use something as small as a teleportation formation? Oh? Guyu's words caused Xiaoyan to have a new opinion of Luo Jin. Luo Jin actually had an extraordinary background. Heh, do you think that everyone in the Yuanwu continent can become a half-true emperor at your age? Do you really think that half-true emperors are weak cabbages? Guyu seemed to have anticipated Xiaoyan's inner thoughts. He changed the topic and mentioned Luo Jin's strength. These words caused Xiaoyan to feel a little confused. Heh, I'm afraid that kid is just from the central region to train. In the southern region, only the few super forces in the southern region have such a strong background. Don't even think about it. Moreover, what he used that day was not a teleportation formation. You should know that teleportation formations that can teleport people tens of thousands of miles away are fixed and cannot be carried around. Before Xiaoyan could ask any further, Guyu quickly added, that brat used that brat. What that brat used was a boundary-breaking bead, which was condensed by an source venerate with the power of space. It can forcibly break through the void and allow one to travel thousands of miles in an instant. Any force with a source venerate will definitely prepare a few for their juniors. Of course, this boundary-breaking bead can't be condensed at will. Even source venerables only have a 1/3 success rate. Moreover, even if one successfully condenses it, it will consume a great amount of energy. Usually, one will need to rest for a few months before they can fully recover. Hence, unless it is a faction with a strong foundation, even if they have an origin venerate, it is very rare for them to refine such an item. After all, no one can guarantee that other factions will not take advantage of their weakness to destroy them. Hence, the production of this boundary-breaking pearl is pitifully low, causing it to be in high demand in the Yuanwu continent. Since that brat was able to easily take it out, it means that the faction he belongs to does not only have one origin venerate. Xiaoyan understood everything after Guyu spoke. Luo Jin's identity was likely extraordinary. It was no wonder that he dared to come here alone to face the cloud-splitting wolf. Xiaoyan's body, which was moving forward, paused. He turned his head and looked at the deep regions of the endless mountain range. There was a spacious dark region at that spot that existed independently of the world. Even the world had difficulty erasing it. That was what was left behind after the angry Buddha lotus flame had completely exploded. The entire area had been forcefully devoured by the power that had erupted from the angry Buddha lotus flame, causing it to completely disappear from this world. As for the endless darkness, it would take at least half a year for it to be completely wiped out. It seems that the angry Buddha lotus flame cannot be casually used in the future. Otherwise, it might really attract the experts of the continent. At that time, I'm afraid that a great deal of trouble will come. Xiaoyan was also extremely shocked in the face of this eruption of the angry Buddha lotus flame after the battle. He did not expect that a man-class Do technique was actually able to unleash such a powerful strength. Even he, the one who controlled it, had difficulty controlling it. Alright, the reason why it is so powerful is because your 3 heavenly flames are too heaven-defying. Additionally, it is naturally difficult for the old me to restrain it. Xiaoyan nodded. He was naturally aware of this. The purifying demonic lotus flame, the nihility devouring flame and the D flame. There was naturally no heavenly flame in this world that was stronger than them. The angry Buddha lotus flame that was formed from 3 heaven-defying items and a monstrous heavenly flame was likely impossible to suppress even if one wanted to. Xiaoyan once again sighed emotionally in his heart. He did not remain any longer. His body moved and he swiftly flew in the direction of the ancient savage city. Within the endless stream of people, Xiaoyan's body swam from person to person. His gentle turns caused the people around him to be unable to touch his body. Occasionally, there would be some cheat codes that would covet Xiaoyan's body. However, they would be suppressed by Xiaoyan with just a thought. Xiaoyan rarely experienced such a bustling city. Training all day long caused Xiaoyan to feel the loneliness of being in the city all by himself. Suddenly, Xiaoyan raised his head and discovered that there were waves of flame energy surging not far in front of him. A trace of interest involuntarily rose in his heart. The corner of his mouth curled as he gently walked over. Although Xiaoyan's actions might appear slow, if one were to observe carefully, one would discover that each step he took would allow him to advance dozens of feet in an invisible manner. The distance of a few streets was covered in the blink of an eye. As he approached, the noise from the crowd revealed some information. Hey, Mu Ling actually wants to compete with young Master Su in alchemy. He is really foolish. Who in Yanluo City does not know that young Master Su is the #1 alchemist in 100 years? This fellow actually wants to compete with young Master Su. He really doesn't know his limits. A strong man from the crowd looked at a skinny man in the middle of the stage. The corner of his mouth was involuntarily lifted into a cold smile. Once the words from his mouth were emitted, everyone present began to echo his words. This endless mockery caused the face of the man in the arena to turn green. His face was filled with unwillingness as he viciously stared at the young man wearing embroidered clothes opposite him. His face was pale and the corner of his mouth carried a mocking smile. If looks could kill, it was likely that the fellow opposite him would have already died a countless number of times under his eyes. Hee, how about it? Do you dare to fight with me? As long as you defeat me, you can take away the glazed essence today. I will also pay for it. Su Zhen was completely unconcerned about Mu Ling's devouring gaze. All he did was to coldly laugh as he spoke. Mu Ling, on the other hand, felt a fury rush to his head when he heard this. The gaze he used to stare at Su Zhen almost spat fire. However, the fury in Mu Ling's heart was extinguished when the aura from Su Zhen's body surged and the pressure that belonged to a Do Zone was revealed. In front of a Do Zone, his strength at the peak of the Do Huang class was nothing. A Do Zone was indeed too strong. When the onlookers felt Su Zhen's aura, they immediately stood up. Young Master Su has advanced to the Do Zone class. Congratulations young Master Su for advancing to the Do Zone class. Congratulations young Master Su for advancing to the Do Zone class. All of a sudden, the already noisy arena became even more heated up like a pot of boiling oil. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression as he stood in front of the 1-meter-tall stone stage. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a faint smile as he looked at Mu Ling in the arena. With Xiaoyan's strength, he was naturally able to tell that Mu Ling's spiritual strength was not the least bit inferior to Su Zhen's. If the two of them were to really fight, it was hard to say just who would emerge victorious. Suddenly, the smile on the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth grew even wider. There was an additional approval in his eyes as he looked at Mu Ling. While Su Zhen was accepting the worship of everyone, Mu Ling's voice that was filled with determination was suddenly emitted. Su Zhen, I want to challenge you. We will compete in alchemy on this sky stone stage. The winner will take away the glazed essence. Moreover, the loser will pay for the glazed essence. The content of the competition will be to see who can refine a medicinal pill with better medicinal properties. Su Zhen's dark and cold face disappeared. What replaced it was a friendly expression. The former extended his hand and made an inviting gesture as he smiled warmly. All right. Since Brother Mu Ling has agreed, everyone present here will bear witness. Today, I, Su Zhen, will compete with Mu Ling in terms of alchemy skills. In order to prevent any denial, everyone present here will be the judges for today's match. Everything will be decided by you. After Su Zhen's words left his mouth, the crowd once again went into a commotion. Various words flew out and all of them were mocking Mu Ling. Ha 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 ha, Mu Ling, oh Mu Ling, you really don't know what's good for you. I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will waste young Master Su's training time and embarrass yourself. At that time, you will be so embarrassed, ha 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 ha. That's right, that's right. Mu Ling, quickly kneel down and admit defeat. If young Master Su is happy, he might really bestow the glazed essence to you, haha. All sorts of insults and mockery were transmitted into Mu Ling's ears from all around, causing his expression to darken. He slowly clenched his fists. Creaking sounds were emitted from between his fingers, revealing his current state of mind. These people are actually so mean. Back then, when my Mu clan was the #1 clan in Yanluo City, they actually had the guts to mock the Mu clan. Which one of them did not have a fawning expression on their faces? Now that a scoundrel is in power and the Mu clan has fallen, these people instantly turned against us. The human heart is truly fickle. Below the stage, Xiaoyan had a reminiscing expression on his face as he looked at Mu Ling in the arena. In the latter, Xiaoyan saw himself from back then. The feeling that Mu Ling gave him was very familiar. On the stone arena in the arena, Mu Ling waved his sleeves. Soon after, a ray of light flashed in front of him. Above Mu Ling's head, a 1-meter-tall three-legged golden cicada cauldron suddenly smashed down in front of him. When Suzhen saw this, he coldly chuckled. Evidently, he did not think much of Mu Ling cauldron. Come. Fallen River God Cauldron. Similarly, Suzhen waved his sleeves and an azure ray of light flashed in front of him. Soon after, a medicinal cauldron that was even more powerful than the three-legged golden cicada cauldron suddenly smashed down in front of Suzhen. The medicinal cauldron's might shook the heavens. Once it landed, it shattered the stone arena into ruins. With the exception of Xiaoyan, everyone hurriedly retreated to the rooftops of other buildings to observe the divine cauldron. After the dust cloud dissipated, Xiaoyan's eyes landed on the fallen river divine cauldron. Xiaoyan stared at the huge cauldron with a pleasantly surprised expression on his face. Others might not recognize this medicinal cauldron, but based on his knowledge of the heavenly cauldron ranking, if he was not mistaken, this medicinal cauldron was the Luo Tian divine cauldron that was ranked second on the heavenly cauldron ranking. Although it is a little damaged, this can be considered a pleasant surprise. Haha. Under Xiaoyan's inspection, the interior of the Luo Tian divine cauldron was severely damaged. It was no wonder that these people had called it the wrong cauldron. While Xiaoyan was paying attention to the medicinal cauldron, the onlookers had noticed Xiaoyan. This person was the only one who did not leave the arena after the stone arena was destroyed. This person is most likely a fool. He actually dares to stay there. Is he trying to attract attention? Ha 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 ha. When they saw Xiaoyan standing in the arena, the onlookers began to mock him. As for Suzhen, he sneered as he glanced at Xiaoyan. He did not pay much attention to Xiaoyan's existence. When Mu Ling saw the divine cauldron, a solemn feeling rose in his heart. A medicinal cauldron was an indispensable item for an alchemist. It was also an extremely important item in the alchemy process. The quality of a medicinal cauldron largely determined the quality of the elixir. A good medicinal cauldron could indirectly increase the success rate and even enhance the medicinal properties of the elixir. Therefore, when the divine cauldron appeared in the arena, Mu Ling suddenly felt a wave of pressure assaulting his heart. TSK 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 TSK, since the cauldron has been revealed, let's begin. Mu Ling, let me see how capable a grade 6 high-grade alchemist like you is. Suzhen slammed his palm on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. He once again waved his sleeve and hundreds of colorful rays of light shot out. They rotated in the air before being thrown into the medicinal cauldron. Golden gilt flame, rise. With a low cry, Suzhen's palm violently slammed into the fire outlet. Immediately, a dazzling golden light filled the sky. The hot flame strength also instantly swept over the space around everyone. The air instantly became dry and hot. Breathing in caused one's throat to become unusually dry. It was as though all the water in the world had been sucked dry. The golden light scattered and a cluster of flickering glass-like golden flames fiercely burned within the medicinal cauldron. The fierce flame spat out from the cauldron and shot to the sky. That aura was just like that of a king overlooking the world. This is the strength of young Master Su's golden gilt flame? He is indeed worthy of being an elite dozong. Just by revealing his aura, he is actually able to display such strength. It is indeed extraordinary. At this moment, quite a number of people revealed surprised expressions. Their expressions were filled with envy as they looked at the golden gilt flame within the cauldron. Their tone also contained quite a lot of flattery. That's right, that's right. This golden gilt flame is extraordinary. It is rumored that it is a flame that was born within the body of a rank 7 magical beast, the golden gilt beast. Its ability is extraordinary and it possesses a high temperature that can burn the world. It is incomparably terrifying. Adding the body of the golden gilt beast, this golden gilt beast can be said to be invincible among rank 7 magical beasts. This person's words had just sounded when a cold laugh was quickly emitted before everyone's expression could change. TCH, all of you only know that the Golden Gilt Beast's strength is monstrous and can be said to be an invincible existence among rank 7 magical beasts. However, you do not know that the Golden Gilt Flame in young Master Su's hand was obtained from the body of an adult Golden Gilt Beast that young Master Su had personally killed. Therefore, the legend of the Golden Gilt Beast being invincible among those of the same class is merely a joke. No matter how strong a fellow is, in front of our young Master Su, hey, to speak the truth, one must lie down if one is a tiger and curl up if one is a dragon. Another uproar was stirred when these words were uttered. Looking at Su Zhen's strength, he had only just broken through to the Dozone class. However, this Golden Gilt Flame had accompanied Su Zhen for many years. It was really unexpected that Su Zhen had personally killed a rank 7 magical beast before he had become a Dozone. This battle result could be considered frightening. Unfortunately, while everyone was shocked by these words, they did not notice that the clan emblem of the Yanluo City's Su clan was surprisingly embroidered on the chest of his robes. While everyone below the stage was discussing in amazement, Su Zhen, who was in the middle of the stage, had a mocking smile on his face as he swept his gaze over the crowd. What a bunch of idiots. How could they believe such words? Heh, they are really stupid. Golden Gilt Beast, not to mention me back then, even the current me would have to think twice before dealing with a cub, let alone an adult magical beast. What a bunch of idiots. Su Zhen laughed coldly in his heart. He once again turned his gaze to Mu Ling. The expression on his face suddenly became warm. However, there was no need to mention the reason behind this expression. Brother Mu, may I know what kind of flame your flame is? It might be a divine flame that will shock everyone. Haha. Mu Ling stared intently at Su Zhen. His expression suddenly became violent. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a playful smile as he laughed. Although it is not some natural, heavenly flame, it should be sufficient to fight with you. Mu Ling extended his hand and beckoned as he spoke. His eyes stared into Su Zhen's eyes as a low cry was suddenly emitted. Green flame, mysterious flame, rise. A cluster of green flames suddenly rose in the air in front of Mu Ling following this low cry. A water vapor immediately rose in the air the moment the flame appeared. Although it was called water vapor, the high temperature contained within it caused one to feel that one's body was incomparably hot after inhaling a breath. It was as though one's body would be incinerated. This flame was actually able to turn everything in the world into one's own use. This scene was the complete opposite of Su Zhen's Golden Gilt Flame. One had an extremely terrifying temperature that could evaporate everything and injure one's physical body. The other was able to use the water vapor in the world as one's own weapon. It could directly attack one's weakest internal organs and injure one's foundation. Bang! Mu Ling suddenly extended his hand and inserted it into the green-colored flame in front of him. He immediately clenched his hand and held it in his hand. Without waiting for anyone to react, Mu Ling's hand suddenly waved violently. The green-colored flame turned into a long flame whip. As Mu Ling continued to swing it, it soared into the sky. The green-colored flame flew in the air. The green light on it was faintly discernible. If one did not observe it carefully, one would not be able to tell that there was a flame in this place. Although the green-colored flame appeared ordinary, it was extremely powerful. If a person with a low cultivation level were to glance at it, his heart would heat up and his do qi would become violent. If it was serious, he would immediately be set on fire. From this, one could tell just how powerful this green-colored flame was. However, some people with sharp eyes immediately reacted when they saw the hot air being burned. This flame was the legendary Green Flame Mysterious Flame. This is actually the Green Flame Mysterious Flame. It's the Green Flame Mysterious Flame. This is a powerful existence that is second only to a heavenly flame. I did not expect that Mu Ling would be lucky enough to obtain it. The heavens are really unfair. The moment this voice came out, the expressions of everyone present were instantly startled. The crowd that had yet to quiet down once again began to exclaim in succession. Voices that carried a hint of shock rang out one after another. Green Flame Mysterious Flame. It really is the Green Flame Mysterious Flame. This is the Green Flame Mysterious Flame. It is a terrifying existence that is second only to a heavenly flame. However, within the crowd, there were also people who blindly worshipped Su Zhen. Even at this moment, they were doing their best to suppress the shock in their hearts and refute those who believed that this was the green flame, mysterious flame. Hey, do you think it is possible? How can an existence like the green flame, mysterious flame be something that Mu Ling can obtain? This is most likely a smokescreen by this brat. He wants to use this to destroy young Master Su's confidence. This person is really scheming. Now that the Mu clan has fallen, what else can they not do? I don't think so. If it is a smokescreen, it is impossible for this scene to appear. Humph. Whether it is real or fake, we will know when we see it. Immediately, the originally noisy crowd became even more fanatical. The allure of the green flame, mysterious flame, was indeed extraordinary. Just the title of the number one flame below the heavenly flame was already sufficient to cause this group of people to go completely crazy. Xiaoyan also gently smiled at this scene. This flame had indeed aroused a trace of interest in his heart. The combination of blazing and gentle water was somewhat similar to the bone-chilling flame. Although it was not on the heavenly flame ranking, it was indeed pretty good. Mu Ling's expression changed. Originally, he did not want to do this. However, since Su Zhen had repeatedly mocked and ridiculed him today, he had no choice but to take out his true trump card now. Ha! With a stern shout, the green flame that hovered above Mu Ling's head suddenly brightened. A heroic aura that looked down on the world suddenly soared into the sky. The moment this aura spread out, the golden gilt flame, which had a heaven-defying might a moment ago, instantly became sluggish. It was as if a commoner had seen their king, swaying unsteadily. At this moment, the heavenly flame in Xiaoyan's body was also a little stirred. As a heavenly flame, how could a heavenly flame allow another flame to lord over it? Xiaoyan was naturally helpless. With a thought, he suppressed the heavenly flame and continued to look at the two of them. When the scene of the golden gilt fire was reflected in the eyes of the crowd, the faces of those who were still doubting Mu Ling instantly turned into shock. Their eyes were filled with endless greed as they looked at Mu Ling. Su Zhen also looked at Mu Ling in astonishment. There was an indescribable iciness in his eyes. Very evidently, Su Zhen was rather displeased that Mu Ling had suppressed him in this matter. However, immediately after, Su Zhen laughed heartily and said, "I have really underestimated Brother Mu. I did not expect Brother Mu to actually possess such a heavenly flame. Since that is the case, let us raise the stakes today. If either of us loses, we will have to hand over our flame. Of course, I know that Brother Mu's green flame, profound flame, is precious and my golden gilt flame cannot be compared to it. Therefore, I will use something of the same value to add this golden gilt flame to Brother Mu's wager. Otherwise, I will be letting down this heavenly flame." At the end of his words, there was an additional hint of greed in Su Zhen's tone. When Mu Ling saw this, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Just as he was about to refute, Su Zhen directly opened his mouth and blocked the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "Brother Mu, don't say that you are afraid of my suggestion. If that is the case, I will treat it as you taking the initiative to forfeit and admit defeat." You. When Mu Ling heard this, his heart was naturally filled with anger. This Su Zhen had obstructed him time and time again today. This was truly infuriating. However, Su Zhen completely ignored him. After he finished speaking, he placed all his attention on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Previously, because Su Zhen was only warming up the cauldron, he had not started to extract the medicinal essence. Now that he had started, many people's gazes immediately turned towards him. Just as Su Zhen was feeling pleased with himself, Mu Ling's hands formed a seal and spiritual energy spread out. At the same time, the medicinal cauldron in front of him glowed brightly. Mu Ling's hand patted the body of the cauldron and the lid of the cauldron opened. Mu Ling waved his hand and brilliant lights filled the air. Hundreds of medicinal herbs floated in the air. Each of them emitted an extremely rich medicinal fragrance that spread for thousands of miles. At a glance, one could tell that they were extraordinary items. The pupils of the crowd below shrunk and they could not take their eyes off them. This was because they were fortunate enough to have seen these elixirs before. All of them were extremely expensive items. However, why were these elixirs in the hands of this trash? Humph. Deliberately mystifying things. Su Zhen furrowed his eyebrows. His limelight in front of the crowd was once again stolen, causing him to feel a wave of displeasure. First impressions were the strongest. He had never placed Mu Ling in his eyes. Therefore, he could only assume that Mu Ling was just putting on a show. Even so, Su Zhen was not willing to be at a disadvantage. Soon after, his hands changed. In an instant, a tyrannical spiritual energy erupted from his hands and swept towards the medicinal herbs in the medicinal cauldron. As the saying goes, the connoisseur looks at the skill while the layman looks at the excitement. Although no one in the crowd cared about the Tao of alchemy, just by looking at this momentum, it still caused people to feel extremely excited. With regards to the competition between the two, Xiaoyan was naturally not interested. However, Mu Ling's character was quite to his liking. Therefore, he had been waiting in his heart to watch. As the refinement began, the two medicinal cauldrons were filled with various kinds of medicinal essence. Some were viscous liquids while some were powdered. The competition between the two could finally be considered to have officially begun. A day quietly passed by. Batches of onlookers had been replaced by batches. However, the medicinal pills were still in the process of being refined. From the looks of it, it would take quite some time for the two to successfully refine the medicinal pills. Among these people, there were also some who discovered that although the spectators in the periphery were continuously moving about, there was a black-clothed figure standing straight in the middle of the arena without the slightest change. Only he was still observing the two of them refining medicine. It was as though he was startled and engrossed in it. Xiaoyan casually swept his gaze across the embryonic medicinal pill within Su Zhen's medicinal cauldron. A tinge of astonishment involuntarily flashed across his eyes. Although Su Zhen was not a good person, his strength was indeed not bad. After feeling slightly astonished in his heart, Xiaoyan once again turned his gaze towards Mu Ling. A glint flashed across the depths of his eyes. One is a Tier 7 Great Cyclic Pill and the other is a Tier 7 Poria Pill. Both of them are top-grade healing medicinal pills among the Tier 7 medicinal pills. However, the refining method of the Great Cyclic Pill is one that is easier to control. Su Zhen also knows how to choose. In this way, his chances of successfully refining it is higher than Mu Ling's. In terms of medicinal strength, the Poria Pill refined by Mu Ling is indeed superior to the Great Cyclic Pill. However, the difficulty of refining it far exceeds that of the Great Cyclic Pill. It is really uncertain if Mu Ling will be able to defeat Su Zhen. Time flew by. 5 days later, the medicinal cauldron, which had not changed since the beginning, suddenly emitted a strange fragrance. This fragrance was the fragrance of a pill. Once this pill fragrance spread, the entire Yanluo city instantly became lively. This is the fragrance of a pill. This is the pill fragrance that can only be formed by a Tier 7 medicinal pill. Only a Tier 7 medicinal pill can be formed. The denser the pill fragrance, the stronger the medicinal effect of the medicinal pill. Looking at this pill fragrance, this medicinal pill is definitely a top-grade medicinal pill among the Tier 7 medicinal pills. As the pill fragrance spread, everyone was once again attracted by the medicinal pill competition from 5 days ago. There were also people among them who shouted loudly. From the looks of it now, the outcome of this medicinal pill competition is about to be revealed. If anyone were to go now and satisfy young Master Su, they might even be able to obtain a Tier 7 medicinal pill that he will personally bestow upon them. Once these words were uttered, everyone was encouraged. A Tier 7 medicinal pill was a divine pill that they did not even dare to dream of. Now that they had the opportunity to obtain it for free, everyone would naturally not let it go so easily. Immediately, a large group of people swiftly rushed toward the arena where Xiaoyan was located. In just a moment, the arena, which was still empty an hour ago, was immediately covered by countless number of people. The sky and the ground were completely surrounded until not even a drop of water could pass through. Even the elite Do Huangs were like cabbages that filled the sky at this moment. Immediately, there were people who noticed Xiaoyan, who was standing between Mu Ling and Xiaoyan. Once they saw Xiaoyan, the turbulent human flow let out a cold snort. There was even a secondary Do Huang who opened his mouth and cried out. Where did this brat come from? Doesn't he know that young Master Su is refining a pill? All of us are standing outside the arena in accordance with the rules. What right do you have to stand in the middle? Get out here and don't disturb young Master Su's pill refinement. Before his rough voice sounded, that Do Huang had already moved and grabbed at Xiaoyan. He did not wish for the Tier 7 medicinal pill that he had bitterly waited for to fall into the hands of others. At this moment, when he saw that Xiaoyan was actually standing between the two of them, a scheme immediately appeared in his heart. At this moment, he had moved to grab Xiaoyan. Firstly, he wanted to show off in front of Su Zhen. Secondly, he wanted to establish his might and let everyone see his strength. From there, he would be able to stand in a safe place. His body moved and a powerful aura at the peak of the Do Huang class suddenly swept out, causing the countless number of people to tremble. It was unexpected that this person's strength was actually this frightening. It was likely that they would not have a chance. This thought had just surfaced in everyone's hearts when a cold snort that carried an unparalleled pressure was suddenly transmitted over. Humph. You are merely at the peak of the Do Huang class, yet you actually dare to be this bold. Get lost. There is no place for you in this place today. As this cold snort was emitted, the Do Huang, who was charging explosively toward Xiaoyan, suddenly flew out from the air like a cannonball that had been shot. Everyone present was once again shocked. The person who had come was actually an elite dozong. Before everyone could react, that voice once again turned toward Xiaoyan. The calm old voice contained an overbearing feeling that could not be defied. Brat, the old me has saved your life just now and can be considered to have done you a favor. The old me does not need you to repay anything. You should leave on your own. This place is not suitable for you. Everyone present instantly reacted when these words were uttered. This old man was actually relying on his seniority to directly chase someone away. In an instant, everyone present sighed at this old man. He's already a senior, yet he's still so shameless. He's really living like a dog. Xiaoyan's expression was slightly startled when he heard this. Immediately, the corner of his mouth was involuntarily lifted into a cold smile. His tone was indifferent as he replied. You saved me? Cuckoo, did I ask you to save me? You are merely meddling in other people's business. Bang! Everyone present was immediately startled when these words were uttered. Did this brat not know that the person he was facing was a true elite dozong? The fury within the elite dozong's heart soared when he heard this. Xiaoyan's rude words caused him to feel a wave of humiliation in his heart. Even though this was the case, he was not stupid in his heart. His tone was soft and deep as he asked Xiaoyan. May I know which elder of the Su clan descendant you are? The old me was once on good terms with a couple of elders of the Su clan. The old me might even be acquainted with your elder. Xiaoyan smiled. The ridicule on his face gradually became denser as he replied with a smile. I'm sorry, I am not a member of the Su clan. Additionally, you do not have the qualification to be acquainted with my elder. Bang! Before Xiaoyan's voice sounded, the powerful pressure that belonged to an elite dozong pressed toward Xiaoyan. However, Xiaoyan acted as though it was nothing. His body still did not move. His gaze continued to look at the medicinal pill that was about to be finished within Mu Ling's medicinal cauldron. His expression was calm. Huh? The old man softly acknowledged. Immediately, the expression on his face suddenly turned cold. He let out a cold snort and opened his mouth to let out a cold cry. Bold young fellow. Pretending to be mysterious. Come over here. Today, the old me will represent your elder to properly teach you a lesson. I will let you know how to face your elder. Before his voice sounded, the old man's body suddenly appeared in midair. His body flashed and he had already appeared beside Xiaoyan. His steel-like hand was extended and grabbed toward Xiaoyan's shoulder. Xiaoyan's face was covered in blood. At this moment, a coldness was revealed on Xiaoyan's indifferent face. A somewhat icy calm voice was once again emitted. I have said that you are not qualified to be acquainted with my elder and represent them. You are even less qualified. Bang! These words had just sounded when that elite dozong suddenly burst apart, transforming into nothingness. Even his blood did not remain. In an instant, the entire place was silent. Even Su Zhen and Mu Ling, who had placed all their attention into the medicinal cauldron, felt their hearts tremble. The doqi within their bodies instantly became sluggish. Their entire bodies paused for a moment at this moment. The gazes that they used to look at Xiaoyan were replaced by fear. In an instant, the entire place was silent. The entire place was silent. Everyone's hearts were repeatedly replaying the scene from earlier. An elite dozong had suddenly exploded in front of this young man. Not even a trace of blood was left behind. Just what kind of frightening strength did this young man possess, to be able to kill an elite dozong with a thought? This kind of strength was likely at the peak of the dozong class at the very least. This young elite dozong class had actually stood in front of their eyes for 5 days and was even mocked by them. At this moment, everyone involuntarily felt a chill in their hearts when they thought of this. This was especially true for Su Zhan and Mu Ling. Xiaoyan had been standing in this place for the past few days. If he had any thoughts, it was likely that the both of them would have already turned into 2 corpses. Su Zhan was a little better. His Su clan was able to dominate Yanluo City because it naturally possessed a great foundation. Although they did not have any elite doshings, they did have a couple of elite dozuns. Forget about Xiaoyan, who only had the strength of a peak dozong. Even a 5-star dozun would have to lower his head in Yanluo City. As for Mu Ling, if he did not have the help of an expert, it was likely that he would not be able to block even one attack from Xiaoyan. Forget about Xiaoyan not knowing the thoughts of the 2 of them. Even if he knew, it was likely that he would not be too concerned. The current Xiaoyan did not care about such small characters. He tilted his head and randomly swept his eyes over the many cultivators behind him. After which, he turned his gaze to Su Zhan and Mu Ling. Although Xiaoyan did not intend to do so, the hearts of the countless number of cultivators were startled. Under that gaze, they were so frightened that their legs became weak. Waves of fear surged into their hearts. Immediately, many cultivators swiftly fled while wearing terrified faces. It was as though they were afraid that Xiaoyan would turn around and attack them. Of course, there was no lack of astute people among this endless number of cultivators. Xiaoyan's eyes did not contain the slightest killing intent. Why would he attack them? Perhaps this young man felt that it was beneath him to kill low-class cultivators like them. A portion of the people's bright eyes took a deep look at Xiaoyan. Soon after, they shut their mouths and did not say anything. Their cold eyes looked at the crowd that was fleeing in a panic. At this moment, these people, who originally had such thoughts, had already suppressed the greed in their hearts. The Do Huangs and Do Wangs in the sky had also landed. In front of an elite dozong, even though they were renowned elite Do Huangs in the outside world, at this moment, they were as lowly as an ordinary person. Do Huang would never be able to truly break through before the dozong class. At this moment, some people in the crowd recalled the words that a certain someone had said earlier. Young Master Su once killed an adult rank 7 golden Lu beast with the strength of a Do Huang. This kind of battle result could indeed be called a legend to the crowd earlier. However, when they thought about it now, they felt that it was extremely laughable. A rank 7 adult golden Lu beast's strength was at least equivalent to a human 7-star dozong. How could Su Zhan possess such strength? When they thought about the expression of that person when he spoke, that respectful expression, it was likely that one would be able to guess that this person should be a soldier of the Su clan. Why? Do the 2 of you not plan to continue? We have already reached the final stage of the pill nurturing process. Let's finish the refinement in one go. Just as everyone was absent-minded, Xiaoyan's calm voice once again spread out, causing Su Zhan and Mu Ling's expressions to abruptly turn around. They had nearly forgotten that Xiaoyan still existed beside them. The 2 of them cautiously looked at Xiaoyan. They completely ignored the flame that was about to be extinguished in the medicinal cauldron. After all, it was likely that no one would be able to do anything properly when there was a person beside them who could easily kill them at any time. Xiaoyan was naturally incomparably clear about this matter. He laughed and said. He chuckled and said, what happened earlier was merely a small interlude. The 2 of you can continue. Of course, I will not disturb your pill refinement process, nor will I covet your medicinal pills. I will just randomly take a look. Mu Ling's anxious expression became a little more relaxed when he heard this. He did not hesitate any longer as his spiritual strength instantly poured out. The strength of the green flame, mysterious flame, suddenly soared. However, it was steadily controlled by Mu Ling at an extremely suitable temperature as he continued the final step of the medicinal pill refinement process. Su Zhan, on the other hand, gave Xiaoyan a deep look before he once again placed his mind on the medicinal cauldron from before. However, an elderly figure suddenly appeared in the space beside him. Looking at the thickness of his aura, his strength had actually reached the level of a 3-star dozun. Xiaoyan did not even look at this. He simply minded his own business and watched the two people in the arena finish up the match. Xiaoyan's indifference did not mean that the surrounding people were also indifferent. Numerous surprised voices sounded from the crowd the moment the old man appeared. Quickly look. That old man beside young Master Su. Isn't that the 5th elder of the Su clan? His strength has reached the terrifying 3-star dozun class. The outside world calls him Su Pei from the hand of hell. What? It is actually Elder Su Pei. Didn't he go missing 2 years ago? He's just missing because we can't see him. It's not like he's dead. Didn't you see Elder Su Pei guarding young Master Su? It seems like Elder Su Pei has been secretly protecting young Master Su for the past 2 years. TSK. Back then, Elder Su Pei possessed the strength to cross 3 classes. With the strength of a 2-star dozun, he had forcefully killed a 5-star dozun. This allowed him to have a place among all the elite dozuns in this southwestern region back then. That's right. From the looks of it, his aura is even denser than back then. It is likely that he has already broken through to a 3-star dozun. This brat actually dares to act so arrogantly in front of so many people today. Let's see if you will have a good time. Su Pei's pair of turbid old eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan while everyone was discussing with each other. It was as though he wanted to completely see through Xiaoyan. However, Su Pei's body trembled slightly in an instant. He frowned slightly and his eyes, which were originally staring intently at Xiaoyan, were involuntarily turned away. Earlier, when Su Pei was probing Xiaoyan, his eyes, which were staring at Xiaoyan, had become increasingly blurry for some unknown reason. There seemed to be a layer of dense fog covering Xiaoyan's body, causing him to be unable to see through him. The expression on his face changed slightly. However, when he once again looked at Xiaoyan, that feeling seemed to be present and undetectable. In short, everything about Xiaoyan gave him an indescribable mysterious feeling. Su Pei's originally frown involuntarily deepened after this. His eyes were filled with surprise as he looked at Xiaoyan. Just who is this person? Why is his aura so strange and indeterminate? What is his intention for coming to my Yanluo city? Xiaoyan's mysteriousness also caused a series of questions to involuntarily form in Su Pei's heart. For an old man of his level, it was already very difficult for anything to attract his attention. Currently, the only person he was truly concerned about was Su Jin in front of him. Xiaoyan's appearance naturally caused him to have many questions in his heart. Amidst the silence, some fine lime powder also slid down from Su Pei's fingers under his sleeves. At the same time, deep within an important area of one of the wealthy families in Yanluo City, 4 pairs of turbid and sharp old eyes opened. All of this naturally could not escape Xiaoyan's eyes. However, to Xiaoyan, all of this was just so. In his heart, he could not be bothered to pay too much attention to it. A small fry like this was unable to arouse any emotions in his heart. Of course, unless they were stubborn and insisted on doing something with Xiaoyan, time flowed by minute. Su Zhan and Mu Ling's foreheads were already covered with beads of sweat. Their clothes had long since become so drenched that water could be wrung out. The veins on their foreheads protruded and squirmed continuously. Their originally calm eyes had already turned scarlet red and their eyeballs were abnormally protruding. At this moment, the two of them had finally reached the point where they were like oil lamps that had run out of oil. Clang! Su Zhan's palm viciously slammed against the body of the cauldron, causing the lid of the cauldron to open. Golden! Flames abruptly soared into the sky, wrapping around a longan-sized round medicinal pill. Soon after, Su Zhan caught it in his palm. He stretched his arm forward and slowly opened his palm. A rich medicinal fragrance spread out, causing one to feel incomparably comfortable after taking a breath. A thin layer of clear mist wrapped around a light green medicinal pill. Its lustrous glow allowed one to know that this medicinal pill was no ordinary item. Cough cough. I have lived up to everyone's expectations. This young master has finally completed the refinement of a grade 7 middle grade great returning pill. Su Zhan coughed a few times as the corners of his mouth lifted into an arrogant smile. Today, he had once again proved that he, Su Zhen, was the unchanging number one in Yanluo City. Even Su Pei, who was beside him, looked at Su Zhen with his turbid old eyes, which were filled with gratification. Although the current Su Zhen was incomparably weak, how many people could refine a grade 7 medicinal pill as a grade 6 alchemist? The current Su Zhen was enough to be proud of himself. However, all of this was nothing in the eyes of Xiaoyan, who was standing to one side. Without looking at anything else, just the grade 7 great returning pill was already a pure failure in his eyes. The medicinal pill's luster was dull and lusterless, while its medicinal fragrance was ordinary and unremarkable. The medicinal power within the medicinal pill was also extremely mixed. Although it had been forcefully fused together, if it was really used, it would likely cause quite a bit of trouble. However, Xiaoyan did not have the mood to be a good person and punish him. Such a person would sooner or later suffer the consequences of deceiving the world. Why should he be in a hurry to act? Compared to Su Zhen, Mu Ling's situation was clearly much better. Although his entire body was clearly weaker than Su Zhen, the medicinal power of the medicinal pill within the cauldron was even more concentrated and could be said to be of the highest grade. Suddenly, Mu Ling's hands moved simultaneously. The seals in his hands changed and he took out the China root pill from the cauldron. Wait a little longer. Wait for another 5 breaths of time before taking it out. The China root pill's medicinal power will completely condense and become a complete pill. When Xiaoyan saw Mu Ling's hand movements, the corners of his mouth instantly curled. This brat was truly impatient. He actually gave up on the medicinal pill that was about to successfully condense. How could this make Xiaoyan feel lonely and speechless? Upon hearing this, Mu Ling's heart moved. A complete pill was a way of saying that a medicinal pill had truly been successfully refined. An ordinary medicinal pill would only be a complete pill after being refined. For example, the great returning pill in Su Zhen's hands was a complete pill in everyone's eyes. A complete pill, on the other hand, was much better than a formed pill. Its medicinal strength would be a couple of times stronger than a formed pill. Its effect would also be shockingly strong. No wonder Mu Ling would have such a change after hearing Xiaoyan's words. The seal in Mu Ling's hand quietly disappeared. His entire person seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. His spirit suddenly changed and the blood in his body seemed to have become excited. The crowd outside the arena had also heard Xiaoyan's words. Instantly, the cold and gloomy faces of the people who were suppressed by Xiaoyan's aura immediately became intense. They were completely different from before. Complete pill. The complete pill has actually appeared. I heard that having this complete pill is equivalent to having an extra life. Damn it, let's see who dares to snatch it from me. The temptation of the complete pill had actually caused some people to go crazy. Their eyes were red as they stared at the medicine cauldron in front of Mu Ling. The robes on the surface of their bodies trembled unnaturally and they assumed a posture as if they were ready to make a move at any time. At this moment, these people who lived on the edge of a knife all day finally could not resist the temptation of this complete pill. In their hearts, they had forgotten about the strength of their opponents and only had a desire for the treasure. Seeing this, Su Zhen's expression became gloomy the moment the words of the people around Xiaoyan sounded. His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Xiaoyan. 5 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. The seal between Mu Ling's hands changed and the lid of the medicine cauldron exploded following his hand seal. The green flame turned into a thick fire dragon that circled in the air and roared at the sky. It was as if a real dragon had appeared. The fire dragon held a green pill that was the size of a longan in its mouth. Following which, the fire dragon twisted its body and charged into the sky. The body of the pill emitted a green light in all directions. Together with the powerful aura of the fire dragon, it dazzled the world. At this moment, the group of crazy Do Wangs and Do Huangs also looked at the complete pill in the sky with eyes full of desire. Immediately, the Dochi wings on their backs flapped and appeared. Then, their bodies moved and they rushed toward the fire dragon. Looking from afar, it was as if countless streams of light were flying into the sky. Seeing this, Mu Ling's pupil shrank and he was pleasantly surprised. Although he was pleasantly surprised that he could refine a complete pill, he also knew how difficult it was to refine a complete pill. So, how was the medicinal strength of the complete pill? As an alchemist, he was naturally extremely clear about it. Hence, he already had other plans in his heart on how to use this China root pill. However, at this moment, when he saw this group of people actually shamelessly swarming forward, he was naturally extremely anxious in his heart. He was very aggrieved and thought to himself, the medicinal pills I refined are instead going to become someone else's wedding dress. What a shitty world. Humph. Suddenly, a soft snort was emitted from an unknown place. The group of Do Wangs and Do Huangs, who had flown forward, were all forcefully sent flying by an invisible strength under the sound. Seeing this scene, Mu Ling subconsciously turned his gaze toward Xiaoyan. He was not familiar with Xiaoyan, a stranger. Yet, this person had actually helped him. Why did he do so? Thinking about it in his heart, Mu Ling immediately seemed to have thought of something. The gratitude in his eyes when he looked at Xiaoyan also disappeared. All that was left was vigilance and fear. Although Xiaoyan only had the appearance of a young man, he had lived in the Dochi continent for an unknown number of years and had seen many different kinds of people. With his shrewdness, he naturally understood Mu Ling's thoughts. After which, he laughed softly and said a sentence. You don't have to think so much. Your green flame Xian flame and complete pill can barely be considered as second-rate goods to me. You can rest assured. Hearing these words, Mu Ling's eyebrows twitched. He was about to vomit blood. Wasn't this person too arrogant? This was the first time he had seen someone look down on his green flame Xian flame and even said that it could barely be considered as second-rate goods. He really wanted to say, you're the best, you're the best. Hurry up and leave. However, as long as this person didn't have any intention of spying on him, he wouldn't say anything. After all, a friend came from afar. Shouldn't he treat him with respect? Otherwise, what difference would there be between him and those thick-skinned people in the sky? Brother, thank you very much. I'm a little ashamed of what happened just now. Mu Ling's apology made Xiaoyan have a better impression of him. A person's character wasn't something that could be boasted about. A small matter was enough to show it. At this moment, Mu Ling had given Xiaoyan a real reason to help him. Compared to Mu Ling, Su Zhen's expression was even gloomier. Once the complete pill was revealed, it announced that his position as the #1 alchemist among the younger generation in Yanluo City had changed hands. Moreover, the owner of this title was the ant that he had casually stomped to death some time ago. Now that the roles had been switched, how could he endure it? The key point was that this brat had said something funny. This made him, as his opponent, lose face. Hence, Su Zhen's anger grew. The fire dragon circled the sky once. Following the change of Mu Ling's hand seal, it flew down in a spiral. The huge body of the fire dragon broke through the defensive tower and slowly disappeared. In the end, a China root pill landed in Mu Ling's palm. As he felt the warmth in his palm, Mu Ling could clearly sense the incomparably powerful medicinal strength and life force within the elixir. It was as if all the deathly aura would vanish in front of it. The life force of this elixir had actually reached such a terrifying level. Mu Ling raised his hand and opened his palm, exposing the China root pellet to the countless passionate gazes, causing a wave of resentment to shoot into the depths of his heart. However, at this moment, he was not afraid in his heart. A clear voice slowly came out from the former's mouth. This is a grade 7 complete pill, China root. Damn it, let's fight. Charge. Brother, come and fight with me for the pill. Before the clear voice faded, countless people had already charged towards the pill in Mu Ling's hand with crazed and ferocious expressions. From the looks of it, it was as though they wanted to devour Mu Ling as well. At this moment, Su Zhen's venomous voice suddenly resounded throughout the sky. His voice was faint. These words were uttered by Su Zhen after a huge struggle in his heart. At the same time, he pointed his finger at Xiaoyan. My Su family will repay whoever can help me kill these two people. Furthermore, this China root pill will also belong to that person. Once these words that were filled with temptation spread out, the originally already present crowd became even more important than their lives. Looking at Su Zhen's ruthless manner, this heavy reward was definitely not something the latter was perfunctory about. If they were fortunate enough to become a guest elder of the Su family, such a position would be second only to one person and above tens of thousands of people in a radius of a few thousand miles. Moreover, they would be able to enjoy countless resources. How could they give up so easily just because he said so? In their eyes, young Master Su's favor was even greater than the favor of a prince of the Celestial Empire. After all, this was a world where strength was respected. It was impossible for them not to be moved. Therefore, when Su Jin's voice sounded, this group of Do Wangs and Do Huangs, numbering at least 100 people, had already crazily charged towards Xiaoyan, and Mu Ling's expression changed slightly. He was also extremely fearful of this terrifying crowd. Su Jin also coldly smiled as he looked at the two of them from the side. In his heart, he thought to himself, "You must be blind to provoke me. I am the young master of the Su family. Brat, so what if you're a Dozong? Looks like your life will end today after provoking this young master. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being blind and standing on the wrong side." Compared to Su Jin's vicious smile, Su Pei took a step forward and stood in front of Su Jin. His eyes stared at Xiaoyan as an indescribable bad premonition arose in his heart. Xiaoyan's face was expressionless as he faced the crowd of lunatics. He did not like killing to begin with. Facing these people, he did not even have the heart to kill them. Perhaps this was the disdain of the strong towards the weak. Xiaoyan ignored the crazy crowd. Instead, he turned around and looked at Su Pei. Being stared at by Xiaoyan, the depths of Su Pei's heart suddenly shook. He quickly recovered, but the eyes with which he looked at Xiaoyan were filled with fear. "May I know who you are and where your teacher is from?" At this moment, even Su Pei, an elite Dozun, had an additional solemn feeling when he spoke to Xiaoyan. Ignoring Su Pei, Xiaoyan flipped his hand and violently swung a slap. In the next instant, the countless number of Do Wangs and Do Huangs, who were hundreds of feet away from Xiaoyan and Su Pei, were sent flying backwards with a bang. The houses in this area were also smashed into ruins by this group of experts who were sent flying backwards. Originally, I did not want to do anything. However, a younger generation like you has the intention to kill me. This is something that I do not like. So, what do you want to do? Su Pei's eyes narrowed. He stared intently at Xiaoyan. The tone of his voice had clearly changed. He knew that it was likely that a big battle would be unavoidable today. Xiaoyan's indifferent eyes randomly glanced in a certain direction. Only then did he speak in a faint voice. "It is not that I want to do anything. Instead, it is all of you. Since you wish to deal with me, why do you need to say any more nonsense? Just come at me directly." Su Pei's expression suddenly turned cold when he heard this. He let out a cold snort and his body shook. Doqi surged out of his body as his right hand was suddenly clenched. Immediately, he swung it once again, transforming his fist into a claw that grabbed at Xiaoyan. "Brat, how arrogant. Receive this attack from the old me, Yama hand." Xiaoyan's body did not move even a little in the face of this attack. His body stood to the side and an invisible aura that could support the sky quietly spread out, causing a wave of cold wind to whistle in this area. At this moment, Su Pei's attack had finally arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Seeing Xiaoyan's calm face, Su Pei let out a cold snort in his heart. He coldly laughed at Xiaoyan's arrogance and ignorance. The doqi in his palm was even more agglomerated and its strength was even greater than before. However, in the next instant, Su Pei's body and the claw that was furiously grabbing at Xiaoyan stood horizontally in the air, unable to advance even an inch. There seemed to be an invisible barrier in front of Su Pei. Even he was powerless in front of this barrier. "Huh. Explode for the old me." A thought passed through Su Pei's heart. He could not be bothered about his miserable appearance. The doqi within his body gathered on his palm. In an instant, it had already transformed into an enormous light cluster with a radius of 10 feet. The light cluster appeared crystal clear, appearing just like an ice crystal pearl. Numerous thunderbolts flickered with a dazzling lightning glow outside of the light cluster, giving it an extraordinary aura. "Huh. Rolling thunder bead, agglomerate." The enormous light cluster swiftly weakened and gathered in Su Pei's palm at a speed visible to the naked eye. The aura within it also became increasingly thick and fierce. It was likely that even a 7-star Dozun would have difficulty enduring it if it were to erupt. Everyone outside of the arena could naturally tell that this attack of Su Pei's was extraordinary. They sensed the increasingly powerful aura within the light cluster. Everyone's bodies quickly pulled back until they reached the horizon. From this, one could tell just how powerful this light cluster was. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, still maintained a calm and indifferent manner in the face of this. It was as though all of this had nothing to do with him. Fifth brother, stop. Don't hurt yourself. Wait for me to exchange another 100 blows with this brat. Suddenly, an explosive cry was transmitted from the distant horizon. Soon after, a ray of light shot through the empty space in a lightning-like manner. In an instant, it flashed and arrived beside Xiaoyan. The powerful aura of an 8-star Dozun suddenly poured down as a fist furiously smashed towards Xiaoyan. Brat, where did you come from? You are actually this arrogant just because you possess a little strength. Today, allow the old me to see just where your courage comes from. Ha! Xiaoyan's face remained indifferent in the face of the old man's furious cry. He did not even glance at the fist that was furiously flying over. Xiaoyan gently lifted his hand in front of the disbelieving eyes of everyone in the city. His palm gently met the old man's fist. A fist and a palm quietly arrived. When the two collided, the world was silent. It was as if nothing had happened. The old man's wild and powerful attack was just like an ordinary old man's fist. It did not have any power to speak of. How is this possible? Just who exactly are you? The expression of the old man instantly changed. He could clearly sense that the moment his fist made contact with the palm of this young man in front of him, the do-chi within his body had already been completely sealed. At this moment, he was no different from an ordinary old man. In fact, he was even weaker than an ordinary old man. This kind of situation could only mean that the strength of this young man in front of him had already reached the frightening level of being extraordinary. It was definitely not a frightening existence that he could contend with. Could it be that this young man had already reached that kind of level? The level of a true expert. Dosheng, Xiaoyan naturally saw through the thoughts of the old man. He exerted a little force with his palm and pushed it forward. A bang sound appeared and the old man flew backwards like a kite with its string cut. How bold of you! Die for the old me! Suddenly, a couple of explosive cries were transmitted from the sky. Soon after, 5 rays of light cut through the sky and charged towards Xiaoyan. Ha! Mysterious sky waterfall. Soon after, 5 powerful Dozun pressures came crushing towards Xiaoyan. The space around them became slightly distorted. This was the overbearingness of an elite Dozun. The eyes of one of the old men, who had reached the strength of a 7-star Dozun, emitted a glint. He appeared incomparably vicious. At the same time, the palms in front of his chest were opened and closed. Seals continued to appear on his palms. The do-chi within his body swiftly gathered above his head, transforming into an energy waterfall. With a low cry, it violently smashed towards Xiaoyan. The other 4 elite Dozuns had also poured their do-chi into the energy waterfall, causing the waterfall's might to be even more shocking at this moment. Xiaoyan remained expressionless in the face of this. A mere Dozun. From the way he saw it, a Dozun was already considered an expert many years ago. Now, it was merely an ordinary person. Xiaoyan ignored the old man's do-chi attack. His bright eyes looked at Suzhen in an indifferent manner. His clear and bright voice was faintly emitted. See? Originally, I did not intend to do this. However, this group of elders of yours have insisted on attacking me because of those words of yours. You cannot blame me for this. Xiaoyan's indifferent tone caused Suzhen's body to tremble. His entire face became as white as a sheet of paper. It was completely bloodless. It should be known that just a moment ago, his great-grandfather, who had reached the strength of an 8-star Dozun, had been defeated by this brat in one strike in front of his eyes. One could imagine that this brat's strength had likely reached the 9th change of a Dozun. Although Suzhen thought in this manner in his heart, the expression on his face turned into a cold smile. He raised his hand and his palm turned into a fist. His thumb was lifted. After which, he turned it downwards and made a disdainful gesture. The corners of Suzhen's mouth curled into a ferocious smile, making his whole face look a little twisted and crazy. His eyes were also full of ruthlessness. He raised his head and sneered at Xiaoyan with his nose in the air. You actually dare to utter such big words even when death is imminent. You really don't know your limits. Even if you have injured my grandfather, You will still die even if you are an expert 9-change Dozun when faced with the full force attack of 5 high-class Dozuns. In the next moment, the old man who had used his Do skill on Xiaoyan also let out a cold laugh and shouted, "Xiaoyan. Kid, you're already at death's door now, yet you actually dare to boast so shamelessly and act so arrogantly. You're truly courting death. Black Sky Waterfall. Destroy him for me." The large waterfall carried a frightening natural pressure as it violently struck towards Xiaoyan. The other 4 Dozun elders also stared at Xiaoyan with ruthless faces. Powerful Dozun auras poured out and heavily pressed towards Xiaoyan. Humph. Noisy. Just as the towering waterfall landed in the sky above Xiaoyan's head, Xiaoyan suddenly waved his large sleeve. An invisible energy instantly swept over the entire place. The full force suppression of the 5 elite Dozuns appeared to be nothing as it was instantly broken through. It swept in all directions without pausing. Among them, there were also 5 skinny figures that seemed to be dead. At this moment, the surrounding people, who had already dodged to 1,000 feet away, finally woke up. Their eyes were filled with horror as they looked at Xiaoyan. If I remember correctly, the elite Dozun who had charged towards the sky earlier should be the current strongest person in the Su clan. Suzhen's grandfather is a genuine 8-star peak Dozun. He is only 1 step away from reaching the 9-star Dozun class. The crowd immediately turned into an uproar after this voice was emitted. Even an ultimate expert, who was comparable to a 9-star Dozun, was forced back by a single strike from that young man. Just how great was the strength of that young man? Since that old man is an 8-star Dozun, it is likely that the weakest of the 5 elite Dozuns who came after him is a 5-star Dozun. At this moment, the crowd was also extremely shocked by this frightening lineup today. Just a young man had attracted a total of 7 elite Dozuns. Even though this was the case, that young man was still able to forcefully suppress them. This ability really caused quite a number of people in the crowd to feel a fiery heat in their hearts. In one's life, by being able to achieve such an achievement at a young age, it was likely that one would be able to proudly face any kind of difficulty in the future. At this moment, Mu Ling was also using a shocked gaze to stare blankly at Xiaoyan. The muscles on his face seemed to have solidified. His mouth was also wide open and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that this person of the same age, who had inexplicably helped him, would actually possess such great strength. Even when the 5 elders of the Su clan attacked together, they were unable to last more than 1 round. Such strength could be said to be heaven-defying. Xiaoyan also revealed a calm and harmonious smile to Mu Ling. Only then did he break Mu Ling's stunned expression. Xiaoyan's gaze swept over the crowd of observers in the distant sky. After which, he turned his gaze towards Su Zhen. His expression contained traces of coldness. At this moment, the expression on Su Zhen's face had been replaced by an endless horror the moment the 5 elders were sent flying. At this moment, everything that the black-robed man before him had done today had completely crushed his arrogant heart. Just as Xiaoyan was about to make his move, the space in front of Su Zhen distorted and Su Pei's figure once again appeared. After his figure appeared, Su Pei flipped his hand and sent Su Zhen flying with a palm strike. His own body borrowed the force from the blow and charged towards Xiaoyan. "Zhener, hurry up and leave. Today, us old fellows might have to die here. Quickly leave this place and you must hide well. Do not come out if you do not have sufficient strength." As Su Zhen's figure flew backwards, Su Pei's final words completely fell into Su Zhen's ears. After hearing this, Su Zhen finally truly understood just how terrifying the strength of the person Su Pei was about to face was. With regards to this, a trace of impatience rose in Xiaoyan's heart. He did not say that he was going to kill anyone, but these old fellows insisted on risking their lives time and time again. This really made him somewhat angry in his heart. Humph. With a cold snort, Su Pei's forward-charging body suddenly stilled. Soon after, Xiaoyan slammed his palm forward. A bang sound appeared and Su Pei had already turned into nothingness. Not even a trace of flesh was left behind. This scene was no different from that elite Dozong from earlier. Before Xiaoyan could act, another figure flashed and appeared in front of Su Zhen, who had just stopped his body. From the looks of it, this figure was Su Zhen's great-grandfather. Humph. You are really going all out. Xiaoyan raised his hand. A palm was thrown through the air and smashed towards Su Zhen's great-grandfather, that skinny old man who was merely an 8-star dozun. However, a layer of ruthlessness covered the face of Su Zhen's great-grandfather in the face of Xiaoyan's attack. He waved his hand and a jade scroll flashed and appeared in his palm. Without any hesitation, his shriveled hand suddenly clenched. The jade scroll instantly exploded into dust that scattered in all directions. At the same time, Xiaoyan's palm was also violently swung downwards. An enormous invisible hand appeared in front of the skinny old man. It ruthlessly slammed towards the skinny old man. Bang! A wave of water wave-like energy ripples spread 10 feet in front of the skinny old man. A doqi barrier also appeared and protected Su Zhen and the old man within it. Xiaoyan lifted his brows when he saw this scene. His eyes were a little surprised as he looked at the doqi barrier. This doqi barrier was actually set up by a Bandi expert. Is it because of the jade scroll from earlier? Looks like this Su clan has some story. Huh? It is unexpected that such a small clan actually has an elite Bandi protecting them. They are really extraordinary. Xiaoyan's eyes were indifferent as he looked at the skinny old man. His expression was still calm. It was as though he viewed the Bandi as nothing. Humph. Brat, you are really arrogant. Even though you are an elite Doshing, you are still just like an ant in front of a Bandi Zun. The corner of the skinny old man's mouth was lifted when he heard Xiaoyan's calm words. A cold smile was lifted before he emitted a cold snort. Clearly, he felt great disdain for Xiaoyan's ignorance. Xiaoyan involuntarily emitted a cold laugh in the face of the skinny old man's disdainful words. His hand, which had fallen, was once again lifted. He slammed it down towards the invisible barrier from a distance. This seemingly random attack caused the entire place to tremble. The space between Xiaoyan and the barrier was completely shattered into nothingness by this palm. The empty space shattered and an enormous strength that could support the sky suddenly appeared in front of the invisible barrier. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an enormous hand that reached the sky. Before the skinny old man could react, the large hand that could support the sky had already collided with the barrier. The entire place shook in an instant. A deafening sonic boom swept over the place. A powerful air wave also swept in all directions from the middle of the collision. Its strength shook the entire place. Crack! An invisible clear sound appeared in the sky. Immediately, the skinny old man could clearly see that the invisible barrier in front of him had actually formed a tiny crack line at this moment. However, this was not the end. A crack line appeared. Within a couple of breaths' time, the invisible barrier had already cracked deeply. The entire barrier was filled with clear crack lines. Bang! A loud bang sounded. The invisible barrier suddenly burst apart under this sound. It turned into nothingness and disappeared from this place. The skinny old man's heart was suddenly startled when he saw this scene. His skinny face also revealed a shocked expression. This young man in front of him was actually, a half-martial emperor. Xiaoyan ignored the grandfather and grandson duo in front of him after the barrier was shattered. Instead, he turned his body and the doqi in his body suddenly poured out and smashed toward the empty space beside his body. Boom! With a muffled sound, Xiaoyan's figure shook and took a few steps back. However, the ground beneath his feet had already transformed into an enormous pit that was 300 meters wide. The strength of a half-martial emperor was actually this powerful. He had merely been knocked back a few steps, yet he had created such a huge crater. It was likely that even an all-out attack from a peak dozun would have difficulty creating such a large hole. The might of a single step possessed a strength that far exceeded the peak of the dozun class. An elite Bandi was really this frightening. You're a half-martial emperor, yet you've resorted to such lowly methods. This goes against your status. Xiaoyan's body did not move. His body stood in the empty air. The corner of his mouth contained a cold smile as he spoke in a faint voice. Humph. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. You never care about the process. Why do you need to be so obsessed with your face? A black-purple robed figure appeared after Xiaoyan's words sounded. He stood 100 feet in front of Xiaoyan. At the same time, a somewhat dry and hoarse mocking voice was emitted. Xiaoyan smiled. His face revealed a mocking expression as he coldly laughed. No wonder you have become like this. You have already become shameless. In front of Xiaoyan's eyes, half of that person's face appeared to have been splashed with sulfuric acid. It was unusually distorted and extremely frightening. These words of Xiaoyan had clearly struck a sore spot in this person's heart. The eyes that he used to look at Xiaoyan were even more ruthless. It was as though he wanted to bite Xiaoyan. His originally distorted face appeared even more frightening at this moment. However, suddenly, a burst of wild laughter was emitted from his mouth. Only then did he look at Xiaoyan. His eyes were filled with an ice-cold and indifferent expression. Stinking brat, this old man has been in power for many years. There are many people who have insulted and ridiculed this old man like you. I'm afraid that there are at least a few hundred of them. Do you know what happened to those people who insulted and ridiculed this old man? Xiaoyan's mouth lifted into a cold smile when he heard this. His tone was calm as he replied. They are all dead? The gaze that the old man used to look at Xiaoyan was even colder. A ferocious smile that caused one's heart to tremble appeared at the corner of his mouth. He mocked as he said. That's right. They were all killed by this old man. Not a single one of them managed to escape. Moreover, among them, there were several people who had reached the half-emperor level like you. The crowd standing at the edge of the sky immediately stood up after the old man's words sounded. According to what the old man had said, he had once killed an extraordinary expert at the half-emperor level. Didn't this mean that his strength was at the very least at the half-emperor level? Looking at Xiaoyan again, the sneak attack from this half-emperor level expert had been easily dealt with by him. In that case, wouldn't Xiaoyan's strength also be at the half-emperor level? In a single day, these wild cultivators, who spent their days on the edge of blades, had actually met two half-emperor level experts that they did not even dare to imagine. How could this not cause them to be shocked and moved? In merely an instant, the crowd that was about to erupt once again turned silent. The might of a half-emperor level expert was no joke. If any of them had really angered these two, it was likely that their seemingly large group would be turned into ashes with a single thought. At this point, the deterrence of a half-emperor level expert could be seen. No matter how wild and fearless a person was normally, they could only face a half-emperor with a fearful attitude. The suppression of a half-emperor level expert was not only limited to one's body, it was also true control over one's soul. In front of a half-emperor level expert, all one could feel was that all one's efforts would be a pile of bubbles. It was illusory and impossible. Today, the home ground of Yanluo City would definitely belong to these two people in front of them. Therefore, while the crowd was silent, all of them swiftly retreated. It should be known that even the aftershock of a half-emperor level expert's attack was completely enough to shatter them. Xiaoyan gently glanced at the rapidly retreating crowd. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Tilting his head to look at the old man with a distorted face, he smiled and said, Since they have already opened up a space for us, shouldn't our battle begin? The old man sneered. Below the distorted half of his face, there seemed to be countless worms squirming about. It was an exceptionally disgusting sight. Brat, since you are in such a hurry to seek death, this old man shall lend you a hand today. He, little brat, prepare to die. Before the old man's mocking voice could fade, the shriveled body wrapped in a purplish-black long robe suddenly jerked and charged towards Xiaoyan. Withered poison palm. Withered poison palm. The old man with a distorted face moved and arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Black and purple doqi swiftly gathered in his palm. Light flickered within his old eyes as a palm ruthlessly smashed towards Xiaoyan's face. Xiaoyan was not the least bit afraid of this. The old man was merely a 5-star half-D. Even an 8-star half-DD, splitting cloud wolf, had been killed by him. What could this ugly old man do to him? With a flip of his hand, Xiaoyan's palm ruthlessly met the old man's palm head-on. Ancient God Seal. Even though it was a high-level D-class Do skill in the hands of a Ban Emperor expert, it was still extremely extraordinary and gave off a monstrous aura. The collision of the two caused the world to tremble. Even though there was such a great distance between them, some of the weaker cultivators still emitted a poochie sound and spat out a mouthful of blood from their bodies. Even the stronger ones involuntarily had a trace of blood seeping out from the corner of their mouths. Their faces had also instantly turned pale. A Ban Emperor expert was indeed worthy of being the true strongest in the Yuanwu continent. Even though there was a distance of 10,000 miles between them, it was as though there was nothing in their eyes. The palms of the two collided and separated upon contact. A wild and violent explosion spread from between the two. The powerful force caused many tiny cracks to appear in the surrounding space. It was as though the entire space would collapse in an instant with just a little more force. Octane blast. Poison finger. The two of them had just forced each other to take a step back when Xiaoyan and the old man in front of him once again moved. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's heart and the octane blast was unleashed. A flying kick swept toward the old man. The old man was not willing to be outdone. His shriveled hand instantly clenched into a fist. His finger carried a strength that could prop up the heavens as it ruthlessly smashed towards Xiaoyan's flying kick. Although this old man appeared ferocious and his entire body was as skinny as firewood, he was even inferior to an ordinary old man. However, the aura all over his body contained a ferocious overbearing strength that could shake the world. It did not match the appearance of his body at all. The old man's finger wasn't weak, but how could Xiaoyan's level 8 collapse be weak? Under the enhancement of the octane collapse, Xiaoyan's physical strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level. If it was just a competition of physical strength, then he probably wouldn't be at a disadvantage even if he fought a half-martial emperor with the same strength. A finger and a leg, both carrying a terrifying aura that could destroy the world, rapidly approached. Space, which was already on the verge of collapse, finally could not endure such a terrifying force. It exploded with a bang and turned into a pitch-black endless space. Boom! Xiaoyan's leg and the finger violently smashed together. The old man's expression changed first. He did not expect that the physical body of this brat in front of him was actually so incomparably strong. He actually found it somewhat difficult to endure this attack. On the other hand, Xiaoyan's strong and ferocious strength was revealed after the two powerful douqis cancelled each other out. His powerful physical strength allowed him to be in an invincible position. No matter how strong the old man in front of him was, he was unable to hurt Xiaoyan at all. Humph. Brat, don't think that you can defeat me just because you have some strength. Just relying on strength to fight with me is not enough. The old man's face did not show any anger after suffering a loss. Instead, he coldly laughed as he looked at Xiaoyan and spoke. A glint flashed deep within Xiaoyan's eyes when he heard these words. The corners of his mouth lifted into a playful smile. He also coldly laughed as he replied. In that case, may I know what you mean by these words? The old man felt some anger in his heart when he heard Xiaoyan's act of ignorance. This brat was already in trouble, yet he still dared to ask such a question. This really caused him to feel a little surprised. Humph. Brat, you are really arrogant. My withered poison palm and poison centipede finger are high-level ultimate skills from the super faction in the middle region, the Duai sect. Both of them dominate the world with their potent poison. If the two of them were to be added together, the poison would multiply. You actually dare to be so arrogant even after being poisoned. You are really seeking death. Xiaoyan lifted his brows when he heard the old man's words. Duai sect, a faction in the middle region. Could this old man be someone from the middle region? Oh? Duai sect, huh? It still exists. However, I wonder if the current Duai sect is still the same Duai sect from back then. Suddenly, Guyu's somewhat emotional voice was transmitted into Xiaoyan's heart, causing Xiaoyan to raise his brows again. Just how long had this crossing disaster sect existed? It actually caused Guyu to sigh endlessly. Old Gu, do you know about this Duai sect? Xiaoyan involuntarily asked when he heard Guyu's emotional sigh. Guyu smiled faintly in his heart as he replied to Xiaoyan. Duai sect was founded 5,000 years ago. The Crossing Disaster sect was established 5,000 years ago, and its founder was an expert whose strength had reached the Great Origin Saint stage. His status was the same as the little girl you met in Qingyang City. He also had the woeful poison body. Xiaoyan's mind suddenly shook when these words sounded. His heart was filled with surprise. The Duai sect had been established by someone with the woeful poison body. Moreover, the most unbelievable thing was that the person with the woeful poison body had actually reached the Great Origin Saint stage, The Great Origin Saint stage was the true top expert of the entire Yuanwu continent. However, Xiaoyan frowned in the blink of an eye. He involuntarily felt some doubt in his heart. Back then, the little fairy doctor had been a dozun, but she had already had difficulty suppressing the woeful poison body. If she had not gathered the monster core of the sky poison dragon scorpion beast and many other natural treasures, it would have been difficult for her to control it. However, the woeful poison body from the ancient times had reached the Great Origin Saint stage. How could this gap not cause Xiaoyan to feel suspicious? There is no need to think too much. That person's strength has indeed reached the Origin Saint stage. Moreover, the woeful poison body within her body has yet to erupt, huh? Since it had yet to erupt, did that not mean that the woeful poison body of that person had not been suppressed? She is extraordinary. Ever since she started training, she has forcefully suppressed the woeful poison body each time it erupts. Even until the day she dies, it is still the same. Xiaoyan's heart was once again startled when he heard this. This person was truly an extraordinary person. The determination in her heart was truly unparalleled. Just as Xiaoyan was about to open his mouth to ask something, the old man's body shook. Purple-black Douqi swiftly gathered in his palm as a palm attacked Xiaoyan once again. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he saw this. A cold snort was emitted from his nose. His body shook as Douqi instantly surged from his palm. His right hand was suddenly clenched into a fist as he threw a punch at the old man. Withered poison palm. Purple-black Douqi continued to spew out from the old man's palm. This technique was actually the extremely poisonous withered poison palm. Xiaoyan's expression remained unchanged in the face of this. After all, regardless of how poisonous his Douqi was, it was as though it was nothing in front of a heavenly flame. Xiaoyan threw a punch forward. All the strength in his body poured out and violently smashed towards the old man's palm, which had already turned purple-black. Octane blast. It was another octane blast. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan had already arrived in front of the old man. His right fist violently smashed towards the shriveled palm. Bang! One fist and one palm separated upon contact. However, without waiting for them to rest, the two figures once again collided. The originally pitch-black ink-like endless empty space appeared even more empty at this moment. In merely a short moment, the two of them had already exchanged over 300 blows. Each blow was ruthless and each one was fatal. If it were not for the fact that the two of them were different from ordinary people, it was likely that they would have to pay quite a hefty price. The surrounding crowd had already retreated to an even further place in the horizon. If they did not flee further away from such a huge battle, it was likely that the many cultivators in Yanluo City could only end their lives here today. Xiaoyan and the old man each stood on one side of the endless empty space in the sky. Some tiny beads of perspiration hung on Xiaoyan's forehead. Occasionally, some perspiration would roll down Xiaoyan's face, wetting a corner of Xiaoyan's clothes. At this moment, the auras of the two had become somewhat unstable. Clearly, this endless battle was still unbearable for the both of them even though their strength had already reached the half-emperor level. Humph! Brat, after receiving 300 withered poison palms from this old man, the poison within has already entered your body. As long as this old man wills it, the poison will immediately erupt. Today, you will definitely die in my hands. Keek keek. At this moment, this old man with a distorted face appeared to be in an extremely miserable state. His grayish-white long hair was scattered in front of him. His purple-black long robe had also turned into pieces. However, the gaze he used to look at Xiaoyan was filled with a bloodthirst. Hearing the madman's words, the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth lifted into a sneer, and the playful look in his eyes became even stronger. A ferocious expression was revealed on the madman's distorted face when he saw this. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. At this moment, he was already prepared to enjoy Xiaoyan's painful appearance when the poison acted up. The old man stared ferociously at Xiaoyan. With a thought, he waited for the moment when Xiaoyan showed fear on his face. Unfortunately, for a full 5 breaths' time, Xiaoyan did not move at all under the old man's tight gaze. Instead, Xiaoyan only smiled as he looked at the old man. At this moment, a grave expression appeared on the old man's distorted face. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at Xiaoyan. How is this possible? How can you control it? Even if you are an alchemist, even if you have a divine pill, it is impossible for you to completely suppress this withered poison palm. What exactly? Without waiting for the old man to finish speaking, Xiaoyan had already made his move. Xiaoyan extended his right hand in front of him and pointed at the old man in the distance. A cold smile was lifted from the corners of his mouth. With a thought, a cluster of gorgeous flames appeared in Xiaoyan's palm with a puff sound. When the old man saw the gorgeous flame in Xiaoyan's palm, his originally distorted face suddenly tensed up at this moment. Numerous ferocious wiggling gullies appeared on his eye-catching scar. A long while later, the old man's eyes continued to stare intently at the flame in Xiaoyan's palm. His eyes were without spirit. Only 15 minutes later did he use a hoarse voice and trembling lips to speak with a face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? This is impossible. How can it be, a heavenly flame? That was impossible. All the heavenly flames in the world have already formed a spirit. Unless one is a talented individual, how can one obtain their favor? How can you obtain it? Xiaoyan merely laughed in the face of the old man's nonsense. All the heavenly flames in the world had a spirit. This point was something that Old Bone had told him long ago. However, his heavenly flame originated from the Dochi continent. Why would he need the acknowledgement of those fellows? At this moment, the old man was speaking such crazy words. This naturally caused Xiaoyan to laugh coldly. With a flip of his hand, the heavenly flame was absorbed into his body. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth once again smiled. He coldly laughed at the old man and said, "I did not have enough fun fighting just now. Let's do it again." Congealing fire finger. Xiaoyan's body moved and had already arrived beside the old man. He extended his finger and a gorgeous flame swiftly wrapped around Xiaoyan's finger. Wherever this finger passed, the world was destroyed. The endless empty space, which had just recovered a little, was once again shattered into pieces by this finger. The dochi on Xiaoyan's finger gathered with all his might. The gorgeous flame appeared to have agglomerated into a substance. It carried a flying swan aura that could break the world as it pointed directly at the old man's life gate with the intention of determining life and death. At this moment, the old man could no longer be bothered about whether Xiaoyan had a heavenly flame on his body. No matter what, the two of them would definitely have a big battle today. If he was afraid of Xiaoyan at this moment, it was likely that he would no longer have the opportunity to fight. So what if he has a heavenly flame on his body? It is merely a wisp of heavenly flame essence. Not to mention a wisp of source energy. Even if his true body appears today, this old man will make sure that he doesn't return alive. Xiaoyan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard this. A certain fellow within his body seemed to be a little unhappy. The old man did not dare to underestimate Xiaoyan's finger. His body forcefully turned in the air and his finger met Xiaoyan's congealing fire finger. Poison weeping finger. This poison weeping finger was even more solid than before. Rich purple-black dochi gathered at one spot, causing the might of this finger to be even stronger than before. Bang! Xiaoyan's body did not move at all after the finger was pointed. A cold smile appeared on his face as his body suddenly shook. An enormous force poured out from his finger and violently smashed onto the old man's body. Bang! The old man was clearly unable to endure any longer. Even though he was a 5-star half-emperor, he was still unable to reverse the situation with the heavenly flame. His body had just pulled back when Xiaoyan once again followed closely behind. The old man's expression changed. He could not be bothered about his miserable appearance as his body did a donkey roll in the air. Only then did he dodge Xiaoyan's attack. Damn it! Brat, you are really the first person to cause the old me to suffer in such a manner. The old me admits that you possess extraordinary strength with the heavenly flame in your body. Even though this is the case, the old me will definitely end you here today. The old man's body suddenly shook before his voice sounded. A monstrous aura spread out from within his body. His shriveled hand was pulled back in front of his chest. His finger moved continuously and numerous complicated seals were formed. The aura of the old man also soared at an extremely frightening speed. Brat, since you possess the heavenly flame in your body and possess the heavenly flame in your body, today, you can also have a taste of this old me's 10,000 poison body. Take a look at this old me's 10,000 poison body. Before his voice sounded, a purple-black lotus poison seal appeared between the old man's distorted brows. Following the appearance of this lotus poison seal, the old man's aura also soared in an instant. His originally powerful aura swept apart like a monstrous wave at this moment, causing the entire Yanluo city to tremble unceasingly at this moment. Xiaoyan's eyebrows were tightly knit together the moment he saw the purple-black poison seal between the old man's brows. This old fellow actually also possessed the woeful poison body, however, Xiaoyan's grave expression recovered in an instant. Although he also possessed the woeful poison body, this old fellow was like being Xianxia back then. It was a man-made woeful poison body. It was many times weaker than a genuine woeful poison body. Not only that, under Xiaoyan's senses, this old fellow's 10,000 poison body was still much weaker than being Xianxia back then. It was completely an incomplete half-finished product. Originally, I was planning to play with you a couple of times. However, since this is the case, it will be extremely easy to deal with you. Thinking back then, being Xianxia was indeed extraordinary from Xiaoyan's point of view. He was able to endure the pain of turning into a woeful poison body. However, it was also because of this that Xiaoyan also felt a little interested in him. Additionally, he was familiar with the meridians of the woeful poison body. The few meridians that needed to be used in this half-finished product had already been completely familiarized by Xiaoyan. At this moment, it could be said that it was extremely easy for him to deal with this old fellow. Huh. Arrogant brat. Even if you have the heavenly flame protecting your body, you will definitely fall under my poison today. 10,000 poison body, 10,000 mile destruction. Great desolate weeping poison, exterminate. The old fellow's body suddenly shook after his voice sounded. Purple-black doqi instantly surged out. The entire place was covered by this poison fog that permeated the sky in an instant. Even among the crowd, who had already withdrawn tens of thousands of kilometers away, there were people whose faces instantly turned grayish-black under this poison fog at this moment. Dark black blood flowed out from their 7 orifices. In merely a moment, many people, who could be considered experts in Yanluo City, had already turned into a pool of blood before completely disappearing from this world. Even those who were not poisoned did their best to maneuver the little doqi within their bodies to wrap around themselves and do their best to resist. At this moment, Yanluo City had already turned into a dead city. Any place where there were people had turned into a pool of blood. Where there were no people, the land was barren and all life had been extinguished. After this battle, this Yanluo city would no longer have any life in the next 100 years. Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan's face remained calm. Only when the poison fog attacked did he slowly raise his hand. He extended a finger and a light flickered on his finger. A cluster of thumb-sized flame, which looked like it could be extinguished at any moment, slowly rose. Immediately, Xiaoyan pressed his finger forward. A water-like flame. Ripple spread out. Wherever the flame passed, the purple-black poison fog in the sky appeared to be like ice that had encountered a raging fire. A chi-chi sound was emitted. After which, it turned into a clear fog and disappeared into the empty space. The old fellow's distorted face instantly changed when he saw this scene. However, before he could do anything, Xiaoyan's distant figure flashed. He used the sky extinction step and appeared beside the old fellow in a flash. Fire lotus, break! With a thought, countless small angry Buddha fire lotuses appeared around Xiaoyan's body. His right fist was suddenly clenched and Xiaoyan's fist carried an overwhelming might as it suddenly smashed toward the old fellow. Bang! An explosion sounded. In an instant, this entire place was swallowed by the endless empty space. The poison fog that permeated the sky also disappeared in an instant. The wild and violent doqi wave was only completely swallowed by the endless empty space when it was about to reach the countless number of people. The crowd once again retreated by thousands of kilometers after being shaken. They were afraid that they would be implicated again. A half-D expert was indeed frightening. Even this world had difficulty restraining them. It was really impossible to imagine just how powerful those true experts at the peak of the continent would be once they attacked. It was likely that with a casual flip of their palm, the entire continent would instantly crumble apart. It was a long while later before this place returned to its natural state. The clothes of the old man with a distorted face were completely torn in front of everyone's eyes. Fresh blood had already turned his entire body into a bloody person, causing him to appear even more ferocious and frightening. If one were to look carefully, one would be able to discover that the body of this old fellow was actually a little illusionary. In order to fight Xiaoyan, this old fellow had actually self-destructed his bandy body. When one looked at Xiaoyan again, although he was in a much better state compared to this old fellow, the palm imprint on his chest was also quite eye-catching. The dark red palm imprint informed everyone that even though Xiaoyan had the heavenly flame on his body, he was still unable to avoid being eroded by the poison force in the face of this old fellow's full-force attack. This old fellow's full-force attack could be said to be frightening. This old fellow had actually used his life to exchange for Xiaoyan's life at the last moment. He wanted to perish together with Xiaoyan. He sacrificed all of his essence blood and gathered all of his poison force. Using his physical body as a medium, he self-destructed his bandy body and collided with Xiaoyan. Unfortunately, even though this was the case, Xiaoyan, who had the heavenly flame on his body, used the Emperor Flame to forcefully resist. Therefore, this old fellow had difficulty injuring him. The might of the heavenly flame was clearly extraordinary. Cough cough, you, that heavenly flame of yours, just what kind of heavenly flame? At this moment, this old fellow finally understood the situation. Xiaoyan might seem ordinary, but his explosive strength was sufficient to fight against him. Moreover, he had the protection of the heavenly flame. The poison force that he was so proud of was completely useless. Although he could cause Xiaoyan to be eroded by the poison force, as long as Xiaoyan was willing to pay a huge price, he would definitely be able to get rid of it. Therefore, he would definitely lose today's battle. This was a foregone conclusion. When Xiaoyan heard this old fellow's words, he clearly understood in his heart that these should be his last words. Since that was the case, there was no harm in saying them. His heart paused for a moment. Xiaoyan's eyes focused on the old fellow. His lips parted slightly and a calm voice was transmitted into the old fellow's ears alone. This flame is called the Emperor Flame. In an instant, the old fellow's eyes suddenly widened. The depths of his eyes were filled with horror. His mouth continuously muttered that word. Emperor Flame. Emperor Flame, tisk tsk, you do. I never imagined that a traitor of the Crossing Adversity sect like you would actually have such a day. Tsk 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 tsk. Suddenly, a dark mocking voice was quietly emitted from the empty space. This caused the entire space to freeze. Slightly. The expression on Xiaoyan's face instantly became gloomy after this voice was emitted. Third Hall Master, you have finally appeared. Tsk 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 tsk. I never imagined that the Flame Emperor, who fought so fiercely with us 7 half-emperors back then, would be injured by a mere 5-star half-emperor. When these words were spoken, the old man with a distorted face was the first to tremble. His originally illusory body became even more illusory at this moment. Facing 7 half-martial emperors by himself. Such strength was truly not something that he could contend against. Xiaoyan completely ignored the Third Hall Master's words. With a wave of his hand, the heavy Xian ruler, which was on the verge of shattering, fell into Xiaoyan's palm. As he held the ruler's hilt, Xiaoyan stared at the Third Hall Master with an ice-cold expression and said in an icy tone. Third Hall Master, do you remember where the crack on the ruler's body came from? The Third Hall Master was also stunned by Xiaoyan's words. He casually glanced at the heavy Xian ruler, which was on the verge of shattering. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he sneered. Of course I remember. This crack was left behind by a palm strike from me. However, this heavy Xian ruler is not bad. The ruler's body is made from flaming meteorite mysterious iron. It is truly indestructible. Even now, I can still remember the numbness I felt at that time. Tsk 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 tsk. Before the Third Hall Master's words had even left his mouth, Xiaoyan's expression had already turned extremely gloomy. A light flashed in his palm as he withdrew the heavy Xian ruler. His body moved as he suddenly executed the Sky Extinction Step and charged toward the Third Hall Master. Tsk 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 tsk. You are not in your best condition now. How can it be so easy to defeat me again? Today, this old man has come fully prepared. After the third hall master's words left his mouth, he flipped his shriveled palm across the air. A pitch-black pearl appeared in his hand. This pearl did not look like much. However, the endless darkness within it caused one to feel a sense of pressure for no reason. When Xiaoyan saw the bead for the first time, a palm-sized jade bottle in the middle-grade storage ring on his hand trembled slightly at this moment, as if it was calling out to something. When Xiaoyan saw that the bead was incomparably strange, he did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in his heart. His body, which was charging forward, once again shook. In a flash, he had appeared beside the third hall master. Fire Lotus! A low cry sounded and the natural energy swiftly gathered. The heavenly flame within Xiaoyan's body suddenly moved. In merely an instant, the third hall master and Xiaoyan were already surrounded by the small angry Buddha lotus flame that permeated the sky. If such a large number of angry Buddha lotus flames were to erupt, it was likely that this entire place would be destroyed in an instant. When the third palace master saw this, he let out a sharp cold laugh. The old face under the mask was filled with disdain. His shriveled hand suddenly clenched, and the black bead in his hand instantly exploded. In merely an instant, the empty space, which had just returned to normal, once again turned into endless darkness at this moment. Heavy spirit region, open! The third hall master let out an explosive cry. In an instant, the sky was filled with an extremely dense, dark energy. Under this energy, even Xiaoyan immediately felt an incomparably terrifying gravity pressing down on him, causing him to be unable to move even an inch. TSK. In this heavy spirit region, it is time for you to restrain your agility and speed that you are so proud of. Today, you, the Flame Emperor, will definitely be mine. The heavy spirit region was forcefully refined by the elites of my Ghost Temple sect by fusing millions of spirits. Once it is unleashed, anyone who is not a member of my Ghost Temple sect or has received my approval will be forcefully suppressed and unable to move even an inch. The third hall master crossed his arms in front of his chest. His eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at Xiaoyan's body, which was almost frozen in the air. A bloody smile appeared at the corner of his mouth under the mask. His body moved and he had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. A bloodthirsty light flickered in his eyes. His claw struck out and viciously clawed at Xiaoyan's chest. Huh! King Kong glass body. Dragon Phoenix ancient armor. Break it! At this moment, Xiaoyan did not dare to relax even a little. He suddenly let out an explosive cry in his heart and instantly unleashed the King Kong glass body. The Dragon Phoenix bloodline in his body was instantly activated. Pieces of purple gold dragon scales instantly covered Xiaoyan's entire body. Level 8 collapse. Break the mountains and rivers. With a furious roar, Xiaoyan's 1,000 feet tall body suddenly moved. The terrifying pressure within the heavy spirit region was completely ignored by Xiaoyan at this moment. Flame region. Break it. With a punch, the entire world shook. Heavenly flames that could burn the heavens and devour the earth gushed out from the surface of Xiaoyan's body and swept across the heavy spirit region. 10,000 flames destroy evil. Angry Buddha lotus flame, explode. Boom. A rumbling sound that shook the world was suddenly emitted from the heavy spirit region. Yanluo city below had already been blasted into a bottomless abyss. This ancient city had completely disappeared from this world at this moment. The endless crowd had already scattered and fled in all directions. This place had already turned into a true azure purgatory. The only ones who remained were Su Zhan and his great-grandfather. Of course, Mu Ling was rescued by Xiaoyan. Naturally, he was also waiting in the sky for the end of this battle. Today's battle could be said to be terrifying. It was the biggest battle that they had ever witnessed in their lives. 3 elite half-D Zune experts and tens of thousands of miles of land were instantly destroyed within a day. Today's battle would definitely be recorded in the annals of the southwestern border. This was because there would definitely be a half-D Zune expert falling in Yanluo City today. Everything that Xiaoyan had done was naturally reflected in the eyes of the third hall chief. Being able to forcefully perform such swift actions under such great gravity had indeed caused the third hall chief to feel surprised for Xiaoyan in his heart. Xiaoyan's growth ability was indeed extremely frightening. It was likely that it had only been over 20 years since his true rise. However, it was during these 20 years that Xiaoyan's strength was comparable to some of the true geniuses on the Origin Martial continent. However, the more this was the case, the greater the fear that the third Hall Chief felt for Xiaoyan in his heart became. If Xiaoyan were to truly grow in the future, it was likely that even their ghost temple gate would follow in Hun Tiandi's footsteps. This was something that they would not allow to happen, hence, the third Hall Chief must bring Xiaoyan back today. Xiaoyan, the old me admits that you are indeed one of the few great geniuses that the old me acknowledges. Your training talent can be said to be monstrous. Unfortunately, you and I belong to this world. Bringing you back to our sect is an important task for the old me. Hence, I will have to ask you to make a trip with the old me today. Heavy spirit region, spirit solidifying palm. A hoarse cry sounded. The third Hall Chief's body flashed and withdrew 1,000 feet away. The seal in his hand changed rapidly. Soon after, countless dark black spirits appeared out of nowhere within the heavy spirit region. They were absorbed into the third Hall Chief's palm following the seal in his hand. Spirit solidifying palm, breaking the world. A large dark black palm slowly appeared a couple of dozen feet in front of the third Hall Master. Waves of ghost-like howls were emitted from it. Countless numbers of souls also surfaced on the palm. Their faces, which appeared to be in extreme pain, appeared even darker and deathly still. Humph! You bunch of things that are neither human nor ghost. Today, I, Xiaoyan, shall learn a thing or two from you. Flame domain, fallen heart flame, destroying the evil and devouring the spirit. Purifying demonic lotus flame, incinerate the world. The frightening pressure around Xiaoyan's body temporarily disappeared after the angry Buddha lotus flame appeared. Xiaoyan's body also became lighter. Both of his hands were waved. The fallen heart flame and the purifying demonic lotus flame emitted a puff sound as they rose from his palm. The invisible flame emitted wave after wave of invisible fire air waves. The heavy spirit region emitted a chi-chi sound. Wherever it passed, a large black fog appeared in the empty space. The purifying demonic lotus flame in Xiaoyan's other hand had also turned into a beautiful pink lotus flower. It slowly lingered in Xiaoyan's palm. A circular fire air wave spread with each rotation. The spiritual strength, which had just been refined by the fallen heart flame, was completely refined by the purifying demonic lotus flame at this moment. The palm-sized jade bottle in Xiaoyan's storage ring emitted a weak glow after the spiritual strength was refined to a pure state. Immediately, the pure spiritual strength drifted into Xiaoyan's storage ring uncontrollably. Soon after, it was absorbed by the jade bottle. All of this might seem obvious, but no one present discovered it. Even Guyu was completely unaware of this. Bang! With a loud bang, Xiaoyan and the third Hall Master each took 100 steps back. The third Hall Master did not expect that Xiaoyan was still able to unleash such a powerful strength despite the strong suppression of the heavy spirit region. Xiaoyan's technique was the first that the third Hall Master had ever seen among the younger generation. The Flame Emperor Xiaoyan really lives up to his reputation. The third Hall Master panted heavily. A pair of dark eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan under the mask. A somewhat hoarse voice was slowly emitted from his mouth. The third Hall Master is indeed worthy of being the Hall Master of the Hall of Souls. Your strength is really not bad. The words from the third Hall Master's mouth caused Xiaoyan's expression to become even colder. His tone was also extremely cold. At this moment, the two of them appeared to be extremely miserable. The third Hall Master's black robe was also in tatters. Waves of black fog surged out of the third Hall Master's body and lingered around him. A fiery red flame palm print could be seen at a glance in front of his chest. The strength of this palm was so great that it caused the third Hall Master's chest to cave in by an inch. It caused one to involuntarily feel a wave of horror when looking at it. One could vaguely see traces of blood flowing at the corner of the black mask that covered his face. This indicated that the third Hall Master was injured. Compared to the third Hall Master, Xiaoyan appeared to be in a much better state. The heavy pressure from the heavy spirit region seemed to have been completely destroyed by Xiaoyan. Of course, this was not the case. With the addition of the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor and the King Kong glass body, Xiaoyan's defense had reached an extremely frightening level. Even though this was the case, the third hall chief's powerful strength still caused Xiaoyan to suffer serious injuries. The golden light that flowed over the enormous body of the King Kong glass body had already become extremely dim. The dragon scales that covered the surface of Xiaoyan's body had already disappeared. Under the golden light, one could vaguely see some fresh blood rolling down Xiaoyan's strong arm. At a glance, it was a little frightening. On Xiaoyan's enormous body, there were a countless number of clear fist imprints on his chest that entered one's eyes. The fist imprints were extremely deep, causing Xiaoyan's chest to appear just like uneven ground. It was a tragic sight that one could not bear to look at. The two of them had exchanged over 100 blows, but they were evenly matched. Although the third hall master was a 7-star ban emperor, he was still forcefully suppressed in front of Xiaoyan's terrifying Dragon Phoenix bloodline. With the Dragon Phoenix bloodline and the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor, Xiaoyan's current defense was comparable to the orthodox ancient Void Dragon tribe. He was a true human-shaped shield. The body of the dragon tribe was so terrifying that the third hall master did not dare to casually face a young dragon. Moreover, Xiaoyan's current defense was so terrifying that the third hall master could not easily suppress him. Fortunately, Xiaoyan's current strength was still too weak. Even with the Dragon Phoenix bloodline as a supplement, it was still difficult for him to suppress the third hall master. This gave the third hall master a chance to counterattack. Otherwise, it was likely that the third hall master would have died in Xiaoyan's hands even if he had the heavy spirit region as his strongest suppression. The third hall master narrowed his eyes and scanned his surroundings. His gaze then landed on Yudu, who was only left with his soul. A light flashed deep in his eyes, and the third hall master's words drifted into Yudu's ears. "Old ghost Yudu, I can see that you have been escaping from the Dewey sect for many years. I believe that you don't want to easily lose such a happy life, right?" The expression in old ghost Yudu's eyes changed. His dry lips trembled slightly. He lifted his eyelids, only to see that the third hall master was focusing all his attention on Xiaoyan. Only then did he react and transmit a question back. "Who exactly are you?" TSK, old ghost Yudu, don't tell me that you can't tell who I am. You are that group of ghost things from the Ghost Temple sect." The third hall master's words were clear. The expression in Yudu's eyes became increasingly fearful as he immediately replied. However, the third hall master could not help but laugh mockingly. "What are the people from my Ghost Temple sect?" TSK, compared to my Ghost Temple sect, heh. Your Dewey sect doesn't seem to be any better. For the sake of upgrading his woeful poison body and allowing himself to possess a genuine woeful poison body, he actually wanted to forcefully devour the sect's holy maiden. Such methods are not the least bit inferior to those of my Ghost Temple sect. TSK. Humph. The old me has already severed my relationship with the Dewey sect. What does the matter of the Dewey sect have to do with the old me? If you have something to say, just say it. If there is nothing, don't implicate the old me. The old me is a person who is about to die. It is not in vain to seek longevity. The third hall master laughed sinisterly when he heard this. He ignored the indifference on Yudu's face as he smiled and said, "That's right. You, whose strength is not a do-di, will indeed not be able to last for long in your spiritual state. Although there are 3 living bodies here, their strength is ultimately insufficient to accommodate your spirit." The third hall master paused when he spoke until this point. He did not say anything else. A desolate dark glow appeared deep within Yudu's eyes. There was also fear contained within it. Who didn't fear death? Even if it was Yudu, an old monster who had lived for God knows how many years, if he could survive, he, Yudu, would definitely not think about facing death. The third hall master had also seen this little fear deep within Yudu's heart. Hence, he spoke in such a manner in order to stir up the hope of living in Yudu's heart. "You want the old me to join hands with you to deal with this matter together?" Yudu's dry throat involuntarily moved a little. He forcefully suppressed the emotions in his heart and opened his mouth to ask. The third hall master also understood in his heart when he saw this. He coldly laughed in his heart and transmitted a message. "Brother Yudu is indeed worthy of being a person who has lived for a long time. This is exactly what I am thinking in my heart." Yudu had already been completely bewitched by the third hall master with these words. Even though he was still on guard in his heart, how could the current Yidu fight against the third hall master who was at his peak condition? All of this was definitely within the third hall master's control. The things that had happened between the two of them might appear to have taken a long time, but if they were to be separated, it was merely a matter of a few breaths. A bandit was able to freely use any amount of time. A few breaths was already enough for them to do many things. The two of them had just finished their discussion when the third hall master had already focused all of his attention on Xiaoyan. His eyes narrowed and a stern expression flashed across them. Flame D Xiaoyan, TSK 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 TSK. Try and receive an attack from the old me. Heavy spirit region. Rise for me. An explosive cry sounded. Another layer of dark black ink-like darkness came pressing down on Xiaoyan's body outside of the empty space that was covered by an endless amount of flame. In just an instant, the flame domain that Xiaoyan had created with endless heavenly flames was forcefully pushed back, as if it had shrunk. It only stopped when it was 1,000 feet away from Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan could not help but frown when he saw this. This heavy spirit region was actually so powerful. Even with the support of the flame domain, Xiaoyan still felt an extremely powerful gravitational force pressing down on his body, causing Xiaoyan's aura to become slightly heavier. When the third hall master saw this, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer under the mask. His body moved and he retreated 100 steps. He raised both of his hands in front of his chest, and the seals in his hands changed rapidly. The space in front of the third hall master twisted, and a pitch-black darkness appeared in front of him. Without any hesitation, the third hall master plunged into it. Instantly, within the range of Xiaoyan's spiritual power, all of the third hall master's aura disappeared instantly, as if he had never appeared. It was extremely strange. Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly. He did not expect the third hall master to have such a trick up his sleeve. In this case, it would be much more difficult to deal with the third hall master. Just as Xiaoyan was about to move, the space beside him surged. Wave-like ripples spread out from the space beside Xiaoyan. Immediately, a withered palm suddenly slammed out, viciously slamming towards Xiaoyan's head. Xiaoyan was initially shocked by this sudden attack, but he quickly reacted. As his body retreated, he also slammed out a palm, violently slamming it against the palm. At the moment of collision, a huge force was transmitted from Xiaoyan's palm, forcing Xiaoyan to take half a step back. On the other hand, Xiaoyan's powerful palm slammed out across the air, but it did not hit anything. What exactly is this thing? It's actually so powerful. Not only did his attack fail, but he had also suffered a hidden loss. This caused Xiaoyan to feel extremely fearful in his heart. However, even though he was fearful, Xiaoyan also understood in his heart that the third hall master would not be able to hold on for long given his current condition. Otherwise, he would have used this method from the start. After making up his mind, Xiaoyan also poured out all of his spiritual strength, wrapping it within 100 feet radius around him. Only in this way would Xiaoyan be able to react as quickly as possible when danger approached. Chi with a chi sound, Xiaoyan's body turned on the spot. His palm violently slammed out, violently slamming towards a certain turbulent space behind him. Yellow spring palm. Xiaoyan threw his palm forward and the turbulent space instantly stilled. Immediately, it shook a couple of times before it recovered its calmness. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, continued to carefully observe the space around him as he waited for the third hall master to appear. Bang! Buddha palm. Suddenly, the space above Xiaoyan's head became distorted. An enormous towering palm appeared out of nowhere. It carried an imposing aura that could cover the sky as it pressed down on Xiaoyan. The strength of the palm was so great that it was difficult for Xiaoyan's body to move like a stone statue. However, how could Xiaoyan allow himself to be trampled on? The doqi in his body suddenly erupted. The strength of the heavenly flame instantly spread out. The burning heavenly flame instantly wrapped around Xiaoyan, forming a countless number of fire clusters of similar size within 1,000 feet of Xiaoyan. Soon after, under a thought from Xiaoyan, the countless number of fire clusters suddenly flickered. They instantly transformed into countless number of fire pillars that shot towards the sky. Their aura was like a rainbow as they attempted to break the enormous palm. The third hall master was clearly quite afraid of Xiaoyan's heavenly flame. Hence, he revealed his body from the heavy spirit region. In a flash, he had already appeared above the enormous palm. The enormous force under his feet shook. The speed of the enormous palm, which was already swiftly slamming down, became a little faster. In an instant, it collided with the countless number of fire pillars. Bang! A wild and ferocious storm instantly swept across the entire sky, causing the land within a radius of 10,000 miles to be covered by a layer of fog. The originally clear sky also turned dark at this moment. The countless number of fire pillars that reached the sky still stood proudly in the sky within the heavy spirit region. They each occupied a piece of land with the enormous palm, standing equally against it. The third hall master was clearly extremely dissatisfied with this. Even after using the suppression of the heavy spirit region, he was still unable to quickly finish off Xiaoyan. If news of this were to spread, his reputation as the hall master would likely become a laughingstock. Humph! With a cold snort, the third hall master suddenly waved his hand. The seals in his hand rapidly changed. Soon after, one could see the heavy spirit region, which encompassed the entire world, rapidly shrink at this moment. In just a moment, the heavy spirit region, which covered the entire sky, had already shrunk to a few thousand feet in size. The power within it was naturally stacked up. After the third hall master completed all of this, Xiaoyan's expression became completely grave. At this moment, it was extremely difficult for Xiaoyan to even move a finger. Even the fire pillars that reached the sky seemed to be forcefully pressed down by this extremely frightening gravity. One could imagine the true power of the heavy spirit region. The muscles all over Xiaoyan's body tensed up. The Dragon Phoenix bloodline in his body continued to circulate. The Dragon Phoenix ancient armor and the King Kong glass body were once again displayed. Even so, Xiaoyan still did not have enough strength to resist the heavy spirit region. In the sky, the endless number of fire pillars had already been continuously pressed down by the enormous hand. It was likely that Xiaoyan would soon become its next prey. Ha! A cry was emitted from his throat with great difficulty. The heavenly flame within Xiaoyan's body suddenly swept over his entire body. Immediately, it shrank into the middle of the vortex within Xiaoyan's body and transformed into the appearance of an old man. The old man's face was ruddy. His long hair of various colors was the most eye-catching. His long hair was actually divided into 21 different colors. The appearance of this old man was that of the Tushi ancient god. However, this old man was merely formed from the Emperor Flame at this moment. He was not the true Tushi ancient god. A brilliant flame glow suddenly shot out from deep within Xiaoyan's eyes the moment the old man returned to his position. The veins on his forehead swiftly protruded. His strong body once again grew by a couple of feet. His entire body shook as an explosive roar was emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth towards the sky. Heavenly flame merge, extermination fire body. Activate. His voice had just sounded when the Tushi ancient god's tightly shut eyes within Xiaoyan's body suddenly opened. A vast and mighty glow rose to the sky. In an instant, it completely merged with Xiaoyan. In an instant, Xiaoyan's body, which had grown by 1,000 feet from the King Kong glass body, once again swelled. A wave of frightening flame strength suddenly swept out from deep within Xiaoyan's body, causing this enormous body of Xiaoyan to instantly transform into a completely flaming person. The heavenly flame that incinerated the sky continued to sweep out from within Xiaoyan's body. The flame domain that was agglomerated from the heavenly flame suddenly emitted a bang sound. The heavy spirit region, which had shrunk by a couple of times, emitted a bang sound as it was forcefully blasted apart. The flame domain that emitted a high temperature instantly swept apart like floodwater. Roar! Fallen heart flame! Purifying demonic lotus flame! Burn for me! A rolling thunder-like roar was emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth, causing the entire place to tremble unceasingly. Xiaoyan's entire body shook. His right hand was suddenly waved. Immediately, he clenched it with great force. The heavenly flame flowed out from between the gaps of Xiaoyan's fist like flowing water. Immediately, Xiaoyan's right arm once again shook. His foot suddenly stomped on the empty air. Endless heavenly flame shot out from under Xiaoyan's feet, entering deep into the ground and disappearing. Xiaoyan's enormous body borrowed the force and suddenly charged toward the enormous palm. In merely an instant, he had already arrived under this enormous palm. Xiaoyan's fist was thrown out. A frightening fist wind was wrapped around a frightening heavenly flame that could incinerate the empty air. It suddenly smashed into the enormous palm. The purifying demonic lotus flame and the fallen heart flame that wrapped around Xiaoyan's body instantly and easily refined the black fog around him. However, Xiaoyan's movements did not stop. His fist had yet to land when another punch was already thrown out. It violently smashed into the enormous palm that blotted out the sun. The frightening aura caused the entire sky to tremble repeatedly. It had the momentum to break the sky. Roar! Angry Buddha lotus flame, agglomerate. Xiaoyan's right hand suddenly waved. Immediately, he clenched it across the air. When he opened it once again, a three-colored fire lotus the size of a soccer ball had already appeared in Xiaoyan's palm. Without any hesitation, Xiaoyan's palm was violently thrown out. The places where the palm wind passed were completely refined by the fallen heart flame and the purifying demonic lotus flame. Even when Xiaoyan sent the angry Buddha lotus flame into his palm, he did not pause even a little. Roar! Xiaoyan's body flashed and he explosively withdrew by 100 steps. Suddenly, he let out a long roar towards the sky. The strength of the heavenly flame instantly covered the sky. After the long roar, the entire place was immediately wrapped by a wild and violent suction force. The endless black fog was completely swallowed by Xiaoyan into his body. Even a portion of the enormous palm that reached the sky was swallowed and refined by Xiaoyan. The third hall master's face was indifferent in the face of all of this. He naturally knew that it was impossible to rely on this palm to subdue Xiaoyan. However, this was not his aim. Hence, he would naturally not stop Xiaoyan from doing whatever he wanted. What he wanted now was for Xiaoyan to exhaust himself. After all, even he did not have the confidence to completely defeat a powerful Xiaoyan. However, the thing that caused the third hall master to be surprised was that this was the first time that he had seen this kind of secret technique that Xiaoyan was using. It was even able to forcefully raise the strength of a Band D expert by so much. This kind of secret technique could be said to be terrifying. Although the third hall master was tempted, he was not stupid. He could naturally tell that it was impossible to use this kind of secret technique without the support of many heavenly flames. Roar! A moment later, the originally deep and dark light on the enormous palm that blotted out the sun under the third hall master's feet had already become extremely dim. It was likely that the energy within it had already been completely swallowed and refined by Xiaoyan. Grade 8 collapse. With an explosive cry, Xiaoyan's body shook in the air. His foot once again violently stomped on the empty air. His body flashed and completely shattered the enormous palm, turning it into light spots that permeated the sky. Soon after, Xiaoyan's fist directly struck the third hall master's face, intending to kill the third hall master in one blow. At this moment, Xiaoyan was completely aware that the time that he could maintain the extermination fire body was almost up. If he was unable to quickly finish off the third hall master during this period of time, it was likely that he would leave behind quite a lot of trouble in the future. Xiaoyan's fist pierced through the empty air. Even though he was a great distance away, the blazing wind still caused the third hall master to feel a fiery heat all over his body. With regards to this, the third hall master naturally did not dare to underestimate it. Fortunately, he had a card up his sleeve and was not the slightest bit afraid of Xiaoyan's unstoppable attack. Just as Xiaoyan was within 100 feet of the third hall master, a ruthless expression suddenly flashed across the third hall master's eyes. He violently stomped on the empty air and an extremely frightening gravity suddenly pressed down on Xiaoyan's head. At the same time, a deep and dark light flashed under Xiaoyan's feet, causing Xiaoyan's charging body to suddenly be fixed in the empty air, unable to move even a little. The strength of that pressure caused Xiaoyan's frightening extermination fire body to be completely absorbed into his body in less than an instant. His enormous body also instantly returned to its original form. The clothes on Xiaoyan's body were completely shattered. The long robe on his upper body had long since disappeared. His white body was even more eye-catching in this darkness. This was especially the case when there was a hollow green-colored jade pendant in front of Xiaoyan's chest. That was a gift that Lian Er had given Xiaoyan before he left Xingyang City. She said that it was the only thing her grandmother had left for her, old ghost you do. If you don't act now, when will you? The third hall master also suddenly let out an explosive roar at this moment. It was not difficult to hear that even the third hall master was anxious within his voice. From the looks of it, he was not as relaxed as he appeared to be earlier when he forcefully suppressed Xiaoyan. When old Ghost Yudu heard this, a glint instantly flashed deep within his eyes. His body flashed and he had already appeared between Xiaoyan and the third hall master. His somewhat illusory body made Yudu appear even weaker at this moment. However, his eyes were still flickering with an excited glow. Yudu's heart was naturally extremely excited to be able to recover his physical body and destroy Xiaoyan to take revenge for his physical body. The corners of old Ghost Yudu's mouth involuntarily revealed a cruel smile as he stood in front of Xiaoyan. Immediately, his eyes swept over and paused for a moment before they were fixed on the jade pendant. In an instant, Yudu's eyes suddenly widened. An expression of disbelief flashed deep within his pupils. It was a long while later before Yudu's eyes shifted away from the jade pendant with great difficulty. He looked at Xiaoyan and cried out sternly. "Tell me where that girl is and I guarantee that I will leave you with a wisp of your soul." Flowing Time's comment: as a writer, Flowing Time is very apologetic. Due to my lack of experience, there are still many mistakes in the planning of the chapters. Perhaps I haven't even thought about the later parts of the novel. This is indeed a long-term goal, but I've forgotten about the recent events. I'm really sorry. Flowing Time is always planning for the various characters in the future. Perhaps I haven't thought it through for a long time, but I still can't help but think about the later parts of the plot. This book may not have much novelty because there was no overly difficult hurdle set for the main character during the writing process. However, this point will be changed as much as possible in the next volume. There will be more difficult hurdles. Life and death may not be something that I am willing to see, but time will do its best to show it. After all, the road of life is not an asphalt road and it is not so smooth. Xiaoyan should have a moment of life and death. This is what I, as the author, believe. Of course, everyone knows what the ending will be. This path belongs to Xiaoyan and this scene is also prepared for Xiaoyan. However, there are many main characters. Sometimes, whether to remove some of the main characters is a big problem in Time's heart. If you remove some of them, many people will think that this is not in line with Xiaoyan's strength. This is because as long as Xiaoyan has the slightest bit of hope, his friends will definitely not die. However, if you don't remove them, then the entire book will feel very cliché. In the end, everyone who has a good relationship with Xiaoyan will be fine. Therefore, this is a very difficult point. In addition, there is a main character that I have chosen before. She is Xiaoyan's confidant. Deep in my heart, I don't want anything to happen to her. However, for the sake of the sad atmosphere, I want her to suffer for once. This person is our nation's little sister, the little fairy doctor. Of course, if you are unwilling, please state it in the book review and comment section. Time will also remove it. I only hope that everyone will like it. Tell me where that girl is and I guarantee that I will leave you with a wisp of your soul. Old Ghost Yudu's eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. An endless amount of greed was revealed in his eyes. His expression appeared somewhat ferocious. His originally distorted face caused one to feel even more terrified at this moment. Xiaoyan could not help but frown when he heard Yudu's words. He thought to himself, is this old Ghost Yudu asking me about Lian? Could it be that Lian-Er's woeful poison body is related to the Crossing Disaster sect? The change in expression on Xiaoyan's face was naturally captured by the astute old Ghost Yudu when he saw Xiaoyan's expression. He was even more certain that Xiaoyan, who was in front of him, knew the whereabouts of the little girl he had been searching. For all this while, a cold smile involuntarily flashed across the corners of Yudu's mouth. It looked extremely strange and sinister. After which, he slowly lifted his slightly transparent palm and suddenly waved it. His palm turned into a claw and stood upright in front of Xiaoyan. His 5 shriveled yet incomparably sharp fingers caused tiny cracks to involuntarily appear on Xiaoyan's face. Drops of bright red blood spread out. In the withered wind, Xiaoyan looked like an assassin who had walked through a sea of blood. His entire body was filled with a vicious aura. Upon seeing this scene, the third hall master, who was standing behind old Ghost Yudu, could not help but frown. What old Ghost Yudu had said earlier naturally fell into the third hall master's ears. However, the third hall master did not have any impression of the little girl that old ghost Yudu had mentioned. One must know that ever since Xiaoyan came to the Yuanwu continent, he had been constantly being pursued by the third hall master and the others. If there was such an eye-catching little girl by his side, they would definitely know. However, the scene today caused him to repeatedly ponder. He did not expect that old ghost Yudu was still hiding something from him and even wanted to secretly scheme against him. This person really had unfathomable motives. However, after the third hall master noticed the rich greed in old ghost Yudu's eyes, his doubtful expression immediately changed as though he had thought of something. A strange look involuntarily flashed across his eyes as he looked at Xiaoyan. Hee, how is it? As long as you tell this old man where that little girl is now, this old man will leave behind a wisp of essence spirit for you today. The misunderstanding between the two of us today will also end here. I will walk my own path, and you will walk your own path. In the future, we will have nothing to do with each other. Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily trembled a little as he sensed the unprecedented dangerous aura in front of him. He would naturally not reveal the matter regarding Lian. The fact that Xiaoyan was able to grow to such an extent meant that his experience was comparable to some genuine old demons. In Xiaoyan's eyes, the words from old ghost Yudu's mouth were already filled with loopholes. Leaving behind a strand of his soul was no different from directly erasing him. At most, it would only allow him to struggle in this world for a while longer. This fellow would definitely not give him the slightest chance of survival. Perhaps old ghost Yudu's actions were even more vicious than directly killing him. With Xiaoyan's personality, how could he possibly submit to such things? He would rather be a heroic spirit than a coward. In the face of a great calamity, he did not fear death. This was the real reason why Xiaoyan was able to grow to such an extent. With this thought in mind, a heroic spirit rose in Xiaoyan's heart. The aura in his eyes solidified, and a glint flashed across them. The gaze with which he looked at old ghost Yudu became increasingly sharp. His eyes flashed, and the crack at the corner of his eyes caused the corners of Xiaoyan's eyes to involuntarily tremble. Although this scene was not considered eye-catching, it was still reflected in old ghost Yudu's eyes. Immediately, old ghost Yudu released a cold laugh in his heart. As expected, the stronger one is, the more one fears death. TSK. As long as Xiaoyan's life falls into this old man's hands today, I will see if you will obediently explain yourself. TSK. A thought passed through old ghost Yudu's mind, and the vigorous spiritual strength in his body once again gathered between his fingers. His originally sharp aura soared once again. This time, Xiaoyan's facial features became a little distorted under this force. TSK. Flame Emperor Xiaoyan, I wonder if you have thought it through? As long as you can tell me where that little girl is now, I will guarantee that your soul will not be destroyed today. I will allow you to regain your physical body. Old ghost Yudu's eyes suddenly became sharp. He waved his hand, and the space in front of Xiaoyan instantly collapsed. The pitch-black and deep endless void gave one a chilling feeling of being devoured. It was as though once one entered, one would never be able to come out alive. Xiaoyan's expression involuntarily changed when he saw this. At this moment, he was being suppressed by the third hall master's full strength, and the might of the heavy spirit region poured out in torrents. Even Xiaoyan would have difficulty turning the situation around at this moment. If old ghost Yudu really attacked him, it was likely that he would really take a step into the door of life and death today. Old ghost Yudu was quite satisfied with the change in Xiaoyan's expression. What he wanted to see was the frightened expression on Xiaoyan's face. As long as this was the case, he would feel even more comfortable teasing Xiaoyan. He wanted Xiaoyan to lose all the dignity that belonged to a half-emperor expert. Xiaoyan's heart gradually calmed down in response to this. It seemed that old ghost Yudu only wanted to toy with him. However, how could Xiaoyan be manipulated by others? His expression immediately changed, and he coldly smiled at old ghost Yudu. He laughed. Looks like you don't really dare to kill me. Oh? Old ghost Yudu's expression changed slightly, and he coldly snorted. His shriveled hand grabbed Xiaoyan's neck, and he suddenly tightened his grip. Xiaoyan's face was already flushed red from suffocation, but his expression when he looked at old ghost Yudu still did not show the slightest bit of fear. Humph. With a cold snort, old ghost Yudu loosened his grip and removed it from Xiaoyan's neck. Immediately, he coldly said. You are really bold. You actually dare to use this to provoke this old man. Xiaoyan smiled when he heard this. He coughed and panted for a while, and his flushed face gradually faded. He ignored old Ghost Yudu's cold words, and his eyes stared straight at old Ghost Yudu. He coldly laughed and said. Since you want to obtain something from me, I can naturally ask you to do something for me. Don't you think so? Old Ghost Yudu narrowed his eyes. He naturally understood why Xiaoyan said these words. At this moment, he was under the control of the heavy spirit region. The reason why he said these words was because he wanted him to attack the third hall master behind him. When the third hall master heard Xiaoyan's words, he could not help but be slightly shocked. The expression on his face also became ugly. Did this old Ghost Yudu really dare to attack him? Old Ghost Yudu. This Xiaoyan is a great enemy of both of us. At this moment, the old me has restrained him with great difficulty. If you were to change your mind at this moment, forget about the old me, it is likely that the both of us will lose our old lives here today. At this critical moment, the third hall master could not help but shout at old Ghost Yudu, hoping that he would be able to attack Xiaoyan first. After all, he did not wish for his plan to kill two birds with one stone to be destroyed by Xiaoyan. When old Ghost Yudu heard the third hall master's words, his heart moved slightly. He had personally experienced Xiaoyan's fighting strength. Forget about the current him, even if Xiaoyan was at his peak with the protection of the heavenly flame, he would definitely not be a match for him. Now, he naturally did not want to let go of such a good opportunity. However, the jade pendant on Xiaoyan's chest was truly tempting him. Others might not know about that little girl, but he was someone who came from the Dewey sect. How could he not know that little girl would allow him to become a truly powerful person? At that time, forget about the Dewey sect, it was likely that even the strongest faction would have to think twice before facing him. One side was life, and the other side was strength. One could not have both the fish and the bear's paw. Today, he could only choose one. Old Ghost Yudu narrowed his eyes into a line as he looked at Xiaoyan. Immediately, he glanced at the third hall master from the corner of his eyes. If either of these two people were to survive, they would definitely be a great threat to him. If he wanted to live, then the two people beside him must die today. A ruthless look flashed across the depths of his eyes. Two powerful half-martial emperors actually wanted him, a seriously injured person, to judge their life and death. To him, this was a kind of opportunity. One cannot have both the fish and the bear's paw. TSK 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 TSK. Today, this old man wants to see if this old man can have both. Old Ghost Yudu glanced at Xiaoyan with a pitiful expression. After which, he used the corner of his eyes to stare at the third hall master behind him. Old Ghost Yudu licked his dry lips in a bloodthirsty manner and sneered at Xiaoyan. Flame Emperor Xiaoyan, TSK 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 TSK. I'm sorry, but this old man still chooses to live. After all, without life, what is the use of strength? Before his voice sounded, the expression on Xiaoyan's face had already become solemn. This old Ghost Yudu clearly intended to kill him. When the third hall master, who was standing behind old Ghost Yudu, heard these words of old Ghost Yudu, he involuntarily let out a cold laugh in his heart. As long as Xiaoyan was defeated, no one in Yanluo City would be able to fight against him today. On the other side, without waiting for Xiaoyan to make a move, old Ghost Yudu's terrifying finger pointed at the spot between Xiaoyan's brows. At the same time, a somewhat hoarse cry was emitted from old Ghost Yudu's mouth. Poison finger. As old Ghost Yudu cried out, a shriveled palm suddenly smashed towards the third hall master's chest behind him. This seemingly ordinary palm caused the entire world to shake the moment it was unleashed. In an instant, the empty space shattered, and the area within a 100-mile radius around the three of them was turned into nothingness. A half-martial emperor was indeed extremely powerful. Even though his body was seriously injured, he was still able to attract the might of the world. He was indeed worthy of being called a true peak expert in the continent. The third hall master's expression had already turned into one of shock the moment the palm struck. He did not expect old Ghost Yudu to actually dare to attack him. However, the opportunity had already passed, and it was already too late for him to do anything. Additionally, with the control of the heavy spirit region, it was even more impossible for him to dodge. Hence, he could only stand and watch the attack arrive. In merely an instant, old Ghost Yudu's towering finger had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. The strong and ferocious wind caused Xiaoyan's long hair to dance continuously. Xiaoyan also involuntarily shut his eyes, as though he was waiting for the moment of death to arrive. Is this really the only way, Ancestor Xiaoxian, Sunair, Kai Lin? I never expected that I will have to completely leave all of you so soon after arriving in this strange world. At this moment, a bitterness involuntarily surged into Xiaoyan's heart. The reluctance to part with Sun Er and Kai Lin in his heart was indescribable. Additionally, he felt guilt towards Xiaoxian. Bang! An explosive sound appeared. Two figures flew out from the pitch-black darkness in the sky. Soon after, they heavily smashed into the endless abyss, and their figures disappeared. End of chapter. I have left something at the end to let everyone guess what exactly happened. Will old Ghost Yudu's plan of getting both the fish and the bear's paw work? Additionally, please collect it. Above the horizon, in the endless void, two figures flew out with a loud bang. They crossed each other in midair and then plunged into the vast and endless abyss. Their figures disappeared in a flash. In the void, a circle of white flame ripples spread out. Everywhere it passed, even the endless void could not help but tremble. This was enough to show how powerful it was. A young man covered in wounds stood in the middle of the flame ripple. Fresh blood covered his body as he stood in the empty space in a daze. The expression on his face was a little dull because of this sudden unexpected change. Only after a dozen breaths later did the eyes of the man suddenly emit a bright glow of having survived a calamity. Old Gu, you have intervened. However, didn't you say? This man was surprisingly Xiaoyan, who was about to be struck by old Ghost Yudu's poison centipede finger earlier. If that finger had struck, Xiaoyan's soul would have been destroyed and he would have completely disappeared from this world. However, from the looks of it, it seemed that Guyu had saved him. Before Xiaoyan could speak, Guyu took over. He curled his lips and snorted softly. His tone was strange as he spoke. Brat, don't be so happy. This old me is not in the mood to save you. However, this old me finds that little brat from earlier an eyesore. Hence, I intervened to teach him a lesson. However, the body of a bandit is not even comparable to an ant in front of this old me. You actually dare to speak such arrogant words and look down on my heavenly flame body. Humph humph, do you really think that this old me is made of mud? Xiaoyan felt warmth in his heart upon hearing this. Although Guyu had said this, he would not have intervened in such a dangerous situation if he had not wanted to save Xiaoyan. These words were merely an excuse for himself. Old Gu, thank you very much. The corners of Xiaoyan's mouth lifted into a warm smile. He thanked Guyu in his heart, but he was fooled by Guyu's soft snort. Xiaoyan smiled and did not say anything else. Instead, he turned his eyes to the endless abyss below him. Although Guyu's attack was powerful, his objective was not to kill old Ghost Yudu. Instead, it was to send him flying. After all, he would definitely not disobey the orders of the Tushi ancient god, even though he had already violated the orders of the Tushi ancient god. With Guyu's powerful attack, the heavy spirit region, which had been ruthlessly suppressing Xiaoyan, was broken by the bone-chilling flame. In front of Guyu's strength, the heavy spirit region, which Xiaoyan found extremely troublesome, was merely a toy that could be destroyed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the figures of old Ghost Yudu and the third hall master were suspended in the ink-black void with great difficulty under the endless abyss. Old Ghost Yudu's body, which was continuously turning illusory, appeared as though it did not exist after being struck by Guyu's blazing bone-chilling flame. If it was not for the layer of dim fluorescent light on the surface of his body and the endless darkness, it was likely that one would not be able to see his body. Although the third hall master's condition was a little better compared to old Ghost Yudu, it was clearly not much better. His black robes had already been turned into nothingness by the bone-chilling flame. The dense black fog lingering around his body had also become dark at this moment. It was possible to vaguely see a skinny corpse-like body within it. The strange mask that covered his face had also disappeared, revealing a bone-like face. A pair of shady old eyes seemed to be embedded in the depths of his eye sockets, and his bony face looked as if only a piece of skull was left. Just what was that earlier? Did Xiaoyan's heavenly flame erupt? Or did he use that Buddha's fiery lotus? The shady old eyes of the third hall master appeared to have been shut. Both of his eyes stared intently at the empty space in front of him. The monstrous fury in his heart caused the space itself to become a little distorted. The third hall master's shriveled hand rubbed the corner of his chin. There was a deep wound at that spot, so deep that one could see his bone. However, the third hall master did his best to suppress it. "Old ghost you old thing who will not die. You are really tired of living. You actually dared to scheme against the old me. You have caused the old me to end up in such a state. Humph. Today, the old me will definitely capture the both of you even if I have to use everything I have. Old ghost today, the old me will allow you to witness the tactics of my ghost temple gate." In the sky, Xiaoyan's tensed body lasted for a full 15 minutes. Finally, his entire body softened and he sat down in the empty space. His mouth continued to pant coarsely. The tight muscles all over his body suddenly relaxed. Sweat gushed out from the pores all over his body like a fountain, causing the wounds all over Xiaoyan's body to erupt. Waves of heart-piercing pain caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily suck in a breath of cool air. After swiftly consuming a few grade 9 energy recovery pills, Xiaoyan's body sat cross-legged in the empty space. The flame art chi method in his body rapidly circulated. In an instant, the entire sky changed color. The natural energy appeared from the empty space and covered the sun. It was like a cloud that swept across the entire sky. Above Xiaoyan's head, a tornado that was 1,000 feet wide poured down with a vast natural energy. It was like a meteor waterfall that flowed into Xiaoyan's body. Unfortunately, even with such a monstrous power in the outside world, when the natural energy entered Xiaoyan's body, it was like a small stream of water, utterly inadequate. It was likely that Xiaoyan would not be able to quickly recover within a short period of time. In the endless abyss, old ghost Yudu's face was grave as he looked at the third hall master in front of him. His increasingly faint soul made him appear even weaker at this moment. "Humph, why? Do you want to deal with the old me?" Old ghost Yudu vigilantly watched the third hall master. It was a long while later before he let out a cold snort and said in a cold voice. The third hall master could not help but curl the corners of his mouth when he heard this. He revealed a cold smile and let out a cold snort. His eyes stared at old ghost Yudu and sneered. "Why? You just launched a sneak attack on the old me and now you want to wash your hands of it and act like nothing happened?" Old ghost Yudu laughed coldly when he heard this. He had already expected the third hall master to say such a thing. The moment the third hall master's words sounded, old ghost Yudu laughed coldly and replied. "TSK, since you also have ulterior motives against the old me, it is not impossible for me to give you a warning first." "Humph. Warning, what a good warning. Since you want to say that I have ulterior motives against you, I will let you see just what kind of ulterior motives I have for you today." Before his voice sounded, the third hall master had already absorbed the black fog that lingered around his body into his body. Immediately after, he put his shriveled hands in front of his chest. His palms moved rapidly and numerous complicated seals were quickly formed. Circles of invisible ripples formed in the space in front of him. When old ghost Yudu saw this, his originally solemn face instantly turned as pale as a sheet of paper. He looked at the third hall master as though he had seen the king of hell. He was incomparably terrified. Perhaps other people did not know this move that the third hall master was using at this moment, but Yudu was someone who came from a faction in the middle region. He was naturally very clear about this secret technique of a faction in the middle region. The spirit-devouring skill was the inner sect chi method of the ghost slaughter sect. Its greatest characteristic was that it could forcefully devour other people's souls and maximize the strength of the original body into one's own body. Although the backlash after using this chi method was extremely great, it was still a last resort. At this moment, the third hall master was obviously preparing to forcefully devour old ghost Yudu's soul and add it to his original body to deal with Xiaoyan. In this way, not only would he be able to eliminate old ghost Yudu, but he would also be able to capture Xiaoyan. It would be killing two birds with one stone. Even if he ended up being seriously injured, as long as he could bring Xiaoyan back, the third hall master was certain that not only would his strength recover, but his strength and status would also rise in the sect. Therefore, how could he not give it his all? Have you really gone mad? You actually dare to use such a chi method that destroys your essence for the sake of Xiaoyan. Are you really seeking death? At this moment, old Ghost Judu's heart had become abnormally terrified. The third hall master was obviously not trying to scare him. If he was allowed to continue, his old life would really end here today. Old Ghost Judu clenched his teeth. A ferocious expression was revealed on his face. Both of his hands were swiftly lifted and he stood in front of the third hall master. A thought passed through his heart and numerous seals were swiftly formed. When the seals in old Ghost Judu's hands changed, the spiritual strength all over old Ghost Judu's body was absorbed into his body and swiftly agglomerated. A moment later, it transformed into a bright bead the size of an egg. This bead was old Ghost Judu's spiritual essence. The heart of the third hall master involuntarily tightened when he saw this scene. Old Ghost Judu was clearly intending to use the self-destruction of his soul to drag him into the abyss. Humph. If you want to die, you want to bring the old me along. How ruthless. However, in front of the spirit-devouring art of the old me, you can only dream. Before his voice sounded, the hand movements of the third hall master suddenly increased. The Dochi in. His body was like a flowing river as it poured out. In merely a couple of breaths, the seals in the hands of the third hall master had entered the final stage. His hand movements did not stop. The third hall master lifted his hand and his sharp fingernail was like a blade as it cut across his brow. A bloody scar appeared as a drop of blood from his brow dripped onto the tip of the third hall master's finger. Blood seal, agglomerate. A stern cry sounded as the bloody finger of the third hall master swiftly drew in the air in front of him. An extremely strange blood seal was swiftly formed. Without any hesitation, the third hall master threw a palm forward. The blood seal also imprinted itself into old Ghost Judu's chest at that instant. Suddenly, a bright red glaring blood light shot from old Ghost Judu's body to the sky. The spiritual essence that was swiftly forming within old Ghost Judu's body also instantly froze at this moment. The expression of old Ghost Judu had already turned deathly pale the moment the blood seal appeared. Even the spirit would be afraid when the blood seal appeared. This was the impression that the people of the Yuanwu continent had of the blood seal. In front of the blood seal, unless one's spiritual strength far exceeded the other parties, one would only end up being suppressed. The blood seal of the ghost obliterating sect had never failed before. TSK 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 TSK, you will not be able to escape death today. Spirit devouring art, devouring the heavens and spirit. With an explosive cry, the space in front of the third hall master suddenly exploded. Pitch-black fog swept out in all directions, instantly wrapping old Ghost Judu's spirit and beginning to refine it. At the same time, 10,000 miles away, two figures, one old and one young, were rapidly rushing towards the savage ancient city. From the looks of it, it was no different from fleeing for their lives. Suddenly, the old man's body abruptly paused as he stood in the air, his face instantly filled with astonishment. Elder, you, don't say anything else, quickly leave. I can't hold on for much longer. Quickly leave this place and find a baby boy for me. Quickly. Before his voice faded, the old man had already grabbed the young man and fled into the distance. The old man and the young man were Su Zhan and his great-grandfather. After witnessing Xiaoyan's power, Su Zhan's great-grandfather had quickly fled Yanluo City with him. As for the other members of the Su clan, they had died in the city due to their serious injuries. Now, only Su Zhan and his great-grandfather were left in the huge Su clan. All of this had happened in a single day. A day ago, they were living like true sacred emperors. In a single day, they had been destroyed. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. It was truly pitiful and lamentable. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A wild and violent storm swept in all directions in the distant sky. Waves of pure natural energy gathered from a tornado that seemed to reach the sky. The dense and heavy natural energy transformed into a large amount of extremely pure energy liquid at this moment and poured into the body of the human figure below the tornado. This vast scene continued for a full 2 hours before the man below the tornado suddenly opened his eyes. He looked down at the endless dark abyss. At this moment, there was an extremely frightening aura continuously gathering and rising. That might shook the heavens. A deep solemnness surfaced on Xiaoyan's somewhat pale face at this moment. He had yet to recover at this moment, but something had clearly happened to the third hall master duo that caused their auras to become so frightening. If they were to fight at this moment, it was likely that Xiaoyan would have difficulty winning. Currently, this aura was becoming increasingly powerful. It was likely too late for Xiaoyan to withdraw even if he wanted to. Since there was no way to retreat, the only method now was to forcefully fight with these two people. With this thought in his mind, Xiaoyan also slowly stopped circulating the flame art chi method in his body. The aura of his entire body suddenly shook. His body flashed and once again stood in the empty space. He adjusted his condition to the best possible state and quietly waited for the appearance of the two people below. Bang! An explosive bang was emitted from the endless deep abyss below Xiaoyan. The originally incomparably deep, empty space once again shattered with a bang under this sound. Immediately, Xiaoyan saw a 1,000-foot-wide dark black doqi light pillar pass through the restraints of space in an instant and arrive in front of Xiaoyan. An attack suddenly smashed toward Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's expression was involuntarily startled. It was likely that even the third hall master at his peak condition would not be able to unleash such a swift and violent attack. What exactly happened? From the looks of it, that old ghost Yudu should have yet to come out. However, why is the third hall master's aura so powerful? This thought swiftly flashed across Xiaoyan's heart. However, he no longer had the mood to bother about these things. The attack in front of him had already arrived in front of him. It was merely 10 feet away from Xiaoyan. Sky Absolute Step. Open! In a moment of desperation, the doqi within Xiaoyan's body wildly swept out. His feet moved and the Sky Absolute Step was instantly unleashed to its limit. Without any sound, the empty space around Xiaoyan's body instantly collapsed. Xiaoyan's body also instantly disappeared, leaving behind a substance-like afterimage. Before that afterimage could disappear, that earth-shaking attack suddenly struck across the sky. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into a deathly silent void. It caused one to feel a wave of terror surge into one's heart, something that was difficult to erase. TSK 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 TSK. Xiaoyan, today, you will definitely belong to the old me. The old me also advises you to seal your own cultivation as soon as possible and make a trip with the old me. That way, you can avoid suffering this physical pain. Xiaoyan's body had just appeared in the sky. He had yet to move when the third hall master's figure, which was wrapped in a black fog, had already appeared a couple of dozen feet in front of him. He faced Xiaoyan from a distance and smiled as he looked at the solemn-faced Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan also instantly saw the third hall master when he raised his eyes. His originally solemn expression instantly became incomparably solemn. At this moment, the third hall master's strength had already far surpassed his previous strength. The strength of his aura had likely already reached the intermediate 8th star half-martial emperor level. His strength had far surpassed Xiaoyan's. In addition to Xiaoyan's current condition, it was likely impossible for him to escape from the third hall master's hands. Fighting with his life on the line was Xiaoyan's only way out at this moment. If his luck was still acceptable, he might still have a chance to survive. Otherwise, he would end up in a situation where he would never be able to recover. In merely an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed across Xiaoyan's mind. A determined expression surged into his eyes as he looked at the third hall master. In today's battle, if the third hall master did not die, then he, the Flame Emperor, would fall. He would definitely go all out in this battle. Humph. Based on your understanding of me, do you think that I will accept my fate? Hearing this, the third hall master could not help but frown slightly. However, soon after, he relaxed his brows. He naturally knew Xiaoyan's temperament very well. In that case, Xiaoyan's words meant that he was going to start the battle. TSK 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 TSK, you are indeed worthy of being called the Flame Emperor Xiaoyan. This courage is really not something that an ordinary person can match. It is likely that only you are able to remain so imposing in this life and death situation. There's no need to say anything more. Although I can see that your aura is that of an 8th star half-martial emperor, there is clearly another tyrannical aura within your body that is still resisting. If I'm not wrong, that aura belongs to that old ghost, Yudu. In response to the third hall master's endless procrastination, the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth curled up into a cold smile as he coldly said. Haha, the Flame Emperor is indeed the Flame Emperor. In front of you, our methods are as clear as our understanding of you. There are no secrets at all. Humph, it is only because I have seen too much of it. You damn things always like to steal souls. Tisk tsk tsk tsk, there will come a day when you will understand that in the face of great strength, all methods are just a method of survival. Before his voice sounded, the third hall master suddenly flipped his hand across the air. Wild and violent black dochi surged and churned like a tidal wave. In an instant, it transformed into a large hand in front of the third hall master. A palm suddenly smashed toward Xiaoyan. The instant this large palm attacked, Xiaoyan's expression had already changed drastically. The space around him had actually been completely sealed the instant the large palm attacked. Dodging this attack was completely a pipe dream. Damn it, looks like I can only face him head-on. Yellow spring palm. Not daring to underestimate it, Xiaoyan's mind moved, and from the still somewhat empty vortex in his body, waves of extremely pure do qi quickly followed the route of the qi method in Xiaoyan's body and circulated into his palm. With an explosive cry, the yellow spring palm was unleashed by Xiaoyan. It also transformed into a towering flame palm against the wind. The palm violently smashed toward the black heaven ascending palm. Tsk 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 tsk, at this moment, there is not much do qi left in your body. How can you fight the old me with such a weak palm? Demonic cloud palm, break! As the third hall master let out a low cry, the large heaven ascending palm, which had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan, suddenly spread out a circle of dense black fog. It collided with Xiaoyan's yellow spring palm. Crack! A clear sound was emitted from the empty space. The circle of black fog was subsequently broken apart. An even more frightening force shot out and instantly broke Xiaoyan's yellow spring palm with a single blow. Even though this was the case, the force did not diminish as it swiftly blasted toward Xiaoyan. Seeing this scene, the expression on Xiaoyan's face instantly became so solemn that it seemed as though water could be wrung out of it. The aura of Xiaoyan's body suddenly shook. That heavenly flame in his body poured out. He clenched his hand across the air and the endless heavenly flame transformed into a large fire ruler. Without any hesitation, Xiaoyan held the large fire ruler in one hand and pulled it close to him. Both of his hands held the ruler's hilt. Both of his arms suddenly moved and the beautiful large fire ruler swiftly began to circle around Xiaoyan's body. A seemingly substance-like heavenly flame barrier also appeared around Xiaoyan's body, firmly protecting him within. Six-joint body flowing ruler. The moment the six-joint body flowing ruler was displayed, the strong and ferocious force also violently smashed onto the heavenly flame barrier. Bang! With a loud bang, Xiaoyan's body, which was standing horizontally in the empty space, involuntarily flew back by 10,000 feet. Only then did he stabilize his body with great difficulty. Even his arm, which was holding the large ruler, felt a bone-breaking pain. Xiaoyan clenched his teeth tightly. His eyes stared intently at the large palm that was smashing toward him. The do qi in his body suddenly poured out, forcefully suppressing the pain on both of his arms. His hand, which was holding the large ruler, once again waved it. The large ruler stood horizontally beside Xiaoyan. The do qi in his body surged out from his palm and covered the entire large ruler, causing it to appear incomparably gorgeous. Flame. Devouring. Wave. Ruler. Xiaoyan suddenly let out an explosive cry toward the sky. His hand, which was holding the large ruler, suddenly exerted force and swept it horizontally toward the large palm. 1,000-foot-wide heavenly flame wave carried a frightening monstrous might as it violently smashed toward the large palm. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion suddenly swept apart from the two do skills. Soon after, a monstrous wave that carried a vast heavenly might swept in all directions. The bodies of Xiaoyan and the third hall master were sent flying by this huge wave over 500 kilometers. Xiaoyan's body was forcefully stopped in the air. That powerful strength caused the injuries that Xiaoyan had been suppressing earlier to suddenly erupt at this moment. A large mouthful of blood. Only at this moment were the two of them able to clearly see just how great the strength of these two do skills was. After they exploded, the frightening explosion caused a mushroom cloud, which was like an ancient tree that covered the sky, to rise from the middle. Under this mushroom cloud, this entire world was completely covered within it. Due to the presence of the heavenly flame, this mushroom cloud appeared to be half a blazing flame while the other half was a darkness that could swallow the empty space. Xiaoyan's heart once again tightened when he saw this. His all-out attack was only able to break this large palm. If this were to continue, it was likely that he would really die here today. Xiaoyan's body flashed. He unleashed the Sky Absolute Step with all his might. The little doqi in his body was also completely squeezed out. His body swiftly flashed as he held the large ruler with both hands and suddenly smashed it toward the third hall master with all his might. Given the third hall master's current peak condition, every action of Xiaoyan's was basically seen by him. It was impossible for Xiaoyan to forcefully collide with him. However, when the third hall master saw Xiaoyan's crazy expression, a mocking expression surged deep within his eyes. Huh! Xiaoyan completely ignored the feeling of exhaustion in his body. The giddiness that was transmitted from his mind was also forcefully suppressed by him as he wildly smashed toward the third hall master without any regard for his life. Humph! The third hall master let out a cold snort. His eyes stared at Xiaoyan, completely ignoring the large fire ruler that was flying toward him. The third hall master waited until the large ruler was in front of his face and the searing hot aura invaded his body before he suddenly turned his body. The large ruler pressed close to the third hall master's chest as it smashed down. A feeling of danger immediately surged into Xiaoyan's heart when he saw this scene. However, the action of his hand was clearly not something that he could control at this moment. The third hall master also used this opportunity to ruthlessly slap his palm forward and violently strike Xiaoyan's chest. A chi sound was mixed with a few clear sounds of bones breaking. Xiaoyan bent his body and spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. His body flew backwards uncontrollably. The third hall master clearly did not want to let Xiaoyan off so easily. Before Xiaoyan could stop his body, the third hall master's figure once again appeared behind Xiaoyan. Another palm ruthlessly met with Xiaoyan's body that was flying backwards. Bang! With a bang sound, Xiaoyan's body once again turned around and continued to fly forward. He was like a football that continuously flew forward. Fresh blood was also freely spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth. At this moment, Xiaoyan was truly like a lamp that had run out of oil. He could only be mercilessly toyed with by the third hall master. Bang! With another bang sound, Xiaoyan's body flew backwards by 10,000 feet. This time, the third hall master did not chase after him. After all, from the third hall master's point of view, Xiaoyan was already unable to escape from his palm. Since he had played enough, there was no need to continue. If Xiaoyan died, he would really be unable to answer to his superiors. Xiaoyan also stabilized his body with great difficulty. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness as he looked at the third hall master. However, under this ruthlessness, there was also some helplessness. At this point, I'm afraid that I can't care so much. Although I don't know if it will be effective, I can only try my best. Xiaoyan forcefully endured the pain and weakness brought about by the serious injuries on his body. He clenched his teeth tightly, emitting waves of creaking sounds. Fresh blood continuously flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His palms, which were also stained with blood, slowly gathered strength. After a few breaths, he suddenly clenched his palms. The pain in his body seemed to have disappeared in an instant. His aura suddenly fluctuated. His hands were held in front of his chest. His fingers swiftly moved, and mysterious symbols were formed one after another. With a thought, the light in Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly shook. Following this, he let out an explosive cry in his heart. Clan Tattoo, appear! Ha! Clan Tattoo, appear! An explosive cry was emitted from Xiaoyan's heart. The Dodi bloodline within his body, which had been silent for 10 years, had finally erupted today. The mysterious ancient clan tattoo once again surfaced between Xiaoyan's brows. It merged with the fire seal, causing it to appear unusually mysterious. A majestic aura that was filled with an ancient aura spread from Xiaoyan's body the moment the clan tattoo appeared, causing the boundless sky to tremble. The ancient aura was really terrifying. Even until now, it still caused the world to be extremely shocked. From this, one could imagine just how powerful the ancient humans were. The purple gold Dodi bloodline swiftly swelled within the blood vessels within Xiaoyan's body. Wave after wave of powerful and pure energy spluttered out and galloped within Xiaoyan's body. The purple-gold Do-Di bloodline within Xiaoyan's blood vessels agglomerated into a purple-gold blood dragon in an instant. The blood dragon swiftly moved through Xiaoyan's blood vessels. Wherever it passed, a purple-gold brilliant light would scatter. This light passed through Xiaoyan's blood vessels and merged into the damaged internal organs and bones within Xiaoyan's body. In merely a couple of breaths, the bones and organs that had been injured by the third hall master had clearly recovered. The aura of the blood dragon exploded. Its body flashed and it actually arrived within the vortex within Xiaoyan's body. As the blood dragon swiftly circled, it also caused the vortex within Xiaoyan's body to involuntarily circulate. The flame art chi method was also circulating at a frightening speed that it had never experienced before. In the outside world, the expression on Xiaoyan's face changed slightly. His eyes swept over the natural energy that had become as turbulent as the waves of the deep sea due to the activation of the Do-Di bloodline within his body. Surprise involuntarily flashed across the depths of his eyes. The Do-Di bloodline was actually this powerful. Even with Xiaoyan's current strength, he was actually able to create such a vast aura. It was no wonder that the 8 ancient clans placed such importance on the strength of the bloodline. The bloodline of a Do-Di was really this frightening. A thought passed through his mind and the heavenly flame within his body instantly swept out, completely wrapping Xiaoyan within it. The natural energy was also completely absorbed into the vortex within Xiaoyan's body under the frightening refinement of the heavenly flame. In merely a moment, the empty vortex within Xiaoyan's body was once again replaced by an extremely pure Do-Chi. At this moment, Xiaoyan's strength had already reached the level of a 4-star half-martial emperor. However, even with this being the case, Xiaoyan's aura was still rapidly rising. As his aura continued to rise, it told Xiaoyan that the end of this aura was far from here. While Xiaoyan was activating the Do-Di bloodline within his body, the Saint Blood Crystal, which contained the fate of the entire Xiao clan, suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light at this moment in a glorious large hall tens of thousands of kilometers away. It illuminated the originally bright and beautiful large hall until it appeared like a glass celestial palace. A human figure wrapped in a black robe quietly appeared in front of the Saint Blood Crystal the moment the golden light flickered. A pair of sharp old eyes under the black robe also emitted a surprised glint. This is the bloodline strength within that person's body that has been activated. From the looks of it, that person has likely met a great enemy. The person under the black robe used a somewhat hoarse old voice to mutter to himself. From the sound of his voice, this old man was surprisingly the first elder who had ordered Xiao Mingyuan to leave the clan back then. However, at this moment, the first elder was extremely worried in his heart. The only explanation for activating the bloodline strength for no reason was that this person had met with a great calamity. Helpless, he could only activate the D bloodline within his body to ensure his safety. Third brother, third brother. You have left the clan for such a long time, yet you are still unable to find that person. This time around, you have really gone overboard. A bright golden light was reflected in the first elder's eyes. Both of his eyes stared intently at the Saint Blood Crystal. It was a long while later before he finally opened his mouth and spoke in a somewhat furious voice. Someone come. A low cry was transmitted from within the large hall. However, in an instant, a dark black human figure appeared behind the first elder without any forewarning. He supported himself with one hand on the ground and knelt on one knee. He was silent. Although he was behind the first elder, he appeared to be in front of the first elder. The first elder did not pay much attention to him as he opened his mouth and spoke. Go and find Xiao Mingyuan. Tell him to quickly search for that person. If he cannot find him in the middle region, then go to the southern region. If he cannot find him in the southern region, then search all the regions for me. No matter what, you must find him and bring him back. A furious voice was transmitted, causing the kneeling person's body to involuntarily tremble. In his heart, he knew that the first elder was truly furious this time around. Not daring to be negligent, that person nodded slightly before his body flashed again and swiftly fled the large hall. Within the large hall, the first elder once again stood quietly in the same spot. After a long while, his body gradually became illusory and quietly disappeared from the large hall. The third hall master stared intently at Xiaoyan. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Xiaoyan's method at this moment had actually forcefully raised his physical strength by 2 stars. First, there was the extermination fire body, and now there was the bloodline strength. If these two were to be activated at the same time, how terrifying would the power be? It was likely that just thinking about it would cause one's entire body to turn cold. In merely a moment, the aura and strength all over Xiaoyan's body had already changed from its previous weak appearance. His entire body's aura was like a rainbow that shot towards the sky. His strength could break through the heavens in an instant. Even when compared to old Ghost Judu at his peak condition, he was not inferior. Xiaoyan let out a long roar towards the sky. 1,000 feet wide fire pillar shot out from Xiaoyan's mouth. It penetrated through the empty space and pierced into the endless empty space, causing the space to fluctuate. By the time Xiaoyan turned his head and took a look, the pair of dim eyes from before had already disappeared. At this moment, it was a pair of flaming eyes that were scattered with a dazzling fire light. With a slight turn, the heavenly flame that could soar into the sky flew out from Xiaoyan's flaming eyes and burned the sky. When the third hall master saw this scene, he was extremely shocked. How could he dare to let Xiaoyan continue? His body moved and a thick black fog rippled out from all over his body. In a flash, he had already appeared outside of the heavenly flame around Xiaoyan's body. Humph. False bravado. Today, this old man will definitely bring you back to my sect. Xiaoyan, it's best that you don't try to struggle in vain. Come and take this old man's palm. Sky Demon Palm. The third hall master struck with his palm and a frightening black fog surged out. The Sky Demon Palm that the third hall master had unleashed once again soared with the wind. In an instant, it turned into a large palm that was 1,000 feet in size. It covered the sky as it violently slammed toward Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan used his pair of flaming eyes to sweep over the Sky Demon Palm that was violently slamming toward him. His nose emitted a cold snort. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile as he said, "False bravado?" Humph humph, from the way I see it, you are the one who is false bravado. You are merely a useless person who only has looks. Without waiting for the third hall master to react, Xiaoyan's body turned and the Doqi in his body swiftly surged out. The heavenly flame also instantly spread over Xiaoyan's palm. His palm violently smashed toward the Sky Demon Palm of the third hall master. Yellow Spring Palm. A palm that was only the size of a human's palm flew out when Xiaoyan's palm struck out. The space instantly collapsed wherever the Yellow Spring Palm passed. A dark, deep, empty space appeared behind the Yellow Spring Palm. The Yellow Spring Palm carried an overwhelming might as it violently smashed toward the Sky Demon Palm of the third hall master. The Sky Demon Palm merely lasted for a couple of breaths when the two collided before it burst apart with a loud bang. Xiaoyan also moved at this moment. His body flashed and appeared in front of the third hall master. His fist violently smashed toward the third hall master's face. Grade 8 smash. The flaming arm that was covered by the heavenly flame passed by with a bang. The third hall master's skinny face also felt a fiery pain. His heart did not dare to underestimate the attack. His body swiftly pulled back as his fist met Xiaoyan's enormous flaming fist. Sky Demon Fist. In an instant, the two fists had already collided. Xiaoyan's body suddenly shook as a powerful force suddenly poured out from his fist and smashed toward the third hall master. The third hall master naturally did not dare to be careless. The Doqi in his body surged out and gathered on his fist. He did his best to block Xiaoyan's powerful and overbearing punch. However, it was still a pity. At this moment, Xiaoyan was at his peak condition and his strength had far surpassed his previous strength. With just the strength of a 3-star half-martial emperor, Xiaoyan was able to fight an intense battle with the third hall master. Currently, Xiaoyan's strength had reached the level of a 5-star half-martial emperor. Even if the third hall master had the strength of an 8-star half-martial emperor, one should not forget that Xiaoyan's physical strength was truly terrifying. The two complemented each other. How could the third hall master contend against Xiaoyan's full strength? Ha! A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Get lost. Grade 8 smash. Explode. Bang. An earth-shaking explosion resounded across this place. At this moment, even this place was no longer able to restrain the two. The battle between the two was no longer something that could be controlled by the world. As the explosion sounded, the third hall master's body fell like a meteorite and once again smashed into the endless abyss. Humph. You want to retreat? Do you really think that you can retreat? A cold snort was emitted from Xiaoyan's nose. His body once again shook abruptly. A beautiful heavenly flame suddenly agglomerated on his back. In an instant, it turned into a pair of beautiful flame wings. The footwork under Xiaoyan's feet changed. His body, which was standing in the empty air, instantly disappeared. At the same time, the third hall chief's swiftly falling body suddenly paused in the air. Soon after, he turned into a human cannonball that shot toward the sky with a bang. However, from the looks of it, he appeared to be in an extremely miserable state. Again. Grade 8 smash. Bang. Bang. In merely a moment, the third hall chief, who had been in an aggressive manner earlier, was currently being beaten by Xiaoyan left and right like a dead dog. An unknown number of bones in his body had been broken. Fresh blood scattered over the sky like rain. Just looking at it caused one to feel a chill surge into one's heart. Even though this was the case, he still did his best to dodge Xiaoyan's attacks. Even so, his distorted bloody face actually revealed a vicious and ruthless smile, which caused one to feel incomparably strange. Bang! Another explosion sounded. Xiaoyan sent the third hall master flying thousands of miles with a punch. His body once again flashed and appeared 1,000 feet in front of the third hall master. His hands were behind his back. A pair of eyes, which were filled with bright flames, calmly looked at the third hall master. The corners of his mouth lifted into a cold smile, but he did not say anything. The third hall master's body, which was covered in blood, suddenly shook. The black fog that lingered around his body was instantly absorbed into his body. He let out a savage laugh and immediately looked at Xiaoyan with a murderous intent in his eyes. TSK 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 TSK, Flame Emperor Xiaoyan, you have been smart all your life. However, only today will you be foolish. I've just suffered a loss at your hands, but you've suffered a second time. The third hall master's eyes were filled with a brutal murderous intent. His pair of sinister old eyes were filled with madness as he stared at Xiaoyan and laughed maniacally. Oh? Do you think I'll be at a disadvantage twice? May I know what you mean? Xiaoyan's eyes flickered deep within his eyes. The corners of his mouth lifted into a playful smile as he looked at the third hall master and slowly asked. The eyes of the third hall master became incomparably savage when he heard this. It was as though Xiaoyan was already in his bag. TSK 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 TSK, Xiaoyan, do you really think that I, an 8-star ban emperor, will be suppressed by you, a 5-star ban emperor, until I am in such a state? Xiaoyan did not speak. He only quietly looked at the third hall master. He knew that the third hall master would give him an answer. You are wrong. With my strength, although I do not dare to say that I can capture you with one hand, I can also do it if I am given enough time. And you have coincidentally given me this time. Before his voice sounded, the third hall master slowly lifted both of his hands. A mysterious seal suddenly appeared in his palms. From the looks of this seal, it was the mysterious underworld soul-devouring palm that the old flame demon ghost had displayed back then. TSK 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 TSK, this palm technique is originally an E-class Do technique. Although I am unable to completely unleash it due to my lack of strength, if I were to use all of my strength, it would definitely not be inferior to a high-level human class Do technique. Xiaoyan, no matter what, you will definitely fall into my hands today. Xiaoyan's expression remained extremely calm when he heard this. High-level human class Do technique, huh? He seemed to have one as well. Moreover, if one were to really talk about it, a high-level human class Do technique that had transformed into a Do technique was not something that an ordinary high-level human class Do technique could compare with. Xiaoyan smiled faintly. His hand, which was behind him, was slowly withdrawn in front of his chest. He flipped his palm and a fire lotus that was burning with a brilliant flame appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. Due to the absence of the nihility devouring flame, the merged heavenly flames had become a substitute for the nihility devouring flame. In this way, the strength of this angry Buddha lotus flame should not be inferior to the 4-colored fire lotus from back then. Moreover, due to it being merged with many heavenly flames, the strength of this fire lotus might be even greater than before. When the third hall master saw the fire lotus in Xiaoyan's hand, a shock immediately surged onto his originally arrogant face. It was unexpected that while he was scheming against Xiao Yan was actually using him to scheme against him. However, this thought merely lasted for an instant before it was completely suppressed by the third hall master. His shocked face once again recovered its arrogance. His face was filled with disdain as he looked at the fire lotus in Xiao Yan's hand. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile as he coldly laughed. Xiao Yan, I was wondering what kind of frightening preparation you had. It turns out that you merely have this angry Buddha lotus flame that is comparable to a low-level human class Do technique. TSK. If this is the case, you will definitely not be able to escape from my hands today. Xiao Yan's face remained calm in the face of this. In the next instant, a murderous intent surged into his eyes as he looked at the third hall master. His palm pushed the fire lotus in his hand toward the third hall master. At the same time, his mouth laughed coldly as he spoke. I will only know exactly how strong it is after I see it. Let me see just how strong your high human class Do technique, mysterious underworld soul-devouring palm is. The third hall master was extremely confident in his heart at this moment. He was naturally not afraid of Xiao Yan's attack. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. A brutal murderous intent swiftly surged within his eyes. He unleashed the mysterious underworld soul-devouring palm in his hand and charged toward Xiao Yan's angry Buddha lotus flame. Since you are in such a hurry to seek death, the old me shall fulfill your wish. The palm-sized mysterious underworld soul-devouring palm swiftly swelled in this empty space. In merely an instant, it once again turned into an enormous palm that reached the sky. It violently smashed toward Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan was unconcerned about this. His expression carried a solemn expression as he looked at the angry Buddha lotus flame that had already flown out. Ever since the last time, Xiao Yan was already extremely clear that his control of the angry Buddha lotus flame was only limited to before the third wave of attacks. If it was completely unleashed, even in this condition, Xiao Yan would definitely not be able to escape. Hence, at this moment, the only thing that Xiao Yan paid attention to was not the third hall master, nor was it the mysterious underworld soul-devouring palm. Instead, it was this destructive angry Buddha lotus flame that Xiao Yan had created. In an instant, the angry Buddha lotus flame and the mysterious underworld soul-devouring palm were merely a couple of dozen feet apart. Both of them were man-class high-level Do skills. The empty space where they passed had already turned into a dark black deep darkness. The sky also repeatedly trembled and roared under the frightening pressure of these two. The area within a 5,000-kilometer radius was deathly silent. There was no sign of life. That Mu Ling had already left this place and his whereabouts were unknown. Next, it was up to Xiao Yan and the third hall master. Two super Do skills were unleashed together. If they were careless, the two of them might be Tang Ban D experts, but they would still not be able to escape death. Hence, the battle today completely depended on fate. An instant later, the entire sky was finally covered by a glaring white glow. Even the deep mountains and old forests tens of thousands of kilometers away were illuminated by this white glow until they were unable to look directly at it. The people within the cities also felt an extremely frightening pressure sweep over in an instant. Even those people who had been in high positions for a long time finally knelt on the ground in fear. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. At this moment, a roaring sound that resounded over the sky suddenly sounded in the area where Xiao Yan and the third hall master were located. Immediately, one could see a frightening flame wave sweep over the entire sky. Even with the strength of the third hall master, he was not lucky enough to escape being struck by this attack. With a grug sound, fresh blood was wildly spat out from the mouth of the third hall master. His body also involuntarily shot backwards. The aura of his entire body instantly became sluggish at this moment. However, this was not the end. Before the first wave of flame wave could completely sweep over, another wave was once again shot out. This time around, the third hall master was really helpless. This second attack once again smashed into his chest. Bang! Another wave of extremely ferocious flame wave swept over. The entire world was in a kind of blazing heat. Everything that had form was turned into a vacuum of nothingness. After the third wave, the third hall master was finally seriously injured. Once the final wave completely engulfed him, the third hall master would definitely disappear from this continent. Roar! Damn it! This old man is not willing to accept this, not willing to accept this. Flame Emperor Xiaoyan. Today, even if this old man dies, I will definitely drag you down with me. Huh. With a furious roar, the third hall master's body rapidly expanded. Immediately after, an earth-shaking roar sounded. Another wave of frightening pitch-black energy wave swept out and violently collided with the fourth wave of flame wave from the angry Buddha lotus flame, the self-destruction of the full power of an 8-star half-martial emperor. This kind of power was really unparalleled. Even if the fourth wave of the angry Buddha lotus flame was completely unleashed, it was still instantly broken by the third hall master's life-risking attack. In an instant, after the third hall master exchanged his life for Xiaoyan's angry Buddha lotus flame, this attack from the third hall master was finally completely suppressed by the third hall master. As for this part of the sky, it had turned into a pitch-black nothingness for a long time. Ugh, the ending is not good. Because a lot of the content was deleted, there are some things that were not clearly expressed. However, I still want to add this to my collection. I beg of everyone. Please add this to your collection. Additionally, if you are interested, you can join the group created by Time. Group number 4766687610. 2 months later, southwest border, Savage Ancient City. Xiaoyan stood outside of the Savage Ancient City. His eyes looked into the distance at the ancient city that was built from a piece of mysterious rock. An endless stream of human traffic entered and exited the city gate like ants. If one were to carefully observe, one would discover that most of these people were entering and very few were exiting. Are these people all here for the alchemist conference? I wonder how strong the alchemists here are. Lin Fan asked. Xiaoyan had an indifferent smile on his face as he looked at the ancient city that was filled with an ancient aura. He softly muttered before his body moved and flew towards Savage Ancient City. At this moment, Xiaoyan could already be considered to have complete control over the initial wind movement Heaven's End. If Xiaoyan were to unleash his full speed, it was likely that he would not need to be afraid even if he met an ordinary 7-star bandit. If he were to encounter a 6-star half-emperor, Xiaoyan might even be able to forcefully kill him if he were to go all out. From this, one could see just how frightening the might of this sky extinction step was. Just the initial mastery of the wind movement stage was already able to allow Xiaoyan, a mere 3-star bandit, to face a 7-star bandit. Just how frightening would it be if he were to master the sky absolute step to the complete mastery stage, the might of trampling the heavens, the sky-splitting extinction step. This sentence was most likely not just a casual remark. A moment later, Xiaoyan's figure was strolling within the flood of human flow in Savage Ancient City. As the alchemist grand meeting drew closer, the outstanding talents from various places also began to gather towards Savage Ancient City. Xiaoyan naturally did not pay too much attention to these people. After arriving at Savage Ancient City, Xiaoyan's first task was to quickly find the weapon refiner that Luo Jin had mentioned back then. In Xiaoyan's heart, he only wanted to repair his heavy Xian ruler. Other matters were not important in Xiaoyan's eyes. Of course, leaving the southern region could also be considered an important matter in Xiaoyan's heart. After all, regardless of where Xiaoyan went or to what extent he had repaired the heavy Xian ruler, if Xiaoyan did not possess sufficient strength, the destruction of the heavy Xian ruler was only a matter of time. This was something that Xiaoyan did not wish to see. As he thought in this manner, Xiaoyan's footsteps unknowingly became a little faster. In a moment, he had already arrived at the city area of Savage Ancient City. When he arrived at this place, noise unceasingly filled his ears. Under the probing of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, the average strength of the practitioners here was much better than that of Qingyang City. In this place, the weakest practitioner was actually comparable to the central plains of the Doqi continent. They were all Do Huangs. Among them, there was no lack of Dozongs. Even the elite Dozuns, who could be called overlord in Qingyang City, were just like ordinary people in this place. Moreover, under Xiaoyan's probing, there were no less than 10 elite Doshings. Such strength could be considered quite a good faction in the borders of the continent. These were naturally nothing in Xiaoyan's eyes. However, if he thought about it carefully, he would realize that this was merely the most barren place on the continent. Yet, the strength of the people here had already reached the Do Huang class. They were not the least bit inferior to the 3 valleys of the Doqi continent. When the three valleys were mentioned, Xiaoyan recalled the Burning Flame Valley at this moment. Thinking back, his ancestor Xiaoxian had already told him that the Burning Flame Valley was considered one of the top factions on the continent during the ancient times. The Burning Flame Valley had once produced an elite Dodi, although he was ignorant back then and did not know that the so-called Dodi they spoke of was merely a band in this Yuanwu continent. Regardless of how one put it, this still meant that the people from the Burning Flame Valley had once come to this Yuanwu continent during the ancient times. However, he did not know if he would be able to meet them now. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was slightly lifted into a smile as he sighed emotionally in his heart. If they were fated, they would naturally meet. Why should he be anxious about everything? After recovering, Xiaoyan's body, which was about to continue walking forward, suddenly paused. His brows were also involuntarily knit together. His body slowly turned around and his eyes looked at a building beside him. This building was shaped like a tower. It had an ancient feel. At a glance, for words would suddenly leap out of one's heart. Rich and overbearing, this pavilion was shockingly built from top-quality black metal wood. On its exterior, there was a barrier that was personally placed by a bandit. If someone really wanted to forcefully barge in, it was likely that it would be impossible unless one possessed the strength of a true Dodi. A glint flickered in Xiaoyan's eyes. His gaze also slowly shifted downwards. Finally, it paused on the signboard above the door. On the signboard, the words Hidden Cloud Pavilion were written in flamboyant calligraphy. The words were written in a very imposing manner. The moment Xiaoyan's gaze swept across the three large words, his eyes narrowed slightly. The three large words seemed to contain a kind of heaven-supporting strength. Even with his current strength, he was actually as insignificant as an ant in front of it. This Yunin pavilion was actually another huge object. Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly. His gaze swiftly shifted away from the signboard. This was because after feeling a little surprised, he finally calmed down the emotions in his heart. His body moved and he took large strides toward the Yunin pavilion. Xiaoyan felt that there might be something he needed in this place. The moment he stepped into the Yunin pavilion, the noisy outside suddenly quieted down. This Yunin pavilion was like another world. Xiaoyan didn't mind this at all. To him, this kind of thing was too normal. The only thing he wasn't used to was that the moment he stepped into the Yunin pavilion, the light in front of him dimmed. Xiaoyan habitually narrowed his eyes for a moment. Only then did he take in a deep breath and take in everything within the Yunin pavilion. After he recovered, Xiaoyan immediately smelled an extremely rich pill fragrance. The pill fragrance was so rich that it even formed clouds in the air. At this moment, the Yunin pavilion looked like a paradise on earth. Xiaoyan couldn't help but rub his nose. Even so, he couldn't help but sneeze in the end. This kind of rich pill fragrance was really hard for people to accept. He really did not know how these people were able to endure it. They were actually able to turn a blind eye to such a rich pill fragrance. Xiaoyan sighed in his heart. He didn't pay any more attention to them. As he looked around, he saw that this incomparably spacious hall was already occupied by many transparent crystal counters. The counters were filled with all kinds of medicinal ingredients. At this moment, these crystal counters were already surrounded by a large crowd. The interior of this large hall was also divided into a medicinal ingredient area and a medicinal pill area. However, these medicinal ingredients and medicinal pills, which could be considered great treasures in the eyes of everyone in front of him, were merely third-rate goods that Xiaoyan did not even care about. After casually looking around, Xiaoyan moved his feet and headed towards the second floor. When he reached the staircase, Xiaoyan was blocked by two old men in front of him. The eyebrows of the two old men involuntarily knit slightly when they saw that Xiaoyan was actually walking toward them. From the looks of it, it appeared that he wanted to go up to the second floor. Immediately, they looked at Xiaoyan. One of the old men revealed a kind smile on his face as he spoke to Xiaoyan. If you wish to go to the second floor, you must possess the strength of a dozong. Xiaoyan merely smiled faintly at this. He had experienced these rules countless times and was naturally incomparably clear about them. The truly good things in this Yunin pavilion were definitely on the second floor. His footsteps did not stop. The aura on Xiaoyan's body suddenly swept out. However, this aura was many times weaker than usual. When the two old men sensed the aura on Xiaoyan's body, their expressions involuntarily changed. Surprise was revealed in their eyes when they looked at Xiaoyan. This was the first time that they had seen such a young dozong in this ancient wasteland city, that's right. Under the spiritual perception of these two old men, the aura that Xiaoyan was currently emitting was indeed that of a dozong. This was also something that Xiaoyan had intentionally done. After all, if he were to really release his true strength, Xiaoyan was not certain just how big of a commotion it would cause. Moreover, this Yuning pavilion was clearly not an ordinary faction. It was best for him not to attract too much attention. However, although Xiaoyan had unintentionally attracted the attention of others when he released the aura of a dozong, the expressions of the few Do Huang class cultivators, who were mocking him when they saw him preparing to go up to the second floor, appeared extremely interesting at this moment. This included many other people. At this moment, their gazes were also focused on Xiaoyan, this young dozong expert. It was not as though they had never seen a dozong of this age. Recently, there had indeed been a couple of 20-plus-year-old dozongs in this ancient wasteland city. However, those few were all members of famous aristocratic families. Any one of them would cause everyone to feel that they were familiar with them. At this moment, Xiaoyan appeared to be an exception. Xiaoyan was naturally not too concerned about this. He nodded and smiled at the two old men. Seeing this, the two old men also revealed a kind smile to Xiaoyan. Their bodies tilted slightly and opened up a path for Xiaoyan. Immediately, Xiaoyan gently lifted his feet. His body moved and stepped into the staircase that led to the second floor. His body slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. Xiaoyan's footsteps did not pause once he reached the second floor. He ignored those elite dozongs on the second floor as his footsteps did not stop. Instead, he walked directly to the stairs leading to the third floor. This time around, Xiaoyan did not perform any courteous actions. The aura within his body swiftly rose to the dozun class. That aura that belonged to an elite dozun suddenly swept toward the old man seated in front of the stairs. That old man involuntarily frowned when he saw this. He was just about to stand up and warn Xiaoyan when he suddenly sensed the wild, violent aura that belonged to an elite dozun from Xiaoyan's body. The expression on his old face changed once again. His action of getting up was forcefully suppressed. His face was filled with surprise as he looked at Xiaoyan. His heart repeatedly wondered when such a young elite dozun had appeared in the ancient wasteland. However, the expression on Xiaoyan's face appeared extremely calm. He did not have the opportunity to see the uncertain expression of the old man in front of him. He took a step forward and stepped into the third floor in front of everyone's eyes. The old man only recovered after Xiaoyan's figure walked past the old man. He turned his head and looked at Xiaoyan's back, which was slowly disappearing from his sight. His brows were tightly knit. A moment later, he could only helplessly shake his head. He turned around and continued to sit cross-legged on the spot, ignoring Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's actions were the same as before after he reached the third floor. The aura within his body instantly soared and only came to a slow stop when it reached the Doxing class. The expression in the eyes of the elder guarding the pavilion also changed a long while later. He sent Xiaoyan to the fourth floor with a smile in front of everyone's shocked eyes. After Xiaoyan and the old man disappeared, the elite dozuns on the third floor, who appeared to be a couple of times more sparse than before, finally involuntarily began to discuss. Such a young elite doxing. Even some of the old people, who had long been famous in this southwestern region, involuntarily revealed some surprise in their eyes when they looked at Xiaoyan. During this short period of time, the people outside of the Yuning Pavilion had also heard that there was a young elite dozong, a young elite dozun, and a young elite doxing. Although it was said that there were three people, when these people gathered all the characteristics of the three people together, they instantly understood that the three people mentioned were the same person. Xiaoyan's motive for doing all this had been completely guessed by these people. It was just to avoid some unnecessary trouble. However, it was a pity that Xiaoyan's intentions seemed to have backfired. It made more people aware of his existence as a heaven-defying figure. Once Xiaoyan reached the fourth floor, the space in front of him instantly became much more spacious. The number of people on the fourth floor was indeed much less than the few floors below. However, if one were to talk about the strength of the people standing on the fourth floor, it was something that the people below could not compare with. This was because, with the exception of a few people, the rest of them were all elite Doshings. The strength of an elite Doshing was the minimum requirement to enter the 4th floor. From this, one could see just how intimidating the might of the Yunin Pavilion was. Even those elite Dozuns, who usually had to be respected in every way in the outside world, could only obediently follow the rules here. From the looks of it, even elite Doshings did not dare to have any thoughts about the 5th floor, which was one level higher. The strength of the Yunin Pavilion could be slightly revealed in such a small matter. From this, one could see how great it was. Xiaoyan randomly swept his eyes over the stairs that led to the 5th floor. His eyes swept over the old man seated cross-legged. After which, he turned his eyes. His eyes seemed to randomly look at the counters. The moment Xiaoyan's eyes shifted away from the old man's eyes, which had been shut, were slowly opened a little. His eyes instantly swept over Xiaoyan. The eyes that he used to look at Xiaoyan also revealed an incomparably shocked glint at this moment. There was also some uncertainty flowing deep within his eyes. Just who is this person? His cultivation has already reached the level of a Bandizun at such a young age. Such talent is not the least bit inferior to the young master. Looks like I will need to tell the young master about this matter when I have the opportunity. The old man's eyes continued to sweep over Xiaoyan. His heart was also repeatedly pondering. Finally, he once again took a deep look at Xiaoyan. After which, the seated figure slowly disappeared. Even the many elite Doshings present did not sense the slightest unusual movement. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, turned his head and randomly swept his eyes over the old man's body after it slowly disappeared. After which, he stepped forward and walked to a counter. How could the people who could ascend to the 4th floor be small fries? The attendants were naturally extraordinary. Xiaoyan's feet had just moved when a white-haired old man wearing a brocade robe came forward with a face full of smiles. Xiaoyan observed his aura. The strength of this old man had already reached the Doshing class. The strength of the other attendants was similar to him. It was likely that no one would dare to cause trouble in this hall with them around. At this moment, Xiaoyan's appearance had already attracted the attention of all the elite Doshings. Everyone revealed a surprised expression on their faces when they saw that this elite Doshing, who had just arrived, was actually this young. Their eyes contained a rich surprise flashing within them. An elite Doshing at such a young age could really be called an existence that defied the natural order, if Xiaoyan, who only possessed the aura of a Dozun earlier, could be described as a demon. However, Xiaoyan, whose aura had reached the Doshing class at this moment, possessed a frightening talent. Only the word, defying the natural order, could barely describe him. It was just that one did not know just what kind of interesting expression these people would reveal on their faces once they became aware that Xiaoyan's true strength was that of a Bandizun. How could the word, defying the natural order, be able to completely describe Xiaoyan's frightening talent? At this moment, everyone in the hall had also remembered Xiaoyan in their hearts after sensing the genuine Doshing aura on Xiaoyan's body. The frightening talent that Xiaoyan had displayed at this moment was sufficient to cause them to view him with great importance. His strength had already reached such a heaven-defying level at such a young age. If he were to truly mature in the future, would he not become a frightening existence like a giant? How could this cause them to not view Xiaoyan with great importance? However, compared to all of this, Xiaoyan, who was the main character of the hall, did not pay any attention to this in his heart. His eyes were merely focused on a certain counter in the hall. He was already completely certain that there was something there that he needed at this moment. As Xiaoyan lifted his foot, the elder beside him also noticed the direction of Xiaoyan's gaze. Immediately, a glint flashed in his old eyes. He had a rough idea of what Xiaoyan wanted to see. This elder was indeed someone who had worked in the Yunin Pavilion for many years. With just a glance, he was able to detect what Xiaoyan wanted. It was not an exaggeration to say that old people were shrewd when used on him. Before Xiaoyan could step forward, the elder had already stepped forward. He moved past the crowd in the hall and arrived in front of the crystal counter. With a glance, he stared at a palm-sized jade box on the counter. This jade box looked as clear as crystal and emitted a chilling aura that seeped into one's soul. Clearly, this jade box was no ordinary item. Through the translucent jade box, one could clearly see that within the jade box, there was a palm-sized crimson-red crystal that was quietly lying within. Even though the jade box was doing its best to block it, one could still feel an extremely violent fire-type energy wreaking havoc in the small space outside the jade box, causing the space to slightly distort. One could only imagine how terrifying the fire energy contained within this crystal was. At this moment, Xiaoyan's gaze passed through the crowd in front of him and landed on the jade box. More accurately, it was the scarlet-red crystal that was emitting a scorching heat within the jade box. This was also the reason why Xiaoyan had entered the Union Pavilion this time. Xiaoyan's face was filled with joy and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled into an extremely satisfied smile. The gaze that he used to look at the jade box was filled with determination. Although the old man's face carried a twilight color, his pair of old eyes were extremely sharp. The satisfied smile on the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was completely absorbed into his eyes. Immediately, the elder carefully and quickly took out the jade box and placed it on the crystal counter in front of him. After which, he once again looked at Xiaoyan and chuckled as he opened his mouth and said, "May I ask if you are willing to buy this flame essence jade from my pavilion?" Xiaoyan once again smiled in his heart. This little old man was really wise. He actually took the initiative to speak before the buyer. "Could it be that you are so sure that I want to buy your item?" Smiling slightly in his heart, Xiaoyan also regained his senses and looked at the elder. The corners of his mouth curled into a heartwarming smile as he gently nodded in the elder's eyes. At this moment, Xiaoyan's action of nodding his head had just paused when a voice that was not very harmonious was suddenly emitted from within the hall. "This flame essence jade flame is mine." When these words rang out, everyone in the hall was stunned. Soon after, the crowd slowly parted and two figures slowly walked out. Everyone in the hall involuntarily frowned when they saw the two of them. Their eyes contained some pity as they looked at Xiaoyan. It was as though they were telling Xiaoyan that this fellow was not someone to be trifled with. At this moment, Xiaoyan's eyes contained some displeasure as he looked at the two of them. He directly ignored the warning eyes of the others. They were merely a Bansheng and an 8-star Dosheng. This kind of strength was unable to stir any great waves in front of Xiaoyan. The elder in charge of the sale was clearly quite familiar with the two of them. His expression changed a little as he looked at the two of them. His brows involuntarily knit together. "Childly, this flame essence jade flame is something that this young master wants to buy. Therefore, I hope that Childly can take back your words." However, the younger man among the two of them snorted coldly in the face of this elder's persuasion. He immediately opened his mouth and laughed coldly. "Oh? Is that so? In that case, I'm really sorry. Everyone seated here and I did not see this." Mr. nod his head. "I say, everyone, am I right?" He turned his eyes to the elite Dosheng standing beside him as he spoke. His eyes contained some ill intent as he asked. The expressions of those people changed when they came into contact with his eyes. Their eyes involuntarily looked at the old man beside him. That old man seemed to have some indulgence in the actions of this young man in front of him. It was as though all of this did not matter whether the young man in front of him did it or not. A soft snort was emitted from the old man's nose. His face was indifferent as he swept his gaze over everyone in the hall. Anyone who was stared at by his gaze would have fear surging into their eyes. Immediately after, they lowered their heads and did not say a word. At this moment, Child Li's eyes were filled with a cold smile as he looked at Xiaoyan. He had not come to the Union Pavilion for anything important. This flame essence jade flame was not part of his plan. However, this sudden arrival of Xiaoyan had snatched his limelight in an instant. It should be known that he, Li Kong, was the true pride of this ancient savage city. He had stepped into the Bansheng class at a young age and had always been respected and admired by tens of thousands of people ever since he made his debut. Although he was far inferior to the young master of the Union Pavilion, he was the only person he did not submit to. However, when he thought about it, this Xiaoyan, who had suddenly arrived, appeared to be around the same age as him. Moreover, looking at Xiaoyan's soft and tender appearance, it was likely that Xiaoyan was really a little younger than him. Despite this, Xiaoyan's strength had already reached the true Dosheng class. He was many times stronger than a fake Sheng like him. This was also the reason why he wanted to speak out and compete with Xiaoyan. Today, he, Li Kong, wanted to suppress Xiaoyan's limelight and let him understand who was the main character in this ancient savage city. All of this was naturally seen by the old man in front of the counter. However, the strength of the old man beside the young man was indeed extraordinary. This young man's background could be considered to be quite strong in this ancient savage city. At this moment, even he felt quite helpless in his heart. He could only hesitate for a moment before opening his mouth once again to speak. Childly, I hope that you can understand that this is my Yuning Pavilion. Please abide by the rules of my Yuning Pavilion. This flame essence jade flame was something that this young master had agreed to buy. I hope that young master will take back his words. When the old man's words left his mouth, he directly mentioned the rules of the Yuning Pavilion, causing Li Kang's expression to change slightly. However, an instant later, the old man's words turned into a cold snort from Li Kang's mouth. This time around, he ignored the old man. Instead, he directly looked at Xiaoyan. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile as he stared at Xiaoyan and said, "If you don't want anything to happen to you, get out of this ancient savage city. Otherwise what?" Before Li Kang could finish speaking, Xiaoyan's cold voice was suddenly transmitted over. At this moment, anyone could hear the trace of anger within Xiaoyan's words. At this moment, Xiaoyan had placed all of his attention on the flame essence jade flame. Originally, he had planned to directly leave the Yuning Pavilion after obtaining it. After all, it should not take long for him to do so. However, this Li Kang had forcefully wasted all of Xiaoyan's time here. This really caused some irritation to surge into Xiaoyan's heart. When Li Kang heard Xiaoyan's words, a fury involuntarily flashed across his brows. The person in front of him was really bold. An ordinary Dosheng actually dared to rebuke him in such a manner in front of an 8-star Dosheng. How could this young master of the Li clan not feel humiliated in his heart? Good. What a heaven-defying person. Your future achievements might not be low. In the future, this young master might not be able to touch you. However, this does not mean that I can now. Today, the day you leave this Yuning Pavilion will be the day you die. Li Kang's face actually revealed a ruthless expression when he spoke until this point. His words were also filled with viciousness. You are very noisy. At this moment, Xiaoyan's heart had really become a little impatient. He dared to guarantee that if this fellow in front of him spoke another word, he would immediately crush him. First, young Master Li, don't tell me that you intend to continue causing trouble in my Yuning Pavilion. Just as Li Kang was about to continue saying something to Xiaoyan and the doqi within Xiaoyan's body was about to move, another voice broke through the air and was transmitted over. This caused the expressions of everyone in the hall to harden. Even Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned. The doqi that was about to rise within his body once again recovered its calmness. The calmness of the doqi within Xiaoyan's body also caused the person who had spoken earlier to sigh in relief in his heart. Li Kang's heart became even angrier when he heard these words that were directed at him. However, he did not dare to act rashly in front of this person who had appeared at this moment. He could only soften his tone as he opened his mouth to speak. Elder Xian must be joking. How would this junior dare to cause trouble in the Yuning Pavilion? The Elder Xian coldly snorted when he heard this. He did not say anything to Li Kang. Instead, he directly opened his mouth to speak. The old me has already seen everything that has happened today. This flame essence chalcedony was indeed obtained by this friend first. My Yuning Pavilion should abide by the pavilion's rules and sell it to this friend. At this point, anyone could tell that this person was clearly here for Xiaoyan. Although Li Kang was unwilling in his heart, he could only suppress the resentment in his heart. He did not dare to say anything else as he nodded his head in agreement. However, the gaze that he used to look at Xiaoyan was filled with endless resentment. Clearly, the current Xiaoyan had already become a thorn in his side and a thorn in his flesh. In his opinion, Xiaoyan would definitely die today. However, Xiaoyan did not have the time to care about this at this moment. At this moment, all of his attention was focused on this old man. Xiaoyan had a feeling that this old man was not necessarily helping him because of his strength. However, the reason behind this was still unknown. However, it was likely that there would be an answer soon. My friend, may I know your name? Elder Xian changed his tone and ignored Li Kang's bitter expression. Instead, he smiled as he looked at Xiaoyan, who was standing to the side, and asked with a smile. Others might not be able to see Xiaoyan's true strength, but how could he not? A middle three-star half-martial emperor could be considered an extremely strong expert in the ancient savage city. Although Li Kong also had an extraordinary background in this savage ancient city, if he really wanted to touch the young man in front of him, it was likely that he would have to think twice before doing so. When Xiaoyan heard the elder Xian's words, a faint smile appeared on his face. He cupped his hands towards Elder Xian and said with a smile, "I am Yan Xiao." When Elder Xian heard this, a glint flashed across his eyes. He also replied with a smile and then said, "Little friend Yan Xiao, it is my Hidden Cloud Pavilion's fault for not being able to uphold justice for you in today's matter. Hence, I have wasted quite a bit of your time. In that case, I shall treat this flame jade essence as a way to acknowledge you as my friend and also as an apology gift from my Hidden Cloud Pavilion. I will not accept a single cent of this item. I will give it to you." When Elder Xian said these words, the expressions of everyone in the hall, including Li Kong, changed once again. It was clear that he wanted to be on good terms with Yan Xiao. That was why he was so generous. It should be known that the Yuning Pavilion was a superpower. The items within the Yuning Pavilion were all priceless treasures that were difficult to find in the outside world. However, the items within the Yuning Pavilion were all extremely expensive, therefore, the Yuning Pavilion had another name in the outside world, Heavenly Rare Pavilion. These three simple words were enough to explain the true value of the Yuning Pavilion. In many people's opinion, this was perhaps the true reason why the Yuning Pavilion was able to possess such strength. After all, without sufficient resources and power, who would be willing to join the Yuning Pavilion? When Xiaoyan heard Elder Xian's words, his expression couldn't help but be slightly startled. Even if Elder Xian knew that he was a half-martial emperor expert, this alone wasn't enough for him to hand over the flame essence chalcedony. As for what Elder Xian said about fairness and injustice, Xiaoyan didn't believe it at all. Those words were only used to fool ghosts. Xiaoyan didn't think that he had anything on him that was worth Elder Xian doing this. After all, even with his current strength, he couldn't even be ranked in the Yuning Pavilion. However, if that was the case, why did Elder Xian give him the flame essence chalcedony? Xiaoyan didn't have the heart to think about it after a long while. To the current Xiaoyan, as long as he could obtain the flame essence chalcedony, Elder Xian's motive wasn't that important. If Elder Xian really wanted to do anything to him, Xiaoyan was confident that he wouldn't be able to return alive. "Then, I thank Elder Xian." Xiaoyan cupped his hands again and nodded slightly as he smiled at Elder Xian. Elder Xian once again smiled when he heard this. A glint flickered in his old eyes. The various thoughts in Xiaoyan's heart had mostly been guessed by him. The eyes with which he looked at Xiaoyan had an additional admiration. "What is young friend Yan Xiao saying? Today's matter was originally due to my Yuning Pavilion not handling things properly. This resulted in someone wanting to forcefully snatch it. The old me should give young friend Yan Xiao an explanation. Where is the thanks coming from?" Elder Xian's words, which had a hidden meaning, caused Li Kong, who had been standing by the side with his head lowered and not speaking, to turn extremely red. The fury in his heart was about to explode. If Elder Xian wasn't present at this moment, it was likely that he, Li Kong, would have forcefully attacked Xiaoyan even if this was the Yuning Pavilion. The expressions of the many elite doshings from the other factions changed when they sensed the vaguely present wild killing intent from Li Kang's body. It was as though they were afraid of offending this murderous god. All of them bowed to Elder Xian and left. The hall on the 4th floor had also become empty within a short moment. The only ones who remained were Li Kong and the 8-star doshing behind him. Of course, Xiaoyan was not in a hurry to leave. After all, Li Kong was still here. He wanted to see just what Li Kong was planning to do. Elder Xian felt helpless in his heart when he saw the smile on the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth. His eyes were filled with disgust as he looked at Li Kong. Li Kong usually acted like a hedonistic son of a rich family. He had bullied others many times. However, due to his status, Elder Xian was unable to say anything. Moreover, Li Kang's grandfather also had some ability. As long as they were in this ancient wildland city, even the Yuning Pavilion would have to give him some face. This also caused Li Kong to not fear anyone in his heart. Even if he faced an elite doshing, he would still look down on them. However, he just had to meet Xiaoyan today. He could only blame himself for this. The silent atmosphere continued for a while. Only then did Elder Xian turn his eyes to Li Kong. He also knew that if Xiaoyan did not leave today, it was likely that Li Kong would continue to stay here. However, from the look on Xiaoyan's face, it was clear that he did not care about this. Elder Xian was helpless. He rolled his eyes and his expression became serious. He once again opened his mouth to speak to Li Kong. "Child Li, your actions just now have scared away all the guests of my Yuning Pavilion. According to the rules of my Yuning Pavilion, although you did not take any action, what you have done is already a fact. Therefore, Child Li, please leave my Yuning Pavilion. For the next month, you are not allowed to take even half a step into my Yuning Pavilion." Once these open words were spoken, Li Kang's expression instantly turned gloomy. At this moment, one could even hear the sound of him grinding his teeth in this silent hall. This was enough to show the fury in Li Kang's heart. "Child Li, don't tell me that you want to violate the rules of my Yuning Pavilion." At this moment, Elder Xian's old face revealed a cold and stern expression. As he spoke, he also used some dou qi, causing the entire hall to tremble. With the addition of dou qi, Elder Xian's words directly passed through the Yuning Pavilion and into the ears of the people in the city. Instantly, the people in the city were stunned once again. In this ancient wildland city, who did not know that the person known as Child Li was Li Kong? At this moment, Li Kong actually dared to violate the rules of the Yuning Pavilion. It was likely that even if his grandfather came, he would not be able to do anything. Hee, this bastard is really daring. He even dares to violate the rules of the Yuning Pavilion. Looking at the elder who spoke, it should be Elder Xian. Haha, serves him right. Shu, lower your voice. If the people from the Li family hear you, be careful of your head. Once Elder Xian's words sounded out, there were immediately people who let out cold laughs. Of course, there were also people who cautiously reminded others. After all, Li Kang's reputation was well known in this ancient wildland city. If they could avoid offending him, they would naturally not be so bored as to seek death. At this moment, within the Yuning Pavilion, Li Kong naturally did not have the time to care about what the people in the outside world said about him. At this moment, there was only an endless fury in his heart. Even so, after struggling for a while in his heart, he still unwillingly acknowledged. Following which, he led the old man behind him and swiftly disappeared from the Yuning Pavilion. Hee, brother Yan Xiao, now that the two of them have left, this old man has already given them the appropriate punishment. The unhappiness in your heart should naturally disappear, right? When Xiaoyan heard this, he smiled. How could he not know that Elder Xian was probably afraid that he would really kill the two of them in a fit of anger in the Yuning Pavilion? It's just a small matter. I don't care about it. However, if they still want to offend me, I am not someone who can be so easily bullied. When he saw the ruthless expression on Xiaoyan's face, Elder Xian's expression changed slightly. He let out a heroic laugh and once again opened his mouth to laugh. Haha, of course. Today's matter is only because no matter what, my Yuning Pavilion is still a business. If something were to happen, it would not be good for my reputation. However, outside of my Yuning Pavilion, what happens to Li Kong will depend on his own luck. Haha, however, brother Yan Xiao, it is worth mentioning that Li Kang's grandfather is not weak. He is a 6-star half-martial emperor. I hope that brother Yan Xiao will pay attention to him. When he heard this, a ray of light flashed across Xiaoyan's eyes. No wonder Li Kong dared to act so boldly. His grandfather's strength had already reached the level of a 6-star half-martial emperor. However, even if that was the case, to Xiaoyan, it was nothing. He had already killed 2 8-star half-martial emperors. A mere 6-star half-martial emperor was nothing to him. However, with regards to Elder Xian's kind warning, Xiaoyan couldn't possibly ignore it. After expressing his thanks, Xiaoyan once again softly laughed and said, as long as he doesn't come and provoke me, I won't bother with him. When Xiaoyan said those words, Elder Xian's expression couldn't help but become slightly startled. With a 6-star half-martial emperor before him, Elder Xian actually dared to say such words. Elder Xian truly didn't know where Xiaoyan's courage came from. After smiling and nodding his head, Elder Xian didn't say anything else. As for Xiaoyan, he didn't have the heart to explain too much. If Li Kang's grandfather really wanted to attack him, Elder Xian would naturally understand. The two of them chatted for a little longer. However, old Xian was completely speechless. Even with his shrewdness, he still felt a wave of helplessness when facing Xiaoyan. No matter what kind of clever interrogation he used, he was unable to obtain even the slightest bit of information about Xiaoyan. After a long while, Xiaoyan finally left the Yuning pavilion under Elder Xian's strange gaze. As for Elder Xian, his figure also slowly disappeared as if he had never appeared. When Xiaoyan left the Yuning pavilion, on the 6th floor of the Yuning pavilion, which had never been visited by outsiders, a young man wearing a green robe was smiling as he watched Xiaoyan's figure slowly disappear into the crowd. Due to the barrier set up by the Dodi, Xiaoyan didn't notice that young man at all. Requesting a recommendation ticket. Requesting a collection. If you are interested, you can even join the group. Group number 4766686761, Yuning Pavilion, on the 6th floor. Elder Xian's figure slowly appeared from a corner of the hall. He looked at the young man standing in front of the window with a smile full of admiration. After a long while, Elder Xian waited for the man to withdraw his gaze before he smiled and sighed. Young master, it has been a long time since I've seen you pay so much attention to a person. The man laughed softly and did not reply. However, there was a flicker of light in his eyes. How is it? Clear and unique words slowly came out of his mouth. Elder Xian also understood what he was referring to. Without much hesitation, Elder Xian sighed softly and smiled. This child is not ordinary. Even I have to be extremely careful when I talk to him. Moreover, he had also used a roundabout way to test the overall strength of my hidden cloud pavilion. If it wasn't for the fact that this old man was quite astute, perhaps he would have really gotten some information out of me. The man laughed again. However, he seemed to have expected this. He laughed softly and asked again. Is he looking for something? When Elder Xian heard this, he could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The young master seemed to be paying too much attention to that Yan Xiao. That's not it. It's just that I followed your instructions and gave him a piece of flame jade essence that he wanted. The man nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. However, Elder Xian suddenly let out a soft chuckle and said, that's right. When I was talking to him, I reminded him that Li Gan's strength was that of a 6-star half-emperor. However, his answer was a little strange. Without waiting for the man to ask, Elder Xian continued. He said that if Li Gan did not touch him, he would not be bothered. This was a little arrogant. Naturally, Elder Xian's words were not as simple as it seemed. He saw that the man in front of him was paying abnormal attention to Xiaoyan. He was afraid that the man had misjudged him. That was why he said such words. However, when these words left his mouth, the man let out an indescribable laughter. Immediately after, the man turned his head to look at Elder Xian and laughed. Elder Xian, you said that he was arrogant. Haha, if you had seen how he killed an 8-star half-emperor cloud-splitting wolf with a single strike, I'm afraid that you would not have such thoughts. When these words were spoken, the expressions of the few half-emperors in the hall, including Elder Xian, all changed. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked at the man. Killing an 8-star half-emperor with a single strike. How frightening the strength did he need to possess? Was he, a mere 3-star half-emperor, truly capable of such a feat? However, since these words were emitted from the mouth of this young man in front of them, everyone present naturally did not doubt him. Hence, at this moment, the position of Xiaoyan's strength in everyone's hearts could only be summed up in 4 words, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. As for the figure that had been standing in front of the window, the young pavilion master that everyone in the savage ancient city spoke of, the true master behind the scenes of the Yuning pavilion, was Luo Jin, who had been separated from Xiaoyan not long ago. Xiaoyan sat cross-legged on a bed within an inn. The flame mantra chi method within his body was slowly circulating. Between the heavens and the earth, an extremely pure natural energy also appeared from the space around Xiaoyan's body. It transformed into threads of energy threads that entered the chi paths within Xiaoyan's body from the pores all over his body. Following the repeated circulation of the chi method and after a couple of refinements, it finally followed the route of the chi method and entered the vortex within Xiaoyan's body. This situation continued for a total of 4 hours before the vortex within Xiaoyan's body gradually stopped circulating. The vast natural energy that lingered around Xiaoyan's body also slowly scattered. the eyelids of Xiaoyan, who was still seated cross-legged on the bed, trembled slightly. He slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, an incomparably sharp light suddenly shot out from Xiaoyan's eyes. It instantly tore through the empty space in front of him and disappeared into it. The corners of Xiaoyan's mouth curled into a smile. He did not care about this at all. With a flip of his hand, an exquisite jade box appeared in Xiaoyan's palm out of thin air. Ignoring the extremely cold temperature that could freeze mountains and rivers in the eyes of ordinary people, Xiaoyan opened the jade box in his hand. Within the jade box, the scarlet crystal that was the size of an adult's palm was finally completely exposed to the air at this moment. The moment it was exposed, the crystal seemed to want to vent the resentment that had accumulated over a long period of being sealed. Before the jade box could be completely opened, a terrifying flame that was even hotter than magma erupted from the crystal. It instantly swept over the guest room that Xiaoyan was in. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth once again smiled in the face of this frightening flame that even an elite Doshing had to be careful about. His mouth also softly muttered, "Your flame is really big. However, I don't want to lose money. How can I allow you to randomly destroy this place? Come back." A soft cry was emitted from his mouth. The frightening flame that had yet to truly sweep over the entire guest room appeared to have heard the command of a god as it swiftly withdrew. Although the flame was frightening, nothing within the guest room was damaged by that soft cry at this moment. Even the surface of the crystal was icy cold to the extreme. At this moment, the icy cold aura that had originally been completely suppressed once again surged violently. In merely an instant, the scarlet crystal had already turned into an ice cube that seemed to have a cluster of fire wrapped within ice. Xiaoyan's hand took out this ice cube that had instantly become a little bigger. The cold ice also swiftly disappeared. Only the scarlet crystal remained in Xiaoyan's hand. Flame Essence Jade Marrow. Cuckoo, it is really unexpected that I would actually find such a top-grade fire affinity flame crystal here. This Yuning Pavilion is really willing to part with it. The Flame Essence Jade Marrow was the true essence of the Flame Essence Jade. It contained an extremely wild and violent fire affinity energy. It was an extremely good type of fire affinity flame crystal. Xiaoyan was certain that if he were to spend money to buy it back then, it was likely that he would not be able to buy this Flame Essence Jade Marrow even if he were to fork out all 280,000 spirit coins that he currently had. From this, one could tell just how precious this Flame Essence Jade Marrow was. Anything that could be placed in the Yuning Pavilion was truly extraordinary. Xiaoyan's practice of the 9 transformation body skill was precisely what he needed. Without any hesitation, Xiaoyan kept the jade box. With a thought, an extremely frightening spiritual energy instantly swept out from between Xiaoyan's eyebrows. Immediately, 9 clones appeared in front of Xiaoyan. With a wave of his sleeve, the Flame Essence Jade Marrow in his hand instantly shot out and directly entered one of the 9 clones. With a thought, a cluster of magnificent flames instantly wrapped around that clone. The other 8 clones were instantly withdrawn. After all, a single fire affinity flame crystal could only be used to inscribe a single cultivation technique imprint. It was unable to support all 9 clones at the same time. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyan instantly reacted. In this way, he would have to live a life of being penniless in the future. With a soft sigh in his heart, Xiaoyan shook his head again and threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. With a jolt of his mind, a frightening spiritual energy once again swept out. It transformed into an invisible sharp blade above Xiaoyan's head and flew towards the Flame Essence Jade Marrow. Clang! A crisp sound that resembled the sound of metal colliding suddenly echoed out from the depths of Xiaoyan's soul. At this moment, Xiaoyan could not help but furrow his eyebrows. I never expected that the process of inscribing a cultivation technique would be so difficult. Even with my Emperor stage soul, it is actually difficult to move it. It seems that it is not easy to truly condense this clone. With this thought flashing across his mind, Xiaoyan no longer held back. The boundless sea like endless spiritual energy in his mind poured out and merged into the sharp spiritual energy blade. At this moment, under the infusion of Xiaoyan's enormous spiritual energy, the originally invisible sharp blade had completely turned into a substance at this moment. It was as if it truly existed, causing one to be speechless. Ha! With a stern cry in his heart, Xiaoyan's mind moved and controlled the sharp spiritual energy blade to slash out. It violently collided with the flame essence jade marrow. Clang! Another crisp sound rang out. A wave of invisible ripples spread out from the point of collision. However, the difference this time was that a pale white imprint was left on the flame essence. Jade marrow. Ugh, this chapter is rather short and I posted it a little late. I was only considering if I should delete some of the content. However, in the end, I still missed out some parts. Would it feel better if I wrote it all? Please recommend me. Please add it to your collection. Within the guest room, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was completely poured into the spiritual blade. The frightening spiritual strength caused the surrounding space to tremble unceasingly. There were even quite a number of spatial cracks that could be seen with the naked eye appearing in the space around him. At this moment, it seemed as though as long as he added a little more strength, this extremely fragile space would instantly shatter and transform into a deep and endless void. A half-emperor expert was indeed extremely powerful. Merely the agglomeration of his spiritual strength was actually able to create such a frightening scene. One really did not know just how frightening it would be if his spiritual strength was completely unleashed. At this moment, Xiaoyan naturally did not have the time to bother about this. A thought passed through his mind and the spiritual blade, which had already turned into a substance, suddenly moved. A blade once again ruthlessly pressed down on the flame jade essence. As the blade fell, a sharp sound that penetrated deep into the soul instantly attacked Xiaoyan's soul, causing Xiaoyan's soul to feel a piercing pain. The muscles on his face also twisted into a ball, causing him to look extremely frightening. It was really unexpected that even with Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, it was actually incomparably difficult to inscribe this flame jade essence. From the looks of it, if he wanted to completely inscribe this flame jade essence, he would need quite a lot of time. With regards to this, Xiaoyan could only helplessly smile. Compared to Do Qi, the things in this world were still far too weak when it came to the true use of spiritual strength. Even alchemists like them could only use their Do Qi to resist during a real battle. Their spiritual strength, which was usually extremely powerful, was still unable to unleash its true use at such a time. The human race's understanding and control of the soul power was still too little. The matter of the spiritual strength was the most mysterious thing in the world. Even until now, no one in this ancient continent was able to provide a true explanation. Being able to use spiritual strength as though it was an extension of one's arm was perhaps already the limit of what humans could discover. After all, even a soul skill that was controlled by one's spiritual strength was still extremely rare in this world. Although an E-class Do technique also possessed the amplification of one's spiritual strength, the main strength still relied on Do Qi. Xiaoyan involuntarily sighed after sighing emotionally in his heart. Although alchemists were the most popular profession on the continent, who would have known that alchemists were the most miserable people when the Hun clan was rampant on the Do Qi continent? A thread of fury involuntarily surged into Xiaoyan's heart when he thought of this. He gently shook his head. Immediately, he focused his attention and looked at the flame essence jade marrow. His spiritual strength surged wildly. There was an incomparably sharp cold glint churning within his eyes. Today, let me see just where the true limit of the D-state soul. Ha! A stern cry sounded in his heart. The spiritual blade that was agglomerated from his spiritual strength suddenly emitted a wave of dazzling white light. Soon after, the sharp blade swiftly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In merely a couple of breaths' time, the spiritual blade transformed from its original large blade that was dozens of feet in size into a 1-meter-long blade. Immediately, a thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind and it instantly moved. His strength broke through the empty air and slashed onto the flame jade essence. Clang! Xiaoyan's body suddenly shook after a clear sound appeared. His expression instantly turned pale. He did not have the time to bother about this. Xiaoyan did not wait for the spiritual ripple to spread before another slash landed. A mysterious diagram was finally slowly being formed on the surface of the flame jade essence. After these 2 consecutive slashes, the space around this avatar was finally unable to endure. The pressure shattered with a bang. When the spiritual ripple spread, an extremely ear-piercing buzzing sound was involuntarily emitted from this place. In an instant, a black mass of dark clouds churned in the sky above the inn where Xiaoyan was located. An unknown number of people within this savage ancient city were struck by the buzzing sound that spread and fell to the ground. There were even quite a number of weaker people who were blasted apart by the sound. They turned into a bloody fog that permeated the sky before completely disappearing from this place. At this moment, even those elite Doshings, who were usually high and mighty, were unable to endure the rumbling sound that was transmitted from their heads at this moment. They knelt on the ground one after another. Their teeth were tightly clenched and their faces were flushed red. The blood within their bodies continued to ache at this moment. Dochi also poured out and covered themselves within it. In merely an instant, this savage ancient city, which was incomparably calm a moment ago, had suddenly turned into a storm. No one dared to move. Ha! Suddenly, a couple of stern cries that surged to the sky were transmitted from an unknown place within this savage ancient city. A couple of extremely frightening spiritual strengths also swept over this savage ancient city. Those people who were still within the savage ancient city were finally rescued when the spiritual strengths completely swept over. The buzzing sound that reverberated within their minds had also completely disappeared. In the next instant, a couple of human figures stood in the empty space outside the inn where Xiaoyan was located. All of them turned their eyes to Xiaoyan, who was in the room. However, the guest room that Xiaoyan was in had already turned into ruins at this moment. The roof had been forcefully blown away by the frightening sound from earlier. Xiaoyan's figure was completely exposed in front of the eyes of these couple of human figures. These people were all old men who appeared to be dozens of years old. When they looked at the current Xiaoyan, a trace of astonishment involuntarily flashed across their sharp old eyes. Even so, Xiaoyan's actions earlier were still rather inconsiderate to them. It had stirred up a storm in the entire city. It should be known that there was no lack of juniors of these old fellows within the crowd. If they still didn't say anything at this moment, they wouldn't be able to maintain their faces. After a moment of silence, one of the old men frowned slightly. He couldn't help but open his mouth to speak to Xiaoyan. Your actions just now truly show that you don't put us in your eyes. I wonder how you will give us old fellows an explanation. As the old man spoke, a frightening pressure instantly swept over the entire sky, causing the sky to involuntarily tremble. This old man's strength was already that of a 3-star half-emperor. He was not the slightest bit weaker than Xiaoyan. In this ancient savage city, he could already be considered as a genuine peak expert. However, Xiaoyan, who was seated in the sky, acted as though he didn't hear the old man's words. He continued to control the sharp spiritual blades and ruthlessly smashed them onto the flame essence jade marrow. As the blades landed, waves of extremely frightening spiritual ripples continuously spread out from the flame essence jade marrow. The rumbling sound that had swept over the sky earlier once again swept over. When they saw this scene, everyone present involuntarily frowned. Fury rose within the heart of the old man who had spoken earlier. The spiritual ripple from before had caused countless deaths and injuries among his subordinates. Yet, this brat in front of him actually dared to do it again. Wasn't he purposely provoking him? Moreover, Xiaoyan had actually ignored the words that he had said earlier. How could he simply sit back and do nothing in the face of this double fury? The old man's palm ruthlessly smashed forward, shattering the spiritual ripples with a bang. His body moved and he slammed his palm towards Xiaoyan. Just as he was in front of Xiaoyan, a sharp glint suddenly flashed across the old man's eyes. His palm violently slammed towards Xiaoyan's shoulder. Although the old man's heart was churning with fury, he was no fool. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that Xiaoyan's strength was at the very most a little weaker than his own. Such a person caused the old man to be extremely astonished in his heart. At this moment, he had only attacked because he wanted to teach Xiaoyan a lesson. Unfortunately, Xiaoyan was not the kind of person who would allow him to do as he pleased. Before the old man's palm could land on Xiaoyan's shoulder, Xiaoyan's slightly narrowed eyes suddenly opened. A sharp glint suddenly shot out from within his eyes. Immediately, Xiaoyan's palm violently struck forward, colliding with the old man's palm with a bang. Bang! A bang sounded out. Xiaoyan's body did not move as he sat in the air. That spiritual blade once again ferociously imprinted itself on the flame essence jade marrow. However, in the next moment, the expressions of the few old men around him changed. The originally soaring aura of the old man facing Xiaoyan suddenly scattered at this moment. His body also flew backwards uncontrollably. Only after flying back 1,000 feet did he come to a stop. His face was filled with shock as he looked towards Xiaoyan. No matter how he thought about it, he did not expect that Xiaoyan, whose strength was a little weaker than him, would actually possess such a powerful fighting strength when fighting with him. Xiaoyan's aura had directly suppressed him. The might of that palm was even greater than that of his. Was that kind of strength really something that a 3-star half-emperor could unleash? Moreover, the old man was still forcefully controlling that spiritual blade at this moment. The expression on the old man's face involuntarily became solemn the moment he thought of this. The strength of Xiaoyan's fighting strength was really extremely powerful. Your Excellency's actions are looking down on us old fellows. It was a long while later before the old man opened his mouth to speak again. However, this time around, it was unknown whether his tone had intentionally or unintentionally dragged the other experts into it. When he spoke, the expressions of the few half-emperors changed slightly. Their brows involuntarily frowned slightly. However, they did not say anything in the end. Their relationship could not be considered good or bad, nor could they be considered to be allies. After all, regardless of who it was, each of them had their own thoughts in their hearts. With regards to the old man's words, they naturally ignored it. To them, such an old-fashioned method was a little too laughable. However, Xiaoyan's actions had after all affected the various factions in the city to varying degrees. At this moment, one of the half-emperors finally took a step forward in the air. His face was indifferent as he looked at Xiaoyan and laughed. "Sir, you are able to cultivate such strength at such a young age. You are truly a great genius of our southwestern region. However, your actions today have caused a storm in the city. This old man hopes that you will hold back for now." The moment these words of the old man were uttered, it was clear that he wanted Xiaoyan to stop. However, the process of inscribing the qi method was only half done. Given Xiaoyan's perseverance, how could he give up at this moment? "I'm sorry. Once the matter at hand begins, it must be completed without stopping. Otherwise, it will be considered a failure. From the way I see it, even you do not have any extra flame essence chalcedony in your hands." When the old man heard this, his brows, which were filled with wrinkles, involuntarily knitted together. His heart was also slightly dissatisfied with Xiaoyan's words. Xiaoyan's words not only told him that he would not stop, but also secretly contained a trace of threat. This caused the old man to feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. Without waiting for the old man to speak, Xiaoyan's voice once again sounded out. This also caused the expressions of the half-emperors to change once again. The gazes with which they looked at Xiaoyan also became increasingly dissatisfied. "Since everyone wants me to stop, and I am indeed unable to do so at this moment, why don't everyone wait here for a moment? Once I settle the matter at hand, everyone can leave. In this way, the people in this city will be safe and sound. Of course, if anyone is dissatisfied and wishes to leave, you must constantly suppress your own faction and guard it. Otherwise, if someone accidentally releases a wave of people, I will not be able to explain myself." The half-emperors were truly influential figures in the southwestern region. However, at this moment, they really did not know what to do in front of this young man. None of the half-emperors were united in their actions. If anyone was injured by this brat, they might not be able to leave this savage ancient city. However, if they were to truly guard this place, the half-martial emperors and utmost exalted would truly lose all of their face. After hesitating for a moment, other than the second Bandizun who had spoken to Xiaoyan and left, no one else among this group of people took action. Naturally, none of these people dared to secretly harm the younger generation of the old man. After all, the old man was the third overlord of this savage ancient city, the ancestor of the Li clan, Li Gan. His strength had reached that of a 6-star half-emperor. They did not have the ability to secretly harm the younger generation of Li Gan. Xiaoyan completely ignored all of this. He was able to guess who the old man was with just a glance. Hence, he could not be said to be unconcerned about all of this. All he did was to focus all of his attention on the flame essence jade marrow in front of him. He did his best to carve the Qi method diagram, which was gradually becoming complete. At this moment, the people within the hidden cloud pavilion were naturally unscathed due to the barrier that the elite Dodi had set up. These people were different from those people in the outside world who usually hid themselves. Instead, all of them were absorbed into their eyes. It was likely that this city would once again be filled with people not long later. On the 6th floor of the pavilion, Luo Jin and Elder Xian were standing in front of a window. Luo Jin's face was filled with a cold smile as he looked at those half-emperors, who were usually high and mighty. His eyes were filled with disdain. Elder Xian looked at Xiaoyan and repeatedly clicked his tongue in amazement. This caused the smile on Luo Jin's face to become even brighter. Those who are interested can join the group number 4766686761, on the streets. Xiaoyan strolled amongst the crowd as he slowly walked towards the western side of the savage ancient city. With the protection of the few half-D experts, the speed at which Xiaoyan engraved the Qi method could be said to be many times faster than before. In merely a couple of hours, he had completely engraved the flame jade essence. Moreover, he had also completely merged it with his incarnation. The refinement of the first incarnation was finally complete. The strength of this incarnation did not let Xiaoyan down. After a night of refinement, this incarnation had actually forcefully triggered a lightning tribulation. Once the lightning tribulation was over, the condensation could be considered a success. Only then would the strength of the incarnation be truly consolidated. The strength of the avatar had already reached the Doshin class after being baptized by the lightning tribulation. Although it was of little use to Xiaoyan, it could be considered extraordinary by being able to possess such a strength at the first stage of the trial. Of course, if it was not for Xiaoyan's incomparably powerful spiritual strength that allowed the incarnation to completely endure the lightning tribulation, it was likely that the strength of the incarnation would not have reached such a level. A moment later, Xiaoyan's figure finally paused in front of a somewhat dilapidated house. This was his destination today. The weapon refiner that Luo Jin had mentioned to him previously lived here. After making some inquiries, Xiaoyan came to understand that this weapon refiner was truly an extraordinary person. He was said to be a miraculous person because he was different from ordinary blacksmiths. There was no mistake in his work, and all the weapons he refined were peerless divine weapons that could cut through iron like mud and cut through hair with a single blow. What was different about him was that he had absolute confidence in himself. When he refined a weapon, he never looked at the other party's faction or background. He only looked at the materials used in the refinement. If someone wanted to get this weapon refiner to refine a weapon, the materials that person had brought along must be incorporated into the real mysterious heaven metal. In other words, if one wanted to get him to refine a weapon, the materials used must be extremely rare in this world. If there were more, he would definitely ignore them. Such an extraordinary person was truly one of a kind in the Yuanwu continent. With light footsteps, Xiaoyan slowly walked into the small courtyard. After entering, he discovered that there was not a single person to be seen in this huge courtyard. A trace of suspicion involuntarily rose in Xiaoyan's heart. Was this really the place where that armament master lived? Although he had some doubts in his heart, this was the place that he had received the news after all. If he did not go in and take a look, he would not be satisfied. After Xiaoyan took a few more steps forward, Xiaoyan's eyebrows twitched unconsciously, and a glint flashed across his eyes. Just a moment ago, he vaguely heard someone talking in the inner courtyard in front of him. In that case, this might really be the place where the weapon refiner lived. Xiaoyan shook his head and smiled. Why did these eccentric old fellows like to turn their residences into this? They were merely living in seclusion and were not beggars. Xiaoyan sighed in his heart. His feet moved a little faster. Within a couple of steps, he had stepped into the inner courtyard. However, when the scene in front of him entered his eyes, Xiaoyan's face involuntarily lifted into a mocking smile. When fate came, it was really impossible to stop it. At this moment, there were two familiar human figures standing in an orderly manner in front of Xiaoyan. These two people were the young master of the Li clan whom he had met at the Yunin Pavilion not long ago. The other person was the 8-star elite Doshing who had been following beside him. Li Kong was also attracted by the sudden sound of footsteps and turned around. However, when he saw that the person who had arrived was actually Xiaoyan, who had caused him to be ridiculed by others, a fury immediately surged into Li Kang's heart. A cold snort was emitted from his nose. Both of his eyes glared angrily at Xiaoyan. Li Kang's footsteps suddenly strode toward Xiaoyan. He blocked Xiaoyan's body, which was about to continue moving forward. Li Kang looked at Xiaoyan with his nose pointed to the sky and coldly said, "Brat, do you still remember the words that this young master has said to you? If you leave the Yunin Pavilion, it will be the day of your death." yesterday, I gave you a day to live. However, you were unwilling to cherish it. Since this is the case, this young master will make you pay the price today. Before his voice sounded, the old man behind Li Kong had already unleashed his 8-star Dosheng aura, which appeared terrifying in the eyes of others. It charged toward Xiaoyan in a turbulent manner. Li Kong, who was standing in front of Xiaoyan, also waved his right hand. A slap was violently swung toward Xiaoyan's face. Looking at the ferocious smile on Li Kang's face and the might of the slap, if this slap were to land on Xiaoyan's face, it was likely that even Xiaoyan, who was a bandit, would be stunned by the slap. This was sufficient to show just how vicious Li Kang's character was. He was definitely the kind of vicious person who would take revenge for any grievances. He would definitely not tolerate any sand in his eyes. From Li Kang's point of view, even if Xiaoyan's strength had reached the Dosheng class, it would be difficult for him to move in the face of the frightening aura of the high-class Dosheng behind him. Looking at Xiaoyan's seemingly calm face, it was likely that he had been completely suppressed by that frightening pressure until he could not even move his flesh. This also gave the endless fury in Li Kang's heart a perfect opportunity. At the very least, this was what Li Kang thought in his heart. Today was the best opportunity for Li Kang to take revenge on Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan felt an increasing disdain in his heart as he looked at Li Kang's ferocious face. An 8-star Dosheng was merely an ant to him. At this moment, seeing that Li Kang did not know what was good for him and insisted on provoking the fury in Xiaoyan's heart, Xiaoyan really wanted to do something. However, Xiaoyan's eyes seemed to have thought of something after this thought flashed across his heart. Both of his eyes were filled with ridicule as he looked at Li Kang in front of him. The next moment, just as Li Kang's slap was about to land on Xiaoyan's face, a human figure suddenly appeared by the side of Li Kang's body. This human figure appeared illusionary. However, from the aura that was emitted from his body, one could confirm that the strength of this human figure had already reached the Dosheng class. The moment this figure appeared, Li Kang, who was at the side, instantly discovered it. However, when he saw the person's face clearly, the expression on his face changed drastically. This was because this fellow whose figure was somewhat illusionary actually looked exactly the same as Xiaoyan in front of him. The instant this avatar appeared, it also swung a palm violently towards Li Kang's face. At a glance, it appeared as though it wanted to exchange a slap with Li Kang. However, compared to Li Kang's slap, this palm of this avatar was many times stronger than Li Kang's palm regardless of whether it was in terms of speed or strength. One thing that was certain was that this slap that this avatar had unleashed at this moment would definitely land on Li Kang's face before his palm landed on Xiaoyan's face. In this first confrontation, Li Kang, the eldest young master of the Li family, was bound to lose. Pa! After a brief moment of horror on Li Kang's face, a thunder-like clear sound suddenly spread across the inner academy. Li Kang's body suddenly flew backwards under this attack. He was just like a kite with a broken string as he drew a parabola in the air. After which, he violently smashed into a wall. Even the wall was forcefully shattered. This was enough to tell just how great the strength of that slap was. The gap between a Bansheng and a Dosheng was also obvious. No matter how one put it, a Bansheng would forever be in existence like a child playing with mud in front of a true elite Dosheng. That 8-star Dosheng had already moved his body the moment Li Kang flew backwards. He gave chase. Unfortunately, he was still a little too late. All he could do was watch as Li Kang smashed into the wall. This old man was really furious when he saw this scene. His duty was to protect Li Kang. Yet, Li Kang had met with such a blow in front of him. Yet, he was completely unharmed. How could this not cause him to be furious? Huh! Bold young fellow! How dare you hurt my young master? You are really seeking death. An explosive roar was suddenly emitted from the old man's mouth. He did not care where he was as his body moved and appeared in front of the avatar. A fist was thrown forward and suddenly smashed towards the chest of the avatar. The overbearing Dochi carried the true might of an elite Dosheng. The frightening wind from the fist tore through the empty space. The sharp wind actually caused the body of the avatar to fluctuate a little. The might of an 8-star Dosheng was really this powerful. The avatar was also shattered by this attack. Of course, Xiaoyan still maintained a calm and indifferent manner in the face of this. It was indeed a little difficult for his current avatar to fight against an 8-star Dosheng. However, an 8-star Doshing might be able to break his avatar, but what could an 8-star Doshing do in front of his actual body? At the instant when the incarnation exploded, a frightening soul power spread out and instantly enveloped that 8-star half-martial emperor. Then, like trash, that 8-star half-martial emperor was ruthlessly tossed away. When that 8-star half-martial emperor smashed into the ground, a deep crater several dozen feet deep was created. Xiaoyan was just about to act again when an old and somewhat hoarse voice was suddenly transmitted into the inner academy from nowhere. "Brat, one should be lenient whenever possible. If you really wish to fight and kill, you should leave this place first. This place of the old me does not have a place where you can fight." Xiaoyan's expression suddenly changed the moment the voice was emitted. His pupils suddenly shrunk. Although this voice did not appear to be anything special, Xiaoyan could tell that the owner of this voice was definitely an extremely strong person with an unfathomable strength. At the very least, Xiaoyan did not have the ability to detect just how strong this person was. Those who are interested, please join the group number 4766686761. When the elderly voice entered Xiaoyan's ears, the frightening spiritual strength that surged out like a tidal wave also completely returned to Xiaoyan's body in a short instant. Immediately, Xiaoyan's expression returned to normal. He cupped his hands in front of him, bowed towards the inner academy and said, "Since Elder has instructed me to do so, and this is Elder's territory, I will naturally follow Elder's wishes." Since he was an intelligent person, Xiaoyan was naturally able to understand with one sentence. Since this was the Elder's territory, he was naturally the mysterious weapon refiner. In the face of such an elder, regardless of whether it was on the surface or in his heart, Xiaoyan naturally had to give him sufficient respect and reverence. Regardless of how strong this elder was, just his peerless weapon refiner technique was enough to cause Xiaoyan to respect him from the bottom of his heart. After all, his heavy Xian ruler still required the help of this elder in order to be truly restored to its original state. When Xiaoyan's words left his mouth, the elder snorted softly. Immediately, he curled his lips and said in a cold voice with some impatience, all right. Don't show off your glib tongue in front of this old man. It annoys me. If you have something to say, say it. If there is nothing, leave. Oh, that's right. Restore my walls and land. Otherwise, don't leave." When Xiaoyan heard this, his expression was slightly stunned. From the looks of it, this elder really opened his door to do business. The moment he opened his mouth, he was chasing people away. It was really unknown how many customers were scared away by him. In the face of the elder's cold words, Xiaoyan's face also appeared to be quite helpless. He smiled softly and opened his mouth again to speak. "Since this is the case, I have a request." "Since that's the case, Senior, I have indeed come here today to ask for a favor. I hope that Senior can lend me a hand." When Xiaoyan's words came out, deep within the inner academy, an elder wearing linen clothes with a face full of vicissitudes of life slowly opened his eyes at this moment and looked towards Xiaoyan's direction. This glance seemed ordinary, but for some unknown reason, when Xiaoyan saw this glance, he suddenly felt that he was actually unable to move an inch. At this moment, all of his secrets were incomparably clearly reflected in the elder's eyes. A moment later, the old man knit his brows slightly. The expression on his face was somewhat surprised. The gaze he used to look at Xiaoyan had an unusual glint flashing within it. With regards to Xiaoyan's arrival, the elder had already known about it. This was because as early as yesterday, the pavilion master of Yunin Pavilion had come to look for him and explained that someone would come today to seek his help and bring him a big gift. For this elder, as a weapon refiner, to be able to see the world's unique weapon refining materials was already considered an extremely big gift. Therefore, this elder could be considered to be somewhat anticipating Xiaoyan's arrival. However, at this moment, under the elder's investigation of Xiaoyan, he did not detect the weapon refining materials that Xiaoyan should have on him. This caused him to be somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. The elder frowned slightly. It was a long while later before he withdrew his gaze from Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan also suddenly felt his body lighten. That inexplicable pressure had finally left. The elder's eyes turned, but he opened his mouth to ask Xiaoyan. "Brat, may I know why you are looking for this old man? My weapon has been severely damaged and is on the verge of shattering. Furthermore, I heard that Elder's weapon refining skills are exquisite, so I specially came to this savage ancient city to seek elders' help. Oh? There are many people who seek help from this old man. There are also countless people with extraordinary strength. If you want this old man to help you, you should first tell me your name. Xiaoyan could not help but frown when he heard this. What kind of rule was this to ask for help? This elder was really strange. Li Kong, who was at the side, could not help but frown when he heard this. He had come to find this elder no less than 10 times, but he had never heard of this elder having such a rule. What exactly was this old man selling in his gourd? The elder obviously did not have a good impression of this Li Kong. It seemed that this fellow often came here and disturbed this old man's peaceful days. At this moment, when the elder saw that Li Kong actually had some doubts about his words, he felt a trace of displeasure in his heart. He snorted lightly and said coldly to Li Kong, "Brat from the Li family, do you have any objections to this old man's words?" Li Kang's pupils suddenly shrank when he heard this, and his expression also changed. Only then did he respectfully reply to the old man, "This junior doesn't dare. It's just that. I'm just puzzled. This junior has come to your place no less than 10 times, but I've never heard of anything that requires one to report their name first." However, before Li Kong could finish his words, the old man had already spoken in a cold voice once again. "What, this old man has a rule here. If I say there is one, then there is one. How can it be your turn to preach?" As soon as these cold words came out, Li Kong instantly felt an incomparably terrifying invisible aura enveloping him, making him unable to move at all. Li Kang's face instantly turned pale, but he also knew that this old man was not someone he could casually provoke. He immediately admitted his mistake and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. This junior doesn't dare. This junior is only curious, which is why I spoke in such a manner. I hope that elder can give my grandfather some face and let this junior off this time." Unfortunately, Li Kang's words had just sounded when the terrifying aura, which had suppressed him until he was unable to move, suddenly soared. It directly pressed him to the ground with a bang, causing the ground of this small courtyard to suddenly turn into a huge pit at this moment. Soon after, the old man's disdainful words were slowly emitted from his cold mouth. One could hear him say, "Your grandfather's face, humph. Who is your grandfather? Is he even worthy of calling himself face in front of the old me? Just how great can his face be? Humph." A disdainful cold snort was once again emitted after these words were spoken. Li Kong and the 8-star Dosheng's bodies were instantly sent flying like human cannonballs. They were forcefully thrown out of this courtyard, causing a large number of houses to turn into ruins in an instant. Humph. You are merely a small bandit. You actually have the nerve to talk about face in front of the old me. Do you really think that the old me is one of those lousy weapon refiners from the secular world? Only at this moment did Li Kong finally understand. Even his grandfather would have a respectful expression on his face when he talked to him about this elder. This kind of true expert was really not someone that they could easily form a relationship with. Even a bandit Zun was as weak as an ant in front of this old man. Yet, he actually dared to talk about face in front of him. He was really asking for a beating. The old man let out a cold snort and sent Li Kong flying. After which, he ignored Li Kong. Instead, he once again turned to look at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's heart was slightly shaken. He did not dare to be the slightest bit careless as he hurriedly opened his mouth to speak to the old man. "Elder, this junior is called Yan Xiao." As his words rang out, a glint flashed across the old man's eyes. After which, he curled his lips and spoke with an impatient face. "Little brat Yan Xiao, I never look at the person when I do my work. I only look at the materials used to refine weapons. I think that you should know most of my rules in the outside world. In that case, I won't say anything more. Take out the items." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's expression became joyful. He did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in his heart. With a flip of his palm, the heavy Xian ruler, which was on the verge of breaking, appeared in Xiaoyan's palm out of nowhere. The deep cracks on the ruler made it look as if it was about to break apart. In the middle of the cracks, there was an incomparably clear fist imprint. This caused Xiaoyan's expression to change once again. A monstrous fury also surged out from his heart. If the third hall master had not died, it was likely that Xiaoyan would have gone berserk at this moment. At this moment, the old man's eyes did not notice the change in Xiaoyan's expression at all. This was because he had long been attracted by the almost broken heavy ruler in Xiaoyan's hand. The space in front of Xiaoyan suddenly shook. An elderly figure also instantly appeared. All of his eyes also landed on the heavy Xian ruler in Xiaoyan's hand. At this moment, a storm was stirred up in the old man's heart. This is actually the legendary heavy Xian ruler that has already disappeared on the continent. After the shock in his heart, the old man's eyes suddenly widened again. He lifted his head and looked at Xiaoyan. His eyes were filled with shock. As such, the heavy Xian ruler had already disappeared from the Yuanwu continent. Since the young man in front of him was carrying the heavy Xian ruler, and no one knew the young man's identity, could it be that the young man in front of him was from another continent? At this thought, the old man's heart also suddenly shook violently. This was the first time he had seen a half-emperor expert from another continent at such a young age. Since ancient times, the experts from other continents who had come here were all old men and women. Now, he was actually able to see such a young person. How could he feel shocked? Little Luo, you actually did not inform me of such a big matter in advance. See if I don't find time to deal with you. After a long while, Xiaoyan finally regained his senses. However, when he saw the old man in front of him, his expression involuntarily changed slightly. Immediately after, he respectfully said, "Junior Yan Xiao greets elder." This time, the old man's attitude did a 180-degree turn for some reason. He looked at Xiaoyan with an amiable smile and laughed, "Not bad, kid. This thing is an entire piece of meteorite mysterious iron, right? Haha, it's really the only one in the world. I will definitely do my best to help you restore this ruler to its peak." Looking for recommendations? Looking for collection? Those who are interested, please join the group number 4766686761. The sudden great change in the old man's attitude also caused Xiaoyan to be at a loss on his face. The gaze he used to look at the old man was filled with doubt. However, the last sentence of the old man really caused Xiaoyan's expression to change. No matter what, this old fellow had finally agreed to help him repair the heavy Xian ruler. Ever since he had arrived in the Yuanwu continent, Xiaoyan had been worried about something important. Today, he finally had some progress. Xiaoyan's lips curled into a sincere smile. He once again cupped his hands towards the old man and said respectfully, "Senior, thank you for your help. If that's the case, then I have to thank Senior for lending a hand. This junior is extremely grateful. If Senior needs this junior's help in the future, this junior will definitely do my best." The moment Xiaoyan's words left his mouth, the little old man also smiled and nodded. A glint that could not be detected flashed across his bright old eyes. Given his shrewdness, since he had come from another continent, his talent was absolutely monstrous. Most importantly, the monstrous talent he was looking at was actually so young. This also showed the terrifying talent that Xiaoyan possessed. If he really matured, he would definitely become a giant in the Yuanwu continent. Moreover, perhaps there would even be a place for him at the true pinnacle. As an experienced and ruthless senior, he naturally would not let such a person go. After all, if Xiaoyan did not have sufficient strength, he would not have been able to rise from his original continent and become such a monstrous existence with such extraordinary talent. Although he could not rule out the possibility that Xiaoyan was a descendant of a peak faction in another continent and had grown up with a golden spoon in his mouth. Even so, if he did not have enough ruthless means, it would be difficult for him to ascend to the throne of the continent's only emperor. After all, based on what the old man knew, there was no longer any emperor essence in the other continents. This was a true heavenly imperial court. However, since Xiaoyan was able to break through to emperor, his ability must be extraordinary. Therefore, the promise that Xiaoyan had made was not so laughable in the little old man's eyes. On the contrary, it had some power and was enough for him to remember it in his heart. "Haha, little Yan Xiao, can you let this old man take a look at your ruler?" Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. However, before Xiaoyan could think of anything, the little old man opened his mouth and laughed. "Little Yan, don't think too much. Little fellow, you don't have to think too much. It's just that I can see that this ruler has been damaged to its core. I think that you must have repaired it on your own after it was damaged. However, this result is far too different from what you expected. I only said this because I want to take a closer look. You don't have to be nervous. Xiaoyan came to a complete understanding after the little old man uttered these words. His heart was filled with endless praise for the latter's exquisite refining skills. Just by relying on the naked eye, this old man was able to tell that Xiaoyan had once tried to repair the heavy Xian ruler. He was also able to tell the result of Xiaoyan's repair. This eyesight was really frightening. Now that he thought about it in this manner, Xiaoyan was also able to understand. No wonder Luo Jin back then would praise this elder greatly when he mentioned this little old man. This kind of tactic could really be called an ability that could reach the heavens. In that case, thank you, elder. Xiaoyan smiled joyfully in his heart. An excited expression also flashed across his eyes. He extended both of his hands forward and slowly handed the heavy Xian ruler, which was on the verge of breaking, to the old man's shriveled hands. Since this little old man had the ability, the matter of repairing the heavy Xian ruler was basically no longer a problem. As such, how could Xiaoyan not feel joyful in his heart? The old man did not care about Xiaoyan's joyful expression. Instead, he poured all of his attention into the heavy Xian ruler in his hands at this moment. It was as if some kind of heavenly treasure was hidden within it. Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little astonished when he saw this. A moment later, Xiaoyan seemed to have recalled something. He waved his big sleeve and the space in front of him was suddenly torn apart by an incomparable force of the heavens and the earth. A wide spatial crack opened. Xiaoyan was not playing with his own strength. After all, his current strength was like child's play to the little old man in front of him. What right did he have to play with it? Xiaoyan did this only because he wanted to take out the entire piece of meteoric flame mysterious iron. When the little old man saw the black mysterious iron that crashed to the ground and almost caused the entire courtyard to collapse, his face did not reveal the slightest dissatisfaction. On the contrary, an indescribable joy surged onto his face at this moment. The little old man's eyes were wide open. The expression on his face had also stiffened because of his excitement at this moment. His mouth was even somewhat incoherent and he was unable to spit out any words. This caused Xiaoyan, who was standing quietly by the side, to involuntarily reveal an amused expression on his face. The identity of this little old man seemed to have been forgotten at this moment. It was a long while later before the little old man coughed awkwardly twice. Xiaoyan also hurriedly stopped the smile on his face and looked at the little old man in front of him with a serious expression. Elder, this piece of meteoric flame mysterious iron is something that I have found to repair this huge ruler. This junior believes that this material should be sufficient. If there is any left over, it can be considered as this junior's filial gift to elder. Elder can decide as you wish. Xiaoyan naturally knew that this amount of meteoric flame mysterious iron was definitely more than enough to repair his heavy Xian ruler. At this moment, this old man was clearly someone who treasured natural materials. He definitely treasured this meteoric flame mysterious iron very much. If Xiaoyan were to give him this meteoric flame mysterious iron, it would be equivalent to giving him a huge favor. In this way, if Xiaoyan were to really encounter any big trouble in the future, Xiaoyan would not need to say anything. As long as he was able to encounter it, he would definitely help Xiaoyan out. In this way, it would be worth it to Xiaoyan. A piece of meteoric flame mysterious iron in exchange for a favor from a true expert. If Xiaoyan could form a good relationship with this person in the future, he might even become a huge pillar of support. After all, the current Xiaoyan was still being chased by the Ghost Temple sect. Although he had finished off the third hall master, he was after all only the third hall master. Above him, there was definitely the second hall master and the first hall master, the two true experts. They were the ones that the current Xiaoyan was truly worried about. Moreover, even without them, the Ghost Temple sect, which he had yet to truly discover, would definitely be a huge hidden danger for Xiaoyan. If he did not make preparations as soon as possible, it was likely that there would be even more trouble in the future. Ha 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 ha, good kid. Not bad, not bad. This old man likes this. In that case, this old man will not be courteous. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, a joyous expression appeared on the old man's face. As a weapon refiner, he treasured rare materials the most in his life. He naturally knew how precious the meteoric flame mysterious iron was. The piece in front of him at this moment might really be the last piece in the Yuanwu continent. As the saying goes, the rarer an object is, the more precious it is. Furthermore, this was the last piece in the continent. The value of this piece was even more unparalleled. How could he not be excited and happy? Oh right, kid, don't call me old man in the future. My name is Luo Ao. You can call me Old Man Luo in the future. Calling me Old Man Luo makes us seem distant. With a change in tone, the old man actually took the initiative to introduce himself. As a result, the relationship between the old man and the young man rapidly became much closer. The two of them chatted for a while. Old Man Luo told Xiaoyan that if he wanted to retrieve the heavy Xian ruler, he would have to wait for a month. This period of time was really nothing to Xiaoyan. To a practitioner of his level, a month's time was merely the blink of an eye and could not be considered long. Xiaoyan slowly walked out of the small courtyard and looked at the vast sky. The glaring sunlight caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily use his hand to block it. However, the corners of his mouth still carried a relaxed smile. At this moment, the large stone that had been hanging in his heart had finally been lifted. Now, all he had to do was wait for that 1 month. Old Man Luo watched Xiaoyan slowly leave from within the small courtyard. His old eyes involuntarily narrowed. The scene of Xiaoyan and Li Kong slapping each other earlier once again surfaced in his eyes. Speaking of which, that avatar should be the 9 transformation body skill of Yuan Qing from the Cloud Celestial sect. It is really unexpected that the Do skill that Yuan Qing would rather die than pass to an outsider was actually given to this brat. Has he also taken a fancy to him? Let's see who is more capable. At this moment, 2 human figures stood in front of Xiaoyan outside of the small courtyard. They once again blocked Xiaoyan's leaving body. After the earlier collision, Li Kong and the 8-star Do Xing beside him had already understood that this ordinary-looking young man's strength had definitely reached the level of a bandizun. It was impossible for the two of them to fight. However, Li Kang's face revealed a disdainful smile in the face of this. That smile was so ferocious that it seemed to have come from the depths of hell. If Xiaoyan was merely an elite Do Xing, he would really be afraid that Xiaoyan would flee. However, since Xiaoyan was a bandizun expert, he had a reason to forcefully keep him in this savage ancient city. May I know if the two of you have any other matters? If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave first. Xiaoyan was too lazy to bother about the intentions in Li Kang's heart. He had already said that he would naturally not do anything if Li Kang's grandfather did not provoke him. Otherwise, he would not show even the slightest mercy. Li Kang merely laughed mockingly when he heard Xiaoyan's words. After which, an extremely cold and selfish sentence was slowly spat out from his mouth. What do I have to do? Ha 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 ha, this young master wants to say that I want you to die. I want you to die. These vicious words were transmitted into Xiaoyan's ears, causing him to involuntarily laugh coldly. A disdainful expression surfaced on his face. This caused Li Kang's heart to become increasingly furious. Do you think that with your banshing strength, which cannot even be considered an ant, you can kill me? What right do you have? Don't tell me that you can rely on this 8-star Do Xing beside you? Humph, what a joke. Xiaoyan's cold laughter caused Li Kang's heart to become increasingly furious. He wished that he could tear Xiaoyan into 10,000 pieces and turn him into ashes on the spot. However, in the end, he still relied on the confidence in his heart to forcefully suppress the fierce fury within his heart. His eyes, which were looking at Xiaoyan, were also replaced by an endless ferocious expression. Li Kang's face was distorted. His expression was ferocious. The corner of his mouth carried a cruel and bloodthirsty cold smile. His tone was extremely cold as he laughed coldly. That's right, that's right. You are a dignified bandizun expert. I am naturally unable to harm you. However, just because I am unable to harm you does not mean that no one can suppress you. Li Kang's face had already become crazy after he spoke. It was as though he had seen the scene of Xiaoyan collapsing in front of him. His expression appeared incomparably ferocious and unusually terrifying. Li Kang suddenly extended his hand. A palm-sized jade pendant also appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Li Kong did not hesitate. However, it seemed that he was afraid that Xiaoyan would stop him in time. He suddenly clenched his hand the moment the jade pendant appeared. The jade pendant suddenly burst apart and turned into a dust fog that scattered in all directions. Bits of rock powder also followed Li Kang's fingers and fell down. When the jade pendant burst apart, a circular invisible energy also swiftly spread across the entire place from the point of explosion. Xiaoyan might have seen everything that Li Kang had done, but he was not the least bit worried. Instead, a mocking feeling surged into his heart. A mere 6-star bandit. It was nothing compared to the current Xiaoyan. Since this Li Kang was shamelessly eager to prove himself, Xiaoyan did not mind giving him a slap to wake him up. However, at this moment, Li Kang did not appear to have seen the mocking smile hanging on the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth. Instead, he coldly stared at Xiaoyan with a victorious expression. He quietly waited for Xiaoyan's death. When the special energy spread, a pair of sharp eyes suddenly opened in a certain secret room within the ancient savage city. Instantly, his gaze swept towards the area where Li Kang was located. Murderous intent was present within his eyes. The jade pendant was something that he had personally created and given to his grandson. He had already warned that unless it was a life-and-death situation, one should not use the jade pendant. From the looks of it, his disappointing grandson had likely offended someone again. However, since he had used the jade pendant, it was likely that the matter this time around was not a small matter. A cold snort was emitted from his nose. The figure within the secret room also instantly disappeared at this moment. In the next instant, an elderly figure slowly appeared in the sky 100,000 feet above the ancient savage city. An incomparably powerful aura also swept out in an instant, spreading across the entire place. Its aura was frightening. When this aura swept out, quite a number of people within the ancient savage city discovered the existence of this figure. Immediately, the crowd within the ancient savage city erupted into an uproar. Within the ancient savage city, it was likely that there were not many people who did not know of this person's existence. Even if there were people who did not know before, they would instantly know of his identity after being reminded by the person beside them. The old man in the sky was the ancestor of the number 1 clan in the ancient savage city, the Li clan. His strength was frightening. He had already stepped into the position of a half-martial emperor. Moreover, he was a genuine 6-star half-martial emperor. Within the ancient savage city, other than the Yunin Pavilion, there was no other faction that could compete with him. He could be said to be the true overlord of the ancient savage city on the surface. However, at this moment, such a frightening existence that was usually unimaginable had appeared in front of them out of nowhere. How could this not cause them to be excited? However, from the looks of it, this ancestor of the Li clan did not seem to be in a good mood at this moment. Those who were able to stay in this savage ancient city were all extraordinary individuals. Their temperaments were shrewd and ruthless. As long as there was even the slightest bit of wrongness, they would be able to easily detect it. At this moment, the aura that erupted from the Li family's ancestor was clearly not friendly. This was enough for everyone below to treat this seriously and not let down their guard in the slightest. In the next moment, this ancestor of the Li clan seemed to have found something. His body moved and once again disappeared from this empty space. His body once again appeared outside of the small courtyard. He had just revealed his body and did not have the time to see who the person in front of him was when this ancestor of the Li clan frowned. Given his familiarity with the ancient savage city, this place was where old Luo resided. How could he not be careful now that he had appeared in this place? Soon after, his eyes turned towards Li Kang by the side. His expression involuntarily became ugly when he saw Li Kang's tattered clothes and the similarly miserable 8-star Do Sheng. Under his probing, he discovered that Li Kang's body had quite a serious internal injury. If he was careless, it would be a small matter if his tendons and bones were to be injured. However, if any sequelae were to be left behind, it was something that he could not tolerate. Immediately, he followed Li Kang's eyes and looked at the person who had injured his grandson. However, his expression instantly became as gloomy as water when he discovered that this person was actually Xiaoyan, whom he had met earlier. It was a long while later before he finally looked at Xiaoyan. Both of his eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiaoyan and softly said, "This friend, the old me, is gone. It is likely that this friend has heard of my name in this ancient savage city. If my grandson has done anything wrong, the old me will naturally bring him back to punish him. However, from the looks of it, you have been quite harsh on my grandson. Don't you feel that it is beneath your dignity to bully a little banshee with your status as a bandizoon? Xiaoyan lifted his brows when he heard Li Gan's words. He felt quite displeased in his heart. It seemed that the injuries on Li Kang's body were all blamed on Xiaoyan. However, Xiaoyan also understood in the blink of an eye. Li Kang had a deep grudge against him. Naturally, Li Kang would try his best to frame him. Moreover, this Li Gan would definitely not dare to do anything to old Luo. Hence, this crime would definitely land on Xiaoyan's head no matter what. Hence, there was naturally no need to say any unnecessary words. It was fine if he admitted to it. At the very most, it was just a fight. Li Gan clearly saw through Xiaoyan's thoughts and immediately felt a little suspicious in his heart. With Xiaoyan's own strength, he did not think that Xiaoyan could fight with him. However, the expression that Xiaoyan revealed at this moment did not seem to be fake. Could it be that the person in front of him really had some tricks up his sleeve? Thinking of this, Li Gan's eyes could not help but narrow into a thin line when he looked at Xiaoyan. After a long while, his slightly overbearing voice sounded again. Why don't we do this? I see that you are also young. It is not easy for you to have such a cultivation. Today, my grandson has suffered so much. Let's treat it as training for him. Li Gan's sudden soft words also caused Xiaoyan's expression to be slightly startled. Immediately after, he looked at Li Gan suspiciously. Sure enough, as soon as these words were spoken, Li Gan immediately opened his mouth and said, "Of course. After all, this old man's grandson was also injured by you. I'm afraid that such an injury might leave behind repercussions. This old man is extremely worried in his heart. Therefore, if you are willing to apologize to my grandson, this old man will treat it as if nothing has happened today." As he finished speaking, an incomparably tyrannical and terrifying aura quietly spread out from Li Gan's body, causing the surrounding space to slightly distort. Xiaoyan's expression instantly changed. He was able to clearly feel an extremely terrifying aura and pressure enveloping the surrounding space at this moment, causing his body to involuntarily sink slightly. Humph! With a cold snort, Xiaoyan's body suddenly shook. The terrifying aura and pressure that enveloped Xiaoyan's body instantly receded like a tide. As for Xiaoyan's expression, it had become extremely gloomy. Apologize? On what basis? Don't tell me that you, a mere 6-star half-martial emperor? As Xiaoyan's words rang out, Li Gan's expression instantly became ugly. He, a 6-star half-martial emperor, was actually being mocked and ridiculed by a mere 3-star half-martial emperor. How could he not be furious when faced with such humiliation? Brat, you truly boast shamelessly. Since you don't place this old man in your eyes, let this old man see exactly where your confidence comes from. Before his voice sounded out, Li Gan's body had already violently moved. He charged towards Xiaoyan. A great battle was about to begin. Those who are interested, please join the group number 4766686761. Humph! Brat, how arrogant. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. After saying those words, Li Gan's body rose from the ground with a bang. He once again ascended to the high altitude. His pair of sinister old eyes looked at Xiaoyan from afar. Wherever his gaze met, space would involuntarily ripple. Brat, do you dare to fight this old man? Li Gan looked down at Xiaoyan, who was in the city below, as he slowly opened his mouth and said. Although his words sounded like a question, there was an additional sense of tyranny in his tone. Today, Xiaoyan had first injured his grandson, and then did not place him, a 6-star half-martial emperor, in his eyes. It could be said that he had completely lost face. Thus, no matter what, he would make this brat pay a greater price in order to heal the wound in his grandson's heart and quell the fury in his heart. When Xiaoyan saw this scene, the corners of his mouth lifted into a cold smile. The gaze with which he looked at Li Gan was filled with ridicule. You want to use me to establish your might in front of everyone in the city? Ah, since that's the case, I won't be polite. With this thought, Xiaoyan's body flashed and instantly appeared opposite of Li Gan. The two of them stood on opposite sides of the sky. When the two of them appeared in the sky, the countless human traffic within the savage ancient city once again paused their footsteps and lifted their heads to look at them. When the crowd saw Li Gan, they were all startled. At this moment, Li Gan was releasing his aura. From the looks of it, he was going to fight someone. When the crowd turned their gazes to Xiaoyan, they were once again shocked by how young Xiaoyan was. The person that Li Gan wanted to fight was actually such a young brat. However, these people were not stupid. They naturally knew of Li Gan's strength. Since this young man was able to stand side by side with him, his strength was definitely not much weaker than Li Gan's. This kid was actually another half-martial monarch expert. When they thought of this, the crowd below could not help but become restless. A half-martial emperor at such a young age was truly rare. Of course, among the crowd, there was no lack of people who had taken the opportunity to meet Xiaoyan when he was in the Yuning Pavilion. At this moment, they recognized that this person was the same person from yesterday. A wave of exclamations came from all directions, and the crowd that had yet to calm down was once again stirred up. He alone was actually able to make several half-step sovereigns protect him. Such might was truly heaven-defying. It was no wonder that he was able to stand side by side with the Li clan's ancestor. However, if these people knew the real reason behind the protector's actions, they would probably laugh out loud. In the sky, Xiaoyan and Li Gan completely ignored the commotion and exclamations from the crowd below. Their eyes met and they remained silent. Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed across Li Gan's sinister old eyes. Soon after, the aura from his body suddenly swept out like a tidal wave, transforming into a majestic mountain that suddenly pressed down on Xiaoyan. He wanted to use his aura to forcefully suppress Xiaoyan. A cold snort was emitted from Xiaoyan's nose in the face of this. The strength of the heavenly flame within the vortex within his body suddenly erupted. A hot flame aura suddenly swept out from within Xiaoyan's body. The terrifying flame aura carried a frightening pressure that could incinerate the heavens. It formlessly transformed into a towering giant ruler. With a wave of the giant ruler, it viciously smashed towards the majestic mountain. A muffled bang quietly sounded out from the empty space. Li Gan's wrinkled old face also became somewhat solemn at this moment. Xiaoyan's aura made him feel incomparably strange. His aura contained an incomparable flame energy. Even this part of the world was affected by his aura. This was also the reason why Li Gan was secretly at a disadvantage. Xiaoyan's face was as calm as the wind and clouds as he looked at Li Gan. It was as though everything had nothing to do with him. This caused Li Gan to feel even more humiliated in his heart. His desire to kill Xiaoyan also became increasingly dense. The muscles at the corner of Li Gan's eyes twitched. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiaoyan. A moment later, he coldly snorted again. With a wave of his sleeve, a light flashed in his wide palm. Immediately, a large golden blade appeared in his hand. With a wave of his arm, the large golden blade carried an aura that could tear apart the sky as it streaked across the sky. Immediately after, it stood diagonally to the right of Li Gan's body, as if it was fixed in the empty space without moving. Humph. Little fellow, you do have some ability. However, I wonder if you will be able to receive this blade from the old me. Before his voice sounded, Li Gan's right arm suddenly waved. The large golden blade also instantly tore through the empty space. Waves of sonic booms caused the expressions of everyone in the city below to change instantly. A buzzing sound continued to reverberate in their minds. A cold wind swept apart, blowing until the clothes on Xiaoyan's body were tightly stuck to the surface of his body. However, that pair of bright eyes stared intently at the golden blade in Li Gan's hand. His eyes did not even turn the slightest bit. Ha! Come and have a taste of this blade of the old me. One fury. / wild tide. Before his voice sounded, a dochi wave that came from all directions suddenly shot out from the tip of the golden blade. It carried the might of the world as it swept toward Xiaoyan. Immediately, a drizzle began to fall from the sky. The Do technique that Li Gan was currently using was actually extremely powerful. It was actually able to rely on its aura to stir an unusual phenomenon. This kind of might could really be called frightening. However, all of this was far from enough in Xiaoyan's eyes. It was merely a Tian-class Do technique. He believed that by relying on the strength of his heavenly flame, he would be able to completely destroy it in one strike, with a wave of his large sleeve, the heavenly flame within his body surged wildly until it reached his palm. The incomparably hot heavenly flame transformed into a large fire dragon that instantly spat out from Xiaoyan's palm. The beautiful flame swiftly agglomerated and changed. In merely an instant, it had already transformed into a large fire ruler that emitted a frighteningly high temperature. The moment the large ruler was formed, the drizzle that had been falling from the sky earlier suddenly disappeared at this moment. On the contrary, a kind of dryness that caused one to have difficulty enduring burned everyone's bodies. The moisture in the air seemed to have been forcefully sucked away by the large ruler in an instant. Even breathing had become as difficult and unbearable as torture in the human world at this moment. Xiaoyan, who was standing in the sky, stared intently at the Doqi wave. Until a certain moment, a bright fire glow suddenly shot out from Xiaoyan's eyes. The large ruler in his hand was also swung out in an instant. The instant the large ruler was swung out, the sky shattered with a bang. The endless high temperature was something that even this empty space had difficulty enduring. The might of a heavenly flame was really frightening. The ability to burn the sky was not empty words. A ruler suddenly swept across the sky with a bang. A brilliant ruler glow that was 1,000 feet wide instantly shot toward the Doqi wave. In merely an instant, the distance between the two had already been swiftly reduced. There was only a short 10 feet gap left. In the next instant, these two frightening Do techniques with earth-shaking might finally collided with a bang in front of the tens of thousands of eyes in the city. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion suddenly resounded over the sky above the savage ancient city. Soon after, an extremely frightening Doqi storm suddenly swept apart from the spot where the Do techniques collided. The sky shook and the empty space shattered wherever the storm passed. The area where the two of them stood had completely transformed into a dark, deep, endless empty space. Everyone in the city had a drastic change in expression when they saw the scene. If this storm was allowed to completely sweep over the city, it was likely that this savage ancient city would completely disappear from history today, and they, too, would inevitably be buried with history, while everyone's expressions had turned ashen and their hearts were helplessly waiting for death. Over 10 different colored Doqi lights suddenly flashed out from all directions within the savage ancient city. They instantly paused in the empty space. Among these 10+ lights were the group of Band D experts who had come into contact with Xiaoyan yesterday. Among them, there was an old man whose body was the brightest and most eye-catching. He was the elder Xian from the Yunin Pavilion. These 10+ human figures raised their eyes to look at the frightening collision in the sky. Thoughts continued to churn within their hearts. The old man who had come into contact with Xiaoyan yesterday was currently looking at Xiaoyan with a grave expression. There was even a slight fear that surged deep within his eyes. This old man admitted that he did not have the strength to face off against Xiaoyan. However, looking at the relaxed face of Xiaoyan at this moment, he did not have the confidence to completely receive that earth-shaking attack from Xiaoyan earlier. Although he was also a 3-star Band D, the gap between him and Xiaoyan was like the difference between the sky and the earth. If he were to fight with Xiaoyan, he was certain that he would not have any chance of victory. The old man helplessly sighed. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Soon after, a Doqi light instantly appeared above his head. It was like a wave that swiftly spread apart, covering the entire sky. At this moment, the other Band D experts around this old man did the same. Numerous Doqi ripples of different colors swiftly spread apart, covering the entire savage ancient city and the area within a 10,000-kilometer radius around it. That frightening Doqi storm finally came to a stop in front of this Doqi barrier. Everyone in the city was safe and sound. After the storm scattered, Xiaoyan still had a relaxed appearance in the sky. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth as he looked at Li Gan. These two people were actually evenly matched in the two clashes today. It was likely that a big battle would be unavoidable in the future. As for Li Gan, he was so infuriated by Xiaoyan's appearance that he felt an incomparable pain in his heart. Today, he, a grand 6-star half-martial emperor, had actually been repeatedly humiliated before the eyes of tens of thousands of people. Furthermore, the person who had caused all of this was actually a mere 3-star half-martial emperor brat. How could he possibly endure this? Bastard! This old man does not believe that this old man, a 6-star Band D, cannot take care of you. Humph. Do you really think that the gap in strength between Band D experts is so easy to make up for? Today, this old man will first cripple you, and then make you suffer. Die for this old man. After spitting out those vicious words, Li Gan's face was distorted as he once again waved his sleeve. His right hand held the large golden blade. His body suddenly flashed, and he once again slashed towards Xiaoyan. Let's make up for yesterday's loss. There's another update tonight. Those who are interested, please join the group number 4766686761, die. Before Li Gan's voice sounded, his body had already arrived beside Xiaoyan in a flash. The large golden blade in his hand ferociously hacked down furiously at Xiaoyan. The turbulent Douqi within Li Gan's body swiftly covered the golden blade in his hand, causing the might of the golden blade to become even more ferocious. The golden light on the blade also became even more resplendent. After being illuminated by the sunlight, the golden blade was like a scorching sun as it smashed down on Xiaoyan's head. The strong and ferocious wind caused the hair on Xiaoyan's head to part to the side. Xiaoyan's scalp also felt a piercing pain as though it was being pierced by needles, causing Xiaoyan to involuntarily frown. Xiaoyan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in his heart. Although he was confident in his ability to fight against a 6-star half-emperor, he still needed to weigh the pros and cons of such a swift and violent attack. Otherwise, he had encountered quite a few situations where he failed miserably at an easy task. Within the vortex within Xiaoyan's body, the Douqi rapidly circulated to his lower body. Following which, Xiaoyan's feet moved and he instantly activated the sky extinction step. Huh. Chop for me. As the blade fell, Xiaoyan's body was instantly cut into two by the incomparably sharp golden blade. This caused everyone in the city below to feel an endless shock in their hearts. However, in the next instant, it instantly caused laughter to erupt from the city. When the golden blade passed by, Xiaoyan's body was instantly torn apart. Soon after, it disappeared from this empty space. At this moment, Li Gan's expression had finally become as dark and solemn as water. His eyes were filled with an endless amount of murderous intent. The golden blade in Li Gan's hand had only destroyed Xiaoyan's afterimage. However, even though this was the case, he still attacked with such ferocious force. He had truly thought that this was Xiaoyan's real body. This eyesight of his was truly a waste of his life. Compared to the laughter of everyone in the city below, the expressions of the dozen half-emperors in the sky had instantly turned grave at this moment. Xiaoyan's agility was so fast that even they would have difficulty discovering him. When Xiaoyan had left earlier, they were actually unable to see him at all. Such speed was truly frightening to the extreme. Elder Xian, who was standing in the sky, revealed a strange expression when he saw Xiaoyan's afterimage, unlike the others. Elder Xian's eyes narrowed as he stared at a certain empty space in the sky. There seemed to be something there. TSK, never would I have imagined that the sky extinction steps that the four great sects had been searching for 100 years to no avail would actually end up in Yanzhao's hands. Heh, no wonder you possess the ability to contend against an 8-star half-emperor. This sky extinction step truly lives up to its name. From the looks of it, Yanzhao has likely only obtained it for a short period of time. Yet, he is actually able to erupt with such a frightening speed. If you are able to successfully master it, I really wonder what kind of frightening existence you will be. When Elder Xian stared at the empty space, there seemed to be a pair of eyes that met with Elder Xian's eyes. After being slightly shocked for an instant, the two of them came to a tacit understanding and did not do anything else. Huh! Suddenly, an earth-shaking cry was suddenly emitted from behind Li Gan. A huge fist that emitted a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared from the space behind Li Gan. The fist violently smashed towards Li Gan's back. Li Gan was also shocked by this sudden attack for an instant. However, he was after all an experienced person. After an instant, the fear on his face was completely swept away. Li Gan's body forcefully turned. In an extremely strange instant, he twisted his body. The Douqi in his body suddenly shook. Immediately, it swiftly gathered on his palm like a spring. He threw a palm out and violently collided with Xiaoyan's fist. With a bang, Li Gan's body suddenly trembled. He did not expect that Xiaoyan's strength would actually be so great. His body involuntarily took half a step back. However, an instant later, Li Gan suddenly waved the golden blade in his other hand and violently chopped at the huge golden fist. Rushing thunder chop. As the blade fell, a frightening thunderbolt followed. Before the blade arrived, the thunderbolt arrived first. The attack had already violently smashed onto the huge fist. Immediately, Xiaoyan involuntarily felt his arm become numb. Even the golden glow on the enormous golden-colored fist had become a little dim. Li Gan could not help but rejoice in his heart when he saw this scene. With a thought, another 1,000-feet thunderbolt that was even thicker than the one before instantly fell. It once again smashed towards the huge golden fist. A slight chi sound was quietly emitted. The 1,000-feet thunderbolt that had just smashed onto Xiaoyan's huge golden fist suddenly disappeared as though it had fallen into an endless abyss. The attack of Li Gan's subordinates could not help but stop for an instant because of this strange scene. Xiaoyan just happened to use this instant to completely eliminate the numbness on his arm. With a cold snort, Xiaoyan's fist suddenly attacked once again. As the huge fist passed, the empty space was broken. Even this originally empty space actually emitted a clear shattering sound at this moment. 8-level collapse. Ha! Bang! The sound of flesh colliding suddenly rang out. Li Gan's body also instantly flew backwards. At the same time, the sound of bones breaking also rang out from Li Gan's body. Under this punch, several of Li Gan's bones were actually forcefully broken. This was enough to show the power contained in Xiaoyan's punch. Explode. A sonorous and powerful voice was once again emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth. One could hear a bang sound once again emitting from Li Gan's body as he flew backwards. His body once again flipped a couple of times in the air uncontrollably. Immediately, he pulled back 500 kilometers before spitting out blood and stopping his body. When he looked at Xiaoyan, his eyes were filled with astonishment. What exactly happened in that attack just now? When Xiaoyan forced Li Gan back with a punch, he slowly revealed his body from the empty air. He smiled in his heart and said in his heart, "Don't worry. Little fellow, you have finally woken up after being in a slumber for so long. Haha, from the looks of it, you have obtained quite a lot of benefits from that thread of spatial strength. Not only have you completely recovered your strength, but you have also reached the peak of the 8-star Doshin class. Haha, this can be considered an unexpected surprise." At this moment, Xiaoyan was naturally referring to Xiao Jin, who had been in a slumber for a long time. It was unexpected that Xiao Jin would actually wake up at such a critical moment. This had saved Xiaoyan a lot of trouble. At this moment, a lightning dragon with flickering golden thunderbolts all over Xiaoyan's body was flipping and dancing within Xiaoyan's body. It appeared to be quite happy. Some silver-white spatial strength occasionally flashed around its body, causing this little fellow to appear even more mysterious. Xiaoyan casually exchanged a couple of words with Xiao Jin. After which, he once again withdrew his mind and turned his eyes towards Li Gan, who was 1,000 kilometers away. Although Xiaoyan had struck Li Gan with a punch, this Li Gan still possessed the strength of a 6-star half-emperor. That little attack would at the very most cause some external injuries. Even if he suffered some internal injuries, they would not be considered serious injuries. It was really nothing to people at their level. Ha! A furious roar that contained a bloody aura was once again emitted from Li Gan's mouth. At this moment, Li Gan had truly entered a berserk state. The humiliation today could be said to be the most unbearable in his entire life. Hence, the current Xiaoyan had already been included in the list of people who must die in his heart. Li Gan's body once again flashed and instantly disappeared from this empty space. It was as though he had never appeared. At the same time, the empty space in front of Xiaoyan once again shattered. An extremely sharp golden blade instantly traversed the distance of 1,000 kilometers and appeared in front of Xiaoyan. A blade descended towards Xiaoyan's head. Xiaoyan was not to be outdone. A cold smile appeared on his face as the heavenly flame once again appeared in his palm. It rapidly gathered and Xiaoyan waved his large sleeve. A ruler was violently swung out and collided with the golden blade. In merely a short moment, the two of them had already exchanged over 100 blows. Both of them had suffered injuries. However, if one were to look carefully, one would be able to discover that Li Gan's clothes were already in tatters. The surface of his body was also covered in patches of green and purple. There were even large areas of his skin that had been burned by the flames. His entire person appeared as though he had been thrown into a bonfire and roasted. He was in an extremely sorry state. Compared to Li Gan, although Xiaoyan's clothes were also in tatters, it was clear that Li Gan's attacks had only damaged Xiaoyan's clothes. With the protection of the Sky Annihilation Steps, Xiaoyan was able to dodge all of Li Gan's attacks if he used his full strength. At this moment, Li Gan was feeling even more furious in his heart. He was a 6-star half-martial emperor. Yet, he had been injured to such a state by a 3-star half-martial emperor. How could he possibly accept this? However, at this moment, he was feeling rather helpless in his heart. Xiaoyan's agility was extremely fast. It was definitely not something that he could catch up to. With such speed, it was likely that even an 8-star half-martial emperor would not lose to him if he used his full strength. Unfortunately, while Li Gan was still thinking about how to deal with Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan no longer had the patience to continue. In today's battle, Xiaoyan only wanted to estimate his own strength. Fighting against a 6-star half-martial emperor was already enough to put him in an undefeatable position. Therefore, there was no need for him to continue playing around. With a move of his body, Xiaoyan's figure instantly retreated over 1,000 miles. Flames surged within his eyes. With a wave of his large sleeve, surging heavenly flames instantly swept out. The seals in his hand rapidly changed. From the looks of the seals, it was Xiaoyan's second famous Do skill, Angry Buddha Reincarnation. 2 human figures stood in the sky 100,000 feet above the savage ancient city. At this moment, the aura of one of them, who appeared quite young, was surging all over his body. Soaring Do-Chi crazily surged out from within his body and gathered in his palm. As the Do-Chi within his body continued to gather, threads of natural energy visible to the naked eye began to appear from the empty space. They turned into a wave of energy torrent that poured into the palm of this man. A fierce flame that could burn the sky swept out from within his body like a tidal wave, covering the entire sky. The entire place suddenly became dry and hot at this moment. At this moment, if one were to raise one's head to look from the ground, the entire sky seemed to have turned into an endless sea of fire. It caused one to feel a hot feeling surge into one's heart when one looked at it. A Band D expert was really terrifying. Such a mighty Do skill was the most terrifying one that they had ever seen in their lives. In the sky, Li Gan's expression changed a little when he looked at Xiaoyan. Clearly, the Do skill that Xiaoyan was currently displaying caused even him to involuntarily feel some worry in his heart. This was merely the initial display of the Do skill, yet it was already able to attract such a might. It was really impossible to know just what kind of frightening scene it would be when this Do skill was completely agglomerated. Li Gan's eyes stared at the change in Xiaoyan's palm. He could vaguely see that there was a thumb-sized mysterious black-colored light spot in Xiaoyan's palm. The frightening natural energy and Xiaoyan's Do-Chi were completely swallowed by the black-colored light spot. That mysterious black-colored light spot was like a bottomless pit. No matter how frightening the energy was, it would be completely swallowed into it. This scene caused the hairs all over Li Gan's body to stand. He immediately felt a sense of danger in his heart. If he were to allow Xiaoyan to continue in this manner, it was likely that he would not even have the chance to escape once he attacked. If he wanted to defeat Xiaoyan now, he must first forcefully interrupt the Do skill that Xiaoyan was currently using. Otherwise, the consequences were definitely not something that he could endure. With this thought in mind, a ruthless look suddenly flashed across Li Gan's eyes. He suddenly waved the large golden blade in his hand. With a move of his body, he once again charged towards Xiaoyan. Thousands of Li Gan dodged in an instant. In the next moment, Li Gan's full-strength attack had already arrived above Xiaoyan's head. It was merely an inch away from Xiaoyan's scalp. Xiaoyan could even clearly feel the sharpness of the golden blade. If this blade really fell, perhaps he, Xiaoyan, would be split in half on the spot. Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed into a thin line. The expression on his face also became increasingly cold. Have you begun your final struggle? Unfortunately, everything that you have done is useless. Back then, I had already said that as long as you do not provoke me, I will naturally be too lazy to bother with you. The current situation is something that you have brought upon yourself. If you want to blame someone, blame that extremely stupid grandson of yours. This thought flashed across Xiaoyan's heart. His body, which was standing in the air, suddenly flashed and disappeared from the sky. At the same time, a certain space 1,000 miles away distorted. Xiaoyan's body once again appeared. The seals in his hands were also rapidly changing. He was not affected by Li Gan at all. Li Gan's attack, which contained all of his aura, had once again missed. The speed of Xiaoyan's agility was not something that a 6-star half-emperor could compare with. Today, it was likely that he, Li Gan, could only watch as Xiaoyan successfully condensed the Do skill in his hand. At that time, it would likely be the time of Li Gan's death. When he thought of this, even though Li Gan was an old fellow who had lived for an unknown number of years, a dense fear involuntarily rose in his heart. However, in the next moment, a cold smile suddenly flashed across his deathly pale face. The smile at the corner of his mouth caused others to feel abnormally disgusted. Li Gan also slowly withdrew the golden blade in his hand. It was as if the Do skill in Xiaoyan's hand had nothing to do with him. He stood straight in the air and looked at Xiaoyan with a cold smile. A long while later, Li Gan coldly smiled at Xiaoyan and said, "Don't tell me that you really want to forcefully kill the old me in this savage ancient city today?" Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he heard these words. His face also revealed a suspicious expression. Li Gan's action earlier was naturally seen by Xiaoyan. However, it also caused Xiaoyan's relaxed heart to involuntarily be slowly raised. After pausing for a moment, Xiaoyan coldly replied to Li Gan, "You can't blame me for this. You can't blame me for all of this. If you didn't provoke me, I wouldn't have bothered to touch you. It's just a pity that your grandson isn't a grandson enough. He insisted on making you, his grandfather, touch me." When these words of Xiaoyan were spoken, everyone in the city below involuntarily let out a burst of laughter. They were greatly provoked by these words of Xiaoyan. The expressions of the few half-emperor experts in the sky became increasingly solemn at this moment. The eyes with which they looked at Xiaoyan were also filled with incomparable shock and fear. It was not because of these laughable words of Xiaoyan. Instead, it was because of the beautiful circular fire plate that was filled with a frightening flame strength in Xiaoyan's hand at this moment. At a glance, the circular plate did not appear to be anything special. However, the frightening flame strength still caused this dark black world to become incomparably hot even in the endless empty space. The people in the city were protected by them and were naturally unable to clearly sense it. However, with their strength, how could they not know how frightening that flame was? Immediately, a few of the half-emperor experts opened their mouths and spoke in surprise. "Just what kind of natural divine flame is that flame? Don't tell me that it is a natural, heavenly flame on the heavenly flame ranking. Otherwise, how could it possess such a frightening flame strength? This old man doesn't think so. If it is a heavenly flame, how could its color be so chaotic? I'm afraid that it is some kind of beast flame that we are not familiar with." When Elder Xian looked at Xiaoyan, a grave expression involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Luo Jin had already told him about how powerful Xiaoyan was. However, at that time, it was only Luo Jin's words and he did not dare to completely believe them. In his heart, he still had some doubts about Xiaoyan's true fighting strength. Even when he saw Xiaoyan use the sky extinction step earlier, he had only guessed that Xiaoyan would be able to contend against an 8-star half-emperor. However, from the looks of it now, it was not impossible for Xiaoyan to forcefully kill an 8-star half-emperor expert if he wanted to. However, from the fire disc in Xiaoyan's hand at this moment, Elder Xian was able to confirm that the level of this Do technique was likely a man-class Do technique. Even if he were to face it, he would definitely need to be careful. Just how frightening a man-class Do technique was something that Elder Xian, who had come from the middle region, was definitely not unfamiliar with. Currently, the angry Buddha reincarnation in Xiaoyan's hand was nearing its end. Xiaoyan's expression had also become somewhat pale at this moment. Clearly, Xiaoyan had used all his strength to unleash the angry Buddha reincarnation this time around. The strength of this angry Buddha reincarnation would definitely be the strongest angry Buddha reincarnation ever since Xiaoyan had created it. Humph. Brat, even if you are able to forcefully kill the old me, are you certain that the tens of thousands of people in this savage ancient city will be able to survive? Suddenly, Li Gan's somewhat hoarse voice was once again emitted, causing everyone present to involuntarily turn their gazes over. After hearing Li Gan's words, the expressions of everyone in the city changed slightly. Clearly, they already had some understanding of how frightening the disc in Xiaoyan's hand was. Since this Do technique of Xiaoyan's was able to forcefully kill Li Gan, a 6-star half-emperor, there was no need to even talk about ordinary experts like them. After hearing this, the 10+ half-emperors in the sky emitted a cold snort. Clearly, they were quite dissatisfied with Li Gan's belittling of their strength. After hearing this, the corner of Li Gan's mouth once again emitted a cold smile. Immediately, he opened his mouth and laughed out loud. That's right, that's right. The old me had nearly forgotten. With the protection of so many half-emperors, this brat's attack will naturally be unable to harm the people in the city. Before the expressions of everyone in the city could warm up after these words were spoken, Li Gan's expression suddenly became crazy. With a cold smile, he once again opened his mouth to speak. Hence, the old me can only die. Since this is the case, even if the old me dies, I will definitely bring this brat along to accompany the old me in death. After Li Gan's words were spoken, the faces of everyone in the city became suspicious. However, the 10+ half-emperors in the sky involuntarily twitched the corner of their mouths intensely after hearing these words. The gazes with which they looked at Li Gan were filled with disdain. The 10+ half-emperors exchanged glances with each other. All of them saw the disdain in each other's eyes. Clearly, the half-emperors present were quite familiar with what Li Gan was going to do next. When everyone turned their heads around and looked at Li Gan once again, they involuntarily shook their heads and sighed in their hearts. This move again. Looks like this old ghost Li Gan will once again be able to avoid a calamity today. This thought had just flashed across everyone's hearts when Li Gan's expression in the sky became increasingly ruthless. He once again turned his gaze towards Xiaoyan and laughed coldly. The old me knows that the strength of this move of yours is sufficient to directly kill the old me. It is likely that this Do technique of yours has already reached the level of a human class Do technique. The old me also admits that I do not possess a Do technique of such strength. Hence, since I wish to kill you, the old me can only choose the path of self-destruction. Xiaoyan's expression instantly changed after Li Gan's words were emitted. The self-destruction of a half-emperor was really no joke. If he was really allowed to successfully self-destruct, it was likely that everything within a 10,000-mile radius of this savage ancient city would be turned into nothingness. Even if these so-called half-emperors wanted to receive this life-risking attack, it was likely that they would not be able to preserve their lives without paying a sufficiently great price. From this, one could tell just how frightening the self-destruction of a half-emperor was. The most important thing for Xiaoyan was that the teleportation formation that led to the western region was still within the savage ancient city. If the savage ancient city was destroyed, where would he go to find it? This Li Gan was really using the entire savage ancient city to threaten Xiaoyan. Are you threatening me? Li Gan's threat with his life also caused Xiaoyan to feel a little angry in his heart. In his life, the thing he hated the most was being threatened by others. Li Gan's actions had really touched his reverse scale. A cold smile was revealed on Li Gan's face when he heard Xiaoyan's words, which contained anger. Xiaoyan's fury at this moment was exactly what he wanted. As long as Xiaoyan had scruples about anyone or anything in the ancient savage city, Xiaoyan would definitely not allow the ancient savage city to be destroyed. Moreover, he would be able to remain safe and sound. As for the matter of killing Xiaoyan, Li Gan had naturally already remembered it in his heart. Although he was unable to kill Xiaoyan, there were many experts in the world. As long as he could add fuel to the fire, those who wanted to kill Xiaoyan would naturally line up to find him. As he thought of this in his heart, the smile on Li Gan's face became increasingly obvious. The gaze with which he looked at Xiaoyan also became increasingly disdainful. This also caused Xiaoyan to become even more furious in his heart. The dozen over half-emperors in the sky also saw the fury in Xiaoyan's heart. They also laughed bitterly in their hearts. At this moment, Li Gan had already used this shameless fighting method more than a dozen times. However, it could be said to be successful every time. It caused many people who had the ability to kill him to return empty-handed in the end. The reason for this was because of the city that everyone was in at this moment, the ancient savage city. The ancient savage city was the largest city in the southwest region. There were no less than hundreds of thousands of residents in it. If one were to add up the number of people in the surrounding small cities, it was likely that there would be no less than 800,000 people. As a city with such a terrifying number of people, there was naturally no need to mention how prosperous it was. Hence, there were also countless outsiders. Just the daily flow of people would likely exceed 1 million, moreover, there were no less than 10,000 younger generation experts who had come out to train. Hence, no one present knew just how many factions there were within the ancient savage city. However, one could understand that behind these people, there was definitely an existence that was not below the Band D class. It was likely that there were even quite a number of genuine Do D class experts. And now, the alchemist competition was already right before their eyes. The ancient city of Wilderness was also filled with mixed forces and elites. It could be said that it had reached its true peak after so many years. The weight of this matter could be seen at a glance, therefore, if Li Gan really self-destructed in the ancient savage city, the entire city would be reduced to nothingness. As for the younger generation of those great powers, they would definitely disappear from this world. At that time it would be the time of Xiaoyan's death. The deaths of those people would definitely be blamed on him. Xiaoyan would also be chased by the entire southern region and even the factions from other regions. However, this was not a situation that Xiaoyan wished to see. After all, just the ghost temple gate alone was enough for Xiaoyan to suffer. The current him was unable to stir up such a big storm. Could it be that he was just going to let Li Gan off? Xiaoyan was unwilling in his heart. Since he had touched his reverse scale, this Li Gan must die. Even an 8-star Band D had died in Xiaoyan's hands. Li Gan was merely a 6-star Band D. Why would he, Xiaoyan, not be able to kill him? However, after some thought, the current situation was not something that Xiaoyan could do as he pleased. A slight mistake would result in him being consigned to eternal damnation. Xiaoyan struggled in his heart for a moment. He also thought of forcefully asking Guyu to attack. Unfortunately, the only response he received was a deathly silence. Although Guyu was strong, he was too principled. Currently, there was no one in this ancient savage city who could dictate everything. Xiaoyan laughed bitterly in his heart. The seal in his hand changed as he gave up on the opportunity to kill Li Gan. Li Gan coldly smiled as he looked at Xiaoyan. At this moment, his heart was incomparably carefree. He loved to see the inner struggle of his enemy. His enemy clearly had the ability to kill him, but did not dare to do so. This really made his heart feel incomparably carefree. However, in the next moment, Xiaoyan's seal, which he was about to change, suddenly disappeared. He lifted his hand and the fire disc in his hand was aimed at Li Gan. At the middle of the disc, there was a thumb-sized dark black mysterious light that was emitting a deep dark light. Li Gan's eyes suddenly widened when he saw this scene. A shocked expression appeared on his face. He hurriedly opened his mouth and roared at Xiaoyan. "Brat! Do you really intend to turn into ashes along with the tens of thousands of people in this ancient savage city?" The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth revealed an extremely icy cold smile when he saw this. An icy voice was slowly emitted from his mouth. "I only want to crush you. Why would I harm the innocent? Moreover, do you really think that you will have the chance to self-destruct?" Li Gan's expression changed once again when Xiaoyan said these words. His face was filled with surprise. After pausing for a moment, he finally opened his mouth and asked Xiaoyan. "What do you mean by this?" Xiaoyan once again emitted a cold laugh. The fire disc in his hand rapidly rotated. A frightening fire strength spread from the disc, causing the endless space to become incomparably hot. "Have you forgotten that in this ancient savage city, there is still someone who can kill you in an instant?" Li Gan's pupils suddenly shrank. He was also shocked by Xiaoyan's words for a moment. Someone who can kill him in an instant. Could the person that Xiaoyan was talking about be that person? It seems that you have also thought of it. Li Gan's heart trembled. He didn't expect Xiaoyan to drag that person out at this moment. However, it was immediately replaced by a cold laugh. "So what if Senior is in this city? The matter between you and me has nothing to do with Senior. Even if this ancient savage city is really gone, it won't hurt Senior at all. You want to drag Senior down with you? Simply stupid." The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth revealed a playful smile. His eyes flickered as he slowly opened his mouth and said, "I'm not saying that Elder Luo will drag me down with you. I just want to ask Elder Luo to protect Senior's seclusion place. That's all." "Humph, Senior, it's not something that you can just say. Without waiting for Li Gan's voice to fade, an old figure had already appeared in the space beside Xiaoyan. Looking at his appearance, it was the blacksmith master, Elder Luo. The moment Li Gan saw Elder Luo, his expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that Elder Luo would actually step in for a brat that he had only met once. It should be known that even he had never asked Elder Luo to leave his small courtyard. Exactly what method did this brat have to attract a senior like Elder Luo? Elder Luo casually glanced at Li Gan, who was in a sorry state, and snorted softly. He then turned his head to look at Xiaoyan, who was beside him. He curled his lips and softly reprimanded Xiaoyan. "Brat, you have a sharp tongue. If it wasn't for the fact that I have received a favor from you, I wouldn't have bothered with you." Xiaoyan smiled embarrassedly. In any case, this little old man had finally stepped in. Today, Li Gan wouldn't be able to escape death. The expressions of the countless number of people below instantly became interesting when they heard old Luo's words. How could everyone not know that Xiaoyan was able to get old Luo to say such words? Since this was the case, just what kind of rare natural treasure had Xiaoyan given old Luo? I wrote it wrong again. However, since the content is out, I'll still say the same thing. Please add it. Please recommend it. Those who are interested, please join the group number 4766686761. After old Luo and Xiaoyan finished speaking, old Luo's gaze once again landed on Li Gan. The corners of his mouth lifted into a disdainful smile as he spoke with an indifferent tone. Originally, this old man was too lazy to bother with this matter. However, I heard that you wanted to self-destruct and destroy this old man's place of seclusion. Thus, I felt a little dissatisfied in my heart and wanted to come out and talk to you. May I know if this is true? After he finished speaking, old Luo's face revealed a lazy expression as he yawned. Only then did he continue to glance at Li Gan. When Li Gan heard old Luo's words, his expression changed again and again. In the end, it turned pale white without any trace of blood. With old Luo's appearance, he, Li Gan, had already lost all of his chances today. If he did not have anything that he could use to threaten Xiaoyan, then today would definitely be the day of his death. If he wanted to continue living, there was only one path left. That was to apologize to Xiaoyan and do his best to obtain his forgiveness. Additionally, old Luo was still beside him. It was likely that Xiaoyan would more or less let him off because of old Luo. However, when he thought of how he, a 6-star half-martial emperor, had to lower his voice and apologize to a mere 3-star half-martial emperor brat, Li Gan immediately felt extremely humiliated in his heart. Fortunately, the desire to live finally caused Li Gan to forcefully suppress the endless resentment he had for Xiaoyan in the bottom of his heart. After all, if he were to really die here today, not only would he be unable to vent the resentment in his heart, even the enormous clan behind him would definitely be swept away in an instant. This was something that Li Gan could not easily give up on. This was especially so when his grandson was involved. How could he be willing to do so? After hesitating for a moment, Li Gan finally hardened his heart. His pair of bloody eyes that were filled with endless resentment slowly closed. The wild and violent doqi that swept over his body was also forcefully withdrawn into his body. It was a long while later before Li Gan once again slowly opened his eyes. The expression on his face had also become warm as he looked at Xiaoyan. The muscles at the corner of his mouth forcefully pulled out a seemingly gentle smile. His pair of old eyes were also replaced by embarrassment. He coughed twice and said to Xiaoyan, "Ha ha ha ha, my friend, everything that happened today is just a misunderstanding. When this old man returns, I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Today's battle between you and me, let's treat it as an exchange of blows, no concord. In the future, we will be friends, ha 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 ha." Oh? Investigate? This old man thinks that there's no need to investigate. Your grandson was slapped by this old man. That little thing was talking about you in front of this old man. This old man couldn't stand it, so I slapped him. Don't tell me you want to return the favor? The moment Li Gan's words left his mouth, Elder Luo looked at Li Gan with sleepy eyes and said softly. When Li Gan heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. He was originally just saying those words. What? The injuries on Li Kang's body were really caused by Elder Luo. Li Gan hurriedly cupped his hands and smiled back at Elder Luo. His face was also incomparably embarrassed. He suddenly turned around and viciously grabbed at the boundary that was set up by the many half-emperor experts. With a loud bang, it shattered. Immediately after, Li Kang's figure was pulled up by Li Gan. When Li Kang saw the gloomy expression on his grandfather's face, he was involuntarily startled. When he saw Elder Luo standing beside Xiaoyan, Li Kang instantly seemed to have understood something. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, Li Gan ruthlessly slapped his face. In an instant, half of Li Kang's face rapidly swelled up and became blood-red. Fresh blood continuously flowed out from his mouth and nose. A bright red 5-finger print was incomparably clearly imprinted on Li Kang's face. Speak. The injuries on your body, were they really caused by Brother Yan Xiao? With Elder Luo in front and Xiaoyan's prestige, Li Gan admitted his mistake in such a natural and smooth manner. With a single sentence, his relationship with Xiaoyan became much closer. It was as if the two of them were old friends who had known each other for many years. When Li Kang heard Li Gan's furious words, the expression on his face abruptly changed. It was a long while later before he shook his head while trembling. Pa! Another slap resounded through the sky. Li Gan's heart was extremely pained. However, with Xiaoyan present, he had no choice but to be ruthless for once. Li Gan's face was gloomy. He did not know who caused it, but the skin at the corner of his eyes continuously trembled because of the fury in his heart. Apologize to Brother Yan Xiao. When these words were spoken, Li Kang's pupils instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. No matter how he thought about it, he did not expect that his grandfather would actually say such words to him. However, he was also incomparably clear about the exact situation in his heart. At this moment, he could not possibly allow his grandfather to personally apologize to Xiaoyan. If that was the case, he did not know if his situation would be any better when he returned. It was a long while later before Li Kang turned around to face Xiaoyan. Although he was apologizing, there was still a vicious glint flowing within his eyes. Finally, after pausing for a moment, Li Kang finally slowly bowed and apologized to Xiaoyan in front of everyone's gazes. At the same time, the pair of hands under his sleeves were tightly clenched together. Traces of fresh blood flowed down from between his fingers, indicating the emotions that were buried deep within his heart at this moment. Haha, Li Gan, this little fellow is a little unreasonable. This old man clearly heard earlier that you wanted that little fellow Yan Xiao to apologize. Since it is you now, you should also do the same, right? Since you have an apology, shouldn't you also take a look at your apology gift? Let me remind you that this little fellow's eyesight is quite good. Since he is able to take out something that has caused this old man to be extremely shocked, there is no need for this old man to say more about his sharp eyesight. You should also stop trying to fool others. Old Luo parted his mouth and laughed coldly when he saw the scene. When he opened his mouth once again, it caused the corner of Li Gan's mouth to twitch continuously. He even felt as though his heart was dripping blood. It was a long while later before Li Gan finally made up his mind. Since old Luo had spoken, he definitely wanted him to take out something. Moreover, from the meaning of his words, the thing that he took out must definitely not be inferior. Li Gan laughed awkwardly. He looked at old Luo with an embarrassed smile and said with a bitter smile, Elder, this junior did not bring any valuable items when he went out. Moreover, I'm afraid that Brother Yan Xiao would not even be interested in the little things that this junior has. When Luo Jin heard this, he once again let out a cold laugh. Immediately, the expression on his face suddenly became cold. He snorted coldly and said in a cold voice, Why, you don't have it? Then, take out your void lightning pool invitation. When these words came out, the expression on Li Gan's face instantly froze. His entire person seemed to be fixed in the air and instantly became silent. Requesting collection. Requesting recommendation. Those who are interested, please enter the group number 4766686761. After Elder Luo's words left his mouth, Li Gan was completely stunned. He had never expected that Elder Luo would say such a long speech because of the void lightning pool invitation in his hands. Elder Luo was indeed worthy of being called a true expert. Not only did Elder Luo poach Li Gan's resources, he had also done Xiaoyan a huge favor. At the very least, this was what Li Gan thought. However, to Elder Luo, the void lightning pool invitation was just SOSO. If it was not for the fact that this item could be of help to Xiaoyan, Elder Luo would not have bothered to say anything more. Even the dozen or so half-martial emperors below started to rejoice in their hearts when they saw this scene. They rejoiced that they did not provoke this demon-level genius. Even more so, they rejoiced that they did not provoke old Luo. However, on the other hand, these half-martial emperors were even more curious about Xiaoyan. Exactly what kind of rare natural treasure did he give Elder Luo in order for Elder Luo to take such good care of him? When Elder Xian saw this scene in the sky, he involuntarily frowned. Others might not know, but how could he not know? He had some relationship with Elder Luo. Even the Yunin pavilion behind him was inextricably linked to Elder Luo. Although he did not dare to say that he knew Elder Luo's character, he knew a little about him. Elder Luo had experienced countless things in his life. Those who knew him were all people of great power. Even some of the truly powerful experts were on good terms with Elder Luo. Among them, there were countless people who wanted to ask Elder Luo to help them refine weapons. However, Elder Luo's standards were extremely high. Those who did not have the qualifications to refine weapons, regardless of how powerful they were or how powerful they were all ignored by Elder Luo. Even if there was someone who could ask Elder Luo to help them, Elder Luo would usually not give them any face. From this, one could see how rare the materials that could truly move Elder Luo were. However, Xiaoyan had actually managed to get old Luo to help him. Could it be that the crafting material that Xiaoyan had given old Luo was the last one in the continent? At this moment, Li Gan's face was filled with embarrassment. The Void Lightning Pool invitation was a once-in-a-century opportunity. He only had a few chances, so how could he be willing to give it up? The Void Lightning Pool invitation was formed by condensing the power of the Void Lightning Pool. One could use this invitation to enter the Void Lightning Pool once. As for that empty space lightning pool, it was an ancient lightning pool that had been condensed for countless years. The heavenly lightning within it was incomparably dense. If even a half-martial emperor were to properly absorb and refine the heavenly lightning after entering it, not only would the half-martial emperor's body receive an enormous increase in strength, even their soul strength would be greatly increased. However, as the void lightning pool floated in the boundless void, even half-martial emperors would not be able to detect it. As for the void lightning pool invitation, it was formed by the heavenly lightning within the void lightning pool. Every 100 years, 30 void lightning pool invitation would fall from the void lightning pool and scatter. At this time, many experts would come to search for it. As long as they managed to obtain it, they would be able to use the invitation to enter the void lightning pool once. Of course, the power of a single void lightning pool invitation was naturally not enough to open the path to the void lightning pool. At this time, the owners of the Void Lightning Pool invitation had to take out their Void Lightning Pool invitation and gather the power of the 30 Void Lightning Pool invitation together before entering the Void Lightning Pool together. Only by doing so would one be able to enter the Void Lightning Pool and absorb and refine the heavenly lightning within it. As for how much heavenly lightning one could refine, that would depend on one's luck. A large part of the reason why Li Gan was able to possess his current strength was because he was lucky enough to enter the Void Lightning Pool twice. Now that he had such an opportunity again, Li Gan was naturally unwilling to give it up. He was certain in his heart that if he was able to enter the Void Lightning Pool this time around, he might even be able to use this opportunity to break through to a 7-star half-martial emperor. How could he possibly be willing to accept such a temptation? One must know that although there was only a difference of 1 star, how powerful was a half-martial emperor? A difference of 1 star was enough to overturn the entire battle situation. Not everyone could be as heaven-defying as Xiaoyan. He possessed so many man-tier do skills. If he were to go all out, he would naturally be able to fight against a high-level half-martial emperor. However, if he were to remove these, it was likely that his chances of victory against a 4-star half-martial emperor would not be high. Because of this, the temptation of the Void Lightning Pool to people with strength like them was even more prominent. This was also the reason why old Luo had helped Xiaoyan ask for an apology. To Xiaoyan, the value of the Void Lightning Pool invitation was a true temptation. Xiaoyan had also come to know about the Void Lightning Pool invitation through old Luo's voice transmission. It was fine if he did not know about it earlier. However, at this moment, he understood it in his heart. A wave involuntarily rose in his eyes. Since it was such a rare item, he would naturally obtain it if he could. Xiao Yan would definitely not let go of this apology gift from Li Gan. Xiao Yan raised his eyes slightly and saw Li Gan's hesitant manner. However, a cold snort was emitted from his nose. His foot suddenly took a step forward and his right hand was instantly raised in front of his chest. The fire disc in his hand was also aimed at Li Gan. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and the fire disc instantly began to rotate wildly. Waves of majestic natural energy also began to gather toward the disc in Xiao Yan's hand. Li Gan's body abruptly pulled back the instant he saw Xiao Yan's stance. At the same time, he also loudly shouted at Xiao Yan, "Little friend Yan Xiao, please do not attack. This void lightning pool invitation is already useless to me. So what if I give it to little friend Yan Xiao? How can there be an apology gift?" Although his words were insincere, Xiao Yan felt quite comfortable when he heard them. At the very least, this Li Gan was willing to give it to him. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth lifted into a cold smile. His raised hand also slowly fell. If he did not give these people an appropriate blow, they would really not be willing to cooperate. Did they really think that he was so confident because he relied on old Luo? Li Gan was also quite frightened by Xiao Yan's attack. He was really afraid that Xiao Yan would really forcefully attack and directly end him here. If he were to die, the void lightning pool invitation would still end up in Xiao Yan's hands. Since this was the case, it was better to directly give it to him and save his old life first. A smile of praise involuntarily appeared on old Luo's old face when he saw this scene. Xiao Yan's character was so shrewd and ruthless. It was no wonder that he was able to ascend to such a peak position in this chaotic world. His character was firm and indomitable. He was decisive when doing things. Only such a man would be able to rise in this chaotic world and fight for a spot in the world. When he saw Xiao Yan put down his hand again, Li Gan's tensed nerves relaxed a little. In his heart, he knew that no matter what, the void lightning pool invitation in his hand had to be handed over to Xiao Yan. At the same time, Li Gan also deeply remembered the humiliation that Xiao Yan had given him in his heart. He believed that there would come a day when he would return all of it to Xiao Yan. Li Gan took a deep breath in his chest and tried his best to calm his emotions. A moment later, a smile appeared on Li Gan's face. That smile was so peaceful that it was as though nothing had happened between him and Xiao Yan. Li Gan faced Xiao Yan. He flipped his right hand and a bright silver-colored invitation card appeared in Li Gan's palm out of nowhere. Immediately, the force in Li Gan's palm shook and the invitation card shot toward Xiao Yan. When Xiao Yan saw this, he extended his hand and used two of his fingers to break the force on the void lightning pool invitation. He caught it with his other hand and kept it without even looking at it. Xiao Yan knew that with Elder Luo watching from the side, Li Gan did not have the guts to do anything. Therefore, he was quite relieved. Li Gan's face was filled with pain as he watched Xiao Yan keep the void lightning pool invitation that he had obtained with great difficulty. His heart also felt quite helpless. Since it had already landed in Xiao Yan's hands, he could only give it up. Li Gan bowed slightly and cupped his hands towards Elder Luo. After saying that he would take his leave, he turned around and left with Li Kong. However, just as he turned around, Xiao Yan's voice sounded out again. "Brother Li Gan, you're really leaving just like that? Could it be that you've forgotten that you still haven't given me an apology gift?" When Xiao Yan said these words, not only Li Gan, but even Elder Luo, who was beside him, could not help but raise his eyebrows. "Apology gift? Didn't you take it just now? Why are you asking for it now? Do you really want to force me into a life and death struggle?" When Li Gan turned around, the expression on his face was a little gloomy. He had repeatedly made things difficult for Li Gan. He really wanted to force Li Gan to make a move. Xiao Yan still had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Li Gan. It was as though he was waiting for Li Gan to take the invitation. This expression and action of Xiao Yan, in addition to the fire circular plate that Xiao Yan had his eye on, caused Li Gan to not feel hot under the assault of the flame strength. Instead, he felt an icy cold feeling invade his heart. Xiao Yan knew that Li Gan could not think of anything else. However, with Elder Luo's shrewdness, he instantly understood the meaning behind Xiao Yan's words. "Brother Li Gan, could it be that you have forgotten so quickly? Earlier, you said that this void lightning pool invitation was given to me by you. As for the compensation, it is naturally another matter. Don't you think so?" The expression on Li Gan's face instantly stiffened when Xiaoyan's words left his mouth. Immediately, the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. The words he had said earlier were merely polite words he had said. Why did Xiaoyan take them seriously? Was he not digging a hole for himself to jump into? Although he became angrier the more he thought about it, Xiaoyan was currently guarded by Elder Luo. As long as Elder Luo was around, Elder Luo would not care even if Xiaoyan went overboard. When he thought of this, Li Gan could not help but feel an indescribable sense of humiliation. However, no matter how humiliating it was, in the end, it could not change the fact that he had been viciously tricked by Xiaoyan. Li Gan's hand once again flipped in the air. A palm-sized crystal stone appeared in Li Gan's palm. Li Gan looked at this crystal stone with a pained expression. He did not hesitate any longer. It was as though he was afraid that he would go back on his words. He directly lifted his hand and threw it at Xiaoyan. Looking at the way he threw the crystal stone, it was as though he was venting the emotions in his heart. This caused the people watching below to involuntarily laugh. When Xiaoyan randomly received the crystal stone, a bright expression quietly flashed across his eyes. Immediately, it was perfectly hidden. He lifted his head and revealed a warm smile to Li Gan. This caused the corners of Li Gan's mouth to twitch intensely. Immediately, the father and son duo said goodbye to Elder Luo and quickly left. The angry Buddha reincarnation in Xiaoyan's palm once again turned into waves of even purer and majestic Do Qi and returned to the vortex in Xiaoyan's body. After Li Gan and his father left, the dozen or so half-martial emperors below all flew up and stood in front of Elder Luo. They respectfully cupped their hands and bowed to Elder Luo. This scene caused everyone in the city below to sigh emotionally. It was really good to be an expert. No matter how arrogant a person was, they would still have to bow their heads in front of him and give the greeting of a junior. Of course, after these dozen or so half-emperors bowed to Elder Luo, they did not forget that Xiaoyan, who was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, was still present. One by one, they stepped forward and chatted with Xiaoyan. Even the 3-star half-emperor expert, who had once exchanged blows with Xiaoyan, still had some lingering fear on his face as he chatted with Xiaoyan. His attitude when facing Xiaoyan was extremely humble. Of course, Xiaoyan did not feel any pride in his heart. He knew that although he had the strength to challenge those of a higher level, it was under the premise that he had used all of his strength. After one attack, Xiaoyan would enter a period of weakness. Any half-emperor expert would be able to easily kill him. At this moment, the reason why these people treated him so respectfully was partly because of his strength, but more importantly, it was probably because of Elder Luo who had just left. The care that Elder Luo had shown to Xiaoyan had all been seen by them today. If Xiaoyan was really on good terms with Elder Luo, as long as he had the protection of an expert like Elder Luo, he would definitely become a powerful expert with endless strength in the future. At this moment, befriending Xiaoyan was equivalent to using Xiaoyan to befriend Elder Luo. What they were interested in was merely the hope that Elder Luo had for Xiaoyan. Strength was nothing. Even if he could not beat them, he could still hide. The continent was so big. What could not be hidden? Xiaoyan was too lazy to bother about these things. After chatting with these people for a while, he left by himself. After these half-emperors mocked and ridiculed each other for a while, they also dispersed. They were too lazy to bother about anything else. That night, a human figure quietly left this savage ancient city. He quickly flew towards the deep mountains and old forests outside the city. In merely a couple of breaths, he had already covered a distance of several thousand miles. Soon after, waves of ear-piercing sonic booms spread across the forest. Countless low-rank magical beasts were all forcefully killed by the frightening sonic booms. This night, which appeared to be calm, had turned into a bloody night. Half a month's time quietly passed. The alchemist grand meeting was finally about to begin. At this moment, there were experts from various places gathering in the ancient savage city. Within a short couple of days, there were already over a dozen elite Ban Di Zun experts who had personally arrived at this ancient savage city. Their aim was naturally self-evident. All of them had come for the alchemist grand meeting. From this, one could tell that the alchemist grand meeting this time around was really quite powerful. Creak. The 2 wooden doors were slowly pushed open. A young man wearing a black robe slowly walked out from within. Although Xiaoyan had already reached middle age, he still maintained his appearance of being in his early 20s due to his bandy strength. At this moment, Xiaoyan's bright eyes looked towards the middle of the ancient savage city after exiting the inn. That place was the true core of this city. It was also the place where the true experts gathered. The Alchemist Grand Meeting would be held there. Haha, the opening ceremony of the Alchemist Grand Meeting will be in a couple of days. I should also go and take a look. I wonder if there will be any Band D-level alchemists participating. If that is the case, it will really be interesting. A moment later, Xiaoyan's figure had already arrived at a bustling downtown area. At this moment, there was a huge pavilion in front of Xiaoyan that appeared like a medicinal cauldron. This pavilion was the Alchemist Association's meeting place in the ancient savage city. Those who could enter were either extremely powerful or high-tier alchemists. In a bustling city like the ancient savage city, one must at least possess the strength of a Doshing if one wished to enter the Alchemist Association. Even if one was an alchemist, one must possess the qualification to refine a Tier 8 medicinal pill if one wished to enter. Naturally, one's status was self-explanatory. A Tier 8 alchemist guru, of course, under the great efforts of the Alchemist Association, there was naturally no one who dared to violate the rules here. After all, offending the Alchemist Association was equivalent to creating an endless number of enemies. No one would be foolish enough to do such a thing. In this place, even if one was a half-martial emperor, even if one was qualified to enter and lead this place and receive reverence, if one were to really violate the rules of this place, one would still suffer. Thus, the people here were very well behaved. Even the current Xiaoyan could not help but sigh in amazement at this golden club. Alchemists were indeed an extremely powerful group. Once they were united, even the strongest half-emperors in the outside world would have to obediently follow their rules. It was easy to see just how powerful alchemists were. The moment Xiaoyan stepped into the Alchemist Association, he was immediately surrounded by the fog-like pill fragrance without any surprise. However, this place was clearly different from his. This pill fragrance had undergone a special dilution, causing it to appear incomparably fragrant. It also inadvertently caused one's mood to become comfortable. Xiaoyan's entrance also attracted the attention of a portion of the people. However, they merely took a glance before ignoring Xiaoyan. There were countless half-emperors and alchemists entering and exiting this place every day. It was not as though there were no young alchemist gurus. To them, this was already a common sight and there was no need for them to pay attention to it. With regards to this, Xiaoyan also sought some peace and quiet. He had only come here to understand the different levels of alchemists in the Yuanwu continent. He had been here for quite some time, but he had yet to learn anything about alchemists. As an alchemist, Xiaoyan felt a little embarrassed in his heart. Just as he was about to lift his foot and walk towards the interior, a figure walked towards Xiaoyan. This person was the 3-star half-emperor expert who had exchanged blows with Xiaoyan the other day. A smile was revealed on Xiaoyan's face when he saw this person. Although this old man had a bad temper, he was still someone worth befriending. If Xiaoyan could establish a good relationship with him, he might be able to help him in some way. Brother Yan Xiao, haha, I never imagined that you would also come here. Oh, that's right, I saw you use that extremely powerful flame the other day. Don't tell me that you're also an alchemist? Before the old man arrived in front of Xiaoyan, his rough and heroic voice was already transmitted into Xiaoyan's ears like waves of thunder. It shook Xiaoyan to the point that a rumbling sound endlessly reverberated within his body. Xiaoyan faintly curled his lips. This fellow's character was truly unbearable for Xiaoyan. However, he still nodded his head in response. When the old man saw that Xiaoyan had actually nodded his head in response, another wave of praise involuntarily sounded from his mouth. The gaze he used to look at Xiaoyan with was akin to looking at a monster. At such a young age, he had forcefully raised both his alchemy skills and cultivation. This was truly shocking. Brother Yan Xiao is truly a genius. He can truly be called a monster. Ha 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 ha, to be able to obtain such achievements at such a young age, Brother Yan Xiao will definitely have a place in this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting. Who knows, Brother Yan Xiao might even become a dark horse in this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting. Since that is the case, let me first congratulate you, ha 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 ha. Xiaoyan gently raised his eyes and gave a noncommittal smile. He did not say anything. I wonder why Brother Yan Xiao is here at this moment. Old Qin, I can accompany you for a while. I also know some of the people here and I will help you get to know them. Hee, the cultivation of the old fellows here is only so. However, with their alchemy skills, they put on airs all day long. It makes people feel uncomfortable just by looking at them. Brother Yan Xiao, you should also pay attention when the time comes. Xiaoyan smiled. He knew this kind of thing even without Qin Zhong's reminder. He was naturally aware of the eccentricities of alchemists. As for Qin Zhong, it was likely that no one would be able to get along with him. With his fiery temper, it was likely that no one would be able to get along with him. Brother Qin Zhong, let's go. I have not taken the alchemist badge test for a long time. Today, I will also go and take a look. It will be more convenient in the future if I take the badge first. Qin Zhong once again smiled when he heard this. His figure moved and he led the way in front of Xiaoyan. With Qin Zhong's familiarity with the Alchemist Association, Xiaoyan naturally saved a lot of time. After a short while, the two of them arrived at a large hall. When they arrived at this place, the originally somewhat spacious surroundings were completely surrounded by a surging crowd. The purpose of these people was the same as Xiaoyan. They had come to test their spiritual strength in order to obtain the qualification of a high-rank alchemist. There are quite a number of people here. It is a pity that they are all little fellows and cannot be mentioned in public. I wonder what rank alchemist Brother Yan Xiao wants to take the test. Perhaps I can be of some help. Xiaoyan smiled when he heard this. No matter where one went, it was useful to have strength. There would always be people who would think of ways to give you special treatment. After pondering for a while in his heart, Xiaoyan could not help but open his mouth and ask. Brother Qin Zhong, do you know what the highest rank of alchemist here is? Although Xiaoyan's voice was not loud, the people present were not weak. The weakest among them was a quasi-8th rank alchemist. Xiaoyan's words naturally fell into the ears of everyone present. Even the elder in charge of the test could not help but turn his gaze towards Xiaoyan at this moment. Qin Zhong's expression was startled when he heard these words. He had never expected Xiaoyan to say such words in front of everyone. He was just about to open his mouth when the elder in charge of the test took a step forward and opened his mouth to speak with a smile. The highest qualification here is to reach the 9th rank high-rank alchemist. I wonder if you have the confidence to take it in one go. Xiaoyan frowned slightly when he heard this. He sighed and shook his head. He muttered to himself in a low voice, 9th rank high rank? It is still too low. Although this voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible, under the terrifying hearing of Qin Zhong, a half-emperor expert, and the elder in charge of the test, it was still heard by them. 9th rank high-rank alchemist was too low. Could it be that this Xiaoyan wanted to take the test for a higher rank? Grade 9 advanced grade alchemist was too low. The two of them were completely stunned on the spot by Xiaoyan's words. Tier 9 high-grade alchemist. He actually felt that such a powerful alchemist's tier was low. They did not know if he really possessed such strength or if he thought too highly of himself. Xiaoyan's words caused the two of them to be completely stunned. Even an ordinary half-emperor expert would have to speak politely to a grade 9 alchemist. After all, a grade 9 alchemist could be considered as a person who could truly stand out in the entire continent. However, Xiaoyan actually did not even place a grade 9 advanced grade alchemist in his eyes. Did he really think that he was an exceptional genius who could comprehend everything in a short period of time? To be able to reach the level of a half-emperor, one could only say that his cultivation talent was heaven-defying. However, alchemy was not something that could be achieved just by cultivating all day long. The strength of one's spiritual strength was not only dependent on one's strength, it also required one's comprehension. Even an ordinary half-emperor's spiritual strength might not be able to reach the level of an emperor. The invigilating elder did not believe that Xiaoyan's spiritual strength could reach the level of an emperor at such a young age even though he had the body of a half-emperor. Wouldn't that be too heaven-defying? Friend, confidence is a good thing. However, blind confidence will turn into arrogance. Why don't you try to become a grade 9 advanced grade alchemist first? You will not be able to withstand the higher levels. The invigilating elder was also a grade 9 advanced grade alchemist. His mood was clearly a little bad after hearing Xiaoyan's words. However, he still chuckled as he spoke to Xiaoyan. Qin Zhong by the side involuntarily curled the corner of his mouth when he heard these words. This old man's words were quite calm, but his actions clearly indicated that he wanted Xiaoyan to go up and suffer. Once Xiaoyan did not have the qualification to become a tier 9 high-grade alchemist, he would mock him. This was something that the hot-tempered Qin Zhong could not endure. He immediately let out a cold snort and stepped forward. Xiaoyan furrowed his brows when he heard these words. The people in the Alchemist Association were just as Qin Zhong had said. They were all prideful individuals. As long as there was something wrong in their hearts, they would return the favor. Xiaoyan could not be bothered to waste time with him. He did not care about a grade 9 advanced grade alchemist. 10 years ago, he was already able to refine a grade 9 mysterious pill. Now that he was an emperor, a grade 9 alchemist was nothing to him. However, today, a mere grade 9 advanced grade alchemist actually spoke such disdainful words in front of him. Xiaoyan was naturally somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. Xiaoyan extended his hand and stopped Qin Zhong, who was about to step forward. His expression was calm as he slowly walked toward the examination elder. Those alchemists in front of Xiaoyan, who were still waiting for the test, opened up a path wherever he passed. The voice of the examining elder earlier was quite loud. He had purposely allowed them to hear it. At this moment, everyone wanted to see Xiaoyan's face when he made a fool of himself. They wanted to see if he could still be as calm as he was now. They didn't believe that a fledgling brat, even if he had some talent in cultivation, would be unconvinced in their hearts when it came to medicine concocting skills. How could the medicine concocting skills of the man in front of them be compared to them, genuine alchemists who wholeheartedly sought the path of medicine concocting? Everyone sneered as they watched Xiaoyan walk towards the Alchemist Association. They were waiting for Xiaoyan to be defeated. At that time, there would be another scene of laughter. Walking in front of the Alchemist Association, Xiaoyan still looked indifferent. He looked at the Alchemist Association's Advanced Grade Alchemist Association and slowly said, "According to your previous words, there should be other assessment areas here. Since you don't want me to go there easily, then tell me, what's the test? I'll pass it directly so that I can take the higher level test." Hua. Xiaoyan's words did not leave any face for the Alchemist Association's Advanced Grade Alchemist Association. He directly provoked the Alchemist Association's Advanced Grade Alchemist Association, causing the Alchemist Association's Advanced Grade Alchemist Association to have an ugly expression. He coldly snorted and pointed at a black stone tablet behind him. "This is the spirit testing tablet. As long as you place your palm on it and pour your spiritual strength into it, this tablet will be able to test your spiritual strength and alchemist grade. The highest level of this spirit testing tablet can reach is the perfect heavenly realm and a grade 9 high-grade alchemist." As his words fell, the Alchemist Association's Advanced Grade Alchemist Association looked at Xiaoyan with an indifferent expression. Then, he swept his gaze across the crowd and stepped to the side, opening a path for Xiaoyan. He was also waiting for Xiaoyan to fail the test and be defeated. Casually glancing at the Alchemist Association's Advanced Grade Alchemist Association, Xiaoyan's body did not move, but an extremely terrifying spiritual strength condensed between his eyebrows and swept towards the spirit testing tablet. "Brother Yan Xiao, do you really want to do this? Don't be impulsive and fall for this ignorant man's trick." Suddenly, Xiaoyan heard Qin Zhong's rough voice, which was filled with concern, again, causing Xiaoyan's movements to pause. But immediately, Xiaoyan chuckled. Turning around, Xiaoyan revealed a reassuring smile to Qin Zhong. The two of them nodded in understanding, and Qin Zhong did not say anything else. Since Xiaoyan had indicated for him to be at ease, then Xiaoyan should have his own confidence. Although he had not known Xiaoyan for long, Qin Zhong dared to conclude that as long as Xiaoyan dared to do this, he definitely had his own confidence. After all, was Li Gan not the same as that day? Originally, he had wanted to use his strength to suppress Xiaoyan and intimidate him. However, in the end, he was forcefully suppressed by Xiaoyan, causing him to not only be mocked by tens of thousands of people but also have to apologize. Perhaps today, Xiaoyan would be able to prove himself once again. Just as he turned around, a terrifying spiritual strength surged out from between Xiaoyan's eyebrows like a tidal wave, fiercely bombarding the spirit-testing tablet. When the spiritual strength swept through the hall, everyone was suppressed by the terrifying spiritual strength and knelt on the ground. Even the exam elder, who was looking at Xiaoyan with a sneer on his face, took a few steps back with difficulty. In the end, he relied on his strength as a one-star half-emperor to forcefully support himself and not fall down. Outside the hall, there were quite a few people who had discovered the abnormality the instant the spiritual strength swept out. Their faces instantly changed, and their eyes were filled with shock. Could it be that some almighty of the Alchemist Guild was refining an extremely powerful medicinal pill? Otherwise, how could there be such a frightening momentum? Even some of the true leaders of the Alchemist Guild were looking over with shock in their eyes. Then, their figures moved, and they quickly rushed towards the hall. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The spirit-testing tablet, which had been hit by Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, only lasted for a moment before it exploded, turning into a pile of rubble on the ground. At this moment, Qin Zhong, who was standing behind Xiaoyan, was also looking at Xiaoyan in front of him in shock. He never imagined that Xiaoyan's spiritual strength would actually be so powerful. A grade 9 high-rank alchemist is really a trashy existence to you. After a long while, Qin Zhong could only bitterly smile, shake his head, and sigh. Then, he looked pitifully at the exam elder, who was still bitterly holding on, and no longer spoke. Those who are interested, please join the group. Please add. Please recommend. Please comment. Group number, 4766686761. At this moment, the invigilating elder had a bitter expression on his face. He knew in his heart that today, he had finally met someone he should not have. From today onwards, his good days would come to an end. After the spirit-testing tablet was destroyed, Xiaoyan casually withdrew his spiritual strength. Only then did the kneeling tier-8 alchemists crawl up with difficulty. Each of them looked at Xiaoyan's back with horrified eyes. Even so, they still felt a trance in their eyes and were unable to clearly see Xiaoyan's back. In the world of the strong, just the remnant power was enough to make them feel powerless. This kind of power was not something that ordinary tier-8 alchemists like them could resist. Xiaoyan's aura dissipated and the exam elder's body also felt lighter. His bent waist also slowly straightened up. However, looking at his face, there was not the slightest trace of relief. There was no other reason other than the young man in black robes standing in front of him. Xiaoyan's action must have alarmed everyone in the Alchemist Guild. As the exam elder, he had neglected such a person. After this matter, the higher-ups would definitely hold him responsible. In order to appease the dissatisfaction in this person's heart, he would not be able to stay in this savage ancient city in the future. With a single mistake, he had given up his glory and wealth. It was time to change his high and mighty character. Sighing in his heart, the exam elder helplessly shook his head. He let out a long sigh and stood on the spot with a dispirited face. On the other hand, Qin Zhong's face was filled with mockery as he looked at the people around him. These fellows usually had their noses in the air and looked down on others. Today, they finally had a taste of being suppressed. Haha, I did not know that an esteemed guest would be visiting and have neglected you. This old man apologizes to you on behalf of the Alchemist Guild. Suddenly, a bold and clear laughter broke through the air and reverberated within the hall, causing everyone to feel a roaring sound reverberate in their ears. Qin Zhong's expression involuntarily turned solemn when he heard this voice. Given his familiarity with the savage ancient city, he naturally knew who the owner of this voice was. Moreover, based on his words that represented the entire Alchemist Association, this person's identity had already surfaced. This person was definitely the chairman of the Alchemist Association. When Xiaoyan heard this, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. The person in charge of the venue was finally here. As such, Xiaoyan did not have to look for him again. This is my first time here. I don't want to disturb Master, so I'll just look around. As Xiaoyan's voice faded, the crowd in front of him parted, and 3 elderly figures appeared before everyone's eyes. Following the appearance of the 3 figures, waves of astonishment were immediately emitted from the crowd, causing the hall, which had originally quietened down because of Xiaoyan, to once again become noisy. Isn't that Chairman Guli? Also, aren't those 2 beside him the deputy chairman, Qi Lin, and the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Association, Elder Wei Yi? That's right, that's right. The three of them are usually elusive and rarely appear. It is unexpected that all of them have come today because of this Xianxia. Just what ability does this Xianxia have to actually attract all three of them here? If news of this were to spread, it is likely that it would cause another earth-shaking storm. The three old men, who were the main characters, completely ignored the noisy discussions of the crowd. At this moment, their gazes had all landed on Xiaoyan, who was right at the front of the crowd. Haha, from the looks of it, this friend wants to obtain an alchemist badge, right? The three of them stopped 10 feet in front of Xiaoyan. The hemp-clothed old man, who was the leader, stroked his beard with one hand as he looked at Xiaoyan with a smile on his face and spoke with a loud laugh. Although the old man was dressed casually, Xiaoyan did not dare to relax even a little when facing him. From Xiaoyan's perception, the strength of this old man did not lose to the cloud-splitting wolf. The density of his aura was likely even greater. That's right. However, from the looks of it, your spirit testing tablet seems to have been broken by me. Haha, with this friend's strength, this kind of spirit testing tablet is naturally unable to withstand a casual attack from you. This time, the one who spoke was an old man wearing a brocade robe standing to the left of the leading old man. His red hair was like rising flames. His aura was actually equally matched with the leading old man. Clearly, he was also an 8-star half-martial emperor expert. At this moment, Xiao Yan finally understood the true strength of the Alchemist Guild. No wonder ordinary half-martial emperors had to be well-behaved in this place. Without even mentioning the powerful alchemists in the Alchemist Guild, just the overall strength of the Alchemist Guild was already not inferior to some super factions. When Xiaoyan's gaze turned towards the third old man, his brows involuntarily furrowed slightly. The third old man was wearing the robe of a high-tier alchemist. However, what caused Xiaoyan to be somewhat astonished was that this old man's strength was only that of a 2-star half-martial emperor. Yet, he was actually able to travel together with these two. This was truly strange. However, in the next instant, Xiaoyan's gaze landed on the alchemist badge on the old man's chest. The badge's outer appearance was like a medicinal cauldron. Above the medicinal cauldron, there were strands of medicinal fragrance lingering on it. In the middle of the medicinal cauldron, there were 9 different colored ripples engraved on it like rainbows. Those 9 ripples represented a rank 9 alchemist. However, on those ripples, there were 2 genuine medicinal pellets. If one were to carefully smell them, one would even discover that those 2 genuine medicinal pellets were actually emitting waves of medicinal fragrance that made one's heart feel comfortable. Brother Yan Xiao, you should pay more attention to the third old man. That old man's name is Wei Yi. Although his strength is not much, his alchemy skills are extremely exquisite. He is the head alchemist of the Alchemist Guild. His rank has even reached that of a rank 2 alchemist. Because of this, he is normally extremely arrogant. You have to be careful. Qin Zhong's voice was once again transmitted to Xiaoyan just as Xiaoyan was observing the old man wearing alchemist robes. He introduced the old man to Xiaoyan through voice transmission. Xiaoyan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard the somewhat foreign words in Qin Zhong's words. Rank 2 alchemist. Was this the alchemist rank on the Origin Martial continent? There was no difference between it and the Dochi continent. While Xiaoyan was paying attention to the alchemist called Wei Yi, the other party was also paying attention to him. The spiritual pressure that Xiaoyan had emitted just now was not inferior to his. Wei Yi's heart was incomparably clear that the reason he could become the head alchemist of the Alchemist Guild was because of his frightening spiritual strength. The appearance of Xiaoyan would definitely become a great calamity in his heart. It was likely that even his position as the chief alchemist would be given to him by these 2 old fellows in front of him with cupped hands. The moment he thought of this, Wei Yi's impression of Xiaoyan instantly fell to the bottom of the valley. From what the 2 of you said just now, are there other places to take the test in the Alchemist Guild? Xiaoyan didn't care about Wei Yi's slightly sinister gaze. Xiaoyan had seen this kind of gaze many times before. It was only because the spiritual strength that Xiaoyan had displayed just now was too strong that jealousy arose in his heart. Or perhaps it was because he was afraid that Xiaoyan's talent would pose a threat to his position as the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Association, causing him to have some resentment toward Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's heart was not here. Naturally, he was too lazy to bother. He ignored the dark and dense expression on Wei Yi's face as he turned his gaze toward the old man leading the group and the red-haired old man on his left, opened his mouth and spoke with a smile. The two of them smiled again when they heard this. The old man in the lead glanced at Wei Yi on his right, then looked at Xiaoyan and laughed loudly. Of course. After all, the ancient wildland city is the largest city in the southwest region. Although there are few Tier 9 alchemists, we have other preparations for the high-rank spirit testing tablet. Otherwise, if a genius like you were to arrive one day, we wouldn't want to miss it. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. He exchanged glances with Qin Zhong, then once again smiled at the old man in the lead. Then I wonder if I would be fortunate enough to go and check it out. Ha 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 ha, of course. With your tyrannical spiritual strength, you would naturally be able to try the high-rank spirit testing tablet. However, just as the old man in the lead finished speaking, he immediately followed up with another sentence. This also caused Xiaoyan's gaze to pause as he looked at the old man in the lead with a slightly puzzled expression. However, I would like to ask you to wait for me to first deal with the matter of this person under my command. After all, there is actually such an unjust person existing in my alchemist association. As the president, I really feel guilty in my heart. As his voice fell, the president ignored Xiaoyan. His face suddenly turned cold as he looked indifferently at the exam elder. At this moment, the invigilating elder's strength seemed to be nothing. In front of the president, he could not muster up any courage. What's wrong? Weren't you very unyielding when facing this friend earlier? Why do you look like a piece of trash now? The president's eyes were cold, and the aura around his body surged like a hidden dragon. This caused the exam elder's face to instantly turn pale without the slightest trace of blood. His entire body trembled, and cold sweat instantly drenched his clothes. Sir President, this subordinate really didn't know that this sire would actually be such a person. This subordinate will definitely, too late. My alchemist guild doesn't need someone like you. From today onwards, leave my alchemist guild. The moment the president finished speaking, the invigilating elder's face turned ashen. His eyes were dull and his heart was filled with unwillingness. After being stunned for a while, he unwillingly shouted at the president, "Senior brother, I'm not going to give up. President, I've done a lot for the guild over the years. How can you let me leave just like that? How can you convince everyone? Shut up. The little things you've done for my alchemist guild are nothing compared to the resources you've taken from the guild. President, haha, I don't think that this is necessary. After all, Elder Yun has been in my alchemist guild for quite a long time. At the very least, he has worked hard even if he didn't contribute anything. Moreover, he has helped my alchemist guild to nurture many talents over the years. Why don't we punish him and send him to a branch guild?" The president's angry rebuke had just sounded when Wei Yi, who was behind him, took a step forward and stood beside the president. Wei Yi turned to the president and smiled faintly as he spoke. When the president heard Wei Yi's words, he knew in his heart that Elder Yun was obviously Wei Yi's subordinate. That was why he was so arrogant and despotic. Instantly, he felt a little displeased in his heart. With Wei Yi's alchemist skills, he usually didn't hold back in front of him. The matter with Elder Yun today could be said to have really provoked him. Immediately, he wanted to turn his head and argue with Wei Yi. However, in the next moment, Xiaoyan's voice once again sounded out from nowhere. It also caused the president's actions to suddenly pause. The words that were about to come out of his mouth were also forcefully swallowed back. "President, I also think that since Elder Yun didn't commit any major crimes, let's just forget about it. It's just a small matter. There's no need to make such a big fuss." Xiaoyan laughed softly and said with a casual expression. Xiaoyan's words also caused the corners of Wei Yi's mouth to curl as he let out a soft laugh. From the way he saw it, this action of Xiaoyan's was clearly an expression of fear toward him. In order to avoid any trouble, Xiaoyan was merely admitting defeat. Even though this was the case, it still caused Wei Yi to feel a wave of comfort in his heart. It seemed that this kid wasn't a young and hot-blooded person with guts. He was just a coward. Even if he had the ability, it was just a mountain of treasures. This alchemist association was still his territory and no one could change it. However, Xiaoyan didn't think so in his heart. On one hand, he did this to stop when he was ahead. After all, the president's main purpose was to appease the dissatisfaction in Xiaoyan's heart. On the other hand, he did indeed want to cause less trouble. He couldn't be bothered to fight with Wei Yi openly and covertly. At most, it would be a matter of a single sentence. He would let Wei Yi think whatever he wanted. The president and Qi Lin also understood one after another. They looked at each other and smiled. However, they didn't say anything else. On the other hand, Qin Zhong's gaze was even more vigilant when he looked at Wei Yi. After all, he was a big-hearted person and all these things were reflected in his eyes. Haha, all right. Since you have spoken, this old man won't say anything else. Men. The president smiled at Xiaoyan. Soon after, his expression turned serious and he let out a stern cry. The entire alchemist association shook slightly. At the same time, a couple of black-clothed people wearing alchemist robes also appeared in the hall and dragged Elder Yun and Elder Yun out. Humph. A bunch of brats, scram for this old man. Elder Yun's figure had just disappeared from everyone's sight when the president once again let out a stern cry. The alchemists in the hall swiftly retreated like the tide. In a short moment, only Xiaoyan's group of 5 remained in the hall. Hee, this is my friend. Please accompany me. Haha, alright. Since that's the case, this old man will bring you to test the high-rank spirit testing tablet. To be honest, this thing hasn't been used for many years. Haha. Haha, this old man is slow-witted. Along the way, I have forgotten to ask for your name. Please don't take offense. Haha. The chairman chuckled as the few of them walked forward. His face revealed an embarrassed expression as he turned his head and asked Xiaoyan with a smile. Xiaoyan also returned the greeting and smiled. He cupped his hands together towards the chairman and said, I am Yan Xiao. When Xiaoyan's words left his mouth, the chairman and the other 2 were slightly startled. Immediately, a surprised expression surged onto their faces. The gazes with which they looked at Xiaoyan were filled with an increasingly disbelieving expression. You are that Yan Xiao who fought with the ancestor of the Li clan, Li Gan, half a month ago? It was a long while later before the chairman opened his mouth and continued to ask Xiaoyan with a shocked tone. Xiaoyan also smiled and nodded his head in acknowledgement. Although they were already mentally prepared, when they saw Xiaoyan nod his head in acknowledgement at this moment, the 3 of them could not help but emit a wave of cold air. No matter how they thought about it, they would never have imagined that the genius alchemist that they had met today would actually be Yan Xiao, whose name had recently shaken the entire ancient wild city. TSK, this is really unexpected. Little friend Yan Xiao possessed such talent at such a young age. Not only did he possess great strength, but even his achievements in alchemy were also so shocking. Little friend Yan Xiao is really a talented person, a genius blessed by the heavens. At this moment, even the deputy chairman, Qi Lin, who was following beside the chairman, could not help but let out waves of exclamations from his mouth. The gaze with which he looked at Xiaoyan was as though he was looking at a monster. Xiaoyan was actually able to walk so far on the path of cultivation and alchemy at such a young age. This point involuntarily caused these old fellows, who had spent their entire lives in order to reach this step, to feel ashamed in their hearts. When they thought of this, Chairman Gu Li and Vice Chairman Qi Lin could not help but look at each other. However, they could see a bitter smile in each other's eyes. Xiaoyan's excellence really made these 2 old fellows feel a little uncomfortable in their hearts. The 2 of them felt the same way. How could Wei Yi let it go? The more outstanding Xiaoyan was, the more unjust he felt. He had spent his entire life to get to where he was today. How could this brat in front of him obtain it so easily? This also caused the resentment in Wei Yi's heart to become even denser when he looked at Xiaoyan's eyes. However, if he knew that Xiaoyan's current strength and vast alchemy foundation had been painstakingly obtained, he probably wouldn't have the confidence to compete with Xiaoyan anymore. There was no shortcut on the path of training. The reason why Xiaoyan was able to obtain his current achievement was merely because he had relied on the tough perseverance that he had accumulated during his training. The difficulties and hardships along the way, the life and death battles, were all not training. If Xiaoyan hadn't swallowed the heavenly flame, how could he have his current strength? However, how could swallowing a heavenly flame be so easy? One didn't know. How many life and death situations were involved? If it wasn't for Xiaoyan's extraordinary perseverance, it was likely that he would have fallen on the path of cultivation long ago. Xiaoyan's achievements were all obtained by risking his life. They were all obtained by Xiaoyan by enduring pain and torture that an ordinary person would not be able to endure. How could Wei Yi compare with him on this point? A moment later, the group of 5 had already arrived in front of a thick black mysterious door. This was also the first goal of Xiaoyan's trip. Cuckoo, this high-grade examination room has indeed not been used for many years. Now that I have come here again, I can't help but recall some of the outstanding geniuses of the past. Cuckoo. Guli sighed emotionally as he laughed. Immediately, the aura all over his body suddenly shook. He clenched his right hand and pure do qi surged out of his palm like spring water. Immediately, his palm smashed onto the black mysterious door. Following a wave of water-like energy ripples that slowly spread apart, a layer of faint cream-white glow appeared on the surface of the black mysterious door. The mysterious door also slowly became illusionary in this space the moment this layer of cream-white glow appeared. Finally, it completely disappeared. Cuckoo, I have caused Xiaoyan to laugh. This high-grade spirit testing tablet is extremely important to our alchemist association. It is also because it is too expensive to make. Therefore, we have no choice but to carefully protect it. Cuckoo. The black mysterious door had also completely disappeared after his voice sounded. All that remained was an empty doorway. Guli waved his large sleeve and made an inviting gesture. Xiaoyan also smiled. He exchanged glances with Qin Zhonghu before taking the lead and entering. This large hall was not much different from the examination hall from earlier. However, it had not been used for a long time, causing a layer of dust to accumulate everywhere. Guli, who had followed closely behind, could not help but reveal a bitter smile when he saw this. He waved his large sleeve and an invisible force suddenly shot out, sweeping away all the dust on the ground. Xiaoyan ignored this. His gaze had landed on the dark black stone tablet in the middle of the hall ever since he had entered. High-grade spirit testing tablet. Without any explanation, Xiaoyan had already walked in front of the spirit testing tablet before the people behind him had all stepped into the hall. Xiaoyan was already incomparably clear on how to use the spirit testing tablet. However, when facing the spirit testing tablet, Xiaoyan did not dare to directly use his spiritual strength to bombard it. He was able to sense that there was an extremely mysterious array within the spirit testing tablet. However, with his current strength, he was unable to investigate it. It was likely that even if Xiaoyan poured all of his spiritual strength into the spirit testing tablet, it would not be damaged in the slightest. His right hand extended out from his sleeve. In his mind, the endless spiritual strength that was like an ocean transformed into a surging river at this moment and completely gathered on Xiaoyan's right palm. At the same time, Xiaoyan's right palm slowly came together with the spirit testing tablet. In an instant, Xiaoyan's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened wide. The spirit testing tablet was like a water pump, sucking out all of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength that was like a tidal wave out of his body in an instant. At this moment, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a wave of dizziness in his mind. His entire body felt as if it was about to collapse in an instant, causing Xiaoyan to involuntarily take half a step back. When Xiaoyan withdrew, the surging spiritual strength once again returned to Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan instantly regained his consciousness and stabilized his retreating body. His face was still filled with lingering fear as he looked at the spirit testing tablet from before. In the next instant, four large golden words slowly appeared in front of Xiaoyan's eyes. Second level Emperor Realm, looking for recommendations. Looking for comments. Looking for collections, interested parties, please enter the group number 4766686761, end of chapter 118. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.